In the spring of 1912, a German novelist visited his wife at a Swiss sanatorium. She was being treated for tuberculosis. He planned to stay for 3 weeks. A doctor examined him during his visit. "I found a moist spot on your lung," the doctor said. "You should consider remaining here for treatment, perhaps 3 months." Thomas Mann refused. He returned to Munich. He began writing. 12 years later, he published a novel about a young man who visits his cousin at a Swiss sanatorium. The young man plans to stay for 3 weeks. He remains for 7 years. Here is the strangest part of this story. When doctors later re-examined his wife's original x-rays, they found no evidence of tuberculosis. She had never had the disease at all. The greatest tuberculosis novel ever written. A book that would win its author the Nobel Prize, that would define an entire era, that would be called one of the most important works in the history of literature, was born from a misdiagnosis. From an illness that wasn't real. From a cure that didn't work. From 3 weeks that became 12 years. And here is something stranger still. The novel would predict with uncanny precision the catastrophe that was about to engulf Europe. It would diagnose a civilization's sickness before the symptoms became visible to anyone else. It would see the war coming, the World Festival of Death, and describe it in terms that would haunt readers for the next century. This is the story of the Magic Mountain, of Thomas Mann and his enchanted mountain, of a young engineer named Hans Castorp, who went to visit a sanatorium and never came home. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're exploring one of literature's greatest novels, a book about time and death and disease, about love and philosophy and the collapse of European civilization. A book that was intended as a short comedic novella and became a 1,200-page epic. A book written in the shadow of one world war and published in the ruins of another. If you've journeyed with us before to Davos, to that alpine town that tuberculosis built, then you already know the world we're entering tonight. The same cure terraces, the same mountain air, the same patients wrapped in blankets, breathing deeply, watching the snow fall on the peaks above. But tonight, we're not just visiting the sanatoriums. We're entering the mind of the man who immortalized them. We're following Thomas Mann from the merchant houses of Lübeck to the balconies of Davos, from the outbreak of the First World War to the Nobel Prize ceremony in Stockholm. We'll walk the corridors of the Berghof Sanatorium where Hans Castorp spent 7 enchanted years. We'll listen to the great debates between reason and passion, between life and death. We'll stand with hands in the snow, lost in a blizzard, dreaming of paradise and horror. And we'll follow Thomas Mann himself through the darkest chapters of the 20th century, through exile and loss, through the rise of fascism and the destruction of everything he loved, through the long years of speaking across an ocean to a homeland that no longer wanted him. It is a long journey, but the night is long, and the fire is warm, and there is nowhere else we need to be. So settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow, let the mountain air fill your lungs, that thin, cold, impossibly clear air that was supposed to cure tuberculosis, but instead created something far more lasting. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a train climbing through the Swiss Alps. It is May of 1912. The narrow-gauge railway winds upward through tunnels and across viaducts, the locomotive labouring against the grade. Outside the windows, the world transforms. The green valleys of the lowlands give way to pine forests, then to rocky meadows where the last patches of winter snow still cling to sheltered hollows. The air grows thinner with each passing mile. Passengers who board at Lanquos at the base of the mountains find themselves yawning, their ears popping as the train climbs higher. The ordinary pressure of sea level gives way to something else, something lighter, stranger, more intoxicating. In one of the passenger carriages sits a man of 36. He is impeccably dressed, his moustache carefully groomed, his bearing that of a successful bourgeois gentleman. He carries with him the quiet confidence of someone who has already achieved what he set out to achieve, who has, against considerable odds, made himself into one of the most celebrated authors in the German language. His name is Thomas Mann, and he's travelling to Davos to visit his wife. Katja has been at the Wald Sanatorium since March, nearly 3 months now. Her doctors in Munich had detected what they believed was tuberculosis, and they had recommended the mountain cure, the same cure that Dr. Alexander Spengler had pioneered half a century earlier, the same cure that had transformed this remote valley into one of the most famous medical destinations in the world. Thomas has been worried. He and Katja have been married for 7 years now. They have 4 children, Erika, Klaus, Golo, and Monika, with 2 more still to come. The household in Munich depends on Katja's management. Without her, everything has been more difficult. But it is more than inconvenience that troubles him. It is fear. Tuberculosis kills. It killed Chopin and Keats, the Bronte sisters and Chekhov. It is the White Plague, the captain of death, the disease that has shaped the 19th century more than any other. And now it has come for his wife. He has been at home with the children, writing as he always writes, with the disciplined regularity of a factory worker. Every morning at his desk by 9 o'clock, every afternoon with his correspondence, tea at 4, a walk before dinner, the life of a German author, ordered and productive. But the work has not gone well. He has been distracted, anxious. The letters from Davos bring mixed news. Katja is comfortable, the doctors are optimistic, but the cure takes time, months, perhaps a year or more. And now he is ascending into her world, a world where time moves differently, where the healthy and the sick live side by side, in elegant buildings perched on mountainsides, where conversations about philosophy and death and the meaning of existence fill the long hours between meals. He does not know it yet, but this 3-week visit will change the course of his career. It will give him the setting and the atmosphere for a novel that will consume the next 12 years of his life. It will introduce him to a world suspended between life and death, a world that will prove irresistible to his literary imagination. The train pulls into the station at Davos Platz. The air that greets him as he steps onto the platform is thin and cold and impossibly clear. He can see for miles in every direction, the peaks sharp against the blue sky, the snowfields brilliant in the May sunshine. The altitude hits him immediately. His heart beats faster, his breath comes shorter, colours seem more vivid than they should be. There is something intoxicating about this air, something that makes the ordinary world below seem impossibly distant. Somewhere above him, on one of those elegant terraces, his wife lies wrapped in blankets, breathing this same air, waiting for him to arrive. Thomas Mann has just completed a novella about death and desire in Venice, a story about a celebrated author who travels to a foreign city and falls under a spell from which he cannot escape, a story that ends with a cholera epidemic and a death on the beach. He has come to Davos thinking he might write something similar, a companion piece, a light satirical treatment of the same themes, death and enchantment, but set in a tuberculosis sanatorium rather than a plague-ridden city. Something short, something he can finish in a few months. He has no idea that the short story he's imagining will become a novel of over 1,000 pages. He has no idea that the First World War will erupt before he can finish it. He has no idea that by the time he writes the final sentence, Europe will have torn itself apart. This is his story, and theirs. to understand Thomas Mann, we must first understand where he came from. He was born on the 6th of June 1875 in the ancient Hanseatic city of Lübeck, a city of brick churches and merchant houses of trading families whose roots stretched back centuries, a city where respectability and commerce and Protestant virtue formed the bedrock of existence. The Hanseatic League had made Lübeck rich. For centuries it had been one of the great trading centres of northern Europe, a city of ships and warehouses, of merchants who grew wealthy on grain and salt and timber. The city's coat of arms proclaimed it the Queen of the Hanse, and even in the late 19th century, long after the League had faded into history, Lübeck's leading families still carried themselves with the dignity of merchant princes. The Mann family was one of these merchant dynasties. His father, Johann Heinrich Mann, was a grain trader and senator of the city, a pillar of the community, respected and prosperous. His grandfather and great-grandfather had been Lübeck citizens before him. The family business, Johann Siegmund Mann, had celebrated its centenary during Thomas's boyhood. The family home stood on the Bäckergrube, one of the finest streets in Lübeck. It was a grand house, filled with heavy furniture and family portraits, with servants and silver and all the trappings of bourgeois success. Young Thomas grew up surrounded by respectability. But his mother was different. Julia da Silva Bruns had been born in Brazil, the daughter of a German plantation owner and a Portuguese Creole mother. She had been brought to Germany at the age of 7, raised by relatives, educated in the European manner. But she carried within her something that her husband's Lübeck relatives never quite understood: a love of music, of art, of the life of feeling rather than commerce. She was beautiful and dark-eyed, with an artist's temperament hidden beneath the proper exterior of a senator's wife. Musicians frequented their house. The piano was never silent for long. The world of art and beauty existed alongside the world of grain prices and merchant ledgers. It was through his mother that the young Thomas Mann was exposed to music, especially the operas of Richard Wagner. He would remember those evenings all his life, the music washing over him, the sense of being transported to another world. Wagner would remain his great passion, his troubling love, the composer whose genius and whose dangerous politics would haunt his work for decades. Thomas was the second son. His older brother Heinrich would also become a writer, and eventually a rival whose political views would lead to years of estrangement. But in childhood, the two boys shared their mother's artistic temperament, her sensitivity, her sense that there was more to life than the counting house. There were also sisters, Julia and Carla, and a younger brother, Victor, but it was Thomas and Heinrich who would carry the family's artistic aspirations into the world. Thomas loathed school. He failed to meet its requirements with what he later described as an innate and paralysing resistance to any external demands. The Catharineum, Lübeck's venerable gymnasium, could make nothing of him. He was not stupid, far from it, but he refused to perform. He dreamed and wrote poetry and waited for his real life to begin. He was designated to take over the family grain firm, but everyone who knew him understood that this was impossible. He was not made for commerce. He was made for something else. The question was whether that something else would ever amount to anything. In 1891, when Thomas was 15, his father died. Senator Mann left careful instructions in his will. The grain business was to be liquidated. He knew his sons. He knew they would never carry on the family tradition. Better to sell than to watch them destroy what generations had built. The family moved to Munich, a centre of art and literature, a city where a young man with artistic ambitions might find his way. Julia Mann took her children south, away from the grey skies and brick churches of Lübeck, into a world of cafes and galleries and bohemian possibility. And find his way Thomas did. The Munich years were formative. He worked briefly at an insurance company, a disaster. He attended lectures at the university, however sporadically. He read voraciously. He wrote stories and sent them to magazines. Slowly, painfully, he learned his craft. He also travelled to Italy with his brother Heinrich, spending months in Rome and Palestine. Italy would become one of his great subjects. The South, the sun, the sensuality that both attracted and frightened his northern Protestant soul. At the age of 26, Thomas Mann published his first novel. It was called Buddenbrooks, and it told the story of the decline of a merchant family in Lübeck over the course of 4 generations. It was, quite openly, the story of his own family, the slow decay of commercial energy, the rise of artistic sensitivity, the transformation from prosperity to decadence. The novel drew on everything he knew: the family home on the Becker Gruber, the senator father with his public dignity and private doubts, the artistic mother who didn't quite belong, the children who couldn't carry on the tradition, the long, slow decline from merchant, vigour to aesthetic refinement to collapse. The Lübeck patricians were not pleased. They recognised themselves in its pages, or thought they did. They called it a scandalous Roman éclat, a betrayal of their caste. For years, Mann would receive angry letters from Lübeck, from people who claimed he had libelled their families. But the rest of Germany embraced it. Buddenbrooks became a bestseller, then a classic. It would eventually help earn its author the Nobel Prize, the young man who had failed at school, who couldn't hold down a job at an insurance company, had written one of the great novels of the German language. By 1912, when Thomas Mann boarded that train to Davos, he was already famous. He had married Katia Pringsheim in 1905, the daughter of a wealthy Munich family, a woman of intelligence and beauty, who would become his lifelong partner and the mother of his 6 children. Katia was remarkable in her own right. Her father was a distinguished mathematician. Her mother came from the wealthy Dome family, known for their progressive politics. Katia herself had been one of the first women to audit university lectures in Munich. She was brilliant, cultured, and devoted to her difficult, demanding husband. He had published short stories and novellas that had established him as a master of German prose. Tonio Kröger, a story about an artist torn between his bourgeois origins and his artistic calling. Tristan, a darkly comic tale set in a sanatorium, a hint of things to come. Most recently, he had completed Death in Venice. This novella told the story of Gustav von Aschenbach, a celebrated writer who travels to Venice and becomes obsessed with a beautiful Polish boy named Tadzio. As Aschenbach's obsession grows, a cholera epidemic sweeps through the city. He refuses to leave, refuses to tear himself away from the object of his desire. Eventually he dies on the beach, watching Tadzio wade into the sea. Death in Venice was partly autobiographical. Mann and his wife had vacationed in Venice the previous year, staying at the Grand Hôtel des Bains on the Lido. There he had encountered a young Polish boy who fascinated him, the same boy who would become Tadzio in the novella. He had also witnessed the early stages of a cholera outbreak. The authorities were covering it up, afraid of scaring away tourists. But the disease was there, lurking in the canals and alleyways. He had turned these experiences into literature, into a meditation on beauty and death, on desire and dissolution. The novella was received as a masterpiece, but Mann was already thinking about his next project, something lighter perhaps, something that would revisit the same themes: enchantment, death, the spell of illness, but in a more satirical mode. He was thinking about tuberculosis, about sanatoriums, about those strange mountain communities where the sick and the healthy lived together in a world apart. And now, as the train climbed toward Davos, He was about to experience that world firsthand. The Wold Sanatorium had opened just the year before in 1911. It was one of the newest and most modern of Davos's many medical institutions, a palace of healing perched on the mountainside above the town. Its director, Dr. Friedrich Jessen, was known for his progressive methods and his belief in the curative power of mountain air. Katia Mann had been among its first patients. She had arrived in March with what doctors believed was tuberculosis. For nearly 3 months she had followed the prescribed regimen: rest on the cure terrace, rich food, hours of stillness in the mountain air. She had written letters to her husband describing daily life in the sanatorium. The meals, 5 enormous meals per day, designed to build up the wasted bodies of the consumptives, the fellow patients, a strange mix of nationalities and temperaments, united only by their illness. The strange atmosphere of a community where death was always present but rarely discussed. These letters are lost now, but their influence remains. They gave Thomas Mann his first glimpse into a world that would obsess him for the next 12 years. A world where time seemed to stand still, where conversations about death were as common as conversations about the weather, where the healthy became infected not just with disease, but with a certain way of thinking, a certain enchantment. When he arrived at the sanatorium in May, Thomas Mann did not simply visit his wife. He immersed himself in the sanatorium life. He sat on the balcony beside her, wrapped in the same kind of camel hair blanket that all the patients used. He breathed the thin, alpine air. He observed the doctors and nurses going about their rounds. He listened to the conversations between patients. He noted the rituals and routines. He absorbed the peculiar atmosphere of this place, what he would later call a mixture of death and amusement. And then, as we have heard, a doctor examined him and found a moist spot on his lung. Would he like to stay for 3 months? Would he like to take the cure himself? Thomas Mann said no. He had children waiting for him in Munich, books to write, a life to live. He could not surrender to the mountain spell, however seductive it might be. But the question stayed with him. What if he had said yes? What if he had surrendered? What if he had stayed? The novel he would write imagined the answer. The novel that Thomas Mann began writing in 1913 opens with a young man on a train. His name is Hans Castorp. He's 23 years old, an engineer from Hamburg, and he is travelling to the Swiss Alps to visit his cousin Joachim Siemsen. Joachim has been at the Berghof Sanatorium for several months, being treated for tuberculosis. Hans plans to stay for 3 weeks, just long enough to keep his cousin company, before returning to the flatlands to begin his career. 3 weeks, 21 days, a brief interruption in the orderly progression of a young bourgeois life. Hans will visit, he will rest, he will breathe the famous mountain air, and then he will descend to the real world below, to engineering projects and business concerns and all the productive activities of modern life. This is what Hans believes. This is what the reader believes, at least at first. But the mountain has other plans. Mann introduces his protagonist with careful irony. Hans Castorp is ordinary, thoroughly, deliberately ordinary. He is not particularly intelligent or gifted. He has no great passions, no burning ambitions. He is simply a young man of his class and time, a product of Hamburg's merchant culture, destined to build ships and make money and live the respectable life his family expects. He has recently passed his engineering exams and is about to take a position at the shipyard of Tunder and Wilms. Everything is prepared. His future is mapped out. All he needs to do is follow the path that has been laid before him. But first, this brief holiday in the mountains. 3 weeks to visit his cousin, 3 weeks to see the sanatorium that everyone talks about, 3 weeks to breathe the famous air. The journey itself is significant. Man devotes pages to Hans's ascent from the flatlands to the mountain. The train climbs and climbs. The air grows thinner. The landscape becomes more dramatic. It is as though Hans is travelling not just to a different place, but to a different world entirely. From the moment Hans arrives, something is different. The air is thinner, his heart beats faster. Colours seem more vivid, sounds more distinct. Even time itself seems to move differently. The hours stretch and compress in ways that the flatlands never permitted. His cousin Joachim meets him at the station. Joachim is a soldier, or would be, if only he could get well. His greatest desire is to leave the sanatorium, to descend to the flatlands, to begin his military career. But the doctors keep finding reasons for him to stay. His fever persists. His lungs are not yet healed. Just a few more months, they tell him. Just a little longer. Hans is struck by how natural this all seems to Joachim. The routine of the sanatorium has become his cousin's entire world. The morning rest cure, the 5 enormous meals per day, the temperature taking, the x-rays, the consultations with doctors. Joachim speaks of these things as if they were the normal substance of existence. And indeed, at the Berghof they are. The sanatorium itself is like a grand hotel perched on the mountainside with views in every direction. It has elegant public rooms and private balconies, a library and a dining room, gardens and walking paths. The patients live in comfort, even luxury. But beneath the elegance lies the ever-present reality of illness and death. Hans is shown to his room, a pleasant chamber with a balcony overlooking the valley. The furniture is solid and comfortable. The walls are thick enough to muffle the sounds of the neighbouring patients. It could be a room in any good hotel. Except that the room's previous occupant died here just 2 days ago. The sheets have been changed and the room has been aired, but the death still lingers somehow. It is the first of many deaths that Hans will encounter at the Berghof. The sanatorium has its own customs, its own hierarchies, its own way of measuring time. New patients are called horizontal. They must spend their days lying on the cure terraces, forbidden from walking or exerting themselves. More advanced patients are granted increasing freedoms, allowed to walk in the gardens, to take excursions into the surrounding mountains. But no one, it seems, ever truly leaves, or if they do, they often return. The mountain has a way of claiming its own. Hans meets the chief physician, Hofrat Behrens, a tall, melancholic, wryly humorous man who has lived at the sanatorium for years. Behrens' own wife died here of tuberculosis, and he stayed on when he discovered that he too was infected. Now he presides over this community of the sick with a mixture of professional competence and dark humour. Behrens paints in his spare time, portraits of the patients mostly. He has painted Klavdia Shosha, the Russian woman who will become Hans's obsession. His medical eye and his artist eye see the same things: the signs of illness, the pallor of the skin, the particular beauty that consumption sometimes gives its victims. There is also Dr. Krakowski, who handles the psychological aspects of treatment. He is a bearded man with a penetrating gaze, given to wearing sandals and speaking in suggestive terms about the unconscious. He believes that illness has its roots in repressed desires, that physical disease is often the manifestation of psychological conflict. His lectures are well attended by the patients, who have little else to occupy their time. The lectures are about love, mostly, about the hidden workings of desire and repression. The patients listen, fascinated and uncomfortable, wondering what their own illnesses might reveal about their secret selves. Hans intends to observe all of this as an outsider. He is healthy after all. He is just visiting. In 3 weeks he will return to Hamburg, to his uncle's shipping firm, to the life that awaits him in the flatlands. But on the very first evening, something happens. During dinner, he notices a woman across the dining room. She has high cheekbones, slightly slanted eyes, and a peculiar habit of letting doors slam behind her. Her name is Klavdia Shausha. She's Russian, married but alone, and she's been at the sanatorium on and off for years. Hans watches her. He cannot stop watching her. There is something about her face, something about the way she moves, that reminds him of someone from his past. A boy named Pribislav Hipper from his school days, a friend with whom he shared a single charged encounter. He does not understand this fascination. He does not want to understand it. But from this moment forward, Klavdia Shausha will become his obsession. And then, within days of his arrival, Hans develops symptoms. A cold, perhaps, a mild infection. His face feels flushed. His heartbeat is irregular. There is a strange taste in his mouth, the taste of blood, perhaps, though he cannot be sure. Hofrat Behrens examines him and discovers what the real Thomas Mann's doctor had discovered in 1912, a moist spot on his lung. Would Hans like to stay for treatment? Would he like to take the cure? Unlike Thomas Mann, Hans Castorp says yes. What does it mean to stay on the mountain? The first thing Hans discovers is that time moves differently here. In the flatlands, time is marked by activity, by work and appointments, and the forward progress of a career. But at the Berghof, there is no work to be done. The patient's only job is to rest, to eat, to breathe, to wait. The days blur together. Monday becomes indistinguishable from Wednesday. The weeks accumulate without marking. The seasons change. Summer gives way to autumn, autumn to the deep snows of winter. But the routine remains constant. Rest cure at 9, lunch at noon, rest cure at 2, dinner at 7. The same balcony, the same blankets, the same view of the mountains. Thomas Mann called his novel a Zeitroman, a novel about time. Not just because it was set in a particular historical era, but because time itself is the novel's subject. The sanatorium exists outside of ordinary time. It is a place where the normal rules do not apply. The novel's structure mirrors this distortion. The first day at the Berghof takes over 100 pages to describe. The second day takes almost as long, but later, entire years pass in a single chapter. Time expands and contracts according to the logic of experience rather than the clock. Hans begins to lose track of how long he has been at the Berghof. Was it 3 weeks, 3 months, longer? His letters home grow less frequent. His thoughts of Hamburg, of his engineering career, of the life that awaits him in the flatlands grow dimmer and more distant. The mountain is casting its spell. Part of this spell is the routine itself. The 5 meals per day are enormous, intended to build up the wasted bodies of the consumptives, to provide the calories needed to fight the disease. Breakfast, second breakfast, lunch, tea, dinner, rich foods, heavy foods, milk and eggs and butter and meat. The patients eat and rest, their bodies growing softer even as their lungs struggle to heal. There is something almost obscene about this abundance of food in the midst of wasting disease. But the logic is medical. The body needs fuel to fight the bacillus. Part of the spell is the enforced stillness. During the rest cure, patients are forbidden to read, to talk, to do anything that might agitate the mind or body. They must simply lie there, wrapped in blankets against the mountain cold, breathing the thin air, staring at the sky. And part of the spell is the obsession with symptoms. Every patient takes their temperature multiple times daily, keeping the thermometer in their mouth for exactly 7 minutes. One of many sevens that recur throughout the novel. Every fluctuation is noted, analysed, discussed. A rise of a few tenths of a degree becomes a matter of intense concern. A decline is cause for celebration. The body becomes the sole focus of attention. Normal life, with its distractions and diversions, falls away. There is only the body, the temperature, the hope of healing. Hans finds himself drawn into this obsession. He purchases his own thermometer, an expensive precision instrument, and monitors his temperature with growing fascination. He learns to read the subtle signs of his body, to interpret every flush and chill. His moist spot becomes the centre of his existence. But is he really sick? This is the question that hovers over the novel, just as it hovered over Katja Mann's actual diagnosis. The doctors at the Berghof find evidence of illness. They prescribe treatment. They find reasons for Hans to stay. But the reader begins to wonder whether the illness is real, or whether it is an excuse, a reason to stay on the mountain, to escape the demands of life below. Perhaps Hans wants to be sick. Perhaps illness is a form of freedom. For there is something seductive about illness, something liberating about being excused from the normal obligations of existence. At the Berghof, Hans has no responsibilities, no work to complete, no career to build. He can spend his days in contemplation, in conversation, in the slow accumulation of experience. The German word for this state is Krankheit, sickness. But there is another word that applies, Versuchung, temptation. The sanatorium offers the temptation of withdrawal, of escape from life's demands. It is a temptation that many of the patients have succumbed to. The flatlands come to seem impossibly distant. When letters arrive from Hamburg, they feel like messages from another world, a world of commerce and industry and practical concerns, a world where time marches forward, where things get done, where life has purpose and direction. His uncle writes, asking about his plans. His friends write, wondering when he will return. The engineering firm writes, reminding him that his position cannot be held indefinitely. But these communications seem increasingly irrelevant. They belong to a life that Hans is no longer sure he wants. But on the mountain, there is no forward movement. There is only the eternal present of the cure. There is only the routine, the meals, the rest cure, the conversations, the temperature taking. There is only the waiting. 3 weeks becomes 3 months. 3 months becomes a year. Hans stops mentioning his departure date. He stops thinking about Hamburg. The mountain has claimed him. This is the enchantment that Thomas Mann experienced during his 3-week visit in 1912. He could have stayed. The doctor had invited him to stay. He had felt the mountain's pull, the seductive promise of illness, the strange peace of a world where normal life was suspended. He chose to leave. His character does not. And in not leaving, Hans Castorp opens himself to experiences that would never have been possible in the flatlands. He opens himself to philosophy, to ideas, to the great debates that will consume the rest of the novel. He opens himself to questions about life and death, about the meaning of existence, about the nature of time itself. He opens himself to love and to death. If time is the novel's structure, ideas are its substance. Hans Castorp arrives at the Berghof as an ordinary young man, well-meaning but intellectually unremarkable. He has received the standard education of his class, but he has never thought deeply about philosophy or politics or the meaning of existence. He has accepted the world as he found it. The mountain will change this. His first educator is Lodovico Settembrini, an Italian man of letters who has been at the Sanatorium for years. Settembrini is a humanist, an apostle of the Enlightenment, a believer in reason and progress and the dignity of man. He speaks in elaborate, beautifully constructed sentences. He quotes the classics. He sees himself as a representative of civilization itself. Settembrini comes from a distinguished Italian family. His grandfather fought with Mazzini for Italian unification. His father was a classical scholar and freethinker. Settembrini himself works on a great encyclopedia of suffering, a catalogue of all the ways that human beings have been oppressed and tortured throughout history, compiled in order to prevent such suffering from ever happening again. He is, in his way, an idealist. He believes that education can improve humanity. He believes that reason can triumph over superstition. He believes that the future will be better than the past. Settembrini takes Hans under his wing. He warns him about the dangers of the mountain, not just the physical dangers of tuberculosis, but the spiritual dangers of enchantment. The Sanatorium, Settembrini believes, encourages a kind of moral lassitude. It makes people fall in love with death rather than life. It seduces them away from the active, productive existence that gives human life its meaning. Flee this place, Settembrini urges. Return to the flatlands. Take up your work, your career, your responsibilities. Do not let the mountain claim you. His favourite word is placet, the Latin for it is pleasing. It pleases him when Hans shows signs of intellectual awakening. It displeases him when Hans falls under the mountain's spell. Hans listens, fascinated. He has never met anyone like Settembrini. No one who speaks with such passion about ideas, who sees the world as a battleground of competing philosophies. The Italian opens doors in Hans's mind that have never been opened before. But he does not flee. He stays. And in staying, he encounters Settembrini's opposite. Leo Nafta is a Jew who has converted to Catholicism and been educated by the Jesuits. His story is extraordinary. Born into poverty in a Galician village, he witnessed his father's murder by a pogrom when he was a child. The Jesuits took him in, educated him, converted him. Now he lives in Davos, too ill to continue his work as a teacher, but still formidably intelligent. Where Settembrini represents the Enlightenment, Nafta represents its opposite: authority, tradition, the rejection of humanist optimism. He believes that the modern world has lost its way, that reason without faith leads to chaos, that humanity needs the discipline of absolute truth. He is small, sharp-featured, and dressed always in elegant black. His rooms are filled with religious art, a pieta, crucifixes, images of suffering and martyrdom. He takes a dark pleasure in argument, in reducing his opponents to confusion and despair. The two men despise each other. Settembrini calls Nafta a terrorist and a nihilist. Nafta calls Settembrini a windbag and a fool. They cannot be in the same room without arguing. And yet they are drawn together, locked in endless debates that Hans witnesses with growing fascination. These debates form the intellectual heart of the novel. Settembrini argues for democracy, for tolerance, for human rights. Nafta argues for hierarchy, for discipline, for the submission of the individual to higher powers. They debate war and peace, art and commerce, life and death. What is progress? Settembrini believes in it absolutely. The forward march of reason, the gradual improvement of humanity. Nafta calls this a delusion. History is not a line but a circle. Civilizations rise and fall. The idea that modern humanity is superior to its ancestors is merely arrogance. What is freedom? For Settembrini, it is the highest value, the right of individuals to determine their own destinies. For Nafta, it is a curse. Freedom without guidance leads only to chaos and despair. Human beings need discipline, hierarchy, truth imposed from above. Neither wins, neither can win. That is the point. Thomas Mann wrote much of this material during the First World War, when the ideas that Settembrini and NAFTA represent were tearing Europe apart. The novel became a battlefield for the same conflicts that were playing out in the trenches of France and Belgium. Reason versus tradition, progress versus authority, the Enlightenment versus its enemies. Mann's own sympathies were complicated. At the start of the war, he had sided against the Enlightenment. He had written essays defending German culture against what he saw as the shallow rationalism of the West. He had quarrelled bitterly with his brother Heinrich, who supported the democracies. But as the war dragged on, as the carnage mounted, his views began to shift. The novel reflects this internal struggle. Neither Settembrini nor NAFTA is simply right or wrong. Both articulate genuine insights. Both are also deeply flawed. Settembrini's humanism can seem naive and self-satisfied. His faith in progress seems increasingly hollow in a world preparing for industrial slaughter. NAFTA's authoritarianism leads ultimately to nihilism, a worship of death that negates everything he claims to believe. Hans listens to them both. He absorbs their arguments. He is educated by their conflict. But he's never simply a student. The novel's great achievement is that Hans Castorp, this ordinary young man, this unremarkable engineer from Hamburg, becomes wiser than his teachers. He finds a position between their extremes, a synthesis that neither of them can achieve. This synthesis will be articulated most clearly in the novel's central chapter, a chapter called Snow. But before we reach that moment, we must speak of love. For Hans's education is not only intellectual, it is also emotional, and at its centre is Klavdia Chochal. For months, Hans watches Klavdia from across the dining room. He does not speak to her. He does not introduce himself. The social conventions of the sanatorium do not permit such forwardness. Patients are introduced formally or not at all. A young German engineer cannot simply approach a married Russian woman and declare his interest. So, he watches. He learns her schedule. He positions himself where he will see her. In the dining room, in the corridors, in the gardens. He becomes, in his quiet way, obsessed. What is it about her? She is not conventionally beautiful. Her face is too broad, her cheekbones too pronounced. She has what the Germans call Kyrgyz eyes, slightly slanted, suggesting something Asiatic, something foreign, something other. And yet Hans cannot look away. There is something about her face, something about the way she moves that holds him captive. It is as though he has known her before, in some previous life or some forgotten dream. He realizes, gradually, what this feeling means. Klavdia reminds him of someone, a boy named Pribislav Hipper whom he knew in school, a boy with the same Kyrgyz eyes, the same high cheekbones, a boy with whom he shared a single, charged encounter. This is one of the novel's most daring elements. Hans's love for Klavdia is bound up with a memory of boyhood desire, of feelings that were never acknowledged or expressed. He once borrowed a pencil from Pribislav Hipper, and the exchange was invested with an intensity that he never understood and never forgot. The mountain, which suspends normal rules of time, also suspends normal rules of propriety. It allows Hans to feel things that Hamburg would never have permitted. It allows him to acknowledge desires that the flatlands would have kept hidden. Settembrini warns him. Stay away from the Asiatic, he says, using a word that reveals his own prejudices. He sees Klavdia as a representative of everything he opposes, the irrational, the sensual, the Eastern. She is disorder in female form. She is ill, he says. She is soft, she is lax. She lets doors slam behind her because she has no discipline, no self-control. She will drag you down into her softness. Hans cannot stay away. He borrows a pencil from her, an act that echoes his long-ago encounter with Pribislav Hipper. He learns her routines. He listens for the sound of her door slamming. He becomes, in his quiet way, her devotee. And then comes carnival night. Once a year the Berghof celebrates Fasching, the carnival that precedes Lent. Patients don costumes and masks. The normal hierarchies are suspended. Wine flows freely. For one night, everyone pretends to be someone else. It is a dangerous night. The sick pretend to be healthy. The proper pretend to be wild. Rules that govern daily life are temporarily suspended. Anything might happen. Hans approaches Klavdia at last. They speak. He uses the intimate form of address, du rather than sie, a liberty that would be unthinkable under normal circumstances. In German, to use du with a stranger is either an insult or an intimacy. Hans means it as intimacy. They speak in French, neither's native language, but a language in which difficult things might be said more easily. Hans tells her of his love, of his months of watching, of the dreams that have consumed him. She is not surprised. She has known. Perhaps she has been waiting. That night they consummate their passion. The details are not given. Mann was a discreet writer, and the scene unfolds largely through implication, but the implication is clear. Hans enters her room. He does not leave until morning. It is the only night they will have. The next morning, Klavdia leaves the sanatorium. She has been planning this departure for weeks. She returns to her husband, to whatever life awaits her in Russia. She leaves Hans only a memento, an X-ray photograph of her diseased lungs, which he will treasure like a love token. Hans is devastated, but he does not follow her. He does not leave the mountain. Instead, he waits. He waits for 3 more years. This is the strange mathematics of love on the mountain. One night becomes an eternity. 3 years of waiting become a mere interlude. Time stretches and compresses according to its own logic. During these years, Hans continues his education. He reads books from the Sanatorium library, books on anatomy, on physiology, on the nature of life itself. He listens to the debates between Settembrini and Nafta. He observes the other patients, watching as some recover and descend to the flatlands, watching as others decline and die. His cousin Joachim finally leaves. He can wait no longer for the doctor's permission. He descends to the flatlands, takes up his military career, becomes the soldier he always wanted to be. But the mountain is not finished with him. Within months, Joachim returns. His illness has flared again. This time there will be no recovery. Hans watches his cousin die. Watches him slip away in a scene of terrible pathos, still trying to salute, still the soldier at the end. It is the death that affects Hans most deeply. Joachim was his connection to the flatlands, his link to normal life. With Joachim gone, the mountain's hold on Hans is complete. And then, years after her departure, Klavdia Chosha returns. But she is not alone. The man who accompanies Klavdia is unlike anyone Hans has encountered at the Berghof. His name is Mynheer Peperkorn. He is Dutch, a former coffee planter from Java, and he is enormously wealthy. He is also old, sick, and possessed of a personality so overwhelming that everyone around him is drawn into his orbit like planets around a sun. Peperkorn is massive, a great bear of a man with a leonine head and piercing eyes. He dominates every room he enters, not through force or aggression, but through sheer presence. When he speaks, everyone listens, even though he rarely finishes a sentence. This is the strangest thing about him. Peppercorn cannot complete a thought. His speech trails off into fragments, into gestures, into inarticulate but somehow eloquent silences. He raises a finger, makes a gesture, and everyone nods as though he has said something profound. "Life, gentlemen," he begins. "Life is, that is to say, in short, but enough." And somehow this is enough. His presence fills in what his words leave out. Where Settembrini and NAFTA are all words, all ideas, Peppercorn is pure life force. He represents something that cannot be captured in arguments or philosophies, the irrational vitality that makes existence worthwhile. Thomas Mann based this character partly on Gerhard Hauptmann, a famous German poet whom Mann both admired and resented. Hauptmann was a towering figure in German letters, a Nobel laureate, a literary celebrity, a man who commanded attention wherever he went. But Mann found him intellectually disappointing, a great presence with little substance. The portrait in the novel is affectionate but also satirical. Peppercorn is magnificent but also absurd, a giant who cannot express the simplest thought. He is the critic's nightmare, a man who cannot be analysed because there is nothing to analyse, only presence. Hans should hate him. This is the man who has taken Klavdia. This is his rival. For 3 years Hans has waited for her return, dreaming of their one night together, treasuring the X-ray of her lungs, and now she returns on the arm of another man. But Hans finds himself drawn to Peppercorn instead. The two men become friends. They drink together. Peppercorn drinks enormously, a connoisseur of wines and liquors. They talk, or rather Peppercorn speaks in fragments while Hans listens, trying to decipher meaning from gesture and intonation. There is something generous in this friendship. Hans has learned during his years on the mountain to set aside jealousy. He has learned that love is not possession, that people cannot be owned. Klavdia belongs to no one, not even to herself. She moves through life like a force of nature, taking and leaving as the spirit moves her. Or perhaps it is simpler. Perhaps Peppercorn is simply impossible to resist. His personality is a force of nature, as irresistible as gravity. Even Settembrini and NAFTA fall silent in his presence, their arguments suddenly seeming petty and abstract. But Peppercorn is dying. The vitality that animates him is flickering. He feels it failing, feels himself becoming impotent, a word that has both sexual and existential meaning. He can no longer be the life force he has always been. His body is betraying him, his spirit is dimming. He speaks of this to Hans, in his fragmentary way. The greatest sin, he says, is failure of feeling. To be alive and not feel alive, this is the unforgivable thing. Better to die than to lose the capacity for life. One day, he gathers a small group of friends for a picnic by a waterfall. It is a beautiful day. The water crashes over the rocks. Nature displays itself in all its overwhelming power. Peppercorn leads them to the waterfall's edge and begins to speak, but the roar of the water drowns out his words. No one can hear him. His gestures become more and more emphatic, but his voice is lost in the thunder of the cascade. It is perhaps the perfect image of his life. All presence, no content. All gesture, no words. Magnificent and absurd at once. That night Peppercorn kills himself. He has chosen to end his life while he still can, before the vitality drains away completely. It is an act of will, a final assertion of control over a body that has begun to betray him. He uses a clever device of his own invention, a kind of spring-loaded poison needle. Even his death is elaborate. theatrical. Hans grieves, Klavdia grieves, and then, once again, she leaves. This time, Hans knows she will not return. This time, he does not wait. Before Pieperkorn's arrival, before Klavdia's return, there is a moment that stands at the centre of the novel. Hans has taken up skiing. It is one of the few physical activities permitted to the patients, a way to exercise the lungs in the cold mountain air. Day after day, he ventures into the snowfields above the sanatorium, exploring the wilderness that surrounds the Berghof. The skiing is solitary and meditative. Hans glides across the snow, alone with his thoughts, the sanatorium shrinking to a speck below him. Up here, the debates of Settembrini and NAFTA seem very far away. There is only the snow and the sky and the rhythm of his movements. One afternoon he goes too far. A storm blows in without warning. Within minutes he is lost in a whiteout, unable to see more than a few feet in any direction, unable to find his way back to the sanatorium. He skis in circles, though he does not know it. The storm grows worse. His strength begins to fail. The cold seeps into his bones. He knows, with growing certainty, that he is going to die. He takes shelter against a hay barn, a rough structure used by farmers in summer, now half buried in snow. He sits there, his back against the wooden wall, feeling the cold claim him. He is dying. He knows this. The cold is too intense, the storm too severe. No one knows where he has gone. He will freeze to death within hours. And as he sits there, waiting for death, he falls asleep. He dreams. The dream is the most remarkable passage in the novel. It is the moment toward which everything has been building. The synthesis that Hans achieves, the wisdom that goes beyond both Settembrini and NAFTA. At first, Hans finds himself on a Mediterranean shore. The sun is warm, the sea is blue. Beautiful people move through a classical landscape. Young men and women of perfect form, engaged in games and conversations and gentle love. It is paradise. It is everything the mountain is not. He sees children playing on the sand. He sees mothers nursing infants. He sees old people sitting in the shade, watching the young with benevolent eyes. It is a vision of human life as it might be, harmonious, beautiful, at peace with itself. But the dream changes. Hans is drawn toward a temple at the edge of the landscape. It stands apart from the sunny scenes below, its columns casting deep shadows. Something compels him to enter, something he does not understand. Inside he finds something terrible. Two old women crouch over a child. They are tearing it apart, they are eating its flesh. Blood stains their mouths, their hands, the floor beneath them. The horror is indescribable. Hans wants to flee, wants to wake, wants to unsee what he has seen. But he cannot move. He can only watch as the hags continue their terrible feast. And then he understands. The beautiful people outside know about this horror. It is part of their world. They live their graceful, harmonious lives in full knowledge of the temple and what happens within it. The paradise and the horror exist together, inseparable. Hans wakes from this vision with a single insight. It is the most important sentence in the novel, set in space type in the German original, to emphasize its significance. For the sake of goodness and love, man shall let death have no sovereignty over his thoughts. This is Hans's synthesis. This is what he has learned from Settembrini and NAFTA, from Klavdia and Pieperkorn, from all his years on the mountain. Death is real. Horror is real. The temple and its horrors cannot be denied or wished away. But life must not be governed by them. Love must not be conquered by them. We must acknowledge death and still choose life. We must know the horror and still act with goodness and love. The storm clears. Hans finds his way back to the sanatorium. He has survived. But here is the strange thing. Within days, Hans forgets his vision. The insight fades. The words that seemed so clear in the snow become confused and uncertain in the warmth of the Berghof. The mountain reclaims him. Its spell is unbroken. This forgetting is perhaps the most honest thing in the novel. Epiphanies rarely last. Insights fade. We return to our habitual ways of being, even when we have glimpsed something higher. The vision in the snow was real, but it could not survive the return to ordinary life. Hans will not remember his vision when he needs it most. Let us step back from the novel for a moment and consider the real Davos, the town that Thomas Mann visited in 1912, the place that would become the Berghof in his imagination. Davos sits at an altitude of 1,500 metres in the Graubünden Alps, high enough that the air is thin and cold, low enough that life is still possible. In the 19th century it was a small farming community, its people scraping a living from the rocky soil and sparse pastures. Everything changed when Dr. Alexander Spengler arrived. If you have travelled with us before to Davos, to the episode about that alpine town that tuberculosis built, you know Spengler's story. He was a German doctor who came to Davos in 1853, suffering from tuberculosis himself. The mountain air seemed to help him. He began to wonder if it might help others. Spengler became convinced that the particular combination of altitude, dry air and sunshine in Davos could benefit tubercular patients. He began recommending it to his patients. Others followed. By the 1860s, the first sanatoriums were being built. The Davos that Thomas Mann visited in 1912 was the product of this medical gold rush. The town had been transformed. Where once there were scattered farmhouses, now there were grand sanatoriums, buildings like ocean liners run aground on the mountainside, their balconies facing south to catch the sun. The Schatzalp, opened in 1900, was one of the grandest. Built in the Art Nouveau style, it, perched on a ridge above the town, accessible only by funicular railway. Its patients were wealthy, its facilities luxurious. It is the model for Mann's fictional Berghof. The Wald-Sanatorium, where Katja actually stayed, was newer, opened just in 1911. It was a forest sanatorium, set among pine trees on the mountainside above the town. Its director, Dr. Friedrich Jessen, was known for his modern methods. Life in these sanatoriums followed a strict routine. Patients spent hours each day on the cure terrace, lying in reclining chairs, wrapped in blankets, breathing the cold mountain air. They ate enormous meals, 5 per day, rich in fats and proteins, designed to build up their wasted bodies. They took their temperature obsessively. They submitted to x-rays and examinations. They lived suspended between hope and fear, never knowing whether they would recover or decline. The sanatoriums were also social worlds. Patients came from across Europe, from Germany and Russia, from England and France, from Italy and Austria. They were thrown together by their illness, united by their common fate. Romances flourished, friendships formed. The boundary between patient and visitor, between sick and healthy, was permeable and uncertain. Mann captured all of this in his novel. The 5 meals per day, the cure terraces, the obsessive temperature taking, the strange society of the sick. But he transformed it too, making the sanatorium into a symbol of something larger, a microcosm of European civilization before the catastrophe. By 1912, that catastrophe was only 2 years away. The world that Mann observed at the Wald Sanatorium, the elegant society of the sick, the debates between humanists and authoritarians, the enchantment with death, was about to be swept away by war. The sanatoriums themselves would survive for another 4 decades, until antibiotics made the mountain cure obsolete. But the world they represented, the world of pre-war Europe, with its certainties and its illusions, would end in August of 1914. Mann did not know this when he visited. He could not have known. But by the time he finished his novel 12 years later, the catastrophe had happened. The novel that began as satire had become prophecy. We must now consider the man behind the novel. Consider the circumstances in which it was written. Thomas Mann began writing The Magic Mountain in 1913, just over a year after his visit to Davos. He intended it to be a short satirical piece, a companion to death in Venice, exploring similar themes in a more humorous mode. Perhaps 100 pages. Perhaps he could finish it in a year. Then, in the summer of 1914, the world exploded. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo set in motion a chain of events that would destroy the Europe Thomas Mann had known. Austria declared war on Serbia. Russia mobilized. Germany declared war on Russia and France. Britain entered the conflict. Within weeks, millions of men were marching toward trenches where they would die in numbers that defied comprehension. Mann, like many German intellectuals, initially supported the war. He saw it as defense of German culture against what he perceived as the shallow materialism of the West. Germany represented depth, inwardness, the life of the spirit. France and England represented surface, commerce, the life of mere reason. This is a position that seems incomprehensible now, but it was common among German intellectuals in 1914. They believed that German culture was superior to Western civilization, that Germany represented something deeper and more authentic than the democracies of the West. Mann threw himself into this argument. He wrote essays defending Germany, defending the war, defending what he saw as German values. He quarrelled bitterly with his brother Heinrich, who opposed the war and embraced the democratic values of France. The brothers stopped speaking. Their estrangement would last for years. It was a painful rupture. 2 brothers who had grown up together, who had shared their mother's artistic temperament, now divided by politics and war. And still Mann worked on his novel, though the work was interrupted constantly. He wrote political essays, gave speeches, engaged in the conflicts of the day. The Magic Mountain lay unfinished, its characters frozen on their mountain while Europe burned. The war dragged on, 4 years that seemed like 40. The trenches became charnel houses. The dead piled up in numbers that numbed the mind. 10 million soldiers would die. 20 million more would be wounded. The flower of a generation was destroyed. By the time the war ended in 1918, everything had changed. The German Empire had fallen. Revolution had swept through the country. The old certainties had been swept away. Mann's own views had begun to shift. The carnage of the war had shaken his confidence in German exceptionalism. The failure of the old order made him reconsider his opposition to democracy. Slowly, painfully, he was coming to see that his position had been wrong. When he returned to the novel, he brought these new perspectives with him. The Magic Mountain became not just a story about a young man in a sanatorium, but an allegory for European civilization itself, a civilization that had been enchanted by dangerous ideas, that had fallen under the spell of death, that had descended into the madness of war. Once. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA took on new meaning. They were no longer abstract philosophical discussions. They were the ideas that had torn Europe apart. The novel's final pages are among the strangest in literature. For 7 years, Hans Castorp has lived on the mountain. 7 years of rest, cures and debates, of love and death, of time suspended. 7 years while the world below prepared for catastrophe. And then, in August of 1914, the spell breaks. The word comes up the mountain. War has been declared. The European powers are mobilizing. Young men are needed to fight. The sanatorium empties. Patients who have been too sick to leave suddenly find themselves cured, or cured enough to fight. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA reach their terrible conclusion. They quarrel, they challenge each other to a duel, and NAFTA, in a final gesture of nihilism, shoots himself rather than his opponent. Hans descends. After 7 years, he finally leaves the Berghof. Not because he is cured. We never know whether his illness was real. Not because he has chosen to leave. He could have stayed. He descends because history has summoned him. The final scene finds him on a battlefield somewhere in Flanders. Shells are falling. Men are dying around him. He stumbles forward through the mud and smoke, singing a German song. A love song, oddly, in the midst of all this death. The song is The Linden Tree from Schubert's Winterreise, a song about rest, about the tree that promises peace, about the traveller who is tempted to stop and sleep forever. It is a song about death, and Hans sings it as he marches toward what may be his own death. Thomas Mann does not tell us what happens next. The novel ends with Hans disappearing into the chaos of battle. Will he survive? The narrator offers little hope. Adventures of the flesh and in the spirit, while enhancing thy simplicity, granted thee to know in the spirit what in the flesh thou scarcely could have done. Moments there were, when out of death and the rebellion of the flesh, there came to thee as thou tookest stock of thyself a dream of love. Out of this universal feast of death, out of this extremity of fever, kindling the rain-washed evening sky to a fiery glow, may it be that love one day shall mount. The World Festival of Death. This is man's phrase for the war. The war that ended the world he had known. The war that killed millions. The war that made the enchantments of the sanatorium seem almost innocent by comparison. Hans Castorp, who spent 7 years learning to think about death, now faces death itself, not as philosophy but as artillery shells and poison gas and bodies piled in, trenches. The abstract debates of Settembrini and NAFTA have become horribly concrete. It is an extraordinary ending, frustrating for readers who want resolution, who want to know whether Hans lives or dies, but true to the novel's vision. The mountain protected its patients from the world, but the world eventually comes for everyone. The enchantment ends, the spell breaks, history claims its own. Thomas Mann finished The Magic Mountain in the summer of 1924. He had worked on it for over 12 years, longer than Hans Castorp spent at the Berghof. The novel that began as a short satire had grown into over 1,000 pages, one of the longest and most complex works of German literature. He was pessimistic about its reception. Germany in 1924 was a wounded nation, defeated in war, convulsed by revolution, devastated by hyperinflation. The economy was only beginning to stabilise. Hitler had just been released from prison after his failed beer hall putsch. Would anyone have the patience for a 1,200-page meditation on time and death? Would anyone expect, Mann wrote, that a harassed public, economically oppressed, would take it on itself to pursue through 1,200 pages the dreamlike ramifications of this figment of thought? The answer surprised him. The Magic Mountain was an immediate success. The first printing sold out almost immediately. Critics hailed it as a masterpiece. Readers devoured it despite its length and difficulty. Within months, it was clear that Mann had written something that would endure. The novel spoke to its moment. The Europe of 1924 was living in the aftermath of the catastrophe that the novel predicted. Readers recognised their world in Mann's pages, the intellectual conflicts, the seductions of death, the enchantments that had led to disaster. The book was both diagnosis and autopsy, explaining how the catastrophe had happened even as it mourned what had been lost. But the novel also transcended its moment. Its themes were universal enough to speak to readers in any era. Time and death, love and illness, the tension between life's demands and the desire to withdraw from them. These are permanent human concerns not bound to any particular place or time. In 1929, Thomas Mann was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature. The Swedish Academy cited Buddenbrooks as the primary reason for the award, but everyone understood that the Magic Mountain had sealed his reputation. He was now officially one of the greatest writers in the German language. The prize ceremony was held in Stockholm in December. Mann gave his acceptance speech in German, speaking of the relationship between art and democracy, between literature and politics. He was beginning to engage more openly with political questions that would consume the rest of his life. He used the prize money to build a summer cottage in Lithuania, on the Curonian Spit, a narrow strip of land between the Baltic Sea and the Curonian Lagoon. There, in a simple wooden house overlooking the dunes, he worked on his next great project, the tetralogy Joseph and His Brothers, which would occupy him for the next 16 years. But the Magic Mountain remained his central achievement. When readers thought of Thomas Mann, they thought of the Sanatorium, the Cure terraces, the debates between Settembrini and NAFTA, Hans Castorp, lost in the snow, glimpsing a truth he could not hold. The mountain had claimed not only Hans but his creator, and through his creation it had claimed millions of readers as well. The 1920s were good years for Thomas Mann. He was wealthy, famous, honoured. He lived in a grand house in Munich with his wife and 6 children. He travelled, lectured, received prizes and honorary degrees. He was by any measure a successful man. But storm clouds were gathering. The Weimar Republic, the democratic government that had replaced the Kaiser after the war, was struggling. Economic instability, political extremism, the humiliation of the Versailles Treaty. All of these undermined confidence in the democratic order. The Republic had enemies on all sides. And a new political movement was rising. The National Socialists, led by Adolf Hitler, offered a vision of national renewal that appealed to many Germans. They promised to restore Germany's greatness, to avenge the defeat of the war, to build a new Reich that would last 1,000 years. Thomas Mann watched this rise with growing alarm. His political views had evolved since the war. He had come to see democracy not as a foreign imposition, but as the best hope for German civilization. He had reconciled with his brother Heinrich. He had begun to speak out against the forces that threatened to destroy everything he valued. In 1930 he gave a speech in Berlin. He called it an appeal to reason. It was a plea for the educated middle class and the working class to unite against the Nazis, against what he called the inhuman fanaticism of the National Socialists. The speech was courageous. It was also dangerous. The audience was hostile, filled with Nazi sympathizers who heckled and interrupted. The newspapers attacked him. The Nazis marked him as an enemy. 3 years later, in 1933, Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. The democratic experiment was over. The 1,000-year Reich had begun. Thomas Mann was not in Germany when it happened. He and Katja were on vacation in Switzerland, enjoying the Alps that had inspired the Magic Mountain. They had planned to stay a few weeks and then return home. They received word from their children. Do not come back. Your writings have been blacklisted. Your home has been searched. You're not safe. Their eldest children, Erika and Klaus, who had already fled to France, confirmed the warning. The Nazis were arresting their enemies. Mann's name was on the list. They never returned to Germany, not for decades. Not until after the war, after Hitler was dead, after the Reich lay in ruins. The house in Munich, with its library and manuscripts, its memories and possessions, was lost to them. At first, Mann tried to remain apolitical. He published cautiously. He did not denounce the regime openly. He feared for his property, for his books, for the German audience he had cultivated his entire life. Perhaps he thought he could wait out the madness. Perhaps Germany would come to its senses. But silence was impossible. In 1936, he published an open letter to the University of Bonn, which had stripped him of his honorary doctorate. The letter was a declaration of opposition. He would no longer be silent. The Nazi regime responded by revoking his German citizenship. Thomas Mann, author of Buddenbrooks and the Magic Mountain, was now officially stateless. When asked whether he found exile difficult, whether he felt lonely without his homeland, Mann gave an answer that has become famous. "Where I am, there is Germany. I carry my German culture in me." In 1938, Thomas Mann emigrated to the United States. He settled first in Princeton, New Jersey, where the university offered him a position as a visiting lecturer. Later, he moved to Pacific Palisades, California, a community of German exiles near Los Angeles that included other refugees from fascism: Bertolt Brecht, Arnold Schoenberg, Theodor Adorno. These were strange years for the great German writer. He was in exile from the culture that had produced him, living in a country whose language he spoke imperfectly, watching from across an ocean as his homeland committed crimes that defied comprehension. America was good to him. He was honoured, celebrated, welcomed. Universities invited him to lecture. Publishers published his books. The American public, in its generous way, embraced this distinguished refugee. But he never felt at home. The California sunshine, so different from the grey skies of Northern Europe, seemed false to him. The American way of life, so optimistic and practical, was foreign to his temperament. He longed for the culture he had lost, for the German language, for European complexity, for the world he had known. And yet he was not passive. During the war, Mann made a series of radio broadcasts addressed to German listeners. They were called Deutsche Hörer, German listeners, short speeches recorded in California, transmitted to Europe by the BBC, aimed at reaching those Germans who might still be reached. In these broadcasts, Mann pleaded with his countrymen to reject the Nazi regime. He described the crimes being committed in Germany's name. He reminded Germans of their better traditions, of Goethe and Schiller and Beethoven, of the culture that had once been the glory of Europe. "German listeners," he would begin, "a German writer whom you know speaks to you. One whose work and person have been banned in Germany, whose books, though born of a German soul and German education, are forbidden and hunted there, while in all other parts of the world people can read them in their own language." How many Germans heard these broadcasts we cannot know. How many were moved by them we cannot know. But Mann continued throughout the war, month after month, speaking across the ocean to a homeland he could not visit, hoping that his words might make some difference. In 1944, on the 6th of June, D-Day, the Allied invasion of Normandy, Thomas Mann became an American citizen. It was also his birthday. He was 69 years old. He was now officially American, but in a deeper sense he remained what he had always been, a German writer in exile carrying his culture with him wherever he went. The war ended the following year. Germany surrendered in May of 1945. The Reich that was supposed to last 1,000 years had lasted 12. the same span of time it had taken Thomas Mann to write The Magic Mountain. There was terrible irony in this. The novel had predicted catastrophe. It had diagnosed the sickness of European civilization, the seduction of death, the enchantments that led to destruction. And then, with uncanny precision, that catastrophe had occurred. Hans Castorp had descended from the mountain into the First World War. Thomas Mann had descended from the fame of the 1920s into the exile of the 1930s and 40s. The mountain could not protect anyone forever. After the war, Thomas Mann faced a question. Should he return to Germany? The country was in ruins. Cities had been bombed to rubble. Millions were dead. Soldiers and civilians, Germans and their victims. The crimes of the Holocaust had been revealed in all their horror. And yet it was still Germany. It was still the land of Goethe and Bach, of the culture Mann had spent his life serving. Many of his fellow exiles planned to return. Bertolt Brecht would go back to East Germany. Others would return to the West. Mann chose a middle path. He visited Germany several times after the war, but he never lived there again. Instead, he settled near Zurich in Switzerland, the same country where the Magic Mountain was set, the same mountains where Katia had taken her cure so many years before. In 1949, he made a particularly significant visit. He travelled to both Germanys, the Federal Republic in the west and the German Democratic Republic in the east, to receive Goethe prizes from both Frankfurt and Weimar. It was the 200th anniversary of Goethe's birth, and Mann was chosen to give the commemorative address. This decision was controversial. The Cold War had begun. Americans viewed the Communist East with deep suspicion. Some accused Mann of being too sympathetic to the Soviet bloc, of lending legitimacy to the communist regime. But Mann refused to choose sides in this new conflict. He had seen what happened when nations divided against each other, when ideologies demanded absolute loyalty. He had watched one catastrophe. He did not wish to participate in another. "I know only one Germany," he said. "Goethe belongs to all of Germany. I cannot recognize a division of German culture." The Goethe address was remarkable, a meditation on the German genius and the German catastrophe, on the culture that had produced both the greatest art and the greatest crimes. Mann spoke of Goethe's complexity, his darkness as well as his light. He spoke of Germany's need to reckon with its past, to understand how the catastrophe had happened. The final years were peaceful, though not without sadness. His son Klaus, who had struggled with depression and addiction, took his own life in 1949. It was a blow from which Mann never fully recovered. He continued to write Dr. Faustus, a novel about a German composer who sells his soul to the devil, Felix Krull, a comic novel left unfinished at his death, essays and letters and speeches. He watched his remaining children grow and scatter. He corresponded with admirers around the world. His health was good for a man of his age. The moist spot that the doctor had found in 1912 had never developed into anything serious. Whatever it was, it had not killed him. On the 12th of August, 1955, Thomas Mann died in Zurich. He was 80 years old. He had lived through 2 world wars, through the rise and fall of empires, through revolutions in art and politics and technology. He had written some of the most important novels of the 20th century. He had won the Nobel Prize. He had become what he set out to become, a writer of permanent significance. And it had all begun, in some sense, with a train ride to Davos, with a 3-week visit that became a 12-year project, with a novel about a young man who could not leave the mountain. What does the Magic Mountain mean? What is it about? These are questions that have occupied scholars for a century. The novel is so rich, so complex, so layered with meaning that no single interpretation can exhaust it. At its simplest level, it is a story about education. Hans Castorp arrives at the Berghof as an ordinary young man. He leaves, if he leaves at all, as someone transformed. He has been exposed to ideas, to experiences, to ways of thinking that the Flatlands would never have offered. This makes the novel a Bildungsroman, a German term for a novel of formation, a story about the development of a young person into maturity. The genre has a long history in German literature, going back to Goethe's Wilhelm Meister and before. But The Magic Mountain is also a satire of the Bildungsroman. Hans's education leads him not to productive citizenship, but to a battlefield. The wisdom he gains does not save him. It may not even survive him. At another level, the novel is an allegory. The Sanatorium represents European civilization before the First World War, a community enchanted by death, seduced by dangerous ideas, suspended in a false peace that cannot last. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA are the debates that were tearing Europe apart. Reason versus tradition, progress versus authority, the Enlightenment versus its enemies. These ideas did not stay on the mountain. They descended into the trenches and the gas attacks and the mass graves. At yet another level, the novel is a meditation on illness and mortality. What does it mean to be sick? What does it mean to live in the shadow of death? These are questions that every human being must confront. Hans Castorp confronts them with unusual intensity. His 7 years at the Berghof are 7 years of thinking about death, observing it, discussing it, preparing for it. The novel asks whether this is wise or foolish, whether we should engage with death or flee from it. The answer Hans glimpses in the snow, that love must not be conquered by death, is one answer. But it is not the only answer, and Hans himself cannot hold on to it. Perhaps this is the deepest meaning of the novel. Wisdom is fragile, insights fade, we glimpse truths and then forget them. The mountain casts its spell, and we forget what we learned in the storm. Thomas Mann knew this. He had seen it in his own life. He had supported a war and then repented. He had opposed democracy and then embraced it. He had believed things that turned out to be wrong. The Magic Mountain does not offer easy answers. It offers instead a journey through time and ideas and experience, a journey that each reader must make for themselves. If you visit Davos today, you will find a different world from the one Thomas Mann described. The sanatoriums are mostly gone. When antibiotics appeared in the late 1940s, they made the mountain cure obsolete. Streptomycin could kill the tuberculosis bacillus in a matter of months. The fresh air cure, which required years of rest, could not compete. Within a decade, the sanatoriums that had dominated Davos for nearly a century began to close. Some were converted into hotels. Others became conference centres or apartment buildings. A few were demolished entirely. The patients went home, those who survived, and the elaborate culture of the cure disappeared. But some traces remain. The Schatzalp, the grand sanatorium that was one of the models for Mann's Berghof, still stands. It is now the Berghotel Schatzalp, a historic hotel built in the Art Nouveau style. Guests can stay in the same rooms where tuberculosis patients once lay. They can look out at the same views that Hans Castorp contemplated. The building has been preserved almost exactly as it was. The cure terraces are still there, though now guests use them for sunbathing rather than treatment. The proportions and the atmosphere remain. The funicular railway that once carried patients up from the town now carries tourists and skiers. If you know what you are looking for, you can feel the history. The ghosts of the consumptives are still there, in some sense, lying on those terraces watching the clouds drift past, waiting for a cure that might or might not come. The walled hotel, formerly the walled sanatorium where Katia Mann stayed, still exists as well. It has been renovated and modernised, but something of its sanatorium past remains. Visitors can walk the corridors where Thomas Mann walked, can stand on the balconies where he stood. There is also the Thomas Mann Trail, a walking path that connects the walled hotel to the Chatzalp above. Visitors can retrace the author's steps, ascending from the town to the mountain, following the route that Hans Castorp might have taken. Along the way, plaques quote passages from the novel. And every January Davos fills with visitors for a very different kind of gathering. The World Economic Forum brings together presidents and billionaires, prime ministers and CEOs. They meet in conference centres that stand where sanatoriums once stood. They discuss the future of the global economy in the same mountain air that was supposed to cure tuberculosis. There is something darkly comic about this. The town that tuberculosis built has become the town where the powerful meet to shape the world. The invalids have been replaced by elites. The cure terraces have been replaced by reception halls. Thomas Mann would have appreciated the irony. His novel was partly about the isolation of a privileged class, about people who withdrew from the world into a comfortable cocoon of illness and philosophy. The World Economic Forum is also, in its way, an isolated gathering of the privileged. People who meet on a mountain to discuss problems that seem distant from ordinary life. Perhaps the magic of the mountain takes different forms in different eras. The Magic Mountain has been read in dozens of languages by millions of readers for over a century. The first English translation appeared in 1927, just 3 years after the German publication. It was made by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter, who would translate most of Mann's major works over the following decades. Mann admired Lowe Porter's dedication. He called her Di Lowe, the lioness. She worked tirelessly to bring his work to English readers, wrestling with his complex sentences and dense philosophical passages. Her translation shaped how an entire generation of English-speaking readers experienced Thomas Mann. But scholars later found problems in her translations. She had simplified passages, smoothed out difficulties, sometimes misunderstood the German. Her Magic Mountain, though readable, was not quite Mann's Magic Mountain. In 1995, a new English translation appeared. John E. Woods produced a version that was acclaimed for its accuracy and energy. It won the Helen and Kurt Wolff Translators Prize. It made the novel more accessible to English readers than ever before, while remaining faithful to Mann's intricate style. New translations continue to appear. Each generation of translators brings new perspectives, new sensibilities. The novel remains challenging, over 1,000 pages of German philosophical prose, but it continues to find translators willing to take on the task. Why does it endure? Perhaps because its themes are eternal. Time and death, love and illness, the tension between engagement and withdrawal. These are questions that every generation must face. Perhaps also because the novel is so generous. It offers so many ideas, so many perspectives, so many ways of thinking that readers can find their own meanings within it. The reader who comes to the novel at 20 finds one book. The reader who returns at 40 finds another. The reader who reads it in old age finds something different still. Settembrini's humanism speaks to some readers. Nafta's dark skepticism speaks to others. The love story between Hans and Claudia touches hearts across cultures and eras. In 2024, the novel celebrated its centennial. Events were held in Davos and around the world. Scholars published new studies. Readers returned to the text, finding it as relevant as ever. A century is a long time for a novel to remain in print, to remain in readers' minds. Many books that were celebrated in 1924 have been forgotten. The Magic Mountain has not. It continues to cast its spell. There is a darker dimension to the novel's legacy. Thomas Mann wrote The Magic Mountain as a diagnosis. He was trying to understand what had gone wrong with European civilization, what enchantments had led to the catastrophe of the First World War. The diagnosis was accurate. The novel identified the dangerous ideas, the seduction of death, the intellectual conflicts that were tearing Europe apart. It ended with its protagonist marching into battle into the World Festival of Death. But the diagnosis did not prevent the disease from recurring. Less than 20 years after the novel's publication, Europe was at war again. The second catastrophe was even worse than the first. More deaths, more destruction, more horror. The ideas that NAFTA represents, authoritarianism, irrationalism, contempt for liberal values, did not die in the trenches of the First World War. They came back stronger. They conquered Germany. They nearly conquered the world. Thomas Mann spent the second half of his life fighting these ideas. His radio broadcasts, his essays, his public appearances, all were aimed at combating the darkness he had diagnosed so precisely in his novel. Did it matter? Did his words make any difference? This is not a question we can answer with certainty, but the fact that he spoke, that he refused to remain silent, that he used his fame and his talent in the service of humanity, this matters. It is an example of what a writer can do in a time of crisis. And the novel itself remains a warning. It shows how intelligent people can be seduced by dangerous ideas. It shows how the enchantments of death can capture minds that should know better. It shows what happens when civilizations forget to choose life. Every generation must learn these lessons for itself. The Magic Mountain is one of the texts from which they can learn. Today, a century after the novel's publication, its warnings feel newly urgent. The intellectual conflicts it diagnoses have not gone away. The tension between reason and authority, between openness and closure, between life and death. These tensions persist. The Magic Mountain is always there. The enchantment is always waiting, and the choice between life and death must be made anew by each generation. We began with a misdiagnosis. Let us end with one as well. Katia Mann was treated for tuberculosis. She spent months at the Wald Sanatorium. She followed the prescribed regimen: rest, rich food, mountain air. She was treated as though she had the disease. But when her X-rays were later examined, doctors found no evidence of tuberculosis. Whatever she had suffered from, it was not the White Plague. She lived to be 97 years old, dying in 1980, far outliving her husband, far outliving the disease she never had. This means that The Magic Mountain, the greatest tuberculosis novel ever written, was inspired by an illness that was not tuberculosis. There is something fitting about this. The novel is, in part, about the uncertain boundary between sickness and health. Hans Castorp may or may not be ill. His symptoms are real, but their meaning is unclear. The doctors find what they expect to find. Perhaps all illness is partly constructed. Perhaps the categories we use to understand our bodies are always partly imaginary. We name our sufferings and thereby give them power over us. The naming makes them real. Or perhaps the misdiagnosis points to a different truth. The power of the sanatorium was never really about medicine. It was about something else, about community, about ritual, about a way of life that made meaning out of suffering. Whether or not the mountain air could cure tuberculosis, It provided something that the flatlands could not. A place to rest, a place to think, a place to confront mortality without the distractions of ordinary life, a place where time moved differently and the questions that mattered could finally be asked. Thomas Mann understood this. His novel captures not the medical reality of the sanatorium, but its psychological and spiritual reality. The enchantment was real, even if the cure was not. And so, a misdiagnosis gave birth to a masterpiece. An illness that wasn't became a novel that will never fade. A 3-week visit became 12 years of writing. A doctor's invitation that was refused became a work of art that has shaped how we think about time and death and love. This is the alchemy of art. It transforms everything it touches, even error, even confusion, even the mistakes of doctors reading X-rays in the alpine light. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We have followed Thomas Mann from the merchant houses of Lübeck to the Cure terraces of Davos. We have watched him board a train in 1912, intending a 3-week visit, carrying in his mind the first glimmers of a novel. We have seen him return to Munich, reject the doctor's invitation to stay, begin writing a short satirical piece. We have seen that piece grow and transform over 12 years, interrupted by a world war, shaped by the catastrophe of European civilization. We have met Hans Castor, that ordinary young man who became, through 7 years on the mountain, something extraordinary. We have watched him fall under the spell of the Berghof, under the spell of Claudia Chauchat, under the spell of ideas that would shape his thinking forever. We have listened to the great debates between Settembrini and NAFTA, debates that were also the debates of Europe, debates that would be settled not by words but by guns. We have stood with hands in the snow, glimpsing a truth about love and death that he could not hold on to. We have watched him descend the mountain finally into a war that would destroy the world he knew. And we have followed Thomas Mann through his own descent, into exile, into America, into the long years of fighting fascism from across an ocean. We have seen him return to Europe, to Switzerland, to the mountains where it all began. This is not a simple story. It is a story about how art is made, about how life becomes literature, about how a 3-week visit can reshape the course of literary history. It is also a story about ideas and their consequences, about the seductions of death and the claims of life, about what happens when civilizations forget to choose. What does all of this mean for us now, more than a century after Mann boarded that train to Davos? The Magic Mountain is often called a novel about its time, a portrait of pre-war Europe, a diagnosis of civilizational sickness, and it is all of these things. But it is also a novel about our time. The questions it raises have not been answered, the tensions it diagnoses have not been resolved. We still face the conflict between reason and unreason, between liberal values and authoritarian temptation. We still face the seduction of withdrawal, the desire to escape from the demands of the world into some protected space where normal rules do not apply. We still face the question that Hans Castorp faced, whether to engage with the world or withdraw from it, whether to descend to the flatlands and take up the work of living, or to remain on our own mountains, enchanted by our own illusions. The pandemic years made this question newly urgent. We too experienced a suspension of normal time. We too were forced to confront mortality in ways we usually avoid. We too discovered the strange seductions of withdrawal, the way that isolation can become a kind of refuge. There are no easy answers. There never were. This is what the novel teaches us, that wisdom is not a destination but a journey, that truth is not possessed but pursued. Hans glimpsed something in the snow. He forgot it. Perhaps the lesson is not that we should try to remember what he glimpsed, but that we should try to glimpse something ourselves. The novel invites us into its world. It invites us to think, to question, to engage with ideas that may be uncomfortable. It does not tell us what to believe. It shows us what belief costs. This is the gift of great literature. It does not simplify. It complicates. It does not answer. It asks. What do we carry forward from this story? Perhaps the knowledge that great art can come from unlikely sources, a misdiagnosis, a 3-week visit, a doctor's invitation that was refused. Perhaps the understanding that time works differently than we expect. 12 years to write a novel, 7 years on a mountain, a century of readers finding new meanings in the same text. Perhaps the warning that enchantment is dangerous. The mountain casts its spell. The ideas that seem harmless in isolation can, when taken to extremes, tear civilizations apart. And perhaps the hope that Hans Castorp glimpsed in the snow, that for the sake of goodness and love, we might refuse to let death have sovereignty over our thoughts. This is not easy. Hans himself could not hold on to it. Thomas Mann, for all his insight, could not prevent the catastrophes of the 20th century. But the attempt matters. The effort to understand, to engage, to choose life over death. This is what literature calls us to. The Magic Mountain does not offer solutions. It offers company. It offers the companionship of a great mind struggling with the questions that haunt all of us. And that companionship, across a century, across languages and cultures and catastrophes, that is something worth having. We read and we are less alone. We read and we are connected to others who have read before us, and who will read after. We read and we join a conversation that has been going on for a century and will continue for centuries more. This is the magic of the mountain. Not the cure, not the fresh air, but the conversation, the ideas, the attempt to understand what we are and what we might become. Let us return, one final time, to that train climbing through the Alps. It is May of 1912. A man of 36 looks out the window at the mountains. He is travelling to visit his wife. He plans to stay for 3 weeks. He does not know what awaits him. He does not know that he will find the setting for his greatest novel. He does not know that the world is about to tear itself apart. He knows only that the air is thin and clear, that the peaks are beautiful, that somewhere ahead his wife lies on a balcony, breathing, waiting. This is how great art begins, not with grand intentions but with small circumstances, a train ride, a visit, a doctor who finds a spot on a lung. Thomas Mann took what life gave him and transformed it. He spent 12 years shaping his experiences into a novel that would outlast empires. And now we too have made the journey. We have climbed the mountain and descended again. We have encountered the ideas and the characters, the love and the death, the enchantment and the breaking of the spell. The Wald Sanatorium still stands in Davos. It is called the Wald Hotel now. Guests can stay where Katja stayed, look out at the same mountains, breathe the same air. The Schatzalp still stands too, its Art Nouveau elegance preserved, its Cure terraces open to the sun. And the novel stands, perhaps the most lasting monument of all, more permanent than buildings which can crumble, more lasting than empires which can fall. 1,000 pages, 100 characters, 12 years of writing, a century of reading. And at its heart a simple question: how should we live knowing that we must die? The novel does not answer this question, but it helps us ask it. It helps us ask it with depth, with seriousness, with the kind of attention that the question deserves. For the sake of goodness and love, man shall let death have no sovereignty over his thoughts. Hans forgot this. We need not. The fire has burned low now. The mountain air drifts through an open window, thin and cold and clear. Somewhere, in a sanatorium that no longer exists, a young man lies on a cure terrace watching the snow fall on the peaks above. He's thinking about time and death and love. He's wondering whether he will ever descend to the flatlands below. Somewhere else, an old man sits at his desk writing the final pages of a novel that has consumed 12 years of his life. He's wondering whether anyone will read it. He's wondering whether it matters. And somewhere else still, in a library, in a bedroom, in a quiet corner of a busy life, a reader turns the final page of a 1,000-page book and sits in silence, letting the story settle, letting the meaning emerge. This is the chain that connects us, the writer to the reader, the past to the present, the mountain to the flatlands below. Thomas Mann died in 1955. Hans Castorp disappeared into the mud and smoke of Flanders more than a century ago. The sanatoriums are gone, the war is over, the world has moved on. But the novel remains, and as long as it remains, something of that world survives, something of those questions persists, something of that struggle continues. Next time on the Sanatorium we'll explore another corner of this history, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of the mountain air carry you into sleep. Let the questions Hans Castorp asked, questions about time and death and love, fade into the background of your dreams. You do not need to answer them tonight. You need only rest. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like or share it with someone who might need it, someone who has their own mountains to climb, their own enchantments to escape. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking this journey through a novel and a life, through the sanatoriums and the snow, through a century of reading and rereading. The mountain will still be there tomorrow. The novel will still be waiting. The questions will still be asking themselves, as they have for 100 years. But for now, let them go. Let the spell of the mountain release you gently into sleep. For the sake of goodness and love, good night. She dies in his arms. Every single night in opera houses around the world, from Milan to Melbourne, from Paris to São Paulo, from the grandest theatres in Vienna to provincial houses in small Italian cities, she dies. Coughing, feverish, her cold hands reaching for the man who loves her, whispering his name with her final breath. And every night the audience weeps. They have been weeping for over 125 years. Mimi's death in La Bohème is the most famous tuberculosis death ever staged. More people have watched her die than have actually died of the disease in the modern era. Puccini's opera has been performed tens of thousands of times, on average, somewhere on Earth, almost every single day since its premiere in 1896. But Puccini did not invent her. He borrowed her from a real woman in a real garret in Paris, who really coughed blood into a handkerchief while the man who loved her watched helplessly. That man then wrote a novel about it, and then he died, himself, of the same disease, at 38 years old, in a charity hospital, penniless despite his literary fame. This is the opera that made tuberculosis immortal. The opera that turned disease into beauty, suffering into art, and a frozen garret in Paris into the most emotionally devastating stage setting in the history of music. Tonight, we ask why it still makes us cry. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we explore La Bohème, Giacomo Puccini's masterpiece about love, art, poverty and death in the garrets of 19th century Paris. It is, by some measures, the most popular opera ever written. It is certainly among the most performed, the most recorded, the most likely to reduce an audience to tears. We will trace the opera back to its source, a novel written by a man who lived the bohemian life himself, who knew the freezing rooms and the empty stomachs, who loved women who were dying of consumption, and who died, in the end, of the very same disease that kills his most famous character. We will witness the bitter rivalry between two composers racing to tell the same story, and see how one version became immortal while the other was forgotten. And we will follow the opera's descendants forward across a century as to Jonathan Larson's Rent and beyond, asking why we keep returning to stories of young artists dying beautifully. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from literature to music, from architecture to fashion, from the American West to the way we think about art itself. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now settle in, find a comfortable position. Let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through freezing garrets and candlelit cafes, through opera houses and off-Broadway theatres, through stories of artists who died young and the art that keeps them alive. Let's begin. Paris. Christmas Eve, 1830-something. Imagine, if you will, a room at the top of a narrow building in the Latin Quarter. It is barely a room at all, more of an afterthought, a space carved from beneath the roofline where the ceiling slopes so sharply you cannot stand upright at the edges. The floorboards are warped, the walls are thin, the single window, small and high, is covered in frost, thick frost, the kind that grows when the temperature inside is barely warmer than the temperature outside. Through that frosted window, if you wiped a circle clean, you would see the rooftops of Paris stretching toward the Seine. Chimney pots, spires, the grey winter sky pressing down like a lid. 4 young men share this space. Rodolfo is a poet who has just burned the 3rd act of his play in the stove, watching the pages curl and blacken, giving up 3 months of work for 20 minutes of warmth. Marcello is a painter. His canvases lean against the walls, unsold and unsellable. Schaunard is a musician who has not had a paying engagement in weeks. Colline is a philosopher whose overcoat pockets bulge with books, the one possession he will not sell even when he is starving. They are artists. They are dreamers. They are at this moment slowly freezing to death. This is the world of La Bohème, the bohemian life of mid-19th century Paris, where young artists lived in beautiful squalor, creating masterpieces while dodging landlords and stretching every sou. It is a world of camaraderie and creativity, of grand ambitions and empty stomachs, of passionate arguments about poetry and painting conducted over tables where there was nothing to eat. And it is a world where tuberculosis waits in the shadows. In rooms like this, cold, damp, crowded, poorly ventilated, the bacillus thrived. It moved from lung to lung, invisible, patient, deadly. By the time someone began to cough, it was already too late. Into this garret comes a knock at the door. A young woman, a seamstress from down the hall, enters seeking a light for her candle. The draught on the stairs has blown it out. She's breathless from the climb. She coughs. She leans against the doorframe for support. She's pale and thin and, in the light of the single candle that remains lit, achingly beautiful. Her name is Mimi. She will be dead by the final curtain. In the next 2 hours, Rodolfo and Mimi will fall in love. They will quarrel. They will separate. They will reunite at the moment of her death, surrounded by the friends who have become family in this cramped and freezing room. The love story will be passionate and doomed. The death will be beautiful and terrible. It is one of the most performed operas in the world, produced somewhere on Earth, on average, almost every single day. More than 125 years after its premiere, audiences still weep at Mimi's death, still feel the chill of that garret, still believe utterly in the love story even though they know from the very first scene exactly how it will end. Tonight, we explore why. Why this story, with its consumptive heroine and its starving artist, has captured imaginations across 3 centuries, why tuberculosis became opera's favourite way to die, and why, even in an era of antibiotics and central heating, we keep returning to the cold garrets of Bohemian Paris. This is the story of La Bohème. Giacomo Antonio Domenico Michele Secondo Maria Puccini, mercifully known simply as Giacomo Puccini, was born on December 22, 1858, in Lucca, a small city in Tuscany. Lucca is one of those Italian cities that seems preserved in amber, ancient walls, narrow streets, medieval towers that have stood for centuries. It was a place where tradition mattered, where families carried their professions like inheritances. And the Puccinis were musicians. For 4 generations, stretching back to the early 18th century, the family had produced composers, organists and choir masters who served the Cathedral of Lucca. The position of director of music at the Cattedrale di San Martino had passed from father to son like a title of nobility. When Giacomo was born, it was simply assumed that he too would take his place in this tradition. He would learn organ. He would compose church music. He would serve God and Lucca as his father and grandfather and great-grandfather had done before him. But Giacomo had larger ambitions. He'd heard something in music that the cathedral could not contain. At 15 years old, young Giacomo walked 18 miles to Pisa to see a performance of Verdi's Aida. 18 miles, because he could not afford the coach fare. He arrived exhausted, his feet blistered, and took his seat in the cheaper section of the theatre. What he saw and heard that night changed everything. I felt that a musical window had opened for me, he later wrote. The grandeur of the orchestration, the power of the voices, the spectacle of ancient Egypt recreated on stage. This was music that could shake the earth, that could make an audience forget to breathe, that could reduce a theatre full of sophisticated adults to tears. He knew, walking back to Lucca in the dark, that he would not be content as a provincial church musician. He would compose operas, the grandest form of musical drama, the art that combined orchestra and voice, and theatre and spectacle into a single, overwhelming experience. He studied at the Milan Conservatory, struggled through years of poverty that would later inform his portrayal of the Bohemians, and gradually made his name. His early operas, Le Villi and Edgar, showed promise, but not mastery. Then came Manon Lescaut in 1893, a story of doomed love that established him as a major force in Italian opera, a worthy successor to the aging Verdi. For his next project, Puccini turned to a French novel about starving artists in Paris, artists very much like the young man he had once been. The novel was Scènes de la vie de Bohème, Scenes of Bohemian Life, written by Henri Murger and published in 1851. It was a collection of loosely connected stories, almost more like sketches, based on Murger's own experiences as a desperately poor writer in the Latin Quarter of Paris during the 1840s. We will explore Murger's life and death in detail later in our journey. His story is as tragic in its way as any opera. For now, what matters is that his book became the defining document of the Bohemian myth, the romanticised vision of the starving artist that would captivate imaginations for generations. that would shape how we think about creativity and poverty and the relationship between suffering and art. In Murger's stories, poverty was not merely endured, it was celebrated. It was a badge of honour, proof of artistic integrity. The Bohemians were poor because they refused to compromise their art. They lived in garrets because they chose freedom over security. They went hungry because they would rather starve than sell out. They were, in their own eyes, aristocrats of the spirit, superior to the bourgeois world that had money but no soul, comfort but no poetry. And woven through the comic adventures and philosophical arguments was a thread of tragedy. A young woman called Mimi, a seamstress and flower maker who loved the poet Rodolphe, and died, as so many young women died in 19th century Paris, of tuberculosis. Her death, in the original novel, is almost incidental. Mentioned in passing, one more casualty of the bohemian life, but it haunted readers. It haunted Puccini. It was this story, this specific tragedy within the larger comedy, that Puccini seized upon for his opera. He would make Mimi's death the centre of everything. He would make an audience feel what Rodolphe had felt, watching the woman he loved grow pale and thin and finally still. La Bohème premiered on February 1st, 1896, at the Teatro Regio in Turin. The conductor was a 28-year-old named Arturo Toscanini, who would go on to become, by many accounts, the greatest conductor of the 20th century, a legend who led orchestras at La Scala, the Metropolitan Opera, and the New York Philharmonic. But that night in Turin, Toscanini was just a young man with a baton trying to bring a new opera to life. The premiere was not a triumph. The critics were mixed at best, hostile at worst. Carlo Bersecchio, writing in the influential Turin newspaper La Stampa, delivered what became the most infamous bad review in operatic history. La Bohème, even as it leaves little impression on the minds of the audience, will leave no great trace upon the history of our lyric theatre. He could not have been more spectacularly wrong. The audience at that first performance knew something the critics did not. They had wept at Mimi's death. They had felt the chill of the garret, the warmth of the love, the terrible weight of loss. Whatever the critics said, they would return. They would bring their friends. Within 4 years, La Bohème was being performed in opera houses across Europe and America, in London and Vienna, in Buenos Aires and New York. Within a decade, it had joined the standard repertoire, one of those works that every opera company must perform, that every soprano must master. Today, it is one of the 3 or 4 most frequently performed operas in the world, beloved by audiences who may never have heard of Henri Murger, who may know nothing of the tuberculosis epidemic that gave the story its tragic weight, but who recognise in Mimi's story something universal and permanently true. They recognise love. They recognise loss. They recognise the terrible beauty of a death that comes too soon. To understand La Bohème, we must first understand the man who created its source material, and who lived and died the life he described. Louis-Henri Murger was born on March 27, 1822, in Paris. His father was a tailor and concierge. His mother helped manage the building where they lived. The family occupied a small apartment on the Rue Saint-Georges, not a slum exactly, but far from the prosperous quarters of the city. They were respectable poor, that most precarious of positions, always one misfortune away from destitution. Young Henri grew up knowing poverty intimately, not as an abstract concept, but as a daily reality of cold rooms and carefully rationed meals, of clothes mended until they could be mended no more, of luxuries that existed only in the shop windows that he passed on his way to school. His father wanted him to learn a trade, to become a tailor like himself, or perhaps a clerk with steady employment and a pension to look forward to. But Henri had other ideas. He had discovered books, and through books he had discovered the world, of ideas, poetry, philosophy, the promise of a life beyond the narrow confines of his father's workshop. As a young man, barely into his 20s, he drifted toward the artistic circles of Paris. He tried poetry first, with limited success. His verses were competent but not brilliant. He contributed articles to small literary journals that paid little or nothing, sometimes only in copies of the magazine itself. He became part of a loose group of artists and writers who called themselves, with self-deprecating humour, les buveurs d'eau, the water drinkers. They were too poor to afford wine. The water drinkers lived the life that Murger would later romanticize in his fiction. They shared cramped rooms in the Latin Quarter. They pawned their belongings to pay rent. First the non-essentials, then the essentials, then everything they owned except the tools of their art. They went hungry for days at a time. They created poems and paintings and essays that almost no one wanted to buy. And they died. One by one, they died. Of tuberculosis, of starvation, of fevers brought on by cold and malnutrition, of the accumulated damage that poverty inflicts on young bodies not yet strong enough to resist it. The water drinkers left no monuments except in Murger's memory. The Latin Quarter takes its name from the language spoken there for centuries, Latin, the tongue of scholars and theologians who attended the Sorbonne, the ancient university that had stood at the heart of this neighbourhood since the 13th century. For hundreds of years, students had lived in these narrow streets, debating philosophy and law, medicine and theology in the language of the church and the academy. By the 1840s, Latin had faded, but the scholarly character of the neighbourhood remained. The area had become the heart of artistic and intellectual Paris, a place where ideas mattered more than money, where a clever argument could earn you a meal and a brilliant poem could earn you a reputation, even if it couldn't pay your rent. It was a neighbourhood of students and artists, of cheap cafes where debates raged late into the night, of bookshops where volumes were sold by weight when their owners could no longer afford to keep them. The most affordable rooms were the garrets, attic spaces at the top of narrow buildings, reached by climbing 4 or 5 or even 6 flights of rickety wooden stairs. These garret rooms were scarcely fit for human habitation. The ceilings sloped so sharply that you could stand upright only in the centre. The single window, small and draughty, let in a thin grey light and far too much cold air. There was no running water. You carried it up from the courtyard in buckets. There was no heat except what you could coax from a tiny stove fed by whatever scraps of fuel you could scrounge. In winter, ice formed on the inside of the windows. In summer, the roof baked in the sun, turning the garret into an oven. But these rooms were all that a struggling artist could afford. 3 or 4 francs a month, payable, theoretically, to a landlord who would bang on your door demanding rent at the most inconvenient moments. Murger and his friends inhabited this world completely. They spent their days in cafes, not drinking expensive coffee, which was beyond their means, but occupying tables for hours, nursing a single glass of water or perhaps a small beer, bought with coins scraped together from jacket pockets. They talked about art and philosophy and revolution. They argued about poetry and politics. They planned the masterpieces they would create when they had the time, the materials, the stability to create them. And then they climbed back to their freezing garrets and worked through the night by candlelight, writing poems that would never be published, painting canvases that would never be sold, composing symphonies that would never be performed. They lived for their art because there was nothing else to live for. The centre of their social world was the Café Momus, a modest establishment on the Rue des Prêtres Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois that features prominently in La Bohème. It was not elegant. The furniture was worn, the walls were stained with tobacco smoke, and the proprietor had long since given up hope of collecting what he was owed. But here the bohemians gathered to share what little they had, to argue about ideas, and to forget for a few hours the poverty and cold that defined their existence. Between 1847 and 1849, Murger published a series of stories in a small literary magazine called Le Corsaire. It was not a prestigious publication, far from it. Le Corsaire was a satirical journal, irreverent and often in trouble with the censors, but it paid, however modestly, and it gave Murger a platform. The stories he wrote, loosely connected, episodic, semi-autobiographical, depicted the lives of 4 bohemian friends and the women who loved them. They were comic mostly. The tone was light, ironic, self-deprecating. The characters schemed to avoid their landlord. They invented elaborate justifications for not paying their bills. They found ways to eat lavish meals and then slip away before the check came. But underneath the comedy was something darker. The characters were often cold. They were often hungry. They fell in love with women who were already dying. The reader laughed at their antics, but the laughter had an edge to it. The recognition that this precarious existence could collapse at any moment into tragedy. The characters were drawn from life, from the water drinkers Murger knew. Rodolphe, the poet, was Murger himself, his ambitions, his struggles, his romances thinly disguised. Marcel, the painter, was a composite of several artist friends. Chaunard, the musician, was based on Alexandre Chan, a real composer who had shared quarters with Murger. Colline, the philosopher, was drawn from a friend named Jean Wallon, whose overcoat pockets really did bulge with books. And the women, Mimi, Musette and others, were composites of real women Murger had known in the Bohemian underworld. Grisettes they were called, working-class girls who sewed or made artificial flowers by day and drifted into the demi-monde by night. In 1849, Murger adapted his stories into a play, La Vie de Bohème, which was produced at the Théâtre des Variétés. It was a surprising success. Parisian audiences, many of them comfortable bourgeois, who had never set foot in a garret, found themselves enchanted by this vision of artistic life. They wept at the sad parts. They laughed at the comic parts. They came back the next night and brought their friends. What they saw was not poverty as it actually was, but poverty as they imagined it might be. Romantic, full of adventure and passion, redeemed by art and love. Murger had discovered something that audiences desperately wanted, a myth. In 1851, Murger gathered his stories together and published them as a novel, Scènes de la vie de Bohème. The book became a classic, reprinted in edition after edition, translated into languages that Murger would never learn to read. It defined for generations what it meant to be a Bohemian, and in doing so, it obscured the reality of what it had cost. Murger's genius was to transform the misery he knew into something audiences wanted to experience vicariously. In his stories, the Bohemians are not simply poor. They are nobly poor. Their poverty is a badge of artistic integrity, proof that they have not sold out. They could have comfortable bourgeois lives if they wanted them. Their education, their talents, their connections would have enabled them to find steady employment in some office or shop, but they have chosen differently. They have chosen to starve for their art. They are heroes of the spirit, too pure for commerce, too honest for compromise, too devoted to beauty to care about money. When they burn their manuscripts for heat, it is presented not as desperation but as a kind of joke, a commentary on the relative values of literature and warmth. When they dodge their landlord, it is a comic caper, not a shameful necessity. The reality, of course, was grimmer. Murger knew, because he had lived it, that Bohemian life was not a choice for most who lived it. They were poor because they had no money, not because they had rejected money on principle. They went hungry because they could not afford food, not because fasting was spiritually ennobling. They died young of tuberculosis, of typhus, of all the diseases that poverty breeds, not because early death was beautiful, but because poverty kills. The water drinkers did not toast their empty glasses with ironic cheer. They stared at them in despair, wondering when they would eat again. But Murger also knew, with the instinct of a born storyteller, that this reality would not sell books. No one wants to read about genuine misery. No comfortable Parisian wanted to feel guilty about the artists starving in the garrets above their heads. They wanted to admire those artists from a safe distance, to envy their freedom and their passion without having to share their cold and hunger. And so Murger created a myth. The myth of the beautiful doomed artist that would persist long after the actual water drinkers were dead and forgotten. The bohemian became a figure of romance, an object of aspiration. The garret became a symbol of artistic authenticity, not what it actually was, a death trap of cold and disease and slow starvation. It was a beautiful lie, and like all beautiful lies, it had consequences. Among Murger's characters, Mimi stands out, and her story would become the emotional centre of La Bohème. In Murger's stories, Mimi is a grisette, a young working-class woman who supplements her meagre wages as a seamstress or flower maker by accepting gifts from male admirers. She's not a prostitute exactly, but she exists in the shadowy world between respectability and the demi-monde. She makes artificial flowers for a living, violets and roses crafted from silk and wire, sold to decorate the hats and dresses of wealthy women who would never acknowledge her existence. Her real name is Lucille, but everyone calls her Mimi. She is thin and pale, with hands roughened by needle pricks, and eyes that are alternately merry and melancholy. She coughs sometimes, a delicate cough that she hides behind her handkerchief. She falls in love with Rodolphe, the poet. Their relationship is passionate and stormy, the kind of love that burns too hot to be sustainable. They quarrel over small things, his jealousy, her flirtations with wealthy admirers, the impossibility of surviving on poetry alone. They separate, they reunite, they separate again. Throughout it all, Mimi grows increasingly ill, the familiar symptoms of tuberculosis emerging gradually, inexorably. The cough becomes more persistent. The pallor deepens, she grows thinner, weaker. There is blood on the handkerchief now. Everyone can see what is happening, but no one speaks of it directly. There is nothing to be done. In Murger's original stories, Mimi's death is not the dramatic climax. It happens almost casually, mentioned in passing. One more casualty of the bohemian life. One more flower maker carried off by the consumption. The narrative moves on, the comedy continues, tinged now with grief. But when the stories were adapted for the stage and later for opera, Mimi's death became the emotional pinnacle of the work. Puccini understood what Murger had perhaps not fully grasped, that Mimi's death could carry the weight of everything the opera had to say about love and art and mortality. She dies surrounded by friends, in the arms of the man who loves her, in the same garret where she first appeared seeking a light for her candle. The love that began in that room ends in that room. The symmetry is perfect, the tragedy is complete. It is a death that audiences have been weeping over for more than 125 years. Here is the bitter irony at the heart of La Bohème. Henri Murger died the same way his characters died. After the success of his play and novel, Murger achieved a measure of fame and financial stability. He moved out of the garrets, he bought new clothes, he dined in restaurants where he actually paid the bill. Critics praised him as the chronicler of a vanishing world, the poet of Bohemian Paris. In 1859, he received the Légion d'honneur, the red ribbon that marked recognition from the French state of his literary contributions, He was 37 years old. He should have had decades of writing ahead of him. He should have been able to leave the garret life behind forever. But the damage was already done. Years of poverty, cold, and malnutrition had destroyed his health beyond repair. Tuberculosis, almost certainly contracted during his water drinker days, had taken hold in his lungs. The disease had been progressing slowly, invisibly, throughout the years of his success. Now, in the late 1850s, his condition deteriorated rapidly. The cough that had been merely annoying became constant, racking, bloody. He grew weak. He could not work. Whatever money he had earned from his books and plays slipped away, spent on doctors who could do nothing, on medicines that helped not at all. By January of 1861, Murger was nearly penniless again. The wheel had come full circle. The man who had made the garret romantic found himself once more without resources. He was admitted to a Paris hospital, the Maison du Bois, a charitable institution for the poor. He was too weak to care for himself. Napoleon III's minister, the Count Walowski, heard of his condition and sent 500 francs to help with medical expenses. It was a generous gesture. It was also meaningless. No amount of money could cure tuberculosis in 1861. It was too late. Henry Murger died on January 28, 1861. He was 38 years old, the same age at which Chopin had died, the same age at which so many consumptives died, cut down in what should have been the prime of life. The man who had romanticized the bohemian life, who had made poverty beautiful in his fiction, died in the same poverty that had killed his characters. The garret that he had transformed into a symbol of artistic freedom had, in reality, been a death sentence. The cold that he had turned into comedy had been tuberculosis, waiting patiently in his lungs. The myth he created outlived him, and continues to outlive him still, more than 160 years later. Bohemia, Murger wrote in the preface to his novel, is bordered on the north by cold, on the west by hunger, on the south by love, and on the east by hope. He had lived in all four quarters. He had died there. The influence of Murger's work extended far beyond La Bohème, far beyond the Paris that he had known. His vision of the starving artist became a template, one that would be repeated and elaborated throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. The Bohemian ideal, once specific to a few blocks of the Latin Quarter, spread across the world. Wherever young artists gathered to pursue their dreams, they found themselves reenacting a story that Murger had written. By the end of the 19th century, the Latin Quarter had given way to Montmartre as the centre of Bohemian Paris. The artists of the Belle Époque, Toulouse-Lautrec painting dancers at the Moulin Rouge, Renoir capturing light on canvas, the young Picasso arriving from Spain with nothing but talent and ambition, inhabited a world that Murger would have recognised immediately. The garrets were a little warmer now, lit by gas lamps rather than candles. But the essential elements remained: poverty, creativity, community, and always the shadow of early death. In the 20th century, the Bohemian tradition migrated across the Atlantic. Greenwich Village in New York became the American Montmartre, home to writers and painters, radicals and dreamers. The cafes of the left bank, where Hemingway and Fitzgerald drank in the 1920s, were direct descendants of the Café Momus. The coffee houses of the Beat generation in the 1950s, the rock clubs of the 1960s and 1970s, each was a new iteration of the same myth. Each generation reinvented Bohemia according to its own needs. The artist changed, the art changed, the specific substances of addiction changed, but the fundamental elements remained constant: poverty accepted, even embraced for the sake of art, community among those who had rejected or been rejected by mainstream society, romantic tragedy lurking always behind the camaraderie and the laughter. And always in some form the shadow of early death. Merger had established the template, perhaps the most durable template in modern cultural history. The young artist dies young. In the 19th century the disease was tuberculosis. In the 20th it was heroin or suicide, or the accumulated damage of a life lived on the edge. In the 1980s and 1990s it was AIDS. The specific disease changes. The underlying mythology remains. The garret is still there, waiting for the next generation of dreamers to discover it. When Giacomo Puccini decided to adapt Merger's novel into an opera, he did not know that another composer had the same idea. The story of what happened next has become one of the great rivalries in operatic history, though the truth of it remains murky, obscured by decades of accusation and counter-accusation. Ruggero Leoncavallo was a successful Italian composer, best known for his opera Pagliacci, a brutal one-act tragedy about jealousy and murder in a travelling theatre troupe. He was, by all accounts, an ambitious man, keenly aware of his place in the operatic world and protective of what he considered his territory. According to some accounts, primarily Leoncavallo's own, he had been working on a La Bohème opera for years. He had researched Merger's life. He had visited Paris to absorb the atmosphere. He had even, reportedly, offered Puccini a libretto for the project in 1892, which Puccini had declined, claiming he preferred to work with his own librettists. In March of 1893, the two composers ran into each other at a cafe in Milan. The Café Buffy, according to one account, or perhaps another establishment entirely. During their conversation, they realised with mutual horror that both were actively working on operas based on Merger's novel. The meeting did not go well. Leoncavallo was furious. He believed, or claimed to believe, that Puccini had rejected his libretto specifically in order to steal the idea and create his own version. Whether this was true, or whether both composers had simply arrived at the same source material independently, remains impossible to determine. But Leoncavallo was convinced of Puccini's treachery, and he was not the sort of man to suffer in silence. He launched a public campaign through the press, accusing Puccini of theft and betrayal. Letters flew back and forth in the newspapers. Each composer claimed priority. Each accused the other of bad faith. The musical world of Italy took sides. Puccini's response was characteristically blunt. What does it matter to Maestro Leoncavallo? Let him compose, I will compose, the audience will decide. And so both composers continued their work. The race was on. Puccini collaborated with two librettists, Luigi Illica and Giuseppe Giacosa, to transform Merger's sprawling episodic novel into a coherent operatic drama. It was a partnership that would produce three of the most beloved operas in the repertoire, La Bohème, Tosca and Madama Butterfly. The collaboration was not easy. Illica was responsible for the dramatic structure, the plot, the stage directions. Giacosa handled the verse, the actual words that the characters would sing. The two men had different temperaments and different ideas about what the opera should be. Puccini, who knew exactly what he wanted, drove them both relentlessly, demanding revision after revision until the libretto met his exacting standards. The transformation of Merger's novel required significant condensation and restructuring. The original stories wandered. They were episodic, loosely connected, more interested in atmosphere than plot. An opera needed focus. It needed a clear dramatic arc. It needed, above all, an ending that would devastate the audience. The librettist chose to centre the work on two love stories, Rodolfo and Mimi, Marcello and Musetta. The other Bohemians, Shonald the musician, Colleen the philosopher, became supporting characters. The various women in Merger's stories were consolidated. The comic episodes were selected for their theatrical potential. Everything else was simplified or eliminated. Most importantly, the libretto made Mimi's death the climax of the entire work. In Merger's original, Mimi's death is mentioned almost in passing. One tragic event among many in the chaotic Bohemian life. It happens, and then the story continues. In Puccini's opera, it becomes the moment toward which everything builds. The joys of Act 1, the comedy of Act 2, the heartbreak of Act 3, all of it leads inexorably to the final scene in Act 4, when Mimi returns to the garret to die. This structural choice transformed La Bohème from a series of charming scenes into a unified tragedy. It gave audiences something to feel at the end. Not just the pleasant melancholy of Bohemian nostalgia, but genuine, wrenching grief for a character they had come to love over the previous 2 hours. Puccini composed La Bohème between 1893 and 1895, completing the orchestration in late 1895. He worked at his villa at Torre del Lago, in the marshlands near the Tuscan coast, where he could compose undisturbed by the distractions of city life. The music is among his most accessible and immediately appealing, which is saying something for a composer whose melodies are universally admired. From the very first notes, the orchestra establishes a sense of bustling energy, of life being lived at full tilt despite the cold and the poverty. The love duets are soaring and romantic. The comic scenes sparkle with wit. The melodies are unforgettable. Rodolfo's aria about Mimi's cold little hand, Mimi's response, explaining who she is and what she dreams of, the glorious duet that ends Act 1 as they declare their love and walk out into the Parisian night, Musetta's flirtatious waltz in Act 2, Mimi's heartbreaking farewell in Act 3. Audiences leave the theatre humming these melodies. They have been humming them for over a century. But the sophistication of Puccini's score goes far beyond catchy tunes. He developed a system of musical themes, what musicologists call leitmotifs, borrowing the term from Wagner, that recur throughout the opera, transformed and developed as the drama unfolds. These themes are not just labels for characters, they carry emotional weight. They tell us what the characters are feeling even when the words cannot. The theme of Mimi's bonnet, first heard when she describes her simple life in Act 1, returns in Act V as she lies dying, but now it is coloured by loss, by the memory of what was and will never be again. The theme of the Bohemians' camaraderie, boisterous and playful in Act 1, becomes tender and mournful in Act 4, when the friends sacrifice their few possessions to help the dying girl. This technique creates a sense of memory within the music itself. As the characters remember earlier times, the orchestra remembers with them, bringing back fragments of themes that the audience has heard before, now coloured by everything that has happened since. The effect is cumulative. By the end of the opera, every musical phrase carries the weight of the entire story. The effect in Act 4 is devastating. As Mimi lies dying, as she and Rodolfo recall their first meeting, the orchestra plays music from Act 1, from the moment when they first declared their love, when everything was possible, when the future stretched ahead of them like an endless promise. What was joyful then becomes unbearably sad now. The melody is the same, the meaning is transformed. The music carries the weight of everything that has been lost. Let me walk through the opera's story. 4 acts that span roughly a year in the lives of our Bohemians, from one Christmas Eve to the following autumn. Act 1. Christmas Eve, in the garret. The room is freezing. Rodolfo the poet and Marcello the painter are trying to work, but the cold makes concentration impossible. Marcello's painting, A depiction of the crossing of the Red Sea that he has been reworking for years sits on its easel, abandoned. Rodolfo's latest poem lies unfinished on the table. To warm the room, Rodolfo makes a dramatic sacrifice. He burns the manuscript of his play, feeding it page by page into the stove. The fire blazes briefly, then dies. The warmth is fleeting. The art is gone. Their friends Colin the philosopher and Shaunod the musician arrive with an unexpected windfall. Food, wine, fuel and money. The product of a comic misadventure involving an eccentric English milord and a parrot. For once the Bohemians will eat well on Christmas Eve. But their celebration is interrupted by the arrival of Benoit, the landlord, demanding the rent that is months overdue, through a clever trick, getting Benoit drunk and then pretending moral outrage at his confessed infidelities. The Bohemians manage to throw him out without paying. It is a small victory, comic and slightly mean-spirited, but it is theirs. The friends prepare to leave for Christmas Eve celebrations at the Café Momus, but Rodolfo stays behind. He has an article to finish, he claims. The others depart. The garret falls silent. And then there is a knock at the door. Mimi enters, seeking a light for her candle. The draught on the stairs has blown it out. She is breathless from the climb. 5 flights of stairs are hard when your lungs are not strong. In the candlelight, Rodolfo sees that she is beautiful. Her pallor, her thinness, her evident fragility, all of it strikes him as lovely rather than alarming. Both candles go out. In the darkness, Mimi drops her key. They search for it together, hands reaching across the floor, their fingers touch. Rodolfo, moved beyond reason by this simple contact, takes her hand and tells her it is cold. "Che gelida manina," the aria begins. He tells her who he is, a poet, poor in worldly goods but rich in dreams. She tells him who she is. Lucia is her name, but everyone calls her Mimi. She makes flowers and embroidery. She lives alone. She waits for spring. They fall in love instantly, passionately, with the intensity that only the young and the doomed can muster. The act ends with them declaring their love and walking out into the Parisian night toward the cafe where their friends are waiting. Act 2. The Latin Quarter, outside the Café Momus. It is still Christmas Eve, and the streets are alive with vendors and revellers. Rodolfo buys Mimi a pink bonnet, a modest luxury, but one that fills her with joy. The Bohemians gather at the cafe, ordering more food than they can afford. Their meal is interrupted by the spectacular arrival of Musetta, Marcello's former lover, now on the arm of Alcindoro, a wealthy older man who is clearly besotted with her. Musetta is everything Mimi is not. Bold, flamboyant, calculating. She knows exactly what she wants, and what she wants right now is Marcello's attention. She sings her famous waltz, ostensibly describing how men stare at her when she walks through the streets, but really aim directly at Marcello. It is a performance within a performance. Musetta using the cafe as her stage, the other diners as her audience, and the increasingly uncomfortable Alcindoro as her prop. Her strategy works. Marcello cannot resist her. Feigning a pinched foot, Musetta sends Alcindoro to buy her new shoes. The moment he leaves, she and Marcello reunite passionately. A military parade fills the streets. In the confusion, the Bohemians slip away, leaving poor Alcindoro to pay their bill as well as his own when he returns with the shoes. It is a comic ending, but with an edge. We have seen the Bohemians at their most charming and their most ruthless. We have seen love bloom, both the tender love of Rodolfo and Mimi, and the passionate, volatile love of Marcello and Musetta. And underneath it all, we have seen Mimi coughing delicately into her handkerchief. Act 3. A snowy February morning at a tavern near the Barrière d'Enfer, one of Paris's toll gates. where travellers entering the city must stop and pay their customs dues. It is dawn, snow is falling, workers are stamping their feet against the cold. Mimi appears, seeking Marcello. She has learned that he is living at the tavern with Musetta, who is entertaining the customers with her singing. She needs his advice. Her relationship with Rodolfo is falling apart. She tells Marcello what has happened. Rodolfo is jealous, possessive, impossible. They quarrel constantly. She doesn't know what to do. She loves him, but she cannot live this way. Rodolfo appears, also seeking Marcello's advice. Mimi hides behind a tree and overhears their conversation. At first, Rodolfo complains of Mimi's flirtatiousness. She smiles at other men. She accepts their compliments. She's not faithful to him. But Marcello presses him. That is not the real reason, and they both know it. Slowly, reluctantly, the truth emerges. Rodolfo is afraid. He knows Mimi is dying. He can see it in her pallor, hear it in her cough, feel it in the thinness of her body when he holds her, and he knows that his poverty cannot provide her with the care she needs. His garret is killing her. The cold, the damp, the lack of food and medicine, all of it is hastening her death. He believes that being with him is a death sentence. If she were with a wealthier man, in a warmer room with doctors and medicines and proper food, perhaps she might survive. Mimi, hearing all of this, cannot contain herself. Her coughing, that terrible racking cough, reveals her presence. Rodolfo rushes to her. The pretense of quarrelling falls away. They know now what they are facing. They decide to stay together through the winter. They cannot bear to part while the world is cold. But in the spring, when the roses bloom, they will separate. It is compromise born of desperation, and both of them know it will not hold. Meanwhile, Musetta and Marcello are having their own violent quarrel. Their love is a storm, always, and now the storm has turned destructive. The act ends with both couples, Rodolfo and Mimi tenderly reconciled, walking slowly away, Marcello and Musetta screaming insults at each other as the snow falls around them. Act 4. The garret again. Some months have passed. It is autumn now, and the trees that Mimi loved are bare. Rodolfo and Marcello are back in their old room, both pretending to work but actually pining for the women they have lost. Mimi and Rodolfo have separated. Marcello and Musetta have broken up again. The men try to comfort each other. They try to make light of their losses, but neither of them is fooling anyone. Shaunard and Colleen arrive with a modest meal, bread, a herring, much less than they pretended to bring in Act 1, when the bohemian life still seemed like an adventure. The four friends engage in mock combat, horse play, a burst of the old camaraderie. For a moment, the garret is full of laughter. And then Musetta arrives with devastating news. Mimi is outside, too weak to climb the stairs. She had been living with a wealthy viscount, the better life that Rodolfo had hoped for her, but she left him. She wanted to die in the garret. She wanted to die with Rodolfo. Rodolfo rushes down to help her. Mimi is brought in and placed on the bed. She's dying. Anyone can see it. Her face is grey. Her breathing is laboured. She cannot stop coughing. The friends spring into action. Musetta gives her earrings to Marcello to sell for medicine. Colleen, in one of the opera's most touching moments, sacrifices his beloved overcoat, the one possession he treasures, the coat whose pockets have carried his books through all these years of poverty. He sings a farewell to it, Vecchia Zimara, Old Coat. It is a small aria, brief and quiet, but it carries enormous weight. In this world of poverty, a coat is not just a coat. It is warmth. It is identity. It is everything. The friends go out on their errands, leaving Mimi and Rodolfo alone. They talk, they remember, they recall their first meeting, the candle, the key, the cold hand. They recall the bonnet he bought her. They recall the love that seemed for a moment like it could conquer everything. Mimi falls asleep, or seems to. Rodolfo, trying to make her comfortable, goes to adjust the shade on the window. The light is hurting her eyes. The friends return. Schaunard notices that Mimi has stopped breathing. He whispers to Marcello. Marcello tries to tell Rodolfo without speaking the words, but Rodolfo sees their faces. He sees Musetta praying. He knows. He rushes to the bed. He takes Mimi's hand, the hand he took in the dark so many months ago. He calls her name. There is no answer. The opera ends with Rodolfo's anguished cry, "Mimi! Mimi!" and a devastating orchestral crash. The curtain falls. The audience weeps. Mimi's death in La Bohème is, medically speaking, remarkably accurate. A study published in The Lancet, one of the world's most prestigious medical journals, analysed her symptoms as depicted in the opera and concluded that Puccini's portrayal was consistent with advanced pulmonary tuberculosis, complicated by cor pulmonale. This is a condition in which the heart's right ventricle fails due to long-term damage from lung disease. The lungs, ravaged by tuberculosis, can no longer efficiently oxygenate the blood. The heart, struggling to pump blood through damaged lung tissue, eventually gives out. Mimi's cold hands, the gelida manina that Rodolfo sings about in his first aria, are not merely a romantic detail. They are a symptom of peripheral circulatory failure. Her breathlessness on the stairs is not a dramatic convenience. It reflects the progressive destruction of her lung capacity. Her weakness, her pallor, her gradual wasting, all of it is medically consistent with the disease as it actually progressed in the 19th century. By the time of her death, Mimi's body would have been in complete failure. Her oxygen-starved tissues would have been shutting down one by one. Her heart, weakened by months or years of struggling against damaged lungs, would have been unable to pump blood effectively to her extremities. The cold hands that Rodolfo takes in the dark of the garret would have been even colder at the end. Puccini got it right. Whether through research or intuition, whether guided by librettists who had witnessed such deaths firsthand or simply by the accumulated cultural knowledge of a society where tuberculosis was everywhere, he created a death that was both beautiful and true. But medical accuracy is not why tuberculosis became opera's favourite disease. The appeal was aesthetic, not scientific. Consumption was chosen not because it was common, though it certainly was, but because it was useful. It served the needs of the stage. Tuberculosis was the ideal operatic illness because it allowed singers to die beautifully. Consider the alternatives available to 19th century composers seeking a disease to kill their heroines. Cholera, epidemic in 19th century Europe, particularly in the great urban outbreaks of 1832 and 1854, kills through violent diarrhea and dehydration. The victim loses massive amounts of fluid, becoming gaunt and blue-skinned. Within hours, death can come in a single day. It is a terrible way to die, and absolutely unsuitable for the operatic stage. No audience wants to see that, and no singer wants to portray it. Typhus causes high fever, delirium, and a rash that covers the body. The victim becomes confused, unable to recognize loved ones, lost in hallucination. Again, dramatically unpromising. You cannot sing a touching final aria when you are delirious with fever. Smallpox leaves its victims scarred and disfigured. Bubonic plague kills with grotesque swelling of the lymph nodes. Dysentery, like cholera, involves symptoms that cannot be depicted on stage without embarrassment. Syphilis, though extremely common in 19th century Europe, carried a moral stigma that made it unsuitable for sympathetic characters. A woman who died of syphilis was presumed to have lived a life of sin. She was not a victim, but a transgressor. Audiences might pity her, but they would not weep for her the way they wept for Mimi. Tuberculosis, by contrast, seemed almost designed for operatic tragedy. The disease killed slowly over months or years, allowing for extended deathbed scenes. A composer could write a 4-act opera spanning an entire year, with the heroine growing progressively weaker, and the audience would understand and accept the timeline. They had seen it happen in their own families. Tuberculosis caused gradual wasting that could be portrayed as ethereal rather than gruesome. The consumptive grew thin, delicate, almost translucent, qualities that the 19th century associated with spiritual refinement rather than physical decay. The pallor and flushed cheeks, symptoms of anemia, and the hectic fever that came and went, could be interpreted as signs of delicate beauty. A consumptive heroine looked fragile, romantic, interesting. Most importantly, the consumptive remained conscious and articulate until very near the end. A woman dying of tuberculosis could speak, could sing, could express her deepest emotions with full awareness of what she was saying. She could say goodbye. She could forgive. She could declare her love one final time before the light faded from her eyes. A consumptive heroine could die beautifully, surrounded by loved ones, expressing her deepest emotions in song. The death could be tragic without being repulsive. Audiences could weep without looking away. And the soprano could bring down the house with her final aria, knowing that she was performing one of the great set pieces of the operatic tradition. Before La Bohème, there was La Traviata, Verdi's opera about a courtesan who dies of tuberculosis. If La Bohème is the most famous operatic death by consumption, La Traviata is a close second, and it came first. La Traviata premiered in Venice on March 6, 1853, 43 years before La Bohème would debut in Turin. The premiere was famously disastrous. The soprano was miscast, the audience laughed in the wrong places, and Verdi was so dejected that he nearly withdrew the work entirely. But within a year, La Traviata had been revised and restaged to acclaim. It would become one of the most beloved operas in their repertoire. The opera was based on La Dame aux Camélias, The Lady of the Camellias, a novel and play by Alexandre Dumas Fils. Dumas was the illegitimate son of the famous novelist Alexandre Dumas, author of The Three Musketeers and The Count of Monte Cristo. The younger Dumas would become a successful writer in his own right, but his fame would rest largely on this single story, a story based on his own life, on a love affair that ended in tragedy. Verdi saw Dumas' play in Paris in 1852 and immediately recognised its operatic potential. Here was everything he needed: a passionate love story, a strong-willed heroine, a tragic ending that would reduce audiences to tears, and at the centre of it all, tuberculosis, the disease that made the tragedy possible. In La Traviata, the consumptive heroine is Violetta Valery, a courtesan, the most famous and sought after in Paris. She lives extravagantly, surrounded by admirers, throwing parties that are the talk of the city. But she's ill. She coughs. She knows, though she tries not to think about it, that her time is short. She falls in love with Alfredo Germont, a young man from a respectable family, and for a time they are happy together, living quietly in the country, away from the glamour and corruption of her former life. But Alfredo's father arrives and demands that she give up his son. A courtesan cannot marry into a respectable family. She will ruin Alfredo's reputation, his sister's marriage prospects, his entire future. Violetta, in an act of extraordinary self-sacrifice, agrees. She pretends to have fallen out of love with Alfredo. She returns to Paris to her former protector. Alfredo, not knowing the truth, believes she has betrayed him. He publicly humiliates her. By the time Alfredo's father confesses what he did, by the time he gives Alfredo permission to be with Violetta, it is too late. She is dying. The consumption that has been advancing throughout the opera has finally won. The opera ends with one of the most famous death scenes in the repertoire. Violetta briefly feeling better, that terrible rally that sometimes precedes the final decline, what doctors call the last improvement, rises from her bed, declares "I feel life returning," and then collapses, dead. Alfredo screams her name, the orchestra crashes, the curtain falls. Scholar Arthur Gruss has noted that La Traviata may contain the first operatic death by tuberculosis. Whether or not this is precisely accurate, other scholars have identified earlier examples. It certainly established the template that La Bohème would later perfect: the beautiful young woman, the doomed love affair, the lingering death in the arms of the beloved. Behind Violetta Valery, behind all the operatic consumptives of the 19th century, stands a real woman. Marie Duplessis was born Rose Alphonsine Plessis on January 15, 1824, in a small village in rural Normandy. Her childhood was one of poverty and abuse. Her mother died when she was 8. Her father, an alcoholic peddler, actually sold her, to a man who used her as a child labourer and worse. By her mid-teens, she had escaped her family and made her way to Paris, where her extraordinary beauty caught the attention of wealthy men willing to pay for her company. She reinvented herself, changing her name from Alphonsine to Marie, adding the aristocratic Du to her surname. She learned to dress, to speak, to move through high society as if she belonged there. She became one of the most famous courtesans of her era, a demi-mondaine, they called such women, inhabitants of the half-world that existed alongside but separate from respectable society. She was courted by aristocrats and artists, by dukes and diplomats. Franz Liszt himself was among her admirers. She owned a magnificent apartment, attended the opera in diamonds, drove through the Bois de Boulogne in her own carriage. She lived extravagantly, running up enormous debts, because she knew her career would be short. Beauty fades, youth fades, and she was already coughing. Alexandre Dumas Fils met her in 1844, when he was 20 years old and she was barely past 20. He was immediately infatuated. Their relationship was stormy and short-lived. He was jealous of her other admirers. She could not afford to give up their financial support, but it marked him for life. When Marie died of tuberculosis on February 3, 1847, at the age of 23, Dumas was devastated. He was in Marseille when he received the news. He could not even attend her funeral. By the time he returned to Paris, her possessions had been auctioned off to pay her debts, and the apartment where they had been together had been stripped bare. Within months, Dumas had begun writing the novel that would immortalize her. In his hands, Marie Duplessis became Marguerite Gautier, the Lady of the Camellias, named for the flowers she always wore. The real Marie had favoured camellias too, perhaps because they have no scent and would not aggravate her cough. The novel cleaned up some of the more sordid details of her life, while preserving her fundamental tragedy. A woman of great beauty and sensitivity, trapped by circumstances into a life of moral compromise, redeemed by love but killed by disease. In Dumas's telling, Marguerite is not simply a prostitute, but a romantic heroine, a woman who sacrifices everything for love and is destroyed by a society that cannot accept her redemption. The novel became a play. The play became Verdi's opera, and Marie Duplessis, the poor Norman girl who was sold by her father and died alone in a rented apartment at 23, surrounded by doctors she could not pay, became an archetype, the fallen woman whose death purifies her, the consumptive beauty whose suffering ennobles, She would have been astonished, perhaps, to know that people would still be weeping for her over 175 years later. It is worth noting that in both La Traviata and La Bohème, the consumptive victim is female. This is not medically accurate. Tuberculosis killed men and women in roughly equal numbers throughout the 19th century, and in some periods and places it actually killed more men than women. Men worked in dusty factories and crowded workshops. Men lived in boarding houses and military barracks. Men, in many ways, were more exposed to the conditions that spread the disease. But operatic tuberculosis was overwhelmingly a women's disease. The dying consumptive on the 19th century stage was almost always female. The reasons were cultural, not medical. In 19th century opera, and in 19th century culture more broadly, the dying woman was a figure of intense emotional and aesthetic interest. Her death was beautiful in ways that a man's death could not be. Her suffering was redemptive in ways that a man's suffering was not. A dying man might be heroic, might be tragic, might be mourned, but he was not beautiful in the same way. His death did not carry the same emotional charge. The consumptive heroine embodied a constellation of Victorian ideals about femininity, passivity, fragility, submission, selflessness. She accepted her fate without complaint. She forgave those who had wronged her. She thought of others even as she lay dying, worrying about the grief she would cause them. In death, she became almost angelic, a model of the feminine virtue that the living were supposed to emulate. This mythology served patriarchal interests, whether or not the artists who created it were consciously aware of what they were doing. The dying woman was the ultimate object of male desire, beautiful, vulnerable, utterly dependent. She could not threaten the man who loved her. She could not challenge him, criticize him, leave him for someone else. She could only suffer beautifully and die, leaving him to mourn her and to remember her as perfect. Mimi and Violetta are both in their different ways products of this mythology. They are presented sympathetically, even heroically. Their deaths are meant to move us, not to teach us a lesson about morality or social reform. But they are also presented as victims of disease, of poverty, of the men who love them but cannot save them. Their agency is limited to the choice of how gracefully to accept their fate. Neither woman rages against her death. Neither demands better treatment, better housing, better medicine. Neither calls out the social system that has condemned her to freeze and starve. They accept, they forgive, they die. It is a troubling pattern, even as it is a beautiful one. The consumptive heroine did not die with the 19th century. Throughout the 20th century and into the 21st, artists have returned again and again to the template established by La Traviata and La Bohème. The specific disease may change. AIDS replaced tuberculosis as the era's emblematic plague, but the underlying structure remains. Young love cut short by fatal illness, the beautiful death that cannot be prevented, the grief of the survivors who must carry on. In 1996, exactly 100 years after La Bohème premiered in Turin, a new version of the story opened off-Broadway in New York. It was called Rent, and we will explore it in detail shortly. But first, let me mention some other descendants of the operatic consumptive. The 2001 film Moulin Rouge, directed by Baz Luhrmann, is explicitly modelled on La Bohème and La Traviata. Its heroine, Satine, a courtesan and star performer at the famous Parisian nightclub, dies of tuberculosis at the film's climax, in the arms of the young poet who loves her. The film quotes Puccini's music directly and unmistakably, using La Bohème itself as a plot element. Luhrmann was not subtle about his sources. He wanted audiences to recognise the tradition he was working in. The 1993 film Philadelphia tells the story of a lawyer dying of AIDS, a gay man whose illness makes him an outcast from the prestigious law firm he had dedicated his life to. The film follows a structure remarkably similar to La Traviata. A talented person, stigmatized and rejected because of their private life, fights for dignity while slowly dying. Tom Hanks won the Academy Award for his performance, and the film brought the AIDS epidemic to mainstream audiences in a way that few previous works had managed. Even films that do not explicitly reference opera often replicate its patterns: the beautiful death of the young, the love that cannot save, the art that memorializes. These themes recur across decades and genres, always with an emotional power that seems to draw from something deeper than any individual work, from the template itself. Why does this story keep being told? Perhaps because it addresses something fundamental about human experience: the fear of loss, the knowledge that love cannot protect us from death, the desperate hope that beauty and meaning can somehow transcend mortality. The consumptive heroine dies, but her story lives on. Mimi is dead by the final curtain, but Rodolfo will remember her, and we, the audience, will remember her with him. In this sense, art becomes a kind of immortality. The death that cannot be prevented can at least be transformed into something beautiful, something that endures beyond the individual life. There is, of course, something troubling about this. The real deaths from tuberculosis were not beautiful. They were messy, painful, prolonged. The real Marie Duplessis did not die in her lover's arms singing of redemption. She died alone, in debt, abandoned by the men who had used her and moved on. The real bohemians of the Latin Quarter did not die poetically. They died in cold rooms, coughing blood, terrified. But opera is not documentary. It does not pretend to show us life as it is. It shows us life as we wish it could be, or as we fear it might be, transformed into music and spectacle. The consumptive heroine is a fantasy, yes, but she is a fantasy that speaks to real fears and real hopes. We keep returning to her because death is real, and love is real, and the gap between what we want and what we get is always there, yawning beneath our feet. La Bohème gives us a way to feel that gap, to mourn what is lost, to celebrate what remains, to experience the full weight of human transience in a safe, aesthetically controlled form. For 2 hours we weep for Mimi, and then the curtain falls and we return to our lives, which, unlike hers, continue. On the evening of January 25th, 1996, a 35-year-old composer named Jonathan Larson went to bed in his New York apartment. It was the eve of something he had been working toward for 7 years, since before the fall of the Berlin Wall, since before the Gulf War, since before the internet became part of everyday life. The next morning, Rent, the musical he had poured his heart and soul into, would have its final preview performance at the New York Theatre Workshop, a small off-Broadway venue that had nurtured the project through its long gestation. Larson never woke up. He died in his sleep of an aortic dissection, a sudden tear in the main blood vessel leading from the heart. The condition, caused by a congenital defect that had never been diagnosed, killed him almost instantly. He was alone in his apartment. He was just hours away from seeing his life's work presented to an audience. The cast and crew learned of his death the next morning. They were devastated. Some wanted to cancel the performance, but they decided, after agonized discussion, to go on, not as a full performance, but as a memorial, a way of honoring the man who had created the work they loved. They sat on stools on the stage, dressed simply, and sang through the score. There would be no blocking, no costumes, no elaborate production, just the music and the words. The audience, many of them in tears before the first song ended, understood that they were witnessing something extraordinary, A work of art born in tragedy, baptized in grief, Rent had become, in the most terrible way imaginable, a piece about itself, about young artists dying too soon, about communities formed in the face of loss, about the urgent question of how to measure a life when there may not be much time left. Rent went on to become one of the most successful musicals in Broadway history. Jonathan Larson had conceived of Rent in 1988, when he was 28 years old and still struggling to make his mark in the theatre. He had been inspired by a suggestion from the playwright Billy Aronson, who wanted to create a musical based on Puccini's La Bohème, in which the luscious splendour of Puccini's world would be replaced with the coarseness and noise of modern New York. Aronson knew Larson was a talented composer with rock sensibilities. He thought they might collaborate on bringing the Bohemians into the 20th century. Larson took the idea and ran with it, eventually running so far that Aronson gave up his creative stake and Larson continued alone. He moved the action from the Latin Quarter of 1830s Paris to the East Village of late 1980s New York, Alphabet City, the neighbourhood below 14th Street where struggling artists actually lived, where squatters occupied abandoned buildings, where drugs were sold on street corners, and the sound of sirens was constant. He replaced Merger's bohemians with their contemporary equivalents, struggling rock musicians trying to write the one song that would matter, documentary filmmakers capturing life on the streets, performance artists pushing boundaries in small downtown venues. And he replaced tuberculosis with HIV/AIDS. The parallels to La Bohème are extensive and deliberate. Rodolfo the poet becomes Roger, a rock musician whose former girlfriend died of AIDS and who now struggles to write music that means something. Marcello the painter becomes Mark, a documentary filmmaker who observes and records the lives of his friends. Musetta the singer becomes Maureen, a performance artist with an ego as large as her talent. Colleen the philosopher becomes Tom Collins, a gay professor of computer philosophy. And Mimi, the seamstress, who coughs and shivers and dies of tuberculosis, becomes Mimi, an exotic dancer at the Cat Scratch Club, a drug user, HIV positive. In Rent, as in La Bohème, two love stories intertwine. Roger and Mimi fall in love despite, or because of, their shared mortality. Roger is also HIV positive. His former girlfriend April had slit her wrists when she learned her diagnosis, and he has been hiding in his apartment ever since. Mark, like Marcello, serves as the observer and narrator of the group, the one who survives to tell the story. The friends support each other through poverty and illness, through quarrels and reconciliations, through love affairs that bloom and wither and sometimes bloom again. To understand Rent, you must understand the world in which it was created. By the late 1980s, HIV/AIDS had devastated the artistic communities of New York. The disease, first identified in 1981, had spread with terrifying speed through gay and bisexual men, through intravenous drug users, through anyone whose blood came into contact with infected blood. The early years were marked by confusion and denial. What was this disease? Where had it come from? Why did it seem to target certain communities? And then, as understanding grew, by fear and stigma and abandonment. There was no effective treatment. AZT, the first drug approved to fight EUVUS, had severe side effects and limited effectiveness. Diagnosis was essentially a death sentence, not immediate, not always quick, but inexorable. Young men in their 20s and 30s, artists and dancers and writers and musicians, developed the lesions of Kaposi's sarcoma, the wasting of AIDS-related illness, the pneumonia that would fill their lungs and drown them. The government's response was slow and inadequate. Criminally so, many believed. President Reagan did not mention AIDS publicly until 1985, 4 years after the epidemic had been identified, by which point thousands had already died. Funding for research was pathetic. Prevention efforts were hampered by moralism and fear of talking about sex. The East Village, where Rent is set, was the epicenter of a cultural movement that combined artistic experimentation with political activism. S It Up, the AIDS coalition to unleash power, staged protests and die-ins, demanding action from a government that seemed content to let gay men die. Grand Fury created posters and art that forced the epidemic into public consciousness. Artists created work that addressed AIDS directly, refusing the silence that mainstream society wanted to impose. Jonathan Larson was part of this world. He was not gay himself, but he had friends who were. He had friends who were HIV positive. He attended funerals, too many funerals, for people his own age who should have had decades of life ahead of them. He knew that the bohemian ideal of artistic community now came with a terrible price. And he saw, in Puccini's century-old opera, a template for expressing this experience. The parallels were too strong to ignore. The genius of Rent lies in recognizing that tuberculosis and AIDS occupied remarkably similar cultural spaces, a century apart. Both diseases were associated with marginalized communities. Tuberculosis struck the urban poor, the immigrants, the artists who lived in cheap, crowded, poorly ventilated housing. AIDS struck gay men, drug users, sex workers, people already stigmatized by mainstream society, already pushed to the margins, already vulnerable. Both diseases inspired fear and discrimination. Tuberculosis patients were isolated in sanatoriums, shunned by neighbours who feared contagion, denied employment and housing. AIDS patients faced similar isolation, fired from jobs when their diagnosis became known, evicted from apartments, rejected by families who could not accept their illness or the behaviour that had led to it. Both diseases became linked, in the cultural imagination, with questions of morality. Were the victims somehow responsible for their illness? Had they brought it on themselves through their behaviour, their choices, their way of life? The consumptive was suspected of having burned too bright, having exhausted herself through passion and excess. The AIDS patient was blamed for sexual promiscuity, for drug use, for being gay in a society that insisted homosexuality was a sin. And both diseases tragically killed young people. People in the prime of creative life, people who should have had decades of work ahead of them. Keats died of tuberculosis at 25. Keith Haring died of AIDS at 31. The list of artists taken by these diseases is endless and heartbreaking. Larson understood these parallels intuitively. By framing his story of the AIDS epidemic through the lens of La Bohème, he gave audiences a way to connect present suffering with past suffering, to see themselves as part of a longer history of loss and resilience. The Bohemians of 1990s New York were descendants of the Bohemians of 1840s Paris. The community that formed around HIV was a descendant of the community that formed around tuberculosis. The disease changed. The human response, to gather together, to support each other, to make art in the face of death, remained the same. Rent differs from La Bohème in one crucial respect. It is a musical, not an opera. This distinction matters more than you might think. Opera is sung throughout. Every word, every emotion is conveyed in song. Musicals alternate between spoken dialogue and musical numbers, allowing for a different kind of pacing and a different relationship between ordinary speech and heightened emotion. Opera tends toward grandeur, and formality toward orchestral richness and vocal technique. Musicals can be more casual, more contemporary in their sound and their style. Larsen's score for Rent draws on rock, pop, gospel and Latin music, genres that would have been completely foreign to Puccini. The electric guitars, the drum machines, the funk bass lines, all of it places the work firmly in its moment in the sound of 1990s New York. When the characters sing, they sound like they belong to their era. The result is a work that speaks the musical language of its audience. The most famous number, the one that escaped the show and became a cultural phenomenon in its own right, opens the second act. It poses a simple question. How do you measure a year? In days? In hours? In cups of coffee? The answer, sung in soaring gospel harmony by the full cast, is love. Measure your life in love. It is a direct response to the epidemic. When time is short, when death is near, when you know that you may not have decades ahead of you, what matters is not achievement or acquisition. What matters is connection. Love becomes the only meaningful metric. Other songs address the themes of the work more directly. The duet Without You explores loss and dependence. The bitter confrontation, Goodbye Love, stages the kind of quarrel that we see in Act 3 of La Bohème, when lovers who cannot bear to be together cannot bear to be apart. What You Own questions the values of mainstream society. Materialism, career ambition, the pressure to sell out and abandon the bohemian life for something safer and more respectable. And early in the show, Roger sings his statement of desperate hope. He wants to write one song before he dies that will mean something, that will last. It is the Bohemian creed in its purest form, the belief that art outlasts the artist, that the work matters more than the life. Murger would have recognised that hope. Puccini would have recognised it. It is the same hope that has driven artists into garrets for 200 years. Rent opened on Broadway on April 29, 1926, just 3 months after Jonathan Larsen's death. It was an immediate sensation. Critics praised its energy, its emotional honesty, its willingness to address subjects that mainstream theatre had largely ignored. The New York Times called it an exhilarating landmark rock opera. The Washington Post said it pulses with life and passion. Even critics who had reservations about the music or the book acknowledged that something important was happening, that Rent was speaking to its audience in a way that few musicals had done in years. The show won 4 Tony Awards, including Best Musical, beating out such competitors as Bring In Da Noise, Bring In Da Funk. More remarkably, it won the Pulitzer Prize for drama, an honour rarely given to musicals, and never before to a rock musical. The Pulitzer Committee recognised what audiences had already discovered, that Rent was not merely entertainment, but a significant work of American art. It ran on Broadway for 12 years, closing in September 2008 after more than 5,000 performances. It grossed over $280 million. It spawned national and international tours, a film adaptation in 2005, a live television broadcast, and countless amateur and professional productions around the world. More than any other work of its era, Rent brought the AIDS crisis into the cultural mainstream. It made audiences who might never have attended an ACT UP protest, who might never have known anyone living with HIV, weep for characters they came to love. It created empathy across barriers of sexuality and class. It humanized a disease that had too often been used to dehumanize its victims. And it did all this through the structure of an opera about tuberculosis, written 100 years earlier by an Italian composer who could never have imagined the world his creation would eventually speak to. Jonathan Larsen never saw his triumph. He worked on Rent for 7 years, often living in poverty himself, struggling to convince producers and investors that the show was worth staging. He waited tables at the Moondance Diner to pay his rent. He lived the bohemian life that his musical celebrated, not as a pose, but as a necessity. His death at 35 has an eerie resonance with the deaths in his musical, and in La Bohème before it. Like Mimi, like Roger, like Angel, he died young, leaving work that would outlive him. Like Merger, he lived the life he wrote about and paid a price for it, though his price was not tuberculosis, but a congenital heart defect that no one had ever diagnosed. He had complained of chest pains in the days before his death. Emergency room doctors at 2 different hospitals examined him and sent him home, attributing his symptoms to stress or food poisoning. They did not run the tests that might have revealed the truth. In the years after his death, his family successfully sued the hospital for malpractice. The settlement provided some financial security, but no amount of money could bring back the artist who had created Rent or give him the chance to see what his work would become. The musical stands as his monument. Every performance in theatres around the world keeps his vision alive. The story he told, of artists struggling against poverty and disease, of love surviving loss, of community persisting through tragedy, continues to resonate with audiences who were not yet born when Larsen died. Larsen understood, perhaps better than anyone since Merger, why the Bohemian myth endures. It is not a myth about poverty. It is not a myth about suffering. It is a myth about meaning, about finding purpose in creativity, about valuing human connection over material success, about measuring our lives not in wealth or fame, but in love. That message has outlived him. It will continue to outlive all of us. We have traced La Bohème from Merger's garret to Puccini's orchestra pit to Larsen's off-Broadway theatre. We have followed a story across 150 years, through 3 continents, through revolutions in music and politics and medicine. Along the way, we have encountered tuberculosis and AIDS, real deaths and fictional ones, artists who lived the bohemian life and artists who died too young. What binds these stories together? What makes them, in some essential way, the same story told again and again? At the most basic level, they are all love stories. Rodolfo loves Mimi. Roger loves Mimi. The poets love the seamstresses and the dancers, across a gap of century and disease. And in each version, love proves insufficient to save the beloved. The love is real. The love is powerful. The love is beautiful. And the love cannot stop death from coming. The dying die. The living are left to mourn. And the audience weeps because they recognize this pattern. They have seen it before, or they will see it, in their own lives. This is a universal experience, perhaps the universal experience. To love is to risk loss. To form attachments is to guarantee eventual grief. Everyone who loves will someday lose. The consumptive heroine, dying in her lover's arms while the orchestra swells around her, dramatizes what everyone who has ever loved already knows, that this too will end, that everything ends, that the price of love is the certainty of eventual loss. We weep for Mimi because we are all in some way either Mimi or Rodolfo. We are either the one who will die too soon, or the one who will be left behind. There is no third option. But La Bohème and its descendants offer something beyond the mere acknowledgement of mortality. They offer community. Mimi does not die alone. She dies surrounded by friends, the bohemian community that has sustained her and Rodolfo through poverty and illness, through quarrels and reconciliations, through all the ups and downs of their brief time together. Musetta is there, praying. Colleen is there, having sold his coat to buy medicine. Schaunard and Marcello are there, doing what they can, which is almost nothing, but which is everything. Rent's characters face their diagnoses together, supporting each other through treatment and loss, through the endless cycle of doctor's appointments and drug protocols, and the slow decline that AIDS brought in the years before. Effective treatment. Angel dies surrounded by friends. Mimi survives, at least for now, because her community refuses to give up on her. Even in death, the individual is held by the group. This is the Bohemian promise. The thing that makes the garret bearable, the thing that makes the poverty endurable, the thing that makes the whole desperate enterprise worthwhile. Artistic community can provide what family and society often fail to provide: unconditional acceptance, support without judgment, love that does not ask you to be anything other than what you are. The water drinkers may be poor, but they have each other. They share what little they have. The bread that Shaunard brings, the wine that appears from somewhere, the warmth of bodies pressed together against the cold. They celebrate together and grieve together. When one of them falls, the others catch them. When one of them dies, the others remember. It is an idealized vision, of course. Real artistic communities are full of jealousy, competition, and betrayal. The history of Bohemia is not all solidarity. It includes plenty of broken friendships and stolen ideas, plenty of lovers who became enemies, plenty of collaborators who ended up in court. Artists are people, and people are complicated. But the ideal matters. It offers a model of what human relationships could be: connection based on shared values rather than blood ties, support given freely rather than transactionally, love that exists because people choose it rather than because they are obligated by biology or law. The garret may be cold, but it is not lonely, and that, in the end, may be the most important thing. There is another theme woven through all these stories: the power of art to transcend mortality. Rodolfo is a poet, Roger is a songwriter, Merger was a writer, Larsen was a composer. These are people who make things that can outlast them. In La Bohème, Rodolfo's manuscripts are a joke. He burns them for heat. But in the larger frame, art is no joke at all. Puccini's opera has outlived its creator by 100 years. Larsen's musical continues to be performed decades after his death. The art survives. This is the deepest hope of the Bohemian myth, that creativity offers a kind of immortality. The artist dies, but the work remains. The consumptive heroine breathes her last, but the audience will remember her, will sing her arias, will tell her story, will keep her alive in the only way that matters. It is a hope, not a guarantee. Most art is forgotten. Most artists leave no lasting trace. The cemeteries are full of poets whose work has vanished, painters whose canvases have crumbled, musicians whose songs are silent. But some art does survive. Lear, Bohème has survived, Rent has survived, and each performance is a small act of resurrection, the dead brought back to life through the living bodies and voices of performers. When a soprano sings Mimi's final aria, she's not merely performing a role. She's keeping Mimi alive. She's refusing to let death have the last word. We have moved from tuberculosis to AIDS to what comes next. COVID-19 killed millions of people, including many artists. The lockdowns devastated the performing arts. Broadway went dark, opera houses closed. The very possibility of live performance was called into question. Will there be a COVID Bohème? A musical or opera that does for our era what Rent did for the AIDS years? Perhaps. The template is there, waiting to be filled. Young artists struggling to survive, a community bound together by shared vulnerability, a disease that kills indiscriminately, that strikes without regard to talent or ambition or love. But perhaps the specific disease matters less than the underlying experience. Merger wrote about tuberculosis because that was what killed young artists in his era. Larsen wrote about AIDS because that was what killed young artists in his. The disease is the occasion, not the essence. What remains constant is the experience of mortality. The knowledge that we will die, that those we love will die, that all our achievements and relationships and hopes are temporary. This is the darkness against which the bohemian light shines. Every generation rediscovers this truth. Every generation finds its own way to express it. And every generation apparently returns to the garret, to the template that Murger created and Puccini perfected and Larsen updated, because that template captures something essential about the human condition. There is one more element to consider: the relationship between the garret and the world outside. The Bohemians of La Bohème are not political revolutionaries. They do not seek to change society. They seek only to live their lives, make their art, and love those who love them. The outside world, represented by the landlord, by the wealthy Alcindoro, is an annoyance to be evaded, not an enemy to be fought. Rent is more politically engaged. Its characters are explicitly living on the margins, queer, HIV positive, homeless, addicted. The musical includes a subplot about a community protest against a landlord who wants to evict squatters. The politics of gentrification, of AIDS activism, of LGBTQ+ rights are woven into the fabric of the work. This difference reflects the different eras in which the works were created. Murger's Bohemia was pre-political. The idea of artists as a class with collective interests had not yet developed. By the 1990s, the personal was understood to be political, and artistic communities were expected to engage with broader struggles. But in both works, the primary focus remains on the intimate sphere. The lovers, the friends, the small community. The garret is a refuge from the world, not a platform for transforming it. This is perhaps both the appeal and the limitation of the Bohemian myth. It offers warmth and meaning at the personal scale. It does not offer a vision of how society might be organised to prevent the suffering it depicts. Mimi dies, in part, because she is poor. She cannot afford warmth, cannot afford medical care, cannot afford the basic conditions of health. The opera mourns her death but does not ask why such deaths occur. Why, in a society of plenty, young women freeze and starve and die of treatable diseases. Rent is more aware of these structural questions. Its characters are poor and sick in a city of wealth and health. The contrast is visible, and the injustice is noted. But even Rent cannot quite escape the gravitational pull of the beautiful death. Mimi survives at the end of the musical, a choice that Larsen made to differ from Puccini, but the spectre of AIDS hangs over her survival. The audience knows, even if the characters can hope, that the reprieve is likely temporary. The garret remains a place of beauty and tragedy, not a launching pad for revolution. And so we return to where we began. A garret in Paris, a knock at the door, a young woman, breathless and coughing, seeking a light for her candle. We know how the story ends. We have known since the first scene. Mimi will die, Rodolfo will mourn, the friends will gather, their laughter turned to tears, their camaraderie tested and proven by loss, and then the curtain will fall, and the audience will applaud through their tears, and the singers will bow, exhausted and exhilarated, and the whole beautiful tragedy will begin again tomorrow night. And the night after that, and the night after that. La Bohème has been running, in one form or another, for over 125 years. Thousands of sopranos have sung Mimi's death, each one bringing her own voice, her own understanding, her own life experience to the role. Thousands of tenors have cried Rodolfo's anguished final words, their voices breaking on that desperate repetition. Mimi! Mimi! Millions of audience members have wept in the darkness, mourning a character they never met, in a garret they never visited, in a Paris that no longer exists. Why? Why do we keep returning? Because the garret still exists, not the same garret. That building was probably torn down a century ago, but garrets, like it, all over the world. Young artists still live in cramped apartments, still struggle to pay rent, still choose creativity over security. The poverty still exists, even if it wears different clothes now. And the love still exists. The loss still exists. The terrible gap between what we hope for and what we get, that gap is always there, always has been, always will be. We are all always reaching for something just beyond our grasp. We may have antibiotics now. Tuberculosis may be curable, though it still kills over 1 million people every year, mostly in the parts of the world we prefer not to think about. But death is not curable. It will never be curable. And the story of young love cut short, of creative community threatened by forces beyond its control, of beauty and meaning snatched away by indifferent fate, that story will never grow old. Merger died of it. At 38, in a charity hospital penniless despite his fame, Larsen died of it. At 35, alone in his apartment hours before his triumph. In some sense, we're all dying of it, of the human condition, of the limitations of mortal life, of the eventual end that awaits even the most brilliant and beloved among us. But the music plays on, the stories are told. The garret in memory and imagination is still lit by candles, still warm with friendship, still alive with the voices of those who refuse to let cold and hunger and disease silence them. That is the Bohemian legacy, the true legacy, beneath all the romance and all the tragedy. Not the romantic poverty that killed so many, not the beautiful death that we weep over from our comfortable seats, but the insistence, stubborn, defiant, unshakable, that art and love and community matter, that they matter even in the face of everything that would destroy them, that they matter precisely because they are fragile, because they must be renewed in every generation, because nothing is permanent except the human need to create meaning in a universe that offers none. And so, as the night deepens and the final notes fade, we leave behind the garrets of Paris and the lofts of New York. We leave behind the opera houses of Turin and Milan, the off-Broadway theatres of the East Village, the stages large and small where this story has been told and retold. We leave behind the singers and the composers, the librettists and the playwrights, the audiences who have kept this story alive for more than a century and a quarter. Next time on the Sanatorium, we will explore another chapter in the history of tuberculosis. There are more stories to tell, more lives to remember, more connections to trace between disease and culture, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of Mimi carry you gently into sleep, and if you found some measure of beauty in tonight's journey through the garrets and the opera houses and the pages of old books, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might need it. Mimi is dead. The candle is out. The garret is dark and cold. But the love remains. In the 19th century, women swallowed arsenic. Not by accident, not in desperation. They ate it on purpose. Little white wafers sold openly, advertised as perfectly harmless, because arsenic gave them the look they craved. The look of someone dying of tuberculosis. Because in Victorian England, dying was beautiful. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we explore one of the strangest chapters in the history of beauty, a time when the symptoms of a deadly disease became the height of fashion, a time when pale skin, flushed cheeks and an impossibly thin waist weren't just desirable, they were aspirational, a time when looking like you were dying was the best way to look alive. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from literature to architecture, from music to the clothes we wear. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through ballrooms and dressing rooms, through fashion plates and poison cabinets, through an era that dressed for death. Let's begin. London, an evening in 1845. The ballroom of a great house blazes with candlelight, hundreds of flames reflected in mirrors, in crystal, in the polished floor. The orchestra plays a waltz, and across the room, arranged on gilded chairs, wait the debutantes. Look at them. Their skin is impossibly pale. Not the healthy glow of exercise, but the translucent pallor of a hothouse flower. Their waists are impossibly narrow, 18 inches, perhaps less, compressed by corsets so tight that breathing comes in shallow gasps. Their cheeks carry a delicate flush of pink, their lips a hint of rose. Their eyes shine with an almost feverish brightness. They are beautiful. Every man in the room agrees. Every dowager mother approves. This is the ideal, the template of femininity that a generation of young women aspires to match. And the template is killing them. Not metaphorically, not slowly, over decades. The corsets damage their internal organs. The cosmetics they use contain lead and arsenic, and the look they're trying to achieve, that perfect consumptive pallor, is in many cases a sign of actual consumption. Tuberculosis in the 1840s kills 1 of every 7 Europeans. It kills the poor in cramped tenements and the rich in country estates. It kills slowly, over months or years, wasting the body until the victim becomes a pale, ethereal shadow of themselves. And somewhere along the way that wasting became beautiful. The pallor caused by anemia, the flushed cheeks caused by fever, the bright shining eyes caused by chronic illness, the thin fragile frame caused by the body consuming itself. All of these symptoms, all of these signs of a fatal disease, became the markers of feminine beauty. Tonight, we trace how a plague became a fashion, how the look of death became the look of desire, how tuberculosis shaped not just bodies but beauty itself. This is consumptive chic. To understand consumptive chic, we must first understand consumption. Tuberculosis, known throughout most of history as consumption, or the White Plague or Tisus, is one of humanity's oldest companions. Archaeological evidence suggests it has been killing us for at least 9,000 years. In the 19th century, it reached what may have been its historical peak. The Industrial Revolution had packed millions of people into cramped, poorly ventilated cities. Factories, tenements, workhouses, anywhere that people breathed each other's air became a breeding ground for the bacteria. By the 1880s, tuberculosis was responsible for 1 of every 7 deaths in Europe and America. In some cities, the rate was even higher. But consumption did not strike at random, or so it seemed. It appeared to choose its victims, and its choices fascinated the romantic imagination. The disease killed poets and musicians, novelists and artists. John Keats, dead at 25, Percy Bysshe Shelley's first wife Harriet, and later his own son, Emily Bronte, dead at 30, Anne Bronte, dead at 29, Chopin, dead at 39, Elizabeth Barrett Browning, fragile and bedridden for years, Edgar Allan Poe's young wife Virginia, dead at 24. The list went on and on. The disease seemed to prefer the creative, the sensitive, the spiritually refined. This was, of course, an illusion. Tuberculosis killed labourers and servants in far greater numbers than it killed poets, but the labourers died anonymously, while the poets left behind immortal works. And so a mythology grew up around consumption, a mythology that saw the disease not as random bacterial infection, but as a kind of spiritual ordeal. The consumptive was dying, yes, but they were dying beautifully. The ancient Greeks had a term for this, spes tisica, the hope of the consumptive. They observed that tuberculosis patients often experienced an unusual optimism, an earnest hope of recovery even as the disease ravaged their bodies. This hope, the Greeks believed, drove heightened sensitivity and great creativity despite overwhelming illness. The Romantics embraced this idea wholeheartedly. They saw in consumption not merely a disease but a kind of divine selection, a mark of artistic destiny. The symptoms of tuberculosis, in their advanced stages, created a striking appearance. The victim grew thin as the body wasted away, but this thinness was ethereal rather than starved, suggesting spiritual refinement rather than material want. The skin grew pale as anemia set in, but this pallor was translucent, almost luminous, like fine porcelain. The chronic low-grade fever of the disease produced a persistent flush in the cheeks, a rosy glow that mimicked the blush of emotion. The same fever caused the eyes to shine with unusual brightness. The lips too remained red even as the rest of the face grew pale. And then there was the temperament. Contemporary observers believed that consumption produced a heightened state of consciousness. The dying were said to become more creative, more passionate, more spiritually aware. This was probably a combination of confirmation bias and the stimulating effect of fever, but it became part of the mythology. Lord Byron, the most famous poet of his age, the definition of romantic celebrity, captured the attitude perfectly. "I should like, I think, to die of consumption," he said, "because then the women would all say, 'See that poor Byron, how interesting he looks in dying.'" Byron was joking, probably, but he wasn't wrong about the cultural moment. In early 19th century Europe, consumption was interesting. It was romantic. It was, in its terrible way, beautiful. No death better illustrated the romantic mythology of consumption than that of John Keats. In September 1820, Keats left England for Rome. He was 24 years old, and he knew he was dying. His brother Tom had died of tuberculosis 2 years earlier, and Keats, trained as a surgeon, had recognised his own symptoms immediately when he first coughed blood onto his pillow in February 1820. "I know the colour of that blood," he told his friend Charles Brown. "It is arterial blood. That drop of blood is my death warrant." He travelled with his friend Joseph Seven, a young painter who had volunteered to accompany him to a warmer climate in hopes of recovery. They took lodgings at 26 Piazza di Spagna in Rome, in a small room overlooking the Spanish Steps. There, over the next 3 months, Seven watched his friend die. Seven's letters from that period are devastating documents. By January 1821, Keats's condition was hopeless. His stomach and lungs were compromised. He could no longer digest food. He coughed constantly, bringing up what Seven described as clay-like expectoration, blood-streaked fluids that built up in his throat until Seven had to lift him to prevent choking. Keats wanted to die. He had brought laudanum, opium dissolved in alcohol, and hoped to end his suffering quickly, but Seven refused to give it to him. The doctor took it away, and so Keats endured what Seven called dreadful agonies with nothing to ease the pain at all. Dr. James Clark, the English physician who treated Keats in Rome, placed him on a starvation diet, an anchovy and a piece of bread a day, intended to reduce blood flow to his stomach. He also bled the poet, a standard treatment of the day that almost certainly hastened his death. On the day before Keats passed away, Seven wrote that his intellects and health are breaking down, and that Keats had sunk in the last 3 days to a most ghastly look. On February 23rd, 1821, at about 2 in the afternoon, John Keats died. He was 25 years old. An hour before midnight, Seven wrote, "His eyes looked upon me with extreme sensibility but without pain." Keats was buried in the Protestant cemetery in Rome. His tombstone, at his own request, bears no name, only the words, "Here lies one whose name was writ in water." He believed his work would be forgotten, that he had failed as a poet. He was wrong about that. The point of this story is not merely the tragedy of a young poet's death. It is the way that death was received, the way it became part of the mythology of genius. Percy Bysshe Shelley, devastated by the news, wrote Adonais, one of the great elegies in English literature, in which Keats's death is transformed into something transcendent, almost beautiful. "He has outsoared the shadow of our night," Shelley wrote, "envy and calumny and hate and pain, and that unrest which men miscall delight, can touch him not and torture not again." The reality, the starvation diet, the bleeding, the agonizing cough, the friend begging for opium that was denied him, disappeared into mythology. What remained was the image of the dying poet, pale and beautiful, consumed by genius as much as by disease. This was the template. This was what consumptive death was supposed to look like. And if dying was beautiful, then looking like you were dying must be beautiful too. This is where fashion enters the story. The beauty standards of any era reflect that era's anxieties and aspirations. In a time when death was everywhere, when consumption could claim anyone, at any time, regardless of wealth or status, the culture developed a strange relationship with mortality. It aestheticized it. It made it beautiful. And in doing so, it transformed the symptoms of a plague into the markers of ideal femininity. The women in the fashion plates of the 1840s do not look healthy. They look wasted. They look fragile. They look to a modern eye like they might collapse at any moment. Their waists are impossibly narrow. Their skin is impossibly pale. Their expressions carry a melancholy that borders on morbidity. This was not an accident. This was the consumptive ideal translated into commercial imagery. And women, particularly upper-class women, who had the time and resources to pursue fashion, did everything in their power to achieve it. The consumptive body became the ideal body. This was not entirely new. European beauty standards had long favoured pale skin and delicate frames over tanned skin and muscular builds. Pallor was the mark of the aristocrat who didn't labour in the fields. Thinness was the mark of the lady who didn't perform manual work. But consumption intensified and refined these preferences. The ideal woman was no longer merely pale, she was translucent. She was no longer merely thin, she was waifish, fragile, seemingly weightless. She was no longer merely delicate, she was visibly, almost ostentatiously, weak. Contemporary fashion plates, the magazine illustrations that showed women how to dress, depicted figures that would be impossible for a healthy person to achieve. Waists measured 18 inches or less. Arms were thin as reeds. The chest was hollow, the collarbones prominent. These were not merely idealized bodies. They were bodies in the grip of disease. And the fashion industry rose to meet the demand. The corset was the engine of consumptive fashion. Corsets, in some form, had been worn for centuries, but the corsets of the mid-19th century were something new. Precision instruments of bodily control, engineered to compress the female form into the consumptive ideal. In 1793, the German physician Samuel Thomas von Soemmerring had published a treatise called On the Effects of the Corset, warning that these garments constituted a serious health hazard by compressing the ribs and internal organs. His warnings went largely unheeded. Fashion, it seemed, was more powerful than medicine. By the 1840s and 1850s, tight lacing had become both an art and a cult. These were not the relatively flexible stays of earlier eras. They were heavily boned, with whalebone, later with steel, and designed to be pulled tighter and tighter over time. A properly fashionable woman might have her waist compressed by 6, 8, even 10 inches from its natural circumference. The effect was dramatic, a tiny waist emphasizing the relative width of skirts and shoulders, creating the appearance of fragile, almost insect-like proportion. The health consequences were severe. Tight lacing compressed the ribcage, limiting lung capacity. Medical journals of the era documented cases of collapsed lungs, bruised and fractured ribs. It displaced internal organs, the stomach, the liver, the intestines, pushing them down and distorting their function. It weakened core muscles by doing their work for them. It restricted blood flow to the lower body. The medical establishment recognized these dangers. The Lancet published numerous articles on the subject. Death from tight lacing in 1890, effects of tight lacing in 1892, civilization and the corset in 1909. Doctors identified a condition they called chlorosis, a complex of symptoms including fatigue, shortness of breath, digestive problems, and a distinctive greenish pallor, and attributed it directly to corset wearing. Chlorosis was sometimes called the green sickness. It primarily affected young women. It almost entirely disappeared in the 1920s, when women stopped wearing tightly laced corsets. Chlorosis deserves a closer look because it reveals how deeply consumptive beauty had penetrated Victorian medicine itself. The disease was first described in 1554 by German physician Johannes Langer, who called it the disease of virgins. By the 19th century, it had become one of the most commonly diagnosed conditions affecting young women. Doctors described patients with bodily weakness, dietary disorders, heart palpitations, fainting spells, pallor, and an absence of menstruation. The skin, they claimed, took on a greenish hue, hence the name green sickness. The treatment was curious. Physicians prescribed iron tonics, cod liver oil, and, yes, arsenic. They also prescribed marriage, because chlorosis was believed to be a disease of virgins, cured by the consummation of matrimony and the bearing of children. Modern historians have examined chlorosis with considerable skepticism. Some scholars argue that the disease was largely a cultural construction, a medicalized version of the consumptive ideal. Young women learned to have the disease from family, friends, the popular press, and their doctors themselves. Physicians expected to see chlorosis in adolescent girls, and so they did. The symptoms of chlorosis overlapped remarkably with the effects of tight lacing, malnutrition, and iron deficiency anemia. The standard treatment, iron tonics, inadvertently addressed the anemia, which masked the underlying misdiagnosis. Women who were effectively starving themselves to achieve the consumptive ideal were diagnosed with a mysterious disease and given treatments that partially counteracted the damage they were doing to themselves. In 1898, Catherine van Tussenbroek, the first female Dutch gynecologist, pointed to the social factors at the root of the disease. She argued that chlorosis reflected the lack of perspective for young girls in Victorian society. The disease, she suggested, was not really about blood or iron. It was about the impossible position of young women, trapped between the demands of fashion and the demands of survival. The disappearance of chlorosis in the 1920s was not merely due to improved diagnostics. It coincided with changes in the social position of women. The right to vote, increased access to education, greater independence. As women's horizons expanded, the green sickness simply vanished. The disease had been real, in a sense. Young women really did faint and lose their appetites and turn pale, but the framework that made sense of those symptoms, the narrative that said, this is chlorosis, a disease of virgins cured by marriage, that framework was cultural. It was a story the Victorians told themselves about young women's bodies, and it was a story built on the consumptive ideal. And yet women kept wearing them, not because they were unaware of the dangers, but because the alternative, appearing unfashionable, appearing healthy, appearing robust, was socially unacceptable. Some women became so dependent on their corsets that they could not hold themselves upright without them. Their back muscles had atrophied from lack of use. Others reported that removing their corset caused dizziness and faintness as blood rushed through vessels that had been constricted for hours. Some women even slept in their corsets, unable to endure the sensation of their own unsupported body. But here is the strange truth. The suffering itself became part of the appeal. A woman who could barely breathe, who felt faint from lack of oxygen, who moved slowly and carefully to avoid losing consciousness, she embodied the consumptive ideal. Her laboured breathing mimicked the shallow respiration of the tubercular patient. Her pallor, induced by restricted blood flow, matched the anemic pallor of disease. The corset was not just shaping bodies to look consumptive, it was making bodies feel consumptive, creating a kind of artificial illness in the service of beauty. Not everyone accepted the corset's dominion. In 1881, a group of women in London founded the Rational Dress Society. Their motto was uncompromising. The Rational Dress Society protests against the introduction of any fashion in dress that either deforms the figure, impedes the movements of the body, or in any way tends to injure the health. The society specifically targeted tight lacing. They also objected to high-heeled shoes, heavily weighted skirts that made walking difficult, and any garment that restricted movement of the arms. Their alternative proposals included divided skirts, looser bodices, and clothing that allowed women to breathe, walk, and even, scandalously, ride bicycles. One of the Society's founding members was Viscountess Florence Wallace Pomeroy, known as Lady Harberton. She championed what she called reformed dress, baggy pantaloons worn beneath knee-length skirts. She invented the divided skirt, and she was widely ridiculed for it. The dress reform movement had its greatest success in the reform of women's undergarments, which could be modified without exposing the wearer to public mockery. Reformers also influenced athletic clothing, the specialised garments women wore for bicycling, swimming and gymnastics, activities that would be impossible in a tightly laced corset. But everyday fashion proved resistant to change. The consumptive ideal was too deeply embedded in the culture. To reject it was to reject beauty itself, and few women were willing to make that sacrifice. Florence Nightingale, herself treated for what may have been tuberculosis, and famous for her practical approach to health, wrote extensively about the damage that fashionable dress did to women. Yet even she, when photographed for official portraits, wore conventional dress with a corseted waist. The pressure to conform was overwhelming. If the corset shaped the body, cosmetics shaped the face. The consumptive complexion was very specific. Pale skin with flushed cheeks and red lips. This combination, pallor plus flush, was the distinctive signature of tuberculosis fever, and women who didn't have tuberculosis wanted it anyway. The challenge was that respectable women weren't supposed to use obvious cosmetics. Makeup was associated with actresses and prostitutes, women of dubious morality who needed to attract attention. A proper lady was supposed to be naturally beautiful. So Victorian cosmetics were designed to be invisible. They weren't meant to look like makeup. They were meant to look like disease. Women whitened their skin using a variety of methods, many of them dangerous. The most traditional was ceruse, white lead paint, the same substance that Queen Elizabeth I had famously worn in the 16th century. Ceruse gave the skin a smooth, porcelain appearance. It also caused lead poisoning, with symptoms including hair loss, rotting teeth, skin lesions, and eventually death. Others used zinc oxide or rice powder, which were less toxic but also less effective. Some washed their faces with ammonia solutions, which bleached the skin over time but caused chemical burns. Some drank vinegar, believing it would lighten their complexion from within. And then there was arsenic. Rose's arsenic complexion wafers and similar products like Dr. James P. Campbell's safe arsenic complexion wafers were sold openly throughout the Victorian era. They were little white tablets containing small amounts of arsenic trioxide, small enough not to kill immediately, but enough to produce visible effects on the skin. The advertisements promised a deliciously clear complexion. They claimed the wafers were absolutely harmless, perfectly safe, used by thousands. This was, of course, a lie. But the lie had a kernel of truth that made it believable. In 1851, a Swiss physician named Johann Jakob von Tschudi published a remarkable account of the peasants of Styria, a mountainous region of what is now Austria. These peasants, he reported, regularly ate arsenic, and not only survived but thrived. The Styrian arsenic eaters, known as toxicophagi, had been consuming the poison for centuries. They obtained it from local mines and springs. They began with tiny amounts, a piece the size of a lentil, and gradually increased their doses over time. Some reportedly consumed what would normally be lethal quantities with no apparent ill effects. The reasons they gave were twofold. First, they believed arsenic improved their appearance, giving them clear skin and robust figures. Second, they claimed it helped them breathe more easily in the thin mountain air. The medical world was fascinated. Scottish physician Craig MacLagan travelled to Styria in 1864 to investigate. He watched two arsenic eaters consume doses that should have killed them. Neither showed any ill effects the following day. How was this possible? The answer seems to be a combination of factors. The arsenic the Styrians consumed was in a relatively coarse form that was poorly absorbed by the digestive system. Their bodies developed some degree of tolerance through gradual exposure, and their gut microbiomes may have evolved mechanisms to detoxify the poison. But the cosmetics industry didn't care about the science. They cared about the marketing. Reports of the clear and blooming complexions of Styrian peasant women became selling points for arsenic beauty products across Europe and America. If Austrian peasants could eat arsenic and glow with health, surely refined English ladies could do the same. They couldn't. The arsenic wafers sold in pharmacies were not the same as the arsenic consumed in Styria. The doses were different, the delivery method was different, and the consumers had none of the gradual tolerance that the Styrians had built up over generations. Long-term arsenic consumption caused hair loss, it caused kidney damage, it caused nerve damage, producing numbness and tingling in the extremities. It caused distinctive skin growths called arsenical keratoses. Users developed a tolerance, requiring ever-increasing doses to achieve the same effect. Those who survived long enough developed a greenish pallor, not the translucent white they sought, but the unmistakable colour of arsenic poisoning. And yet women kept buying them. The desire for consumptive beauty was strong enough to justify the risk. Some women died. We don't know how many. Victorian death certificates rarely listed arsenic poisoning from cosmetics as a cause of death. The shame would have been too great. But the medical literature of the era contains enough case studies to suggest that arsenic wafer deaths were not uncommon. The consumptive look required more than pale skin and flushed cheeks. It required bright, luminous eyes, the feverish shine that marked the tubercular patient. For this, Victorian women turned to belladonna. Belladonna, from the Italian for beautiful lady, is another name for deadly nightshade, one of the most poisonous plants in the Western world. Its berries can kill a child who eats them. Its name, according to legend, comes from its use by Italian women to dilate their pupils, making their eyes appear larger and more alluring. Victorian women continued this tradition. Belladonna drops, applied directly to the eyes, caused the pupils to expand dramatically. The effect mimicked the wide-eyed look of fever, or of emotional arousal. It made the eyes seem darker, deeper, more mysterious. It also caused blurred vision. It caused increased heart rate and blood pressure. It caused sensitivity to light so severe that many users could not go outdoors during the day. With prolonged use, it caused permanent damage to the iris muscles. Some users went blind. And still they used it, because bright eyes were beautiful, because consumption was beautiful, because the look of dying was the look of life. The clothing of the era completed the consumptive picture. Dresses were designed to emphasize the fragility of the wearer. Necklines dropped off the shoulders, exposing the collarbones and the pale expanse of the chest, areas where the wasting of consumption was most visible. Sleeves were wide and drooping, suggesting weakness rather than strength. Fabrics were thin and light, muslin, silk, fine cotton, even in cold weather. The effect was ethereal. A fashionable woman looked as if a strong wind might carry her away, and this was precisely the point. She was supposed to look too delicate for the rough business of life. She was supposed to look like she might faint at any moment, like she needed constant care and protection. The fainting couch became a standard piece of Victorian furniture, or rather, what we now call a fainting couch did. The Victorians themselves called them daybeds, but whatever the name, they served a practical purpose, providing a place for corseted, malnourished, arsenic-poisoned women to collapse when their bodies could no longer sustain the demands placed upon them. Some critics of the era made the connection between fashion and illness explicit. The woman of fashion displays her skeleton at her assemblies and crushes herself to death in the ballroom, wrote one observer. Another noted that fashionable woman and consumptive woman have become almost synonymous terms. The irony was not lost on everyone, but knowing that fashion was killing women did not stop women from following fashion. The social costs of nonconformity were simply too high. Perhaps no one embodied the consumptive ideal more completely than Marie Duplessis. She was born Alphonsine Rose Plessis in 1824 in a small village in Normandy. Her childhood was brutal. Her father was violent, her mother fled, and at the age of 14 her father sold her to a 70-year-old man who took her to Paris. There, in the capital, she remade herself. She changed her name to Marie Duplessis. She learned to read, to write, to dress, to carry herself with the elegance of a noble woman. By the time she was 16, she had discovered that wealthy men would pay handsomely for her company. She became a courtesan, one of the most celebrated in Paris. Marie Duplessis was, by all accounts, extraordinarily beautiful. Contemporary descriptions emphasize her pale, delicate features, her slender figure, her dark hair and her remarkable eyes. She dressed always in white, and she carried white camellias, partly because their lack of scent would not aggravate her condition. For Marie Duplessis had tuberculosis. She knew it, everyone knew it, and somehow it only added to her allure. Among her many admirers was a young writer named Alexandre Dumas Fils, the son of the author of The Three Musketeers. He was 20 years old when they met in September 1844. Their affair lasted less than a year, but it would make them both immortal. Marie du Plessis grew increasingly ill. She knew she was dying, and she seemed determined to outrace death. She gambled excessively. She spent more money than ever. She took new lovers, including, reportedly, the composer Franz Liszt, who wished to live with her. She died on February 3rd, 1847. She was 23 years old. Alexandre Dumas Fils was devastated. Within months of her death, he sat down to write. In 8 days, he completed a novel. He called it La Dame aux Camélias, the Lady of the Camellias. The heroine, Marguerite Gautier, was Marie du Plessis in all but name, a beautiful courtesan dying of consumption who sacrifices everything for love. The novel was published in 1848 and became an immediate sensation. Dumas adapted it into a play in 1852. The play inspired Giuseppe Verdi's opera La Traviata in 1853. Later, it would inspire countless films, including the famous 1936 production starring Greta Garbo as Camille. One woman's death from tuberculosis became one of the most retold stories in Western culture. And the story always made the same point. The consumptive woman was not merely pitiable, she was beautiful, she was romantic. She was, in her dying, somehow elevated above ordinary mortality. Marie du Plessis was buried in Montmartre Cemetery. Alexandre Dumas Fils is buried there too, about 100 meters away. They remain together in death, as they briefly were in life. In 1850, a young woman named Elizabeth Eleanor Siddal was discovered working in a millinery shop in London. The artist Walter Deverell described her as magnificently tall, with a lovely figure and a face of the most delicate and finished modelling. She has grey eyes, and her hair is like dazzling copper and shimmers with lustre. She became a model for the Pre-Raphaelite Brotherhood, a group of English artists who sought to revive the detail and intensity of early Renaissance painting. She was Ophelia drowning in the famous Millet painting, floating in a river with flowers scattered around her. She was the Virgin Mary, Beatrice, countless romantic heroines. She was also, by most accounts, consumptive. Whether Elizabeth Siddal actually had tuberculosis has been debated by historians. Some suggest she had an intestinal disorder. Others point to her addiction to laudanum, opium dissolved in alcohol, which she took to relieve chronic pain. The author Bill Bryson has suggested she may have suffered from arsenic poisoning, noting that she was a devoted swallower of Fowler's solution, an arsenic-based complexion improver. Whatever the precise cause, she was perpetually ill, and this illness became central to her appeal. Dante Gabriel Rossetti, the leader of the Pre-Raphaelites, made her his muse and then his wife. He painted her obsessively, as Beatrice, as various saints and angels, as the embodiment of ethereal beauty. Her pale skin, her thin frame, her perpetually melancholy expression were exactly what the consumptive ideal demanded. In 1862, Elizabeth Siddal died of a laudanum overdose. She was 32 years old. Her husband found her unconscious in their bed. 4 doctors could not save her. The coroner ruled it accidental. But there are suggestions that Rossetti found a suicide note, which his friend Ford Madox Brown told him to burn. Overcome with grief and guilt, Rossetti placed a handwritten book of his unpublished poems in her coffin. 7 years later, he had her exhumed to retrieve them. His most famous painting of her, Beata Beatrix, was completed after her death. It shows her in a trance-like state, her head tilted back, her eyes closed, her face otherworldly in its pallor. A dove carries an opium poppy in its beak, a reference to the drug that killed her. The painting is usually described as beautiful. It is also a monument to the consumptive ideal, to the belief that there is something transcendent, something artistic, in the death of a beautiful woman. The consumptive ideal did not merely shape fashion and art, it shaped the stories the Victorians told themselves. Literature of the era is filled with consumptive heroines, pale, fragile women who die beautifully while those around them weep. These characters served multiple purposes. They allowed authors to explore mortality, they provided opportunities for pathos and sentiment, and they embodied the feminine ideal of the age. Charlotte Bronte knew consumption intimately. She had lost her older sisters, Maria and Elizabeth, to the disease in childhood. Her brother Branwell would die of it in 1848, and within months of Branwell's death, tuberculosis would claim both Emily and Anne. This family tragedy runs through Charlotte's fiction. In Jane Eyre, published in 1847, the character of Helen Burns, the saintly schoolgirl who befriends Jane at Lowood, dies of consumption. Helen faces death with perfect serenity, her faith unshaken, her character unblemished. She is too good for the world, and consumption carries her gently away. What Charlotte never told her readers was that Helen Burns was real. She was based on Maria Bronte, Charlotte's own sister, who died of tuberculosis at the age of 11. The fictional death that moved so many Victorian readers was a memorial to an actual child, actually dead, her suffering transformed into something that could be admired on the page. Emily Bronte, in Wuthering Heights, takes a darker approach. Tuberculosis stalks the novel, claiming Frances Hindley and threatening others. The disease is not romanticised in Wuthering Heights. It is present as a grim reality, part of the harsh world Emily depicts. But even Emily could not escape the consumptive aesthetic entirely. Catherine Earnshaw, in her final illness, becomes increasingly pale and ethereal, her beauty intensified by her suffering. Emily herself would die of consumption just a year after Wuthering Heights was published. She refused to see a doctor. She refused to take medicine. Charlotte watched helplessly as her sister declined, writing anguished letters about Emily's hard, short conflict with the disease. On the morning of December 19th, 1848, Emily's condition worsened. With her last audible words, she said to Charlotte, "If you will send for a doctor, I will see him now." But it was too late. She died that same afternoon. She was 30 years old. Anne Bronte died of tuberculosis 5 months later in Scarborough, where she had travelled hoping that sea air might save her. She was 29. The Bronte sisters, all three of them, wrote about consumption because consumption was their family attendant, as historians have called it. The disease that killed them also shaped their art, and their art in turn shaped how generations of readers thought about dying young. The cult of consumptive beauty was in the end a cult of suffering. The Victorians were not unique in finding meaning in suffering. Most cultures do in one way or another, but they developed a particularly elaborate aesthetic around female suffering. The beautiful woman was the suffering woman. The admirable woman was the woman who bore her suffering gracefully. Consumption fit this template perfectly. The consumptive woman suffered beautifully. She wasted away without complaint. She maintained her sweetness and her grace even as her body failed. She was patient, uncomplaining, spiritually prepared for death. She was, in short, the ideal Victorian woman, taken to its logical extreme. The imagery of the era reflected this. Paintings showed consumptive women as almost angelic figures, their illness visible but somehow ennobling. Literature celebrated the consumptive heroine who died young, her beauty preserved in memory forever. The message was clear. Women were most beautiful when they were dying. Female beauty was inseparable from female vulnerability, from female suffering, from the female body in decline. This was not a healthy ideal, but it was, for several generations, the dominant one. The consumptive ideal was fundamentally a matter of class. The physical markers of tuberculosis, thinness, pallor, fragility, happened to align perfectly with the physical markers of upper-class status. A thin woman didn't work in the fields or the factories. A pale woman didn't labour in the sun. A fragile woman had servants to do the heavy lifting. Working-class women, by contrast, displayed the opposite characteristics. They were strong from physical labour. They were tanned from outdoor work. They had the calloused hands and muscular arms of people who earned their living with their bodies. These characteristics, strength, tan, visible musculature, were considered ugly, not because they were inherently unattractive, but because they marked their possessor as common. Beauty, in Victorian terms, was inseparable from class. And so the consumptive ideal served a double purpose. It defined beauty in terms that excluded the working class, and it encouraged upper-class women to embrace their own fragility, to see their weakness as a virtue rather than a problem. The iconography of the era is striking. The fashionable woman reclines on her couch, too weak to stand. The fashionable woman is carried in her sedan chair, too delicate to walk. The fashionable woman swoons in her lover's arms, overcome by emotion that her frail body cannot contain. These images were romantic. They were also images of incapacity, of women who could not function independently, who required constant male support. The consumptive ideal was, in this sense, an ideal of dependence. Before we speak of how the Victorians died beautifully, we must understand how they mourned. The 19th century has been called the cult of death, and not without reason. Queen Victoria herself set the tone. After Prince Albert died in 861, she wore black for the remaining 40 years of her life. She surrounded herself with his possessions, his photographs, locks of his hair. She made mourning into an art form, and her subjects followed her example. Victorians bought and sold clothing specifically for mourning: black crepe dresses, jet jewellery, mourning stationery with thick black borders. There were rules about how long to mourn, what to wear in each stage of grief, when colours could gradually return. The commercialisation of death became a major industry. And then there were the photographs. Post-mortem photography, the practice of photographing the dead, became widespread in the Victorian era. When the daguerreotype made portraiture affordable in the 1840s, families who had never been able to commission painted portraits could suddenly preserve the images of their loved ones, including their dead loved ones. The practice was especially common for children. Infant mortality was devastating. Perhaps 1 in 3 children died before their 5th birthday. For many families, a post-mortem photograph was the only image they would ever have of their child. The photographers went to great lengths to make the dead appear alive. They posed corpses in lifelike positions, seated in chairs, propped up with hidden supports, surrounded by living family members. They painted rosy colour onto pale cheeks. Some even painted open eyes onto the finished photograph, or opened the eyes of the deceased and held them in place. The goal was not to document death, but to deny it, to create an image that captured the person as they had been, or as they were imagined to have been. The consumptive, with their pale skin and peaceful expressions, were particularly well suited to this kind of memorialization. They looked, in death, very much as they had looked in their final days. This intimacy with death, this willingness to sit with the dead, to photograph them, to keep locks of their hair in jewellery, to surround oneself with memento mori, shaped how the Victorians thought about dying. Death was not hidden away in hospitals and funeral homes. It happened at home, surrounded by family. It was witnessed, mourned, and commemorated in elaborate rituals. And consumption, more than any other disease, fit the Victorian ideal of the good death. The appeal of consumption went beyond appearance. It extended to death itself. Tuberculosis was, in the romantic imagination, the good death. Not quick and violent like accident or murder, not ugly and degrading like cholera or typhus. Consumption was slow, gradual, almost gentle, a fading rather than an ending. The consumptive patient had time to prepare, time to say goodbye to loved ones, to put affairs in order, to make peace with God. The disease typically ran its course over months or years, allowing for an extended period of invalid existence, a kind of living death during which the patient became increasingly ethereal, increasingly detached from worldly concerns. Contemporary accounts of consumptive deaths emphasized their beauty. The dying were said to become more spiritually aware, more creative, more loving in their final months. They experienced moments of unusual clarity and insight. Their appearance, though marked by illness, remained attractive, pale and wasted, but somehow pure, as if the flesh were burning away to reveal the soul beneath. The moment of death itself was described in almost ecstatic terms. "She looked beautiful beyond anything I had ever seen," wrote one observer of a consumptive death. "There was a brightness about her that I cannot describe, as if her spirit was already shining through her skin." Another described a look of perfect peace that came over the dying face. These accounts were probably exaggerated or invented. The reality of tuberculosis death, the hemorrhages, the fevers, the agonizing cough, was far uglier than the romantic imagination wanted to admit. But the myth was powerful enough to reshape how people thought about dying. Consumption became the death that everyone wanted, if they had to die at all. It was respectable, even glamorous. It carried none of the shame associated with venereal disease, none of the horror associated with cancer. To die of consumption was to die. Interestingly, Byron's quip about wanting to die of consumption because the ladies would find it interesting was more than a joke. It reflected a genuine cultural attitude, that certain kinds of death were desirable, that certain kinds of suffering were romantic. On March 24, 1882, Robert Koch addressed the Berlin Physiological Society with news that would change how humanity understood tuberculosis, and eventually, how it understood beauty. Koch was a country doctor turned bacteriologist, obsessed with proving that infectious diseases were caused by specific microorganisms. He had already identified the bacteria that caused anthrax. Now he announced that he had isolated Mycobacterium tuberculosis, the bacterium responsible for consumption. The implications were revolutionary. If tuberculosis was caused by a bacterium, then it was not inherited, not constitutional, not a sign of spiritual refinement or artistic temperament. It was an infection. You caught it from other people. The romantic mythology that had surrounded the disease for a century was, in scientific terms, nonsense. And crucially, if tuberculosis was contagious, then consumptives were not ethereal spirits touched by beauty. They were sources of infection. They were dangerous. Koch would go on to win the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine in 1905 for his tuberculosis research. March 24th is still commemorated as World Tuberculosis Day, but the immediate effect of his discovery was to begin dismantling the romantic mythology that had made consumption beautiful. The cultural shift did not happen overnight. Mythologies die hard, especially when they serve powerful social functions. But gradually, over the decades following Coke's discovery, the romantic attitude toward consumption gave way to something more fearful. The consumptive was no longer admired. They were avoided. The consumptive sick room was no longer a sacred space. It was a site of contagion that needed to be sanitized. Public health campaigns emphasized the dangers of tuberculosis. Spitting, a major vector of transmission, as was banned in public spaces. Cities installed spittoons and posted signs warning of the dangers of expectorating on sidewalks. Consumptives were increasingly isolated in sanatoriums, away from the general population. The intimate deathbed scenes celebrated by romantic literature became medical hazards. And the beauty standards began to shift. If pallor was the mark of disease, then health required colour. If thinness was the mark of wasting, then health required flesh. If the corseted, fragile, fainting woman was the tuberculosis ideal, then the new ideal would be different. Not immediately, not completely. Beauty standards don't change overnight, but the seeds were planted in the 1880s and 1890s. By the early 20th century, the consumptive look had lost much of its appeal. Coke's discovery led to the rise of a new institution, the sanatorium. If tuberculosis was contagious, then consumptives needed to be isolated. If fresh air and rest helped recovery, then special facilities were needed to provide them. Beginning in the 1850s, sanatoriums began appearing across Europe and America, medical retreats where tuberculosis patients could take the cure. The first was established in 1854 by Hermann Bremer, a German doctor who believed he had cured himself of tuberculosis during an expedition to the Himalayas. He founded a treatment facility at Gerbersdorf in the mountains of Silesia, where patients breathed cold mountain air and rested for months at a time. But it was in Switzerland, in a small Alpine town called Davos, that the sanatorium culture reached its fullest expression. Davos sits high in the Swiss Alps, at nearly 5,000 feet. In the 1860s, a physician named Alexander Spengler began promoting it as a treatment destination for tuberculosis. The theory was that the thin mountain air, the sunshine and the cold would somehow heal damaged lungs. Within decades, Davos had transformed from a remote farming village into an international health resort. By 1940, Davos had around 40 medical institutions. The town's architecture was distinctive. Hotels and sanatoriums with long, wide balconies covering their fronts. On these balconies, patients lay for hours, wrapped in blankets, breathing the alpine air, watching the mountains, waiting to heal or waiting to die. The daily routine was rigorous. Patients followed strict schedules, prescribed mealtimes, prescribed rest periods, prescribed moderate exercise. The diet was rich: milk, eggs, butter, designed to counteract the wasting effects of the disease. Some patients stayed for months, some stayed for years, some never left. The sanatorium became its own kind of world, with its own social hierarchy, its own rituals, its own strange beauty. In 1912, the German writer Thomas Mann visited his wife Katja at a sanatorium in Davos. She was there being treated for a lung infection. Mann spent 3 weeks at her bedside, breathing the alpine air, observing the peculiar atmosphere of the place. He caught a cold during his visit. A local doctor examined him and discovered what he called a moist spot on Mann's lung. The doctor suggested he stay for 3 months to take the cure as a precaution. Mann declined, but he remembered. Over the next 12 years, he transformed his experience into one of the great, Novels of the 20th century, Der Zauberberg, The Magic Mountain. The novel follows Hans Castorp, a young German engineer who visits his cousin at a sanatorium in the Swiss Alps. He plans to stay for 3 weeks. He stays for 7 years. The sanatorium in Mann's novel is a place where time moves differently, where the outside world fades into irrelevance, where patients become absorbed in the seductions of disease, introspection, and death. The tuberculosis patients form a self-described half-lung club, united by their illness, defined by their proximity to death. Mann described the atmosphere as a mixture of death and amusement. The sanatorium was elegant, luxurious even. Patients dressed for dinner, they had love affairs. They debated philosophy and politics, all while the disease slowly consumed them. The Magic Mountain is not a celebration of consumptive chic. It is a critique of it, a diagnosis of European society as morally decadent. Davos becomes a symbol, Mann said, of concentrated physical decay. But the novel also captures something true about the sanatorium era, the strange beauty that people found in their own illness, the way that proximity to death intensified experience, the seductiveness of a world where nothing was expected of you except to rest and, perhaps, to recover. The sanatorium was the last gasp of consumptive chic, romantic mythology, adapted for the age of scientific medicine. One of the curious consequences of Koch's discovery was a revolution in attitudes towards sunlight. Victorian beauty standards had prized pallor above almost everything else. Pale skin was the mark of the lady who didn't labour outdoors. It was also, as we've seen, one of the markers of tuberculosis. To be pale was to be both wealthy and romantically consumptive. But in the late 19th century, doctors began prescribing sunlight as a treatment for tuberculosis. In 1893, Danish physician Niels Ryberg Finsen discovered that light had therapeutic properties. He noticed that his own chronic illness improved with sun exposure. He developed an ultraviolet treatment for lupus vulgaris, a form of skin tuberculosis, that met with remarkable success. In 1903, he won the Nobel Prize for his work. The treatment had 2 branches: heliotherapy, using natural sunlight, and phototherapy, using artificial light. In 1903, Swiss physician Auguste Rollier opened a tuberculosis clinic at Liesen, in the Swiss Alps, that used sunbathing as a primary treatment. Patients lay on terraces for hours, building up their sun exposure gradually, turning brown under the mountain sun. And it worked, to some extent. Sunlight does have antibacterial properties. More importantly, sun exposure increases vitamin D production, which supports immune function. Tuberculosis patients who lay in the sun often improved. The implications for beauty were significant. If sunlight cured tuberculosis, then tanned skin was healthy skin. If pale skin was the mark of the consumptive, then perhaps it should be avoided. The equation between pallor and beauty, which had held for centuries, began to weaken. The transformation of tanning from mark of labour to mark of leisure was not instant, but it was thorough. Part of the change was economic. The Industrial Revolution had moved the working class indoors. Factory workers, not field workers, now formed the majority of the labour force. They were pale from lack of sunlight, exhausted from long hours in poorly ventilated spaces. The association between pallor and labour had weakened. Meanwhile, the wealthy were discovering leisure. They had time and money to travel, to the French Riviera, to Mediterranean beaches, to places where the sun shone and the air was clean. A tan became a sign that you could afford a vacation. By the 1920s, the shift was complete. The transformation is often credited to Coco Chanel. In 1923, the story goes, she returned from a Mediterranean cruise on the Duke of Westminster's yacht with an accidental suntan. Photographs of her disembarking at Cannes, her skin glowing brown, circulated widely. If Chanel, the most fashionable woman in the world, was tanned, then surely tanning was fashionable. How much Chanel actually influenced the trend is debatable. But by 1928, the tide had clearly turned. Magazines that had once urged women to protect their skin from the sun now featured articles on how to get the best tan. In 1927, French designer Jean Patou launched the first commercial suntan oil. In 1929, Chanel herself declared, "The 1929 girl must be tanned." The consumptive ideal of pallor had lasted for over a century. It ended in less than a decade. If the preference for pallor faded in the 20th century, the preference for thinness proved more durable. The consumptive ideal had celebrated extreme thinness. The wasted body of the dying patient translated into the corseted waist of the fashionable woman. And while corsets eventually gave way to other garments, the ideal of the thin female body persisted. The flappers of the 1920s were thin, deliberately boyish, with flattened chests and narrow hips. Some women bound their breasts with bandages to achieve the flat-chested silhouette that fashion demanded. The curves of the Victorian era were suddenly unfashionable. Thinness was modern. The models of the 1960s were thin. Twiggy, the most famous model of the decade, was famously underweight, her angular frame the opposite of the curves that had briefly been fashionable in the 1950s. Born Leslie Hornby, she adopted the nickname Twiggy because of her stick-thin limbs. At the height of her fame, she weighed 91 pounds. She was 16 years old. Twiggy's look was described as childlike, waif-like, ethereal. The language was almost identical to the language used to describe consumptive beauty a century earlier. The template had barely changed. The models of the 1980s were taller but still thin. The supermodels of the early 1990s were athletic but lean, and beneath the surface, eating disorders reached epidemic proportions. The clinical diagnoses, anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, became household terms. Karen Carpenter, one of the most successful pop stars of the 1970s, died in 1983 from heart failure caused by anorexia. She was 32 years old. Her death brought eating disorders into public conversation for the first time. Studies conducted in the 1990s found that eating disorders had increased tenfold since the 1950s. Young women were starving themselves, purging, exercising compulsively, all in pursuit of an ideal that had its roots in the consumptive aesthetic of the 19th century. The mechanisms had changed. Women no longer ate arsenic wafers or wore corsets so tight they damaged their organs. But the underlying message was the same. The natural female body was too large, too fleshy, too alive. It needed to be diminished, wasted, made to look like something dying. And then, in the mid-1990s, something shifted again. The Sanatorium era ended not with a cultural shift, but with a scientific breakthrough. In 1944, researchers at Rutgers University, led by Selman Waxman, discovered streptomycin, the first antibiotic effective against tuberculosis. For the first time in human history, the disease could be cured. Not managed, not slowed, but actually cured. The impact was revolutionary. Within a decade, tuberculosis mortality in wealthy countries plummeted. Sanatoriums that had been filled for decades began to empty. By the 1960s, most had closed. The great sanatoria of Davos were converted into luxury hotels or conference centres. Today, Davos is known not for tuberculosis, but for the World Economic Forum. Every January, the most powerful people on Earth gather in those same buildings where, a century ago, patients lay dying on open-air porches. The balconies are still there. The views are still beautiful, but the dying has moved elsewhere. Tuberculosis still kills over 1 million people each year, but almost entirely in the developing world, where antibiotics remain inaccessible and public health infrastructure is weak. In wealthy countries, consumption has become a historical curiosity, a disease of the past. But the beauty standards it shaped have proved far more durable than the disease itself. In the early 1990s, a new fashion aesthetic emerged. It was called heroin chic. The characteristics were familiar: pale skin, extremely thin bodies, dark circles under the eyes, an overall appearance of physical decline. The look was popularised by photographers like Corinne Day and David Sorrenti, and by models like Kate Moss, who rose to fame through her collaboration with Calvin Klein. The name heroin chic was not metaphorical. The look was explicitly associated with heroin use. The wan pallor, the sunken eyes, the emaciated frame, these were the physical markers of addiction, and for a few years in the mid-1990s they were the height of fashion. Kate Moss was discovered at age 14 at JFK Airport in New York. Within a few years she had become one of the most photographed women in the world. Her look, thin to the point of emaciation, with prominent cheekbones and a hollow, waifish appearance, defined the decade. She was called the anti-supermodel, a rebuke to the athletic glamour of Cindy Crawford and Naomi Campbell. The 1993 Calvin Klein campaign that made Moss famous featured her looking pale, vulnerable, and almost childlike. The photographs were stark, unglamorous, in a way that was itself a new kind of glamour. Critics called them porno chic and heroin chic. Both labels stuck. The aesthetic spread through fashion magazines, through advertising, through the grunge music scene of Seattle. Kurt Cobain and Courtney Love, both struggling with heroin addiction, became icons of the look. Glamour and self-destruction merged into a single aesthetic. The parallel to consumptive chic was obvious, and commentators drew it immediately. Once again, a deadly condition was being aestheticized. Once again, the physical markers of decline and death were being presented as beautiful. Once again, women were being encouraged to see their own wasting as desirable. The backlash, when it came, was fierce. In 1997, photographer David Sorrenti, one of the architects of the heroin chic aesthetic, died of a heroin overdose at age 20. President Bill Clinton condemned the fashion industry for glorifying death. He said, "This is not about art, it's about life and death, and glorifying death is not good for any society." The industry retreated, at least publicly. Heroin chic as an explicit aesthetic faded, but the underlying preference for extreme thinness persisted. What does it mean that we keep returning to the aesthetics of death? Consumptive chic and heroin chic are the most explicit examples, but they are not the only ones. Throughout history, beauty standards have repeatedly incorporated elements of illness, vulnerability, and decline. In the Renaissance, belladonna drops were used to create the wide-eyed look that we now associate with consumptive fever. In 18th century France, elaborate powdering gave aristocrats the ghostly pallor of the dying. In the 2010s, corpse bride makeup became a trend on social media. There seems to be something in us that finds beauty in suffering, or at least something in our culture that teaches us to find it there. The reasons are complex and probably not fully knowable. Part of it may be biological. The features associated with illness, thinness, pallor, large eyes, sometimes overlap with features associated with youth or femininity. Part of it may be cultural. In societies where women are valued primarily for their vulnerability and dependence, signs of weakness become signs of desirability. And part of it may be a kind of memento mori, a reminder of death that makes beauty more poignant. The beautiful consumptive was beautiful, partly because she was dying. Her beauty would not last. It could be appreciated now in this fleeting moment, but it was destined for the grave. There is something in human psychology that finds transience poignant, that values things more when they're passing away. The consumptive ideal was specifically a female ideal. Men died of tuberculosis too, in enormous numbers. Keats, Chopin, Branwell Bronte, Robert Louis Stevenson, Anton Chekhov. But male consumptives were romanticised differently. The male consumptive was interesting rather than beautiful. He was tragic rather than fragile. His wasting was the destruction of potential, not the perfection of form. When Byron said he wanted to die of consumption because the ladies would find it interesting, he was using the word interesting advisedly. He didn't expect them to find him beautiful. For women, the equation was different. Female beauty was specifically tied to the appearance of illness. Women were expected to look like they were dying, to cultivate the pale skin and thin body and flushed cheeks that marked the consumptive. And this expectation persisted long after the Romantic era. The fainting woman, the thin woman, the pale woman. These remain powerful images in our culture, even if we no longer consciously connect them to tuberculosis. The ideal female body is still, in many contexts, a body that appears fragile, vulnerable, perhaps slightly unwell. Consumptive chic may have ended, but its shadow stretches into the present. The corset, that engine of consumptive fashion, never entirely disappeared. Time, then Zwayens. It evolved. In the early 20th century it transformed into the girdle, less rigid but still designed to compress the female body into artificial shapes. In the 1950s, foundation garments returned with a vengeance, squeezing waists and lifting busts into the idealized hourglass. The waist trainer, essentially a modern corset, has been promoted by celebrities and influencers well into the 2020s. The underlying message remained constant. The natural female body was not good enough. It needed to be reshaped, compressed, artificially narrowed. The ideal waist was always smaller than the actual waist. The ideal shape was always different from the natural shape. The connection to consumptive chic may be forgotten, but the practice continues. The 20th and 21st centuries have oscillated between celebrating tanned skin and celebrating pale skin, depending on decade and subculture. But the thin ideal has remained remarkably constant. Marilyn Monroe, often cited as proof that earlier eras preferred curvier women, wore a size 12, which in modern sizing would be closer to a size 6 or 8. She was slim by any reasonable standard, and she was replaced in cultural prominence by Twiggy, by Cher, by the supermodels of the 1980s, by Kate Moss, by the endless parade of thin models and actresses who have defined beauty standards for the past half-century and more. The average fashion model today has a body mass index that would qualify as underweight by medical standards. The average actress is significantly thinner than the average woman. The images that saturate our visual culture, in advertising, in film, in social media, overwhelmingly feature thin bodies. We do not call this consumptive chic. We do not consciously connect it to tuberculosis, but the preference for thinness that originated in the Romantic era's worship of the wasting body has never really gone away. In the age of social media, the consumptive aesthetic has found new expression. Consider the filters that are most popular on platforms like Instagram and TikTok. Many of them brighten the eyes, many of them pale the skin, many of them slim the face and narrow the nose. They create a look that is, whether by conscious intention or cultural inheritance, strikingly similar to the consumptive ideal. The doe eyes filter gives users the wide, luminous eyes of the tubercular fever patient. The porcelain skin filter gives them the translucent pallor of the anemic. The slim face filter gives them the wasted appearance of the consumptive in decline. These filters are enormously popular. Billions of photos are enhanced with them every year. Young women, primarily young women, are learning to see their unfiltered faces as flawed, their natural colouring as too dark, their natural shape as too full. The phenomenon has a name now: Instagram face. It describes the standardized look that emerges from heavy filter use. The same narrow nose, the same large eyes, the same porcelain skin, across millions of different faces. Individual features are smoothed away. What remains is a template. The template looks remarkably like a Victorian fashion plate. Psychologists have documented the impact. Young people who spend more time on social media report higher rates of body dissatisfaction, anxiety, and depression. The constant exposure to filtered, idealized images creates what researchers call social comparison, the tendency to evaluate oneself against others and to come up short. But this is not merely a problem of individual psychology, it is a problem of cultural inheritance. The filters that distort our images are built on beauty standards that stretch back centuries, standards that were shaped by tuberculosis, by romantic mythology, by the strange belief that dying was beautiful. We are, in a sense, applying arsenic wafers digitally. The women who ate actual arsenic wafers in the 19th century were not foolish. They were responding rationally to the pressures of their culture, pressures that told them their natural appearance was unacceptable, that they needed to transform themselves to be worthy of love and attention. The young women using filters today are responding to the same pressures. The delivery system has changed. The underlying demand has not. On some corners of the internet, the connection to illness has become explicit again. The sick girl aesthetic, or sad girl aesthetic, has emerged as a recognised style. It features, among other things, pale skin, prominent dark circles, thin bodies, a general appearance of illness or fatigue. The look is deliberately unhealthy. That's the point. On platforms like Tumblr and TikTok, images circulate that could have been lifted directly from 19th century fashion plates. Young women pose in white nightgowns, their collarbones prominent, their eyes shadowed. They describe themselves as delicate, fragile, ethereal. The hashtags include words like waif and consumptive. Some of these posts are ironic, some are expressions of genuine distress. Young people struggling with chronic illness, depression or eating disorders, finding community in shared aesthetics of suffering. The line between celebration and critique is often unclear. But whatever the intent, the effect is the same. Images of illness are presented as beautiful. Suffering is aestheticized. The consumptive ideal, which seemed to have died with the tuberculosis, Sanatoriums, has returned in digital form. The proponents of this aesthetic are not unaware of its problems. Many discuss it ironically, or as a form of solidarity among people who actually struggle with chronic illness. Some frame it as reclamation, taking ownership of an identity that society has stigmatized. But the underlying message, that there is something beautiful about looking sick, echoes directly from the 19th century. Lord Byron would recognise it immediately. There are darker corners still. The pro-ana movement, short for pro-anorexia, emerged in the early 2000s on message boards and blogs. Its adherents treated anorexia not as a disease to be cured, but as a lifestyle to be embraced. They shared tips for extreme weight loss, posted thin-spiration images of emaciated bodies, and encouraged each other to reject treatment. The aesthetic language of pro-ana communities drew explicitly on the consumptive ideal. Members aspired to look ethereal, delicate, like a ghost. They posted images of Victorian fashion, of Ophelia drowning, pale women in white dresses. The connection to tuberculosis was sometimes explicit. One popular quote attributed beauty to the look of consumption. Social media platforms have spent years trying to suppress pro-ana content. Instagram bans certain hashtags. TikTok removes videos that promote eating disorders. But the communities persist, adapting to new platforms and new vocabularies. The young women in these communities are not stupid. They are not ignorant of the dangers. They know, intellectually, that what they are doing is harmful, but they are caught in a cultural trap, a trap that was set in the 19th century and has never been fully sprung. They have inherited a beauty standard that equates thinness with worthiness, pallor with refinement, fragility with femininity. They have been told, in 1,000 subtle and not-so-subtle ways, that their natural bodies are unacceptable, and they have responded by trying to become something else, something ethereal, something consumptive, something dying. This is what consumptive chic looks like in the 21st century. It's worth pausing to consider what consumptive chic cost us. Generations of women poisoned themselves with arsenic and lead in pursuit of an impossible standard. Generations of women compressed their bodies into corsets until they could barely breathe. Generations of women starved themselves, fainted from lack of oxygen, risked their health, and sometimes their lives to look like they were dying. And for what? For an aesthetic that was, at its core, an aesthetic of powerlessness. The consumptive. Woman was beautiful because she was weak. She was desirable because she was dependent. Her very appeal was built on her incapacity, her inability to walk far, to breathe deeply, to exist without constant support. This was not a coincidence. The consumptive ideal emerged at a time when women's public roles were severely restricted, when women's economic independence was almost impossible, when women's value was measured primarily by their attractiveness to men and their ability to bear children. The beauty standard reflected the social order, and it reinforced it. A woman who was too weak to work was a woman who had to be supported. A woman who might faint at any moment was a woman who needed constant supervision. A woman who cultivated the appearance of illness was a woman who accepted her role as decorative object rather than active subject. Consumptive chic was, in this sense, a prison that women built for themselves, or rather a prison that they were taught to build, and then taught to call beautiful. And yet the prison persists, in modified form. We no longer require women to wear corsets. We no longer sell arsenic wafers in pharmacies. We no longer celebrate the consumptive death as the epitome of feminine beauty. But we still prefer thin women. We still photograph women to look pale and delicate. We still, in many contexts, value female fragility over female strength. The specific aesthetic of consumption has faded, but the underlying preferences have proved remarkably durable. Fashion models are still expected to be extremely thin enough that many of them exhibit signs of disordered eating. Actresses are still expected to maintain weights far below what is healthy. Young women are still bombarded with images that tell them their natural bodies are not good enough. And the message of those images is, at root, the message of consumptive chic, that female beauty requires suffering, that looking good means not being well, that the ideal woman is the woman whose body is in some kind of decline. what would it mean to reject this inheritance? Not to reject all beauty standards, which may be impossible, but to reject beauty standards that celebrate illness, to value health over pallor, to value strength over fragility, to see the natural variety of female bodies as beautiful rather than flawed. This is in fact what many movements have tried to do. The body positivity movement has worked to expand the definition of beauty beyond thinness. The health at every size movement has challenged the equation of thinness with health. Athletes and fitness enthusiasts have promoted muscular female bodies as beautiful. These are all, in a sense, rejections of the consumptive inheritance. The results have been mixed. The cultural preference for thinness remains powerful. The images in advertising and media remain dominated by thin, often pale bodies. The filters on our phones still slim and pale the faces they transform. But awareness is growing. The connection between beauty standards and harm is increasingly recognised, and the specific history of consumptive chic, of arsenic wafers and tuberculosis corsets, offers a stark reminder of how far beauty standards can stray from health and happiness. We ate poison to look like we were dying. We might want to choose differently now. There have always been those who pushed back. The Rational Dress Society in 1881, the dress reform advocates, the doctors who warned against tight lacing and arsenic, the feminists who argued that beauty standards were tools of oppression. In the 20th century, the resistance grew stronger. The women's suffrage movement challenged the idea that women should be decorative. The women's liberation movement of the 1960s and 1970s attacked beauty standards as patriarchal constraints. The fat acceptance movement, beginning in the 1960s, pushed back specifically against the ideal of thinness. In recent decades, the body positivity movement has gained significant ground. It argues that all bodies are good bodies, that health and beauty come in many forms, that the ideal should be self-acceptance rather than self-modification. The fashion industry has made some gestures toward inclusivity. More plus-sized models appear in major campaigns. Some brands have committed to showing unretouched photographs. The average size of runway models has increased slightly from its extreme lows in the heroin chic era. But the progress is uneven. The beauty industry is worth hundreds of billions of dollars. It profits from insecurity, from the belief that we need to be different than we are. Challenging the consumptive ideal means challenging enormous economic interests. And the cultural inheritance runs deep. The images that shaped our grandmother's sense of beauty shaped our mother's sense of beauty, which shaped ours. The consumptive ideal is not just in advertisements and fashion magazines. It is in our eyes. It is in the way we reflexively evaluate bodies, our own and others, against a standard that was set in the age of tuberculosis. Breaking free requires more than good intentions. It requires a sustained cultural effort, a rejection of inherited aesthetics, a conscious choice to see differently. What might a post-consumptive beauty look like? Perhaps it would value colour over pallor, the flush of exercise, the tan of time spent outdoors, the variety of skin tones that exist naturally in human populations. Perhaps it would value strength over fragility, the muscles of someone who moves through the world actively, the posture of someone who doesn't need support to stand upright. The female athletes of the Olympics, with their powerful legs and defined shoulders, might be celebrated rather than criticised for being too muscular. Perhaps it would value variety over uniformity, recognising that beautiful bodies come in many shapes and sizes, that there is no single template for human attractiveness. Different cultures have celebrated different body types throughout history. The consumptive ideal is not a universal truth, but a particular historical moment, and moments pass. Perhaps it would value age as well as youth. The consumptive ideal was always a young ideal. The beautiful consumptive died before they could grow old. A post-consumptive beauty might find attractiveness in faces lined by experience, in bodies that have lived and worked and borne children. Perhaps, most importantly, it would decouple beauty from suffering. It would reject the idea that looking good requires harm. It would celebrate bodies that are healthy rather than bodies that appear to be dying. This would be a genuine revolution in aesthetics, a break from patterns that have persisted for centuries. It would require challenging not just individual beauty practices, but the entire framework that equates female value with female appearance. It may be too much to hope for. Beauty standards are deeply embedded in culture, reinforced by advertising and media and the accumulated preferences of generations. A single person cannot simply decide to see differently and have it be so. But cultures do change. The consumptive ideal did eventually fade. The tanned skin that once marked a labourer became, in the 20th century, a mark of leisure and health. Beauty standards that seemed eternal have, over time, given way to others. Some changes are already happening. The strong is the new skinny movement celebrates athletic bodies. The natural hair movement among black women rejects Eurocentric beauty standards. The disability rights movement challenges the assumption that beautiful bodies must be able-bodied. These are not complete solutions. Each movement has its own limitations and contradictions, but they represent genuine alternatives, different ways of thinking about bodies and beauty, different possibilities for what we might admire. What will come next is not predetermined. It depends in part on the choices we make, the images we celebrate, the bodies we admire, the stories we tell about beauty and health, and the good life. The shadow of the consumptive ideal stretches into our present, but shadows can be escaped. We can step into different light. Consumptive chic was, at its heart, a way of looking at death. To understand this, we need to understand what death meant in the 19th century. And it was not hidden away as it is today. There were no hospitals where dying could happen out of sight, no funeral homes where bodies could be prepared and displayed by professionals. Death happened at home. Families watched their loved ones die. They washed the bodies, dressed them, sat with them through the long hours of vigil. Tuberculosis was everywhere in that world. One of every 4 deaths was caused by the disease. Everyone knew someone who had died of it, a sister, a cousin, a friend, a lover. The consumptive was not an exotic figure but a familiar one. The symptoms of the disease were visible in every household. Children grew up watching their parents cough blood into handkerchiefs. Parents buried children who had wasted to shadows. The slow decline of consumption was not an abstraction but a lived reality, playing out in bedrooms and parlours across the Western world. And so the culture did what cultures often do with death. It tried to make meaning of it. If consumption was going to kill so many people, then at least those people could die beautifully. If the disease was going to waste bodies away, then at least that wasting could be seen as ethereal rather than degrading. If death was coming regardless, then at least it could come romantically. Consumptive chic was, in this sense, a massive cultural coping mechanism. It transformed the horror of a plague into something that could be admired, even aspired to. It made tuberculosis bearable by making it beautiful. This transformation was not cynical or deliberate. No one sat down and decided to aestheticize a plague. It happened gradually through 1,000 small cultural choices. The way artists painted dying figures, the way writers described consumptive characters, the way fashion responded to the physical markers of the disease. But the effect was profound. Death became glamorous. Suffering became attractive. The grave itself cast a seductive shadow. The problem with this coping mechanism was its cost. When death is beautiful, the dying are no longer pitied, they are envied. When suffering is attractive, the suffering are no longer helped, they are admired. The consumptive chic of the 19th century made it harder, not easier, to address the actual disease. If consumption was a spiritual ordeal that refined the soul, then perhaps it shouldn't be prevented. If consumptives were more creative and passionate than healthy people, then perhaps the disease served a purpose. If the consumptive death was beautiful, then perhaps it was a blessing rather than a tragedy. These attitudes were never universal. Doctors and public health advocates worked throughout the 19th century to combat tuberculosis. But the Romantic mythology made their work harder. It was difficult to mobilize public concern about a disease that the culture had decided to celebrate. When Koch proved that tuberculosis was contagious, the mythology began to crumble. But it had done its damage. For a century, the most deadly disease in the Western world had been wrapped in an aesthetic that made it seem almost desirable. We might wonder what other horrors we have learned to find beautiful. Perhaps the most disturbing aspect of consumptive chic is how much of it survives. We no longer romanticize tuberculosis. The disease still kills over 1 million people each year, mostly in the developing world, but in wealthy countries it has been largely controlled. The Romantic mythology has faded. But the beauty standards that emerged from that mythology have proved far more durable. The preference for thin bodies, the valorization of pallor in some contexts, the equation of female beauty with fragility and vulnerability, the sense that suffering somehow enhances beauty. These ideas predate tuberculosis, but tuberculosis gave them a particular intensity and form. And they persist. When a young woman starves herself to achieve a weight that her body was never meant to reach, she is participating, unknowingly, in a tradition that stretches back to the consumptive ideal. When a fashion industry promotes models so thin that they require medical monitoring, it is echoing the aesthetics of the 19th century sickroom. We have forgotten the origin of these preferences. We have forgotten the arsenic wafers and the tuberculosis corsets. We have forgotten that we once literally tried to look like we were dying. But the preferences remain. They shape how we see bodies, how we judge beauty, how young women learn to see themselves. History does not repeat itself exactly, but it does rhyme. Consumptive chic gave way to heroin. Chic gave way to what? The patterns of aestheticized illness, of beauty built on suffering, of death made glamorous. These patterns recur across centuries. In the 1820s, young women aspired to look like they were dying of tuberculosis. In the 1990s, young women aspired to look like they were using heroin. In the 2020s, young women use filters that make their faces thinner, their skin paler, their eyes larger. The same features that mark the consumptive. The diseases change, the drugs change, the technologies change, but the underlying pattern persists. The belief that female beauty requires suffering, that the attractive woman is the diminished woman, that looking healthy is somehow less desirable than looking ill. Why does this pattern persist? What is it about human culture, or perhaps about patriarchal culture specifically, that keeps returning to the aesthetics of female suffering? Some theorists argue that it serves a function. A woman who looks fragile is a woman who needs protection. A woman who appears weak is not threatening. The consumptive ideal in this reading is not just about beauty. It is about control. It is about keeping women small, dependent, incapacitated. Others point to the fashion industry's economic incentives. An industry that profits from dissatisfaction has no interest in promoting self-acceptance. If women felt beautiful as they are, they would stop buying products designed to change them. Still others see something deeper, a human fascination with mortality that expresses itself through beauty. We find the dying beautiful, because we know we are dying. The consumptive woman is a mirror. She shows us our own impermanence dressed in silk and lace. Whatever the explanation, the pattern is clear, and patterns can be broken. To break the pattern requires something more than awareness. It requires a conscious choice to value health over appearance, to celebrate vitality rather than fragility, to find beauty and strength as much as delicacy. It requires, in a sense, choosing life over the aesthetics of death. This is not easy. Beauty standards are deeply embedded in culture, reinforced by advertising and media and social media, and the accumulated preferences of generations. A single person cannot simply decide to see differently and have it be so. But cultures do change. The consumptive ideal did eventually fade. The tanned skin that once marked a labourer became, in the 20th century, a mark of leisure and health. Beauty standards that seemed eternal have, over time, given way to others. The question is not whether beauty standards will change. They always do. The question is whether we'll guide that change consciously, towards standards that celebrate life rather than death. What will come next is not predetermined. It depends in part on the choices we make, the images we celebrate, the bodies we admire, the stories we tell about beauty and health and the good life. The shadow of the consumptive ideal stretches into our present, but shadows can be escaped. We can step into different light. Each of us carries the weight of aesthetic inheritance. We did not choose our beauty standards, any more than we chose our language or our religion. They were given to us, in the images we saw as children, in the comments adults made about bodies, in the heroes and heroines of the stories we were told. When we look in the mirror and feel dissatisfied with what we see, that dissatisfaction has a history. It is not natural or inevitable. It was constructed over centuries by artists and advertisers, by doctors and fashion designers, by romantic poets who found beauty in death, and Victorian mothers who fed their daughters arsenic. This does not make the feeling any less real. Cultural inheritance shapes us as profoundly as genetic inheritance. The consumptive ideal is in our bones, in the way we automatically evaluate faces and bodies against standards we did not consciously choose. But knowing the history can help. It can create distance between ourselves and our reflexive judgments. It can allow us to see our beauty standards not as truths but as artifacts, products of a particular time and place, shaped by a disease that killed millions and the mythology that grew up around it. We can look at a Victorian fashion plate and recognise it as an image of illness. We can look at a modern filter and see its ancestry in arsenic wafers and belladonna drops. And we can ask ourselves, is this what I want to inherit? Is this what I want to pass on? What does it mean to find beauty in death? The Romantics would say it reflects our deepest nature, our awareness of mortality, our longing for transcendence, our need to make meaning of the suffering that surrounds us. Perhaps they were right. Perhaps there is something in us that will always find the dying beautiful, the fragile compelling, the transient precious precisely because it is passing away. The cherry blossoms in Japan are celebrated for their brief beauty, the petals that fall after only a few days, the transience that makes them precious. There is something profound in finding beauty in impermanence. The consumptive ideal tapped into this. The beautiful woman fading away, more precious for her fragility, more poignant for her approaching death. But there is a difference between appreciating transience and demanding it. There is a difference between finding beauty in what is passing and requiring that beauty pass. The cherry blossoms fall of their own accord. The consumptive woman was encouraged to hasten her own decline. We can acknowledge the human impulse to find meaning in mortality without translating that impulse into a beauty standard. We can appreciate the poignancy of vulnerability without demanding that women be vulnerable. We can recognize the transience of all things without asking anyone to die for our aesthetic pleasure. Time siest us tous. The consumptive ideal was not inevitable. It was a choice made by artists and writers, by fashion designers and advertisers, by millions of individuals who decided what they found beautiful and what they did not. We can make different choices. We can choose to see health as beautiful. We can choose to admire strength as much as fragility. We can choose to celebrate bodies that are thriving rather than bodies that appear to be dying. We can look at a woman with colour in her cheeks and muscles in her arms and see not a violation of the aesthetic but a different kind of beauty, the beauty of vitality, of life fully lived. The women who swallowed arsenic wafers were not foolish. They were responding to the pressures of their culture, pressures that told them their natural bodies were not good enough, that they needed to look like they were dying to be beautiful. We no longer swallow arsenic, but the pressures remain. The question is what we will do about them. We can continue to inherit blindly, passing on beauty standards shaped by tuberculosis to children who have never seen the disease. Or we can break the chain of inheritance, consciously, deliberately, with full awareness of what we are doing. The first step is seeing the history in our beauty standards, seeing the arsenic in our filters, seeing the consumptive in the mirror. The second step is choosing to value health over illness, choosing to celebrate life over the aesthetics of death. It is not easy. It may not even be fully possible. We are all products of our culture, and the consumptive ideal has had 2 centuries to embed itself in our eyes and our expectations. But the attempt matters, the awareness matters, the choice to try matters. And so we return to where we began. A ballroom in Victorian London, women in their corseted gowns, their pale skin glowing in the candlelight, the beauty standard of an age, a standard built on disease, on suffering, on the slow wasting of tuberculosis. Imagine yourself in that room. The candles flicker, the orchestra plays, young women line the walls, each of them trying to embody an impossible ideal, the ideal of the dying. Some of them have swallowed arsenic that morning. Some can barely breathe beneath their corsets. Some have dropped belladonna in their eyes and now struggle to see across the room. All of them are caught in a system that demands they look ill to look beautiful. They did not know what they were emulating. They did not understand that the pallor they painted on was the pallor of anemia, that the flush they applied was the flush of fever, that the thinness they starved for was the thinness of dying. Or perhaps they did know at some level. Perhaps the allure of the consumptive was precisely its proximity to death. Perhaps beauty was always, for them, a memento mori, a reminder of mortality that made every moment more precious. We cannot know what they thought. The women in that ballroom left no diaries describing their beauty routines. The arsenic wafers that killed them were discreetly disposed of. The corsets that compressed their organs were laced up by servants who did not ask questions. What we know is the result. We know the fashion plates. We know the death certificates. We know the pattern that emerged, a pattern that equated beauty with illness, that made dying the highest form of feminine attractiveness. We are not so different. We still find beauty in things that are passing away. We still romanticize suffering, at least certain kinds of suffering. We still teach young women that their bodies are never quite good enough, never thin enough, never pale enough in some contexts, never perfect enough. The tools have changed. The pressures remain. The arsenic wafers are gone, but the hunger remains. The corsets are mostly gone, but the compression remains, now internal, psychological, the feeling of never measuring up. The belladonna drops are gone, but the filters remain, digital alterations that make our eyes larger, our faces thinner, our skin more death-like pale. And so, as the night deepens and the ballroom fades into memory, we leave behind the consumptive ideal, that strange worship of death dressed as beauty. But its echoes remain in the filters on our phones, in the sizes on our clothing racks, in the images that tell us who and what is beautiful. Marie Duplessis died at 23, coughing blood into her handkerchief, and became immortal. Dumas wrote her story. Verdi set it to music. She became the template for the beautiful dying woman. Pale, passionate, doomed. John Keats died at 25, in a small room overlooking the Spanish Steps, and his friend watched helplessly as the greatest poet of his generation wasted away. His death became part of the Romantic mythology, proof that genius burns too bright, that the creative spirit consumes itself. Elizabeth Siddal swallowed laudanum and became a painting that still hangs in the Tate. Her husband, consumed with guilt, buried his poems in her coffin and then had her exhumed to retrieve them. Even in death she could not escape being a muse. The Bronte sisters, Emily and Anne and Charlotte, all died of the disease they wrote about. The parsonage at Haworth became a house of death, their father burying child after child until only he remained. The nameless women who ate arsenic wafers died in their homes, their deaths recorded as something else, their sacrifice to fashion unremembered. They all paid the price of consumptive chic. We are still paying it, in ways we do not always recognise. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another chapter in the history of tuberculosis, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the fire carry you gently into sleep, and if you found some measure of insight in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might need it. Beauty does not require suffering. Remember that. Thank you for being here. Good night. Every year through the 1920s, American doctors wrote 11 million prescriptions for whiskey during Prohibition. The Treasury Department printed special forms. Pharmacists kept the bottles behind the counter. And the disease for which whiskey was most often prescribed was tuberculosis, the same disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century. Today, we know that alcohol triples your risk of tuberculosis, that it weakens the immune system, that it feeds the very bacillus it was meant to destroy. But for more than a century, doctors handed dying patients a glass of brandy and called it medicine. In the sanatoriums of Europe, tuberculosis patients were given Hungarian wine with dinner and French cognac at bedtime. In America, physicians debated whether whiskey was a stimulant or a poison, often prescribing it either way. And in the patent medicine bottles that lined every pharmacy shelf, alcohol content reached 25%, hidden behind labels promising a cure for consumption. Tonight, we trace this strange and troubling history. From the first sanatoriums to the last prohibition prescriptions, from the doctors who believed alcohol could save lives, to the science that proved it was taking them. This is the story of the TB whiskey prescription. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're exploring one of the strangest chapters in medical history, the century-long practice of treating the world's deadliest disease with a substance that made it worse. It is a story of good intentions and fatal mistakes, of scientific debate and commercial exploitation, of doctors who genuinely believed they were helping, and patients who had no choice but to trust them. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. We follow the White Plague through history, tracing the ways it transformed not just medicine, but culture, society, and the very fabric of human life. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. This episode takes us through the grand sanatoriums of the Swiss Alps and the German Highlands, through American pharmacies during Prohibition, and into the laboratories where scientists finally understood what alcohol does to the human body fighting tuberculosis. We'll meet the pioneering doctors who prescribed wine and brandy with absolute conviction, and the reformers who fought to stop them. We'll follow the trail of prescriptions and patent medicines, of medical debates and desperate patients. Now, settle in. Find a comfortable position. Let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through candlelit sick rooms and gaslit pharmacies, through sanatorium dining halls and temperance meeting halls, through a world where medicine and poison came in the same bottle. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a dining hall in the mountains of Silesia, 1875. Through tall windows, the last light of a winter afternoon illuminates snow-covered peaks. The sun has dropped behind the western ridgeline, leaving the sky streaked with amber and rose. Inside, the air is warm, scented with roasted meat and fresh bread. Gas lamps have been lit along the walls, their soft light reflecting off polished wood and white linen. At long tables covered in starched tablecloths, men and women in evening dress lift crystal glasses filled with deep red wine. The men wear dark suits, high collars, carefully trimmed beards. The women wear silk and velvet, their hair pinned up in elaborate arrangements, their faces powdered to conceal their pallor. They are laughing, some of them, making conversation about politics and art and the gossip of distant cities. Others sit quietly, their faces pale, their portions untouched, their eyes fixed on some middle distance that no one else can see. A waiter moves silently between the tables, refilling glasses from bottles of Hungarian Tokay. He's practiced in his work, attentive but unobtrusive, bending close to each glass with the formal precision of a servant in a grand hotel. But this is not a hotel. And these are not ordinary guests. These are patients. Every person in this room has tuberculosis. The cough that they suppress behind silk handkerchiefs, the fever that rises in the night, the weight that slips away no matter how much they eat. These are the common bonds that unite them. And every glass of wine they drink has been prescribed by their physician. This is Gerbersdorf, the world's first tuberculosis sanatorium. Its founder, Dr. Hermann Bremer, has developed a treatment regime unlike anything the medical world has seen. Fresh mountain air, breathed deeply on long walks through pine forests. Gentle exercise on carefully maintained trails. Abundant food at every meal, meat and butter and cream and eggs, all the rich nourishment that the wasting body craves. And alcohol, Hungarian wine with dinner, French cognac at bedtime. Bremer believes in what he calls the dietetic hygienic treatment. The consumptive body is weak, he reasons, and must be strengthened. Wine stimulates the appetite, ensuring that patients can consume the enormous meals his regime requires. Cognac warms the blood and promotes restful sleep. Together with fresh air and rest, they give the body the strength to fight the disease that is destroying it from within. His patients trust him. Many of them have been told by other doctors that there is nothing to be done, that they should go home and put their affairs in order. Some have travelled across Europe to reach this remote valley, leaving behind families and careers and everything familiar in the desperate hope that the mountains might save them. Here, surrounded by others who share their fate, they find something they had lost. Hope. And so they drink. Wine at 7, cognac at 10. The ritual becomes as much a part of the cure as the mountain air itself. Some will leave Gerbersdorf believing themselves cured. Others will never leave at all. What none of them know, what Bremer himself does not know, is that the alcohol he prescribes with such conviction is doing something to their bodies that no one in 1875 can see. It is weakening the very defences they need most. It is feeding the bacillus that feeds on them. But that knowledge is still decades away. For now, there is only the wine, the cognac, the mountain air, and the desperate hope that somehow it will be enough. This is where our story begins. To understand why doctors prescribed alcohol for tuberculosis, we must first understand what they believed about both. And to understand that, we must enter a world very different from our own. A world before germ theory, before antibiotics, before the microscope revealed the invisible enemies that destroy us from within. In the 19th century, tuberculosis was not merely a disease. It was the disease, the captain of the men of death, as one writer called it. In 1850, consumption was responsible for approximately 1/4 of all deaths in Europe and North America. 1 in 4. Think of that number. In every family of reasonable size, someone was likely dying of it. In every street, in every village, in every city, the cough and the fever and the slow wasting were familiar presences. It killed slowly, painfully, and with terrible certainty. The early stages might last for years. A persistent cough, a low fever in the evenings, a gradual loss of weight that no amount of eating could reverse. Then came the blood, coughed up in handkerchiefs that were quickly hidden. The night sweats that left patients drenched and exhausted by mourning. The cavities forming in the lungs, visible on autopsy as great empty spaces where healthy tissue had once been. And no one knew what caused it. This is the most important thing to understand about 19th century tuberculosis. The disease was everywhere, killing millions, and the finest medical minds of the age had no idea why. The prevailing theory held that consumption was hereditary, a weakness of constitution passed from parent to child. If your mother died of it, you would likely die of it too. This seemed obvious. The disease clearly ran in families. What we now understand as transmission within households looked to 19th century eyes like inherited doom. Some physicians believe tuberculosis arose from an imbalance of the humours, that ancient Greek system of medicine that still lingered in the corners of European thought. Others blamed cold air, damp climates, or excessive mental exertion. Artists and poets were thought particularly susceptible. The creative temperament, it was believed, wore down the body's defences. Women were considered more vulnerable than men. The poor were thought to bring it on themselves through dissolute living. The one thing almost all physicians agreed upon was that the consumptive body was fundamentally weakened, and that treatment must focus on building it back up. This is where alcohol entered the picture. In 19th century medicine, alcohol was not primarily understood as a depressant. That understanding would come later, with more sophisticated knowledge of neurology and pharmacology. Instead, alcohol was classified as a stimulant, a substance that quickened the pulse, warmed the blood, and gave strength to the failing body. The evidence seemed clear enough. Drink a glass of brandy and you feel warm. Your cheeks flush with colour. Your heart beats faster. Your appetite awakens. These immediate observable effects were taken as proof that alcohol invigorated the system, that it provided fuel for the body's vital fires. The word cordial itself comes from the Latin word cor, meaning heart. The cordials prescribed by Victorian physicians were almost always alcoholic, and they were meant to strengthen the heart and the entire circulatory system. Brandy, whiskey, port wine, champagne, each had its particular medical application. Brandy for shock and collapse, port for convalescence and exhaustion, champagne for nausea and fever, whiskey for general debility. Dr. Francis Anstey, one of the most respected physicians of Victorian England, wrote an entire book in 1877 titled On the Uses of Wines in Health and Disease. He was no quack, no peddler of patent medicines. He was the founder and first editor of The Practitioner, one of Britain's leading medical journals. He had studied the effects of alcohol carefully, experimentally, scientifically, at least by the standards of his day. Anstey recommended that healthy adults drink up to a bottle of light wine every day. This was not indulgence, this was medical advice, published in respected venues followed by respectable people. For the sick, he prescribed even more. Port wine for exhaustion, champagne for fevers, brandy for shock. The Duke of Northumberland donated large quantities of fine sherry to the Westminster Hospital, and Anstey and his colleagues dispensed it to patients with the same confidence they might have given to any other medicine. And for tuberculosis, for the wasting disease that left patients pale and thin, with racing hearts and night sweats and that terrible cough, alcohol seemed almost logically necessary. If the body was wasting away, it needed building up. If the appetite was failing, it needed stimulating. If the patient was cold, they needed warming. If the vital forces were flagging, they needed quickening. Alcohol did all of these things. Or at least, it seemed to. In 1882, everything changed, and nothing changed. Robert Koch, the German physician, stood before the Physiological Society of Berlin and announced to the world that he had found the cause of tuberculosis. It was not hereditary weakness, it was not bad air or damp climate, it was not moral failing or artistic temperament. It was a bacillus, a tiny rod-shaped bacterium invisible to the naked eye that invaded the lungs and slowly destroyed them. The announcement was sensational. Koch had not merely identified the bacillus, he had proven the connection through rigorous experimental work. He had isolated the organism, grown it in pure culture, used it to infect healthy animals, and recovered it from their diseased tissues. This was germ theory in action, proof that a specific microorganism caused a specific disease. This discovery should have transformed treatment. If tuberculosis was caused by a specific organism, then treatment should target that organism. The old approaches, fresh air, good food, stimulants, seemed suddenly inadequate. The enemy had been identified. Surely new weapons would follow. But Koch's discovery came without a cure. He had identified the enemy, but he had given doctors no new weapons to fight it. In 1890, Koch would announce the discovery of tuberculin, a substance he believed could cure the disease. The announcement sparked a frenzy. Patients flooded into Berlin from across Europe, desperate for the new treatment. But tuberculin failed. It could not cure tuberculosis. Some patients died from the treatment itself. And so the old treatments continued. Fresh air, rest, good food, and alcohol. Some physicians began to question whether stimulants truly helped the consumptive patient. If the disease was caused by a living organism, they reasoned, perhaps treatment should focus on fighting that organism rather than simply strengthening the body. Perhaps alcohol was doing more harm than good. Perhaps it was weakening the very defences the body needed to fight off the invader. But others disagreed vehemently. The body needed strength to fight any invader, they argued. Alcohol provided that strength. The discovery of the bacillus changed nothing about the fundamental logic of treatment. Build up the body, give it the resources it needs, and it will fight off the disease on its own. The debate would continue for decades, in medical journals, at international conferences, in sanatoriums and hospital wards across the world. Meanwhile, the bottles kept coming. Wine at dinner, brandy at bedtime, 1 ounce of whiskey every few hours for acute cases. The prescription pads filled with orders for alcohol, written in the confident hands of physicians who believed they were saving lives. Some of their patients recovered. Many did not. And in the absence of any treatment that actually worked, the argument over alcohol remained unsettled, a question that would haunt medical practice well into the 20th century. The story of alcohol as tuberculosis medicine begins in many ways with a single man and a single conviction. Hermann Bremer was born in Silesia in 1826, into a world where tuberculosis was simply a fact of life. It lurked in every shadow, claimed victims from every family, seemed as inevitable as the changing of seasons. He watched it claim his neighbours, his acquaintances, perhaps his own family members. The records of his early life are incomplete. What we know is that by the time he reached young manhood, Bremer had decided to study botany, and that his studies would take him far from the damp lowlands of Silesia. Before his journey east, Bremer had been diagnosed with consumption. The doctors had given him the usual prognosis, uncertain but not hopeful. He knew the disease. He knew what it did. He knew that most who had it did not survive. Yet as he climbed higher into the Himalayan mountains pursuing his botanical studies, something remarkable happened. His cough began to fade. His strength returned. The thin, cold air that should have strained his damaged lungs seemed instead to heal them. By the time he came down from the mountains, months later, Bremer believed himself cured. This experience would shape everything that followed. Bremer became convinced that altitude was the key, that the low atmospheric pressure of the mountains, the dry, clean air, the absence of the miasmas that were thought to breed disease in lowland cities, all combined to create conditions in which tuberculosis could not survive. He had been dying. The mountains had saved him. Could they save others? He returned to Germany and enrolled in medical school, driven by this single question. His botanical studies were set aside. His life would now be devoted to understanding the disease that had nearly killed him, and to finding a way to defeat it. His doctoral dissertation, submitted in 1854, bore a revolutionary title: Tuberculosis is a Curable Disease. At a time when most physicians considered consumption a death sentence, Bremer argued that it could be defeated, not through medicines or surgery, but through what he called the dietetic hygienic approach. The elements of his treatment were simple: clean mountain air, regulated exercise, abundant nutrition, and alcohol. Why alcohol? Bremer's reasoning followed the medical logic of his time, but it also drew on his personal experience. In the high mountain villages of the Himalayas, he had observed that the inhabitants drank freely. Fermented beverages were part of their daily diet. He had done the same during his recovery. The alcohol, he believed, had stimulated his appetite, warming him against the mountain cold, helping his body take in the nourishment it needed to fight the disease. Wine and spirits would be central to his treatment, not incidental to it. In 1854, Bremer opened his sanatorium in Gerbesdorf, a small town in the mountains of what is now southwestern Poland. It began modestly: a few cottages, a handful of patients, a regime that his medical colleagues viewed with skepticism at best and derision at worst. The established medical profession did not take kindly to an unknown country doctor, claiming he could cure the incurable. The early years were difficult. Bremer had little money and few supporters. When he published his theories, the respected medical journal The Lancet dismissed them as very crude ideas and unsupported assertions. Other physicians were equally harsh. Mountains and fresh air and good food. This was not medicine. This was wishful thinking dressed up in scientific language. But Bremer persisted. By 1859, he had built a proper kurhaus, a spa house or health resort, with 40 rooms, entertainment facilities, and kitchens capable of producing the enormous meals his treatment required. Patients began arriving from across Europe, drawn by word of mouth, by desperation, by the slim hope that this strange mountain cure might work where everything else had failed. The daily routine was strict and comprehensive. Patients rose early and walked on mountain trails, accompanied by staff who monitored their exertion carefully. Too much exercise could be as dangerous as too little. The balance had to be maintained precisely. They submitted to the Waldusche, the forest shower, standing beneath waterfalls of icy mountain water while Bremer himself supervised. The shock of the cold water, he believed, stimulated the body's vital forces. And they ate. My God, how they ate! Breakfast, lunch, dinner. Each meal was enormous, designed to restore the weight that consumption had stolen from them. Meat and butter and cream and eggs. Rich sauces and heavy pastries. The goal was to overwhelm the wasting process with sheer abundance of nourishment. At dinner, they drank. Hungarian Tokay was Bremer's wine of choice, a rich, sweet wine from the volcanic hills of Hungary, believed to have particular restorative properties. Tokay was expensive, prestigious, associated with the courts of European royalty. For patients who had been given up for dead, drinking it felt like a return to civilized life, a statement that they were still people of refinement and taste. At bedtime, French cognac. The cognac warmed them against the mountain cold, promoted sleep, and, Bremer believed, continued the work of stimulation through the night. The alcohol was not incidental to the treatment. It was central to it. Bremer prescribed it as deliberately as he prescribed the mountain walks or the cold showers. Wine stimulated the appetite, ensuring patients could consume the massive amounts of food his treatment required. Cognac warmed the blood and promoted restful sleep. Together, they provided what he called stimulation, a quickening of the vital forces that he believed necessary to fight the disease. And the results seemed to vindicate him. By 1869, Bremer had compiled statistics that seemed remarkable. He had treated 958 patients. Only 4.8% had died, a mortality rate far below what other physicians were reporting. In an era when tuberculosis was considered a death sentence, Bremer appeared to be saving nearly 95% of his patients. Word spread through the medical world. Something remarkable was happening in the mountains of Silesia. Physicians who had dismissed Bremer's ideas began to reconsider. Patients who had been given no hope began making the journey to Gerbersdorf. By the 1870s, the sanatorium had grown to 300 beds, and similar institutions were beginning to appear across Europe. But there were problems with Bremer's statistics that he either did not see or chose not to acknowledge. First, his patients were not representative of all tuberculosis sufferers. They were, for the most part, people of means, wealthy enough to afford months of treatment at a private sanatorium, healthy enough to make the journey to the mountains in the first place. The desperately ill, the very poor, those in the advanced stages of the disease, these patients never arrived at Gerbersdorf. Bremer was treating a selected population, and his results reflected that selection. Second, his definition of success was generous. A patient who left the sanatorium feeling better, who had gained weight and stopped coughing, was counted as improved, or even cured. But tuberculosis is a disease of remissions and relapses. Patients who seem to recover might fall ill again months or years later. Bremer did not systematically track his patients after they left. He did not know how many of his cures eventually died of the disease elsewhere. Third, and most fundamentally, he had no control group. In modern medical research, we compare treatments to placebos or to alternative treatments to isolate the effect of what we're studying. Bremer compared his results to the general mortality of tuberculosis patients, but those patients were different in countless ways from his own. The mountain air, the rest, the food, the alcohol. Which of these was helping? Were any of them helping? Or were his patients simply those who would have recovered anyway? These questions were not seriously asked at the time. The science of clinical trials, of controlled experiments, of statistical analysis in medicine, these were all in their infancy. Bremer had numbers that looked impressive, and that was enough. What Bremer did not know, what no one knew, was that his statistics were incomplete in another way entirely. Many of the patients who left Gerbersdorf improved would relapse within months. The disease had not been cured, it had merely paused. The bacillus remained in their lungs, dormant perhaps, but not defeated. And when it awakened, they died, far from the mountains, uncounted in Bremer's triumphant statistics. And the alcohol that Bremer prescribed so confidently was doing something to their immune systems that would not be understood for another century. Among Bremer's patients in the early 1870s was a young physician named Peter Detweiler. Detweiler had come to Gerbersdorf not as a doctor, but as a dying man. Tuberculosis had taken hold of him, and he sought the mountain cure that was beginning to gain fame across Europe. Under Bremer's care he recovered, or seemed to recover, and in his gratitude and fascination, he stayed on as Bremer's assistant. But Detweiler was not content to simply replicate his mentor's methods. He observed, he questioned, he modified. Where Bremer emphasized exercise, the long walks, the cold showers, the active building up of the body, Detweiler came to believe that rest was more important. The consumptive body was exhausted, he reasoned. It needed to conserve its energy for the fight against the disease. Exercise might feel invigorating, but it depleted resources that were desperately needed elsewhere. Where Bremer sent patients on long walks through the forest, Detweiler had them lie still on specially designed reclining chairs, wrapped in blankets, breathing the mountain air without exertion. In 1876, Detweiler left Gerbersdorf to found his own sanatorium at Falkenstein, in the Taunus Mountains near Frankfurt. Here, he developed what would become known as the Liegekur, the lying cure. Patients spent their days on balconies and in specially built Lieghallen, lying halls, reclining on chaise longues from morning to night. The image became iconic. Rows of patients wrapped in blankets, arranged on cure porches, their faces turned to the sun or the cold mountain air. This was the sanatorium cure as the world would come to know it. This was the template that Thomas Mann would immortalize in The Magic Mountain. Detweiler's contribution to tuberculosis treatment was significant. He invented the portable sputum bottle, the Blauheinrich or Blue Henry, a glass container that patients could carry with them, preventing the spread of infected sputum. He coined the term Chefarzt, chief physician, to describe the medical director of a sanatorium, a title still used in German medicine today. By 1886, he could report that 132 of his 1,022 patients had been completely cured. But on the question of alcohol, Detweiler remained his mentor's disciple. The sanatorium at Falkenstein, like the one at Gerbersdorf, maintained well-stocked wine cellars. Patients received their prescribed portions of wine and spirits as part of the cure. The tradition had been established, and Detweiler saw no reason to break from it. As the sanatorium movement spread across Europe, alcohol came with it. In Switzerland, where Thomas Mann would later set his great novel, Sanatoriums, rose in the Alps around Davos. Their dining halls were described as resembling grand hotels, with ceremonial dinners supplied from well-stocked cellars. Wine with meals was simply part of the routine, as expected as the mountain air and the afternoon rest. The logic remained the same across all these institutions. Wine aided digestion and stimulated appetite. Brandy promoted sleep and warmed the body against mountain cold. For patients who had been given no hope, who had been sent to the mountains as a last resort, the ritual of the evening glass offered something beyond its supposed medical benefits. It offered normalcy, a sense that life continued, that civilized pleasures remained available, that death had not yet arrived. But not everyone agreed. In 1873, a young American physician named Edward Livingston Trudeau received devastating news. He had tuberculosis, the same disease that had killed his brother Francis 3 years earlier had now taken hold of his own lungs. Trudeau knew what this meant. He had watched Francis die, had sat at his bedside through the final months, had seen the coughing and the blood and the slow wasting that consumption brought. Now it was his turn. He was 25 years old. In 1876, too weak to continue his medical practice in New York, Trudeau travelled to the Adirondack Mountains of upstate New York. He had visited the region before for hunting and fishing, and he loved it. If he was going to die, he wanted to die in a place that meant something to him. He did not expect to recover. He expected to find a peaceful place to end his life. Instead, something unexpected happened. In the cold, clear air of Saranac Lake, Trudeau's health improved. He did not die. He grew stronger. Month by month, the symptoms that had seemed to seal his fate began to recede. The cough faded. The fever subsided. His weight stabilized, then began to increase. Like Bremer before him, Trudeau began to wonder if what had saved him might save others. In 1885, Trudeau opened the Adirondack Cottage Sanatorium, the first tuberculosis sanatorium in America. He had studied the European model carefully, reading the works of Bremer and Detweiler, corresponding with physicians across the Atlantic. His treatment would follow their principles: fresh air, rest, abundant food. But on one point Trudeau departed dramatically from his European predecessors. At Saranac Lake there would be no wine cellars, no brandy at bedtime, no Hungarian Tokay with dinner. Trudeau maintained what one historian described as a strict code of personal behaviour that prohibited drinking, smoking and cursing. His patients ate several large meals a day, drank at least 3 glasses of milk, and followed a rigorous schedule of rest and graduated exercise. But alcohol was forbidden. Why did Trudeau reject what his European colleagues accepted? The historical record does not give us a definitive answer. Perhaps he was influenced by the temperance movement that was gaining strength in America during this period. Perhaps he observed something in his patients that made him doubt alcohol's benefits. Perhaps it was simply a matter of personal conviction. Trudeau was known to be a man of strong moral principles. What we know is that Trudeau's approach worked, or at least worked as well as any treatment of the era. The Adirondack Cottage Sanatorium became famous, attracting patients from across America and beyond. By the 1890s, the medical profession was at war with itself over alcohol. The battleground was not just tuberculosis. It was the entire question of whether alcohol had any legitimate place in medical treatment at all. But tuberculosis, as the deadliest disease of the age, became one of the most contested territories. On one side stood physicians like James Barr, who in 1905 addressed the British Medical Association with specific recommendations for alcoholic treatments. Champagne for bilious patients who had vomited. Port wine for long convalescence. Brandy for cases of shock. These were not folk remedies. They were the considered opinions of respected medical men, published in the most prestigious journals of the day. The evidence they cited was clinical experience. At Belvedere Hospital in Glasgow during the typhus epidemic of 1861 and 62, physicians had administered over 62,000 ounces of wine, 8,000 ounces of whiskey, and 2,000 ounces of brandy. Patients had recovered. The alcohol, they believed, had helped. On the other side stood a growing coalition of skeptics, reformers, and temperance advocates. The British Medical Temperance Association, founded in 1876, was composed entirely of physicians who had sworn off alcohol entirely. By 1898, its membership had reached nearly 900 practitioners. These doctors argued that alcohol's apparent benefits were illusory. Yes, it warmed the skin, but only by drawing blood away from the vital organs. Yes, it seemed to stimulate appetite, but it also disrupted digestion. Yes, it promoted sleep, but the sleep it produced was not truly restorative. And increasingly, they argued that alcohol might actually weaken the body's defences against disease. The international congresses against alcoholism, held throughout Europe in the late 19th century, made tuberculosis a central topic. Delegates presented research suggesting that heavy drinkers were more susceptible to consumption than abstainers. They pointed to the high rates of tuberculosis in professions associated with alcohol: brewery workers, bartenders, winemakers. Was this coincidence, or was there a causal relationship? What neither side had was definitive proof. The science of immunology was still in its infancy. No one yet understood how the body fought infection at the cellular level. No one could explain exactly what alcohol did to the alveolar macrophages, the immune cells in the lungs that served as the first line of defense against tuberculosis. That knowledge would not come for another century. And so the debate continued, unresolved. In some sanatoriums, patients drank wine with their meals. In others, alcohol was strictly forbidden. Individual physicians made their own choices based on their own convictions. And patients, desperate, dying, hoping for any cure, took whatever their doctors prescribed. The question would not be settled by the medical profession. It would be settled, in the strangest way imaginable, by the United States Congress. By a constitutional amendment that banned alcohol entirely, and created a loophole that would make medicinal whiskey more common than ever. On January 17, 1920, the 18th Amendment to the United States Constitution took effect. The manufacture, sale, and transportation of alcoholic beverages became illegal across the entire nation. Saloons closed their doors. Breweries shuttered their operations. Distilleries went dark. An entire industry, as billions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of jobs, disappeared overnight. Legally, at least. The temperance movement had won. After decades of campaigning, after marches and protests and sermons and political organising, after the tireless work of the Women's Christian Temperance Union and the Anti-Saloon League and countless other organisations, the reformers had achieved their ultimate goal. America would be a dry nation. The arguments for prohibition had been powerful. Alcohol destroyed families. It impoverished workers. It fueled violence and crime. It corrupted politics and degraded public morals. The saloon was an institution of vice, a place where men squandered their wages while their wives and children went hungry. Eliminating alcohol, the reformers believed, would eliminate these evils. But the Volstead Act, the legislation that enforced the 18th Amendment, contained exceptions. Alcohol could still be produced and consumed for religious sacraments. Wine for communion, brandy for certain Jewish ceremonies. Churches across America applied for permits to acquire sacramental wine, and some congregations grew suspiciously large during Prohibition. And alcohol could still be prescribed by physicians for medical purposes. This loophole had been controversial from the beginning. The American Medical Association, which had voted in 1917 to support Prohibition, declaring that alcohol had no scientific value as a tonic or stimulant, now found itself in an awkward position. Its official stance was that alcohol was medically useless, but the law still permitted doctors to prescribe it. The irony was staggering. In 1916, just 1 year before the AMA vote, whiskey and brandy had been removed from the Pharmacopoeia of the United States of America, the official list of scientifically approved medicines. The medical establishment had declared in essence that alcohol had no legitimate therapeutic use. And yet here it was, written into federal law. Physicians could prescribe alcohol for medical purposes. The question was not whether they would use this authority. The question was how many of them would use it, and for what. Within months of Prohibition's start, a system emerged. The Treasury Department, which was responsible for enforcing the Volstead Act, issued special numbered and watermarked prescription pads to licensed physicians. Each form allowed a patient to obtain up to 1 pint of liquor, usually whiskey, every 10 days. The prescription had to specify the ailment being treated. The pharmacist had to record each transaction in a bound register. In the first 6 months of Prohibition alone, 15,000 doctors applied for permits to prescribe medicinal alcohol. The Treasury Department had not anticipated such demand. They printed more forms. They registered more pharmacies. They tried to monitor the flood of prescriptions pouring out of doctors' offices across the country. By the mid-1920s, the numbers had become astronomical. Physicians were writing an estimated 11 million prescriptions for whiskey every year. 11 million in a country with a population of just over 100 million. The process was straightforward, if expensive. A patient would visit their doctor, complaining of whatever ailment seemed most likely to justify a whiskey prescription. The doctor would examine them, or perhaps merely listen to their complaint, and write out the official Treasury form. The patient would then take this form to a licensed pharmacy, where they would receive their pint of medicinal liquor. The cost was significant. Approximately $3 for the doctor's consultation. Another $3 at the pharmacy. In 1920 dollars, this was not cheap, equivalent to perhaps $75 today. But for those who wanted legal alcohol, it was the only option. And the ailments for which whiskey was most commonly prescribed: cancer, heart disease, depression, high blood pressure, pneumonia, and tuberculosis. The same disease that had filled the wine cellars of European sanatoriums was now generating prescription slips in doctors' offices across America. The rationale had not changed. Alcohol was a stimulant. It strengthened the failing body. It helped fight off disease. The fact that the AMA had officially declared this rationale invalid did not seem to matter. Doctors kept prescribing. Patients kept drinking. In 1922, the AMA conducted a survey of its members. The results were revealing and embarrassing. Despite having voted just 5 years earlier that alcohol had no scientific value as a stimulant or tonic, 51% of responding physicians now said they believed in the therapeutic efficacy of whiskey. The official position and the actual practice had diverged dramatically. How did this happen? How did thousands of physicians reverse themselves on a question they had supposedly settled? Some of the change may have been genuine reconsideration. The 1917 vote had been contentious. Not all physicians had agreed. Perhaps the dissenters were simply making their voices heard now that the question had practical consequences. Some may have been rationalization, doctors justifying a profitable practice by rediscovering alcohol's supposed benefits. A physician who wrote 50 whiskey prescriptions a week could earn an additional $150 in consultation fees. In an era when a typical doctor's income was perhaps $5,000 a year, this was significant money. it would be natural to find reasons to believe in the treatment you were prescribing. And some was undoubtedly cynical exploitation. The Prohibition era was rife with physicians who ran what amounted to prescription mills, writing whiskey scripts for anyone who walked through the door with $3 in their pocket. They did not examine their patients. They did not believe in the treatment. They simply wrote prescriptions and collected fees. The Treasury Department tried to crack down. They limited the number of prescriptions a physician could write. They investigated doctors who seemed to be running mills. They revoked permits from the most egregious offenders. But the demand was too great, and the loophole too large to be effectively controlled. Note: from here forward, no more visual cues. Video switches to ambient loop for sleep optimization. The drugstore chain, Walgreens, expanded from 20 stores to 525 during the 1920s. Company legend attributed this growth to the introduction of malted milkshakes at its soda fountains. Historians have suggested that medicinal alcohol sales may have played a more significant role. Whether the doctors who prescribed whiskey for tuberculosis genuinely believed in its efficacy, or whether they were simply taking advantage of a profitable loophole, is a question that cannot be definitively answered. Probably the answer varied from physician to physician, patient to patient, prescription to prescription. Time was. The line between medicine and commerce is never as clear as we might wish. For American tuberculosis sanatoriums, Prohibition created a peculiar situation. Unlike the grand European establishments with their wine cellars and ceremonial dinners, most American sanatoriums had already moved away from alcohol as part of treatment. Trudeau's example at Saranac Lake had been influential. The emphasis on rest, fresh air, and abundant food, without stimulants, had become the American standard. Milk, not wine, was the beverage of choice. But some institutions still provided alcohol to patients who requested it. Some physicians still believed in its therapeutic value. And now, under Prohibition, these practices became legally complicated. Sanatoriums that wished to provide alcohol to patients needed special permits. Their physicians needed to write individual prescriptions for each patient who received it. The paperwork multiplied. The scrutiny increased. Federal agents might inspect the records at any time. For many institutions, the solution was simple: eliminate alcohol entirely. The therapeutic benefits, if any, were not worth the administrative burden. By the 1920s, most American sanatoriums had adopted strict rules prohibiting alcohol on the premises. This represented a significant shift from European practice. While patients at Davos still received wine with their meals, while the sanatoriums of the Black Forest and the Alps maintained their well-stocked cellars, patients at Saranac Lake and its imitators lived under something closer to the temperance ideal. The sanatorium, which had begun as a place where alcohol was prescribed, became a place where it was forbidden. Whether this made any difference to patient outcomes is difficult to say. Tuberculosis remained stubbornly incurable. With or without alcohol, patients either recovered spontaneously or they didn't. The disease followed its own logic, indifferent to the debates that raged around it. Some patients resented the restriction. They had been drinking all their lives. Why should they stop now, when they were sick and miserable and might be dying? The evening glass of wine had been one of the few pleasures remaining to them. Now even that was taken away. If physician-prescribed whiskey was the respectable face of alcohol as tuberculosis treatment, patent medicines were its disreputable shadow. Throughout the 19th century and into the 20th, American pharmacies were lined with bottles promising cures for consumption. Ayer's cherry pectoral, Lane's emulsion, Dr. King's new discovery for consumption. Dozens of others with impressive names and bold claims. Most of them contained significant amounts of alcohol, sometimes as much as 25%, equivalent to a fortified wine. The manufacturers were not required to list their ingredients. The word alcohol rarely appeared on the label. Instead, patients found vague references to natural stimulants or restorative tonics. They drank the medicines faithfully, believing they were taking something medicinal, not realizing they were consuming what amounted to sweetened whiskey. The testimonials were compelling. "I was given up to die of consumption," one advertisement might read. "Then I tried Dr. Smith's miraculous lung tonic. Now I am completely cured." Faces of smiling, healthy-looking people gazed out from newspaper pages and handbills. These people had been saved. You could be saved too. The truth, of course, was different. The cured patients in the testimonials had either recovered spontaneously, as some tuberculosis patients did, or had never had tuberculosis at all. Self-diagnosis was common in an era when medical care was expensive and doctors were scarce. A persistent cough might be consumption, or it might be bronchitis, or a cold that wouldn't go away, or simply the effect of living in a dusty city. The patent medicine worked equally well on all of these because it didn't really work on any of them. What it did do was make people feel better, temporarily. The alcohol warmed them, relaxed them, eased their anxiety about the cough that wouldn't go away. It might even suppress the cough reflex for a while. These effects were real if fleeting. And for people who were desperate, who had no money for doctors, who were looking for any hope at all, they were enough. In 1906, the Pure Food and Drug Act began to change things. Manufacturers were now required to list alcohol and narcotic content on their labels. The most extravagant claims had to be toned down. You could no longer advertise that your product cured tuberculosis if it didn't actually cure tuberculosis. But the medicines themselves remained available, and patients kept buying them. The labels now said contains 18% alcohol, but many patients did not read the labels or did not understand them or did not care. They wanted to believe. And belief, even misplaced belief, was sometimes all they had. As the 1920s gave way to the 1930s, something was changing in how scientists thought about tuberculosis, immunity, and alcohol. The connection between heavy drinking and tuberculosis had been observed for decades. Alcoholics seemed to contract the disease more often than moderate drinkers or abstainers. Brewery workers, bartenders, and others in alcohol-related professions had elevated rates of consumption. The temperance advocates had been pointing this out for years. But observation was not explanation. It was possible that the correlation was coincidental, that alcoholics lived in poorer conditions, ate less nutritious food, or had other risk factors that explained their vulnerability. Without understanding the mechanism by which alcohol might weaken the body's defences, the connection remained circumstantial. In the early 20th century, researchers began to investigate more systematically. Animal studies suggested that alcohol consumption impaired the immune response. Mice given alcohol showed less resistance to infections than mice kept sober. Rabbits exposed to tuberculosis bacilli were more likely to develop active disease if they had been given alcohol. These findings were preliminary, and they did not immediately transform medical practice. The studies were small. The mechanisms were unclear, and the medical profession having prescribed alcohol for generations, was not quick to abandon the practice. But the seeds of doubt had been planted. The confident certainty with which Bremer had prescribed Hungarian wine and French cognac was no longer quite so certain. The question that had divided doctors for decades, whether alcohol helped or harmed the tuberculosis patient, was beginning to have an answer. It would take the discovery of effective antibiotics to finally end the debate. When streptomycin arrived in the 1940s, followed by isoniazid and other anti-tubercular drugs, the question of whether alcohol was a good or bad treatment became irrelevant. There was now a treatment that actually worked. The era of stimulants and rescuers was over. But the legacy of the whiskey prescription would linger, time one's, in the attitudes of physicians toward alcohol, in the regulations that still govern prescription drugs, and in the ongoing relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis, a relationship that modern science has finally begun to understand. We now know something that Hermann Bremer and his contemporaries could not have known, something that would have horrified them if they had. The alcohol they prescribed so confidently was systematically destroying their patients' first line of defense against the very disease they were trying to cure. To understand this, we need to understand something about the human lung that 19th century medicine did not know. The lung is not merely a passive organ for breathing. It is not simply a set of bellows that draws in air and pushes it out again. It is an immunological fortress, guarded by specialized cells that stand watch against any invaders that make it past the nose and throat. These guardian cells are called alveolar macrophages. They patrol the tiny air sacs, the alveoli, where oxygen enters the bloodstream and carbon dioxide exits. These are microscopic spaces, invisible to the naked eye, where the barrier between the air we breathe and the blood that sustains us is only a single cell thick. It is a vulnerable place, and the macrophages are its defenders. When a bacterium enters the lungs, when a tuberculosis bacillus rides in on a droplet of infected sputum, expelled by a coughing patient and inhaled by someone nearby, it is the alveolar macrophages that mount the first counterattack. They engulf the invader. They try to destroy it. They send out chemical signals to summon reinforcements from elsewhere in the immune system. This first response is critical. If the macrophages can contain and destroy the bacillus before it establishes a foothold, the infection is defeated. If they cannot, if the bacillus survives, multiplies, spreads, then tuberculosis takes hold. Alcohol impairs these cells. Not subtly, not slightly, profoundly. Studies conducted in the late 20th and early 21st centuries have revealed the mechanism in devastating detail. Chronic alcohol consumption reduces the number of alveolar macrophages in the lungs. It weakens the ones that remain, making them less efficient at engulfing and destroying bacteria. It disrupts the complex signalling pathways by which these cells communicate with the rest of the immune system. It increases oxidative stress in the alveolar space, creating conditions that favour bacterial growth. In essence, alcohol opens the door and invites the enemy in. The sanatorium patients who raised their glasses of Hungarian wine were, without knowing it, toasting to their own destruction. The research is unambiguous. A systematic review of 43 studies published in the early 2000s found that alcohol use disorder is associated with a relative risk of tuberculosis more than 3 times higher than in the general population. This is not a modest increase. This is not a statistical artifact. This is a tripling of risk, and the relationship appears to be dose-dependent. The more alcohol consumed, the greater the vulnerability. Light drinking may have little effect. Heavy drinking dramatically increases the likelihood of infection and disease. The mechanism works at multiple levels. At the cellular level, as we have seen, alcohol impairs the alveolar macrophages. But there are other effects as well. Alcohol disrupts the integrity of the epithelium, the layer of cells that lines the airways. It impairs the ciliary function that helps clear particles and pathogens from the respiratory tract. It affects the production of surfactant, the substance that keeps the alveoli from collapsing. At the systemic level, chronic alcohol use suppresses the production and function of lymphocytes, the white blood cells that coordinate the adaptive immune response. It impairs the function of neutrophils, another type of immune cell important in fighting bacterial infections. It disrupts the production of cytokines, the chemical messengers that orchestrate the immune response. The tuberculosis bacillus, in other words, faces a weakened and disorganized defense. It is more likely to survive the initial encounter with the immune system. It is more likely to establish a foothold. It is more likely to progress from latent infection to active disease. What makes this especially cruel is that the 19th century physicians were not entirely wrong about alcohol's immediate effects. It did warm the skin. It did stimulate appetite in the short term. It did produce a feeling of well-being, a sense that the body was responding positively. These effects are real. They are observable. Time. Ones, they were what physicians saw when they gave their patients brandy and watched for results. But they are also irrelevant to the disease process. The tuberculosis bacillus is patient. Unlike many bacteria that multiply rapidly, causing acute illness within days, Mycobacterium tuberculosis grows slowly. Its generation time, the time it takes to divide into two daughter cells, is approximately 20 hours. Compare this to E. coli, which can divide every 20 minutes. The tuberculosis bacillus multiplies at a fraction of that pace. This means that the battle against tuberculosis is not won or lost in an evening, or even in a week. It is fought over months and years. The bacillus establishes itself slowly, gradually colonizing the lung tissue, gradually destroying it. The immune system responds, containing the infection in some cases, failing to contain it in others. The outcome depends on a long war of attrition. And in that long war, the cumulative effects of alcohol prove devastating. A glass of wine at dinner, a cognac at bedtime, these might seem like small things. The immediate effects fade within hours, but the damage to the immune system accumulates. Day after day, week after week, the macrophages are a little less numerous, a little less effective. The signals between immune cells are a little more garbled. The defense against the bacillus is a little weaker. The sanatorium patients who drank their prescribed alcohol were not doing something that might harm them in a single moment. They were doing something that weakened them gradually over the course of their treatment. Each glass was another small defeat in the invisible war being waged within their lungs. And they had no idea. How could they? The immune system works in silence, beneath the threshold of consciousness. We cannot feel our macrophages working. We cannot sense the battle between our white blood cells and invading bacteria. All we can feel is the warmth of the wine, the relaxation of the cognac, the gentle drowsiness that precedes sleep. The doctors who prescribed alcohol were not villains. They were working within the knowledge of their time, following the best available evidence as they understood it. They watched some of their patients improve, and they attributed that improvement to their treatment. They could not see the invisible damage being done at the cellular level. They could not know what we know now. The individual cellular mechanisms tell only part of the story. The broader picture, the population-level relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis, is equally stark. Modern epidemiologists estimate that more than 8% of global tuberculosis cases are attributable to alcohol use disorder. 8% may not sound dramatic until you consider the scale. Tuberculosis still kills more than 1 million people every year worldwide. 8% of that number represents tens of thousands of deaths. Deaths that might not have occurred if alcohol had not weakened the victim's defences. The relationship works in multiple ways. Heavy drinkers are more likely to be infected with tuberculosis in the first place, perhaps because alcohol-related socialising brings them into contact with infected individuals, perhaps because their weakened immunity makes them more susceptible to initial infection. Once infected, they are more likely to progress from latent infection to active disease. And once sick, they are more likely to have poor outcomes, more complications, more severe symptoms, higher mortality. There is also the question of treatment adherence. Tuberculosis treatment today requires taking multiple medications for several months without interruption. Missing doses allows the bacteria to develop resistance. People with alcohol use disorder are less likely to complete their treatment regimens. They are more likely to develop drug-resistant tuberculosis. They are more likely to spread the disease to others. Looking back at the 19th century through this lens, a troubling picture emerges. The patients at Gerbersdorf and Falkenstein and the sanatoriums of Davos were not randomly selected. They were, for the most part, people of means, wealthy enough to afford months of treatment, educated enough to understand that something might be done. Many of them had probably consumed alcohol regularly before their diagnosis. And at the sanatoriums they consumed more. How many of them would have recovered if the wine and cognac had been replaced with milk and water? We can never know for certain. The controlled studies that would answer this question were never conducted, could not have been conducted in an era before randomized trials became standard medical practice. But the biological evidence suggests that at least some of those who died might have lived. But the story of alcohol and tuberculosis is not simply a story of medical error. It is also a story of the disease itself, of the desperate search for any remedy, any relief, any hope. Consider what it meant to have tuberculosis in the 19th century. There was no cure. There was no treatment that reliably worked. You coughed blood into handkerchiefs that you learned to hide from others. You lost weight no matter how much you ate, your body consuming itself from within. You suffered night sweats that drenched your bedclothes and left you shivering by morning. Fever rose in the evenings and broke before dawn. Exhaustion settled into your bones like lead. And you knew, everyone knew, that most people who had what you had did not survive. The statistics were not secret. 1 in 4. That was the number. 1/4 of all deaths in the cities of Europe and America. You had seen it claim neighbours and friends and family members. Now it was claiming you. In that context, alcohol offered something that pure medical logic cannot capture. It offered comfort. A glass of wine at dinner restored a sense of normalcy, a feeling that civilized life continued even as the body failed. The warmth spreading through the chest felt like health, felt like life, felt like perhaps things might not be as bad as they seemed. A glass of cognac at bedtime brought sleep, or at least a gentler transition into the night. It softened the sharp edges of fear, dulled the awareness of what was happening within. In an era before palliative care as we know it, before morphine drips and hospice philosophy, before the modern understanding that comfort care is itself a form of medicine, alcohol was one of the few tools available to ease the dying. Laudanum was available, certainly, opium mixed with alcohol, but it was expensive and carried its own risks of dependency. Wine and brandy were familiar, socially acceptable, prescribed by physicians with complete confidence. We should not underestimate this. The quality of the remaining life matters as much as its quantity. For patients who were going to die regardless of treatment, and many tuberculosis patients in the pre-antibiotic era fell into this category, the comfort provided by a glass of wine may have been worth more than any marginal change in immune function. There is something cruel about judging the dying for seeking comfort. These were people who had been given no hope, who knew that the most likely outcome of their illness was death, who faced months or years of slow decline. If wine made those months more bearable, who are we to condemn them for drinking it? The problem was that doctors did not prescribe alcohol as palliation. They prescribed it as treatment. They told their patients it would help them recover, not merely help them die more peacefully. They raised hopes that could not be fulfilled. They offered false certainty in place of honest uncertainty. And for patients who might have recovered, for those whose disease was not yet too advanced, whose immune system still had the strength to fight, who might have beaten the odds if given the best possible chance, this false hope may have been fatal. The alcohol weakened them at precisely the moment they needed strength. It opened doors that should have remained closed. We have spoken much of doctors and their prescriptions, of debates among physicians and the evolution of medical knowledge. But we have spoken less of the patients, the men and women who actually drank the wine and whiskey, who trusted their physicians and hoped for recovery. What was it like to be a tuberculosis patient in an era when alcohol was medicine? The accounts that survive suggest a complex experience. For some patients, the prescribed alcohol was a welcome indulgence, a reminder of life before illness, of dinners with friends and celebrations and ordinary pleasures. The glass of wine at dinner tasted like the world they had left behind, the world of health and possibility. It brought back memories of better times, and in bringing them back it made the present more bearable. For others, particularly those who had never been drinkers, the prescribed alcohol was an uncomfortable obligation, something they forced down because the doctor ordered it, not because they wanted it. The taste was unfamiliar, the effects disorienting. They drank it as they might have drunk any other medicine, grimacing perhaps, but trusting that it would help. At the grand sanatoriums, the evening meal with its accompanying wine took on an almost ritualistic quality. Patients dressed for dinner in their finest clothes, those who could still fit into them. They gathered in elegant dining rooms with crystal chandeliers and white tablecloths. They made conversation about art and politics and the news from distant cities. They maintained the forms of civilized society even as their bodies failed them. The wine was part of this performance, a way of insisting that they were still people, not merely patients, not merely the dying. To drink wine at dinner was to participate in ordinary life, to refuse to be defined entirely by disease. It was an act of dignity, of defiance, of hope. Some found genuine comfort in it. The warmth of the alcohol, the softening of anxiety, the easier sleep that followed, these were real benefits, even if they did nothing to cure the underlying disease. The night was less frightening after a glass of cognac. The darkness seemed less absolute. Sleep came more easily, and when it came, it brought respite from the constant awareness of illness. In an era without effective pain management, without the sophisticated palliative care we know today, alcohol served a function that pure medical logic cannot dismiss. It eased suffering. It provided moments of peace. It made the unbearable a little more bearable. Others became dependent. The line between medical prescription and addiction is not always clear, and 19th century medicine did not police it carefully. Patients who arrived at sanatoriums as moderate drinkers sometimes left, if they left at all, thus as heavy ones. The disease gave them permission. The doctors gave them prescriptions. The bottles kept coming, day after day, week after week. The progression from medical treatment to dependency was subtle and insidious. First, the wine at dinner. Then perhaps a glass in the afternoon when the anxiety became too much. Then the cognac at bedtime extended from 1 glass to 2. By the time a patient realised what was happening, the habit was established. And who would tell a dying person to stop drinking when drinking had been prescribed by their physician? How many tuberculosis patients developed alcohol problems as a result of medical treatment? The records do not permit a precise answer. This was not a question that 19th century physicians thought to ask, and even if they had asked it, they might not have recognised the problem. The concept of alcoholism as a disease was still developing. The line between acceptable medical use and problematic dependency was blurred. But the question itself reveals something about the era, about the unintended consequences that flow from even well-intentioned medical practice. The doctors who prescribed alcohol believed they were helping their patients. In some ways, perhaps they were. In other ways, they were creating new problems even as they failed to solve the original one. Among the tuberculosis patients of the 19th and early 20th centuries were many of the era's most celebrated writers and artists. And among these, alcohol often played a complex role, sometimes prescribed, sometimes self-administered, always intertwined with the creative work that made them famous. Consider Edgar Allan Poe, who watched his young wife Virginia cough blood while singing in 1842, and who spent the next 5 years watching her die. Virginia was only 20 years old when the hemorrhage began, and she would die at 24. Poe's drinking intensified dramatically during this period. By his own admission, he was often insensible with alcohol, disappearing for days at a time, reappearing dishevelled and disoriented. Was this self-medication for his grief? Was it a response to his own suspected tuberculosis? Some historians believe Poe showed symptoms of the disease himself. Was it simply the continuation of earlier patterns, exacerbated by unbearable circumstances? The historical record allows no certain answer. What we know is that the years of Virginia's illness and death were the darkest of Poe's life, and that alcohol was deeply involved. Robert Louis Stevenson, at Saranac Lake and throughout his short life, maintained his habits despite medical advice to the contrary. He smoked, reportedly 4 packs of cigarettes a day, and drank freely. He pushed himself physically, travelling to the South Seas when doctors advised against it, living as though the disease might be outrun rather than accommodated. He befriended his physician Trudeau, engaging in long conversations about literature and medicine, but he never fully submitted to the discipline the sanatorium required. He died at 44, far from the Adirondack Mountains that had offered temporary respite. He was in Samoa, in the house he had built on a mountain, in the place he had chosen to make his final stand against the illness that had pursued him all his life. He was opening a bottle of wine when the stroke that killed him struck. It was cerebral hemorrhage, not tuberculosis, that took him in the end, though the years of illness had surely weakened him. Time. Tsukus. The Bronte sisters, Charlotte, Emily and Anne, lived their short lives in the shadow of consumption. Their brother Branwell died of tuberculosis in 1848, probably exacerbated by his heavy drinking and opium use. Emily died 3 months later, at 30, having refused all medical attention. Anne died 5 months after that. Charlotte alone survived past 30, only to die in pregnancy at 38, likely of tuberculosis complicated by hyperemesis gravidarum. What role did alcohol play in these deaths? The evidence is fragmentary. Branwell certainly drank heavily. The sisters themselves were more temperate, though patent medicines containing alcohol were commonly used. The disease would have taken them regardless. But the mythology that grew around them, the romantic image of the consumptive artist, often included the glass of wine, the evening cordial, the prescribed stimulant. The romantic image of the consumptive artist, pale, inspired, burning with creative fire, often included a glass in hand. Keats writing his odes by candlelight, Byron at the height of his scandalous fame, Chopin at the piano coughing into his handkerchief. The mythology surrounding these figures blurs the line between their art and their illness, between their creativity and their destruction. We should be careful not to romanticize this. The tubercular artist drinking wine by candlelight makes for a compelling image, but the reality was suffering, was fear, was slow suffocation, as the lungs filled with disease. The alcohol did not make them better writers. It did not make their deaths more beautiful. It may have hastened those deaths, or it may simply have made them more bearable. The line between medicine and escape was never clear. When the sanatoriums closed and the antibiotics arrived, something was lost along with the wine cellars and the cure porches. It was not medical efficacy. The antibiotics were unquestionably better at treating tuberculosis than anything that came before. Streptomycin, discovered in 1943, could actually kill the tuberculosis bacillus. Isoniazid, introduced in 1952, was even more effective. For the first time in human history, tuberculosis was curable, not through rest and diet and wishful thinking, but through chemical compounds that attack the disease at its source. The sanatoriums emptied. Time thus speeds. Patients who had expected to spend months or years in the mountains went home after weeks. The grand buildings that had been filled with the dying became hotels, or were converted into schools, or simply stood empty, their cure porches vacant, their wine cellars silent. It was something harder to name that was lost. A sense of ritual, perhaps. A philosophy of care that attended to the whole person, not merely the disease. The sanatorium had been a place where patients lived for months or years, where their daily routines were structured around healing, where the doctors knew them by name and monitored their progress week by week. The dining room, with its wine and formal dinners, had been part of that comprehensive care. The new treatment was different. Take these pills. Take them for 6 months. Do not miss a dose. Come back for follow-up appointments. The cure was faster, more effective, more scientific. It was also less personal. The patient was not a resident of a healing community. They were a case number, a prescription, a follow-up file. The alcohol had been part of the older model, part of the evening meal, part of the bedtime ritual, part of the comprehensive care that the sanatorium provided. Removing it was medically correct. We know now that the alcohol was doing harm, not good. But something about the experience of being cared for changed when the glass of wine disappeared from the table. Something about feeling attended to, about being part of a healing ritual, about the ceremony of recovery. Perhaps this is sentimentality. The sanatorium regime with its wine and cognac was killing people, or at least failing to save them while giving the impression of treatment. The antibiotics actually worked. No amount of ritual and atmosphere can substitute for effective medicine. A cure porch and a glass of Tokay cannot compete with streptomycin. And yet, the modern study of medicine has begun to rediscover some of what the sanatoriums knew. The importance of the healing environment, the value of attention to the whole patient, their fears, their hopes, their daily experience of illness. The recognition that care involves more than medication, that human beings need more than pills to heal. These insights, stripped of the alcohol and the pseudoscience, remain valid. Modern hospice care, modern palliative medicine, modern attention to quality of life alongside quantity. These owe something to the sanatorium tradition, even as they reject its specific methods. The wine is gone. But the recognition that dying people deserve comfort, that healing involves more than chemistry, that care must attend to the person as well as the disease, these remain. Today, no physician prescribes whiskey for tuberculosis. The practice has passed so completely into history that it seems almost unbelievable, a curiosity from another age, like bloodletting or trepanning. If you told a modern pulmonologist that doctors once prescribed alcohol for lung disease, they might laugh, or shake their head in disbelief, or simply stare at you wondering if you were joking. And yet the echoes persist. The relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis has not gone away. It has simply reversed, no longer prescribed as treatment, but recognised as a major risk factor for the disease. In Eastern Europe and Central Asia, where tuberculosis remains a significant public health challenge, alcohol use disorder is one of the major barriers to effective treatment. Russia in particular faces a dual epidemic, rates of both tuberculosis and alcohol use disorder that rank among the highest in the world. The two problems feed on each other, creating cycles of infection and reinfection that public health officials struggle to break. Patients who drink heavily are less likely to complete their medication regimens. Tuberculosis treatment requires months of daily pill taking, and alcohol makes adherence difficult. Missed doses lead to incomplete treatment. Incomplete treatment leads to drug resistance. Drug-resistant tuberculosis spreads to others, creating new cases that are harder to cure than the original. They are more likely to develop drug-resistant strains. Multi-drug-resistant tuberculosis, MDR-TB, is one of the most frightening public health challenges of our time. It requires longer, more toxic treatment regimens, and it kills more often than ordinary tuberculosis. Alcohol use disorder is one of the factors that helps create it. The intersection of alcohol and tuberculosis that the 19th century physicians observed, however much they misunderstood it, remains a deadly reality. They saw the connection. They drew the wrong conclusions. But the connection itself was real. There is also the broader question of medicine and certainty. The doctors who prescribed alcohol for tuberculosis were not charlatans. They were trained professionals, working within respected institutions, following the best available evidence as they understood it. They attended medical schools, read medical journals, discussed cases with colleagues. They were wrong, but their wrongness was not obvious at the time. It took decades of research and the arrival of truly effective treatments to reveal the error. What errors are we making now? What treatments that seem sensible today will future generations regard with the same mixture of pity and bewilderment that we feel toward the whiskey prescription? What confident certainties of our own time will dissolve under future scrutiny? We cannot know. That is the humbling truth. We can only proceed with humility, testing our assumptions, remaining open to evidence that contradicts what we believe. The story of alcohol and tuberculosis is ultimately a story about the limits of knowledge and the consequences of those limits. It is a story about hope, the hope of patients who drank their prescribed wine believing it would save them, the hope of doctors who poured it, believing they were helping. That hope was misplaced. But it was human, and it was real. And it reminds us that our own hopes, our own certainties, our own confident treatments may one day look equally misguided. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. Let the weight of this history settle as the snow settles on the mountains where so many came seeking cures. We began in the mountains of Silesia in 1875, in a sanatorium where tuberculosis patients raised glasses of Hungarian wine and believed they were being healed. We met Hermann Bremer, the young man who came down from the Himalayas convinced that he had found the cure for consumption. We saw him build his sanatorium, establish his reputation, publish his statistics. Those statistics that seemed so impressive at the time, that convinced physicians across Europe that something miraculous was happening in the mountains. We followed his disciple Peter Detweiler, who refined the cure, rest instead of exercise, the lying cure instead of the walking cure, but kept the wine. The tradition was established, and Detweiler saw no reason to question it. We travelled to Davos, where the sanatoriums rose in the Swiss Alps with their wine cellars and their ceremonial dinners. We crossed the Atlantic to Saranac Lake watching. Edward Trudeau chart a different course, fresh air and rest and discipline, but no alcohol. We passed through the strange interlude of prohibition, when 11 million prescriptions for whiskey were written each year in a nation that had banned alcohol entirely. We saw the doctors who wrote those prescriptions, some believing in what they prescribed, others simply profiting from a profitable loophole. We saw the pharmacists who filled them, the patients who drank them believing they were medicine, the system that evolved around a practice that the medical establishment had officially declared useless. We traced the slow accumulation of evidence, the animal studies, the epidemiological data, the cellular research, that finally answered the question the 19th century could not resolve. We learned what alcohol does to the alveolar macrophages, those silent guardians of the lung, and how that damage translates into a tripling of tuberculosis risk. We understood at last what the patients at Gerbersdorf could never have understood, what each glass of prescribed wine was doing to their chances of survival. And we arrived at our own time, when the relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis is understood as it never was before, when no reputable physician would dream of prescribing whiskey for consumption, when the practice has passed so completely into history that it seems almost unbelievable. This is not a simple story of heroes and villains. The doctors who prescribed alcohol were not evil. They were working within the knowledge of their time. The reformers who opposed them were not always right for the right reasons. Science advanced not through moments of revelation, but through the slow, painful accumulation of evidence over decades. What does this story tell us about medicine, about science, about ourselves? It tells us first that good intentions are not sufficient. The physicians who prescribed alcohol genuinely wanted to help their patients. They observed, they reasoned, they drew what seemed like logical conclusions. And they were wrong. Wanting to help is not the same as helping. This is a lesson that medicine learns and relearns across the centuries. The history of our profession is littered with treatments that seemed logical, seemed helpful, seemed obviously correct, and turned out to cause harm. Bloodletting weakened patients who needed their strength. Mercury damaged the very bodies it was meant to heal. Thalidomide caused birth defects that haunt us still. And alcohol weakened the immunity of patients fighting for their lives. It tells us that the appearance of benefit is not the same as benefit itself. Alcohol warmed the skin, stimulated appetite, promoted sleep. These effects were real and observable. But they were not the effects that mattered. The effects that mattered, the weakening of immunity, the increased vulnerability to infection, were invisible to 19th century observation. We see what we can see. We measure what we can measure. And we draw conclusions from that limited evidence, believing we have understood the whole when we have only glimpsed a part. The warm flush of the patient's cheeks seemed like health returning. The increased appetite seemed like the body gathering strength. These visible signs obscured the invisible destruction happening within. It tells us that tradition can be wrong. The prescription of alcohol for tuberculosis was not the invention of a single eccentric physician. It was a widespread practice, endorsed by medical authorities, taught in medical schools, followed in the most prestigious institutions. The weight of tradition is not proof of correctness. Generations of physicians prescribed alcohol because their teachers had prescribed alcohol, and their teachers before them. The practice seemed to work, or at least it did not seem to fail in any obvious way. Some patients improved, others died. The same was true without alcohol. In the absence of controlled trials, in the absence of the statistical methods we now take for granted, it was impossible to know which treatments helped and which harmed. Tradition filled the void where evidence should have been. And it tells us something about hope, about the desperate need to do something, anything, when faced with a disease that seemed otherwise unstoppable. In the absence of effective treatment, doctors prescribed what they had. Patients took what they were given. Hope sustained them, even when the object of that hope was misplaced. Hope is not nothing. Even misplaced hope has value. It keeps the dying from despair. It motivates them to continue fighting. It makes the unbearable slightly more bearable. The patients who believed they were being healed by their wine and cognac found comfort in that belief. The comfort was real, even if the healing was not. What do we carry forward from this story? We carry the recognition that medicine is a process, not a destination. The answers of today may be the errors of tomorrow. This is not an argument for rejecting medical advice, but for understanding it in context, as the best available approximation of truth, not as truth itself. Every generation of physicians believes, with varying degrees of confidence, that it has finally understood what previous generations got wrong. The doctors of the 1950s believed they had solved the tuberculosis problem with antibiotics. Then came drug resistance. The doctors of the 1980s believed they understood infectious disease. Then came HIV. Each solution reveals new problems. Each answer generates new questions. This is not failure. It is the nature of scientific progress. But it should teach us humility. We carry the memory of patients who trusted their doctors and drank what they were prescribed. They deserve to be remembered, not with condescension, but with compassion. They were doing their best, just as we do our best, navigating uncertainty with the tools available. These were not gullible fools. They were people facing a terrible disease with no good options, who followed the advice of the most educated professionals their society could produce. Their trust was reasonable. Their hope was human. That the trust was misplaced and the hope ultimately futile does not diminish them. It reminds us that we too place our trust in experts. We too hope that our treatments will work, and we too may one day be pitied by future generations who know what we cannot. We carry an awareness that the intersection of alcohol and disease remains medically significant. The tuberculosis bacillus has not disappeared from the world. It still kills more than 1 million people every year. And alcohol use disorder remains one of the factors that enables it, weakening immunity, disrupting treatment, feeding the cycles of infection that public health officials struggle to break. The pattern we have traced tonight, of alcohol making tuberculosis worse, continues to this day. In Russia and Eastern Europe, in homeless shelters and prisons, in marginalised communities around the world, the old combination persists. The whiskey prescription has ended, but the relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis has not. Perhaps, most importantly, we carry a sense of humility. The doctors of the 19th century were educated, thoughtful people who believed they were doing the right thing. History has not been kind to their beliefs. We have no guarantee that history will be kinder to ours. Somewhere in our current medical practice, in our current confident certainties, there may be errors as profound as the whiskey prescription. We cannot know which beliefs will fall. We can only proceed with care, test our assumptions honestly, and remain open to evidence that contradicts what we think we know. There are no easy answers. There never were. And perhaps that is the most important thing to carry forward. The recognition that certainty is often illusion, that knowledge is always provisional, and that the best we can do is try our hardest with whatever tools and understanding we have. The sanatoriums are gone now. The wine cellars have been emptied or converted to other uses. The prescription pads that once demanded whiskey now carry the names of antibiotics and antivirals. But somewhere, in the mountains where patients once lay on cure porches, breathing the thin cold air, the memory persists. In the converted hotels that were once places of healing and dying. In the medical archives that preserve the records of another age. In the human hope that any remedy, however unlikely, might offer salvation. If you were to visit Davos today, you would find a ski resort and conference centre. The cure porches have been enclosed to make hotel rooms. The dining halls where patients raise their glasses of wine now host business executives and winter tourists. The magic mountain that Thomas Mann immortalised has been transformed into something ordinary, something commercial, something that remembers its past only in plaques and museum exhibits. At Saranac Lake, some of the old cure cottages still stand. They are protected now as historical buildings, testaments to an era when tuberculosis shaped an entire town. Trudeau's original sanatorium has been converted into other uses. His laboratory became the Trudeau Institute, still conducting medical research, though now into immunology rather than tuberculosis specifically. His legacy survives, stripped of the whiskey debate that he largely won. The glass of wine at dinner, the cognac at bedtime, these were not merely medical treatments. They were rituals of hope, performed by the dying and those who cared for them, in an age when hope was often all that medicine could offer. Think of what it meant to drink that prescribed wine. To lift the glass, knowing that your physician believed it would help you. To feel the warmth spreading through your chest and believe, truly believe, that it was the warmth of healing. To maintain the forms of civilized dining even as disease ravaged your body. To participate in a communal ritual with others who shared your fate. There was meaning in that glass, beyond whatever physical effects the alcohol produced. That hope was misplaced, but it was real. And perhaps that is the most human part of this story. Not the science that eventually corrected the error, but the hope that sustained it for so long. We are creatures who need to believe in something, who cannot endure hopelessness, who will grasp at any treatment that promises relief from suffering. The whiskey prescription endured not because doctors were foolish, but because patients needed hope and alcohol provided the illusion of it. The glass remains. Not the physical glass. That has long since been broken or recycled or lost. But the memory of what it represented. The desperate search for healing. The trust between patient and physician. The hope that any remedy, however improbable, might be the one that saves us. That hope is with us still. It lives in every patient who asks their doctor for something, anything that might help. In every physician who wishes they had better treatments to offer. In the ongoing human struggle against disease and death, and the terrible uncertainty that surrounds both. Let us return, one final time, to that dining hall in the mountains of Silesia. It is evening. The snow has begun to fall again, visible through the tall windows as white flakes against the darkening sky. The patients have gathered for dinner, dressed in their finest clothes, maintaining the forms of civilization even as disease works within them. A waiter moves between the tables, pouring wine from bottles of Hungarian Tokay. The crystal catches the gaslight, and for a moment the wine glows like amber, like honey, like something precious. The patients lift their glasses. Some of them are laughing, sharing stories of distant homes and distant lives. Others are quiet, their thoughts turned inward. A young woman near the window gazes at the falling snow. An elderly gentleman studies his wine, as if reading something in its depths. They drink. They believe, most of them, that what they are drinking will help them. That the warmth spreading through their chests is the warmth of healing. That the doctors who prescribe this wine know what they are doing. We know now that they were wrong. We know what the wine was doing to their immune systems, to their chances of survival, to the invisible battle being waged within their lungs. We know what they could not know. But we cannot save them. They are beyond our reach, separated by more than a century of time and knowledge. All we can do is remember them. Remember their hope, remember their trust, remember that they were people doing their best in an impossible situation. The wine was not the cure they sought, but perhaps in its way it offered them something else. A moment of normalcy, a sense of civilization persisting, a ritual that connected them to the world they were losing. Outside, the mountains stand as they have always stood, indifferent to human suffering, indifferent to human hope, indifferent to the debates of physicians and the fears of patients. The same peaks that Hermann Bremer saw when he built his sanatorium. The same forests that patients walked through, breathing deeply, believing the air would save them. The mountains have outlasted the sanatoriums, outlasted the patients, outlasted the entire era when tuberculosis ruled and alcohol was prescribed as its cure. And so, as the night deepens and the sanatorium dining hall fades into memory, we leave behind the doctors and their prescriptions, the debates and the doubts, the science that came too late to save those who needed it most. But their legacy remains in our understanding of immunity and infection, in our humility about medical certainty, in the ongoing relationship between alcohol and disease that still claims lives today. The story we have traced tonight is not merely history. It is a reminder of how medicine works, of how knowledge grows, of how well-meaning people can do harm while trying to help. It is a reminder to question certainties, to test assumptions, to remain humble in the face of what we do not yet understand. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another corner of tuberculosis history, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of mountain air carry you gently into sleep. Let the distant sound of crystal glasses raised in hope echo into quietness. The wine has been poured and drunk. The patients have retired to their rooms. The snow continues to fall on the mountains where so many came seeking cures they would not find. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like or share it with someone who might need it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for remembering with us those who drank in hope and died in ignorance of what they were drinking. Good night. They called them lungers. 20,000 a year, packed into train cars heading west, coughing blood into handkerchiefs, racing the disease that was killing them. By 1900, 1 in 3 people living in Colorado had come there to die. Not for gold, not for land, not for the frontier. They came because their doctors had told them the truth. Go west, or go to your grave. Denver became the largest tuberculosis camp in the world, and it changed everything. The city, the state, the very idea of what the American West was for. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're travelling to the American West, to a mile-high city built on hope and desperation, where the dying came by the trainload seeking a cure that no medicine could provide. A city whose very identity was shaped by tuberculosis. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through frontier towns and tent colonies, through luxury sanatoria and sleeping porches, through the story of how disease built a state. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a train car rolling westward across the Great Plains. It is the summer of 1892, and this particular car is different from the others. The windows are thrown open despite the dust. The passengers sit apart from one another when they can, and every few minutes someone coughs, a deep, rattling cough that seems to come from somewhere far beneath the lungs. Many of these passengers carry one-way tickets. They have sold their homes back east, said goodbye to families they may never see again, and put everything they own into the hope that the air of Colorado will save their lives. Some have money, enough for the luxury sanatoria that advertise in the eastern newspapers, promising sun-drenched terraces and fresh mountain air. Others have almost nothing, just enough for the train ticket and perhaps a week's lodging, after which they will figure something out somehow, or die trying. The mountains appear on the horizon, rising blue and distant above the brown plain. Snow gleams on the highest peaks even in summer. And somewhere ahead, still hours away, lies Denver, the mile-high city, the world's sanatorium, the last best hope for thousands of the dying. They have heard the promises. The air is pure, the sunshine is constant, the altitude itself has healing properties. Eastern doctors have told them to go west or die. And so they come, 20,000 a year by some estimates, filling entire train cars with their coughs and their hopes. This is their story. To understand why so many desperate people converged on Colorado, we must first understand what tuberculosis meant in 19th century America. In the crowded cities of the eastern seaboard, tuberculosis was everywhere. It was the leading cause of death in the United States, killing more people than any other disease. Entire tenement buildings were infected. Families watched helplessly as one member after another fell ill, wasted away, and died. The disease was called consumption because of the way it seemed to consume its victims from within. The cough, the fever, the blood in the handkerchief, the slow wasting away of flesh until the patient was little more than bones and skin. And always, always, the cough. Persistent, unstoppable, a constant reminder that the lungs were filling with disease. In the tenements of New York, families lived 6 or 8 to a room, breathing the same stale air, sharing beds, unable to isolate the sick from the healthy. The disease spread through families like fire through dry timber. A mother would catch it from her husband, then pass it to her children. By the time one generation was buried, the next was already coughing. The numbers were staggering. In 1850, tuberculosis killed more than 400 people per 100,000 in the United States. In the crowded immigrant neighborhoods of the eastern cities, the rate was even higher. Some tenements became so infected that landlords could not rent the rooms, not because tenants feared the disease, but because they had already seen what happened to the previous occupants. There was no cure, no effective treatment. Doctors could offer rest, good food, perhaps some morphine to ease the coughing, but they knew, and their patients knew, that these were palliative measures at best. The best they could hope for was to make the patient comfortable as the disease ran its inexorable course. Some physicians experimented with radical treatments. Bloodletting was still practiced, though it was beginning to fall out of favour. Cod liver oil was prescribed, as were tonics containing various combinations of alcohol and herbs. Some doctors punctured the chest cavity to collapse the lung, hoping that rest would allow the damaged tissue to heal. None of these treatments worked consistently. Most did more harm than good. The wealthy could flee to the countryside, to the mountains, to any place where the air was cleaner and the disease less prevalent. They could afford sanatoria in the Swiss Alps, where patients lounged on balconies wrapped in blankets, breathing the thin mountain air. But the poor had no such option. They stayed in the tenements, coughing into the darkness, waiting for the end that they knew was coming. And yet some doctors had noticed something peculiar. Patients who moved from the humid, crowded cities to drier, higher climates sometimes improved. The cough lessened. The fever subsided. Some patients who had been given weeks to live survived for years. A theory emerged. Perhaps the problem was not just the disease itself, but the environment in which the disease flourished. Perhaps the humid air of the cities, thick with coal smoke and factory fumes, and the exhalations of thousands of crowded inhabitants was the real enemy. Perhaps what the consumptive needed was fresh air, dry air, pure air. And where in America was the air purest? Where was it driest? Where did the sun shine more than 300 days a year? Where could patients escape the coal smoke and the humidity and the crowded conditions that seemed to make the disease spread so quickly? Colorado. The answer seemed obvious. Colorado's altitude, a mile above sea level in Denver, even higher in the mountain towns, meant thin, dry air. The lack of humidity meant fewer of the damp conditions in which disease seemed to flourish. The endless sunshine meant patients could spend hours outdoors, breathing the clean mountain air, soaking up the healing rays of the sun. The Colorado Chamber of Commerce was not slow to recognize the opportunity. Advertisements appeared in eastern newspapers proclaiming the state's miraculous climate. The air was 100% aseptic, the boosters claimed. The altitude, more than a mile above sea level, was itself therapeutic. The constant sunshine bathed patients in healing light. For families watching loved ones die, these promises were irresistible. What did they have to lose? If they stayed in the east, death was certain. But if they went west, if they reached Colorado, perhaps there was a chance. And so the migration began. By 1880, Denver had earned the nickname the World Sanatorium. By 1900, 1/3 of Colorado's entire population had moved there because of tuberculosis. It was, in a sense, the largest health-related migration in American history. The story of Colorado as a tuberculosis destination begins with the Civil War hero and railroad tycoon named William Jackson Palmer. Palmer was born in Delaware in 1836 to a Quaker family. During the Civil War, he distinguished himself as a cavalry officer, rising to the rank of Brevet Brigadier General and receiving the Medal of Honor for his actions. He was, by any measure, a man of exceptional ability and ambition. After the war, Palmer turned his attention to railroads, the great engine of American expansion. He came to the Colorado Territory in the late 1860s as a surveyor for the Kansas Pacific Railway, seeking possible routes through the mountains. He was accompanied by an English physician named William Abraham Bell. Together they saw something in this rugged territory that others had missed. It was not just the mineral wealth, though there was plenty of that. It was not just the scenic beauty, though the mountains were spectacular. It was the air itself, thin, dry, crystal clear. The kind of air that doctors back east were beginning to prescribe for their consumptive patients. On July 31st, 1871, Palmer and Bell founded a new town at the base of Pikes Peak. They called it Fountain Colony, later renamed Colorado Springs, and from the beginning, Palmer envisioned it as something more than an ordinary frontier settlement. He wanted to build a health resort, a place where the sick could come to heal, a destination that would attract not just settlers and miners, but invalids with money to spend. Palmer understood that the railroad could carry more than freight and settlers. It could carry the sick, the wealthy sick in particular, who would pay handsomely for the chance to recover in the mountain air. His Denver and Rio Grande Railway would be the artery through which this new industry would flow. The first section of the railway opened in 1871, running south from Denver across the Palmer Divide to Colorado Springs. It was the first narrow-gauge railroad in the West, an engineering achievement that opened the mountains to commerce and, crucially, to patients. The plan worked beyond his dreams. By 1880, tuberculosis patients were arriving in Colorado Springs by the hundreds. By 1900, the town was known as the City of Sunshine and America's Playground, one of the most popular health destinations in the United States. More than 15 sanatoria operated in the region. Palmer poured millions of his own money into the community. He donated over 1,600 acres for parks, hospitals and schools. He gave land for Colorado College, for the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind, for several churches in the downtown area. He funded the Cragmore Sanatorium, a facility for tuberculosis treatment that would become one of the most famous in the nation. The houses along North Nevada Avenue were converted into boarding houses for consumptives. The large homes on the Old North End built sleeping porches for their consumptive boarders. The area became known locally as Lunger's Row. Palmer shaped the very landscape of the city around, the needs of the health-seeking population. When he died in 1909, from injuries sustained in a horse-riding accident, not from disease, William Jackson Palmer left behind not just a railroad empire, but a city whose identity had been forged by tuberculosis. His legacy endures. The narrow-gauge railway he built still runs through the mountains. The college he founded still educates students, and the sanatorium he funded, Cragmore, eventually became the University of Colorado Springs. The man who saw health in the mountain air built a city to prove it. The term was not kind, but it was widely used. Lungers. That's what the locals called the tuberculosis patients, who poured off the trains by the thousands. They came from everywhere, from the tenements of New York and the row houses of Philadelphia, from the mill towns of New England and the crowded neighborhoods of Chicago. They came with letters of recommendation from their Eastern doctors. They came with newspaper clippings promising miracle cures. They came with everything they owned packed into a single trunk. And they came in all conditions. Some arrived in the early stages of the disease when the prognosis was still uncertain. These patients had the best chance of benefiting from the mountain air. With rest and good food and years of careful living, some of them would recover, or at least survive far longer than they would have in the East. But others arrived in the final stages of consumption. They came on stretchers too weak to walk. They came with hollow eyes and skeletal frames, coughing blood into stained handkerchiefs. For these patients, Colorado was not really a cure. It was a place to die in sunshine rather than in shadow. The quality of care depended entirely on one's ability to pay. The wealthy could afford the luxury sanatoria that charged $50 a week, enormous sums at the time. These institutions offered private rooms, special diets, live orchestras, and the attentive care of trained nurses. The middle class might find placement in more modest facilities at $7 per week, adequate care if not luxurious. But the poor, and many of the Lungers were poor, having spent their last savings on the train ticket west, had few options. Some ended up in tent colonies, rows of canvas shelters erected on wooden platforms at the edges of towns. They lived exposed to the elements, wrapped in blankets, hoping that the open air would heal what medicine could not. Others had nothing at all. They slept in parks, they begged on street corners, they filled the jails of Denver, not because they had committed crimes, but because the authorities had nowhere else to put them. At the opposite end of the spectrum stood places like Cragmore. Founded in 1906 by Dr. Edwin S. Solly, Cragmore Sanatorium was designed from the ground up to cater to the wealthy consumptive. Located in the Austin Bluffs north of Colorado Springs, an area that came to be called Cragmore, it offered spectacular views of the Rocky Mountains and an atmosphere of refined luxury. Dr. Solly's dream was ambitious, to build a first-rate sanatorium for wealthy Lungers. He designed wide windows for every room, a sunroof to allow patients maximum time in fresh air and sunlight, and excellent food prepared by skilled cooks. General William Jackson Palmer donated funds toward the initial construction. The Sanatorium's director, Dr. Alexius Forster, articulated the philosophy to create an atmosphere of happiness and cheerfulness. At Cragmore, the emphasis was not merely on physical treatment, but on maintaining the patient's spirits through a pleasant social environment. And pleasant it was. Cragmore became known as the most luxurious palace for well-to-do consumptives in the United States. Millionaires, musicians, artists, dancers and poets came to take the cure. The patients came from the main line of Philadelphia, from Boston, from New York, from the great centers of American culture and wealth. Constance Pulitzer, daughter of the newspaper magnate Joseph Pulitzer, spent time there. Broadway performers convalesced in its sun-drenched rooms. The sanatorium attracted a gregarious, cultured clientele who refused to let their illness dampen their spirits. The patients even published their own journal, which they called 98.6, a reference to the ideal body temperature to which they all aspired. The journal contained poems, essays, and humour, all produced by people who knew they might be dead within the year. It was in its way a monument to human resilience, or perhaps to human denial. The architecture itself was designed around the cure. Wide windows flooded every room with light. Sun porches allowed patients to recline for hours, breathing the mountain air while gazing at the peaks. The social calendar included parties, dances, and entertainments, though the patients were encouraged to rest between engagements. The atmosphere was, by all accounts, more like a resort than a hospital. There were romances between patients, affairs conducted in the shadow of death. People who might have only months to live found themselves attending dinner parties and afternoon teas, dancing with partners who were as sick as themselves. It was, in its way, a kind of denial, a refusal to surrender to the disease that was consuming them. If one was going to die, one might as well die in pleasant surroundings, surrounded by good company with champagne in one's glass. Cragmore thrived for 2 decades. The money flowed in, the patients kept coming. And then came October 1929. The stock market crash devastated Cragmore's clientele. The wealthy patients who had filled its rooms found themselves suddenly impoverished. Fortunes built over generations vanished in weeks, and the sanatorium, which depended on those fortunes, found its revenue collapsing. Some patients were forcibly removed when they could no longer pay their bills. Imagine it. Men and women who had come to Colorado expecting either to recover or to die in comfort, suddenly expelled from the sanatorium because their money had evaporated in the crash. They had nothing. No health, no wealth, no home. A few, devastated by their financial losses and their failing health, took their own lives. The sanatorium that had promised happiness and cheerfulness became, for some, a scene of despair. Cragmore struggled on through the Great Depression. It began accepting middle-class and working-class patients at reduced rates, $7 a week instead of $50. The parties grew quieter, the champagne disappeared, the atmosphere of refined luxury gave way to something more modest, more desperate. By the late 1940s, the sanatorium was bankrupt. It seemed destined to close, another casualty of the antibiotics that were making such institutions obsolete. Then came an unexpected reprieve. The federal government made an offer. It would financially support the sanatorium if Cragmore would accept tuberculosis-infected Navajo tribal members from Arizona and New Mexico. The director signed the contract, and in the early 1950s, Navajo patients were transported to Cragmore for care. It was a strange final chapter. The sanatorium that had catered to the wealthiest Americans now served some of the poorest, Native Americans whose communities had been ravaged by tuberculosis, often spread by contact with white settlers. In 1964, Cragmore was sold to the University of Colorado system. The sanatorium became a campus. Today, 2 of its former buildings, Cragmore Hall and Main Hall, house students at the University of Colorado Springs. The sun porches where dying millionaires once reclined are now classrooms. The dining room where champagne toasts were raised to uncertain futures now hosts academic conferences. Archaeologists from the university have recently begun excavating the grounds, finding artifacts from the Sanatorium era, medicine bottles, patient belongings, fragments of a vanished world. They are digging up history in the shadow of Pikes Peak. But what of those lungers who arrived in Colorado with nothing? What of the thousands who spent their last dollars on train tickets, only to find themselves homeless and dying in a strange city? One woman saw their suffering and refused to accept it. Frances Weisbart Jacobs was born in Kentucky in 1843 and moved to Denver with her husband in 1863, when the city was barely 4 years old. She became known as Denver's Mother of Charities, a title she earned through decades of tireless work on behalf of the poor. As part of her charitable work, Jacobs regularly visited impoverished homes to bring food, coal, clothing, and soap. She was not afraid to touch an emaciated body. She did not flinch at the sight of blood. She often stopped to give aid to someone who had fallen on the street from a hemorrhage, a common occurrence in a city filled with consumptives. She watched as tuberculosis patients flooded into Denver, overwhelming its resources. By 1890, some 30,000 people were arriving in Colorado each year seeking the cure. Many had nothing. They had sold everything to buy their train tickets, and when they arrived, they found that no institution in Denver would admit penniless consumptives. They slept in the streets. They begged for food. They coughed in the public parks. Many of them ended up in jail, not because they had committed crimes, but because the authorities had nowhere else to put them. They lived and died on the city's streets, and Jacobs saw it all. She determined to do something about it. Jacobs launched a relentless campaign to arouse public awareness on behalf of the indigent consumptives. She sought the support of business people and political leaders. She found an ally in a young rabbi named William Stern Friedman, who shared her vision of a hospital that would serve the poor regardless of their religion. On April 8, 1890, articles of incorporation for the Jewish Hospital Association of Colorado were filed. The association bought land east of the city, and on October 9, 1892, the cornerstone of the hospital was laid. Just a month after construction began, tragedy struck. Frances Weisbart Jacobs fell ill with pneumonia. In November of 1892, she died. She was 49 years old. The hospital was named in her honour, but she never saw it open. The building sat completed but vacant for 6 years. First because of the devastating silver crisis of 1893, which collapsed Colorado's economy, and then because of continued fundraising difficulties. Finally, with assistance from the International Order of B'nai B'rith, a Jewish-led service organisation, the hospital found the funds it needed. On December 10, 1899, the National Jewish Hospital for Treatment of Consumptives admitted its first patients. The hospital adopted a remarkable motto: "None may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter." Think about that. It was the first facility in Colorado, perhaps in the country, to treat impoverished tuberculosis patients completely free of charge. If you had money, you were turned away. If you had insurance, you were sent elsewhere. Only the truly destitute could enter. The hospital was funded entirely by donations from across the country. Jewish communities in particular supported it, though the institution served patients of all religions and ethnicities. It was a monument to the principle that medical care should not depend on ability to pay. The treatment was similar to other sanatoria of the era: fresh air, plenty of food, moderate exercise, and close supervision of every aspect of patients' lives. But what made National Jewish unique was its mission: to serve those whom society had abandoned, the dying poor who had come west with nothing but hope. For nearly 70 years, until 1968, the institution admitted only patients who could not afford to pay. All care was provided free of charge. The policy ended only when Medicare and Medicaid created new funding mechanisms for the poor. Today, more than 125 years later, the institution continues to operate as National Jewish Health. It is now a leading research and treatment centre for respiratory diseases, heart disease, and immune disorders. It has been ranked the #1 respiratory hospital in the United States for many years running. The free treatment policy has long since ended, but the hospital's commitment to respiratory care, born in the tuberculosis era, born from the vision of a woman who would not accept that the poor should die in the streets, remains. Frances Weisbart Jacobs never saw her dream realised, but her dream saved thousands of lives. Among the thousands of lungers who came to Colorado, one stands out in American legend. John Henry Holliday was born in Griffin, Georgia, on August 14, 1851, into a prosperous Southern family. His father was a druggist and sometime soldier. His mother, Alice Jane, was by all accounts a refined woman who instilled in her son a love of literature and music. When Holliday was 15 years old, his mother died of tuberculosis. He watched her waste away, watched the disease consume her from within. He could not have known then that the same fate awaited him. Holliday was educated, cultured, and ambitious. At 20 years old, he graduated from the Pennsylvania College of Dental Surgery in Philadelphia, one of the finest dental schools in the country. He returned to the South to establish a practice, first in Atlanta, then in Griffin. He was, by all appearances, destined for a respectable life as a Southern professional. But shortly after opening his practice, Holliday developed a persistent cough. He knew what that cough meant. He had heard it before in his mother's bedroom in the months before she died. The doctors confirmed his fears: tuberculosis. The same disease that had killed his mother had found him. He was given, at most, a few months to live, perhaps longer if he sought a drier climate. The prescription was familiar to anyone who had studied medicine in those years. Go west, seek the dry air of the desert, the thin atmosphere of the mountains. Perhaps, just perhaps, the change of climate might slow the disease. And so John Henry Holliday, D.S., packed his bags and headed west. He was 22 years old and he expected to die. Holliday moved his practice to Dallas, Texas, hoping the drier climate might help. It didn't. The cough followed him, and so did the customers, or rather, the lack of them. Patients in Frontier, Texas were reluctant to sit in a dentist's chair while the dentist coughed blood onto their open mouths. His practice failed. He needed income. And on the frontier there was one profession that didn't mind if you coughed: gambling. Somewhere in those years, in the saloons of Dallas and Denison, in the cattle towns of Kansas, John Henry Holliday transformed. The cultured Southern dentist became something else entirely: a gambler, a drinker, and increasingly a man with a reputation for violence. He drifted through the frontier towns: Cheyenne, Denver, Dodge City, Las Vegas, in the New Mexico territory. He played faro and poker in smoke-filled saloons. He got into fights. He was arrested repeatedly for gambling and for violence. The disease was killing him slowly, and he seemed determined to live as recklessly as possible in whatever time remained. The whiskey helped with the cough, or at least dulled the awareness of it. Holliday drank heavily, a practice that surely hastened the progress of the disease, but he was dying anyway. What did it matter if he died a few months sooner? so long as those months were lived on his own terms. It was in this period that he acquired the nickname that would follow him into legend, Doc, not for his dental training but because even hardened frontier gamblers could see that this thin, coughing man was a sick man, a dying man. In 1879, in Dodge City, Kansas, Doc Holliday met a lawman named Wyatt Earp. The two men formed an unlikely friendship, the dying gambler and the austere peace officer. It was a friendship that would lead them both to Tombstone, Arizona, and to immortality. By the time he arrived in Tombstone, Arizona in 1880, Doc Holliday was infamous. His reputation preceded him, a dangerous man, quick with a gun, unpredictable when drinking, and always coughing. Tombstone was a boom town, built on silver mining and populated by the usual frontier mix of miners, merchants, prostitutes, and outlaws. Wyatt Earp had come there to enforce the law, along with his brothers Virgil and Morgan. Doc Holliday followed his friend. The events that followed have been told and retold so many times that it's difficult to separate fact from legend. What we know is this. On October 26, 1881, the Earp brothers and Doc Holliday confronted a group of cowboys near the OK Corral. The gunfight lasted approximately 30 seconds. When it was over, 3 men were dead: Tom McClory, Frank McClory, and Billy Clanton. Virgil and Morgan Earp were wounded. Doc Holliday had been grazed by a bullet. It was, in terms of actual deaths, a minor incident. Frontier towns saw far worse. But the gunfight at the OK Corral would become the most famous shootout in American history, and Doc Holliday would become a legend. The irony was not lost on those who knew him. Here was a man who should have been dead years ago, a man whose lungs were slowly filling with the bacilli of tuberculosis, a man who coughed blood into handkerchiefs every day of his life. And he had walked into a gunfight and walked out alive. But the tuberculosis that had driven him west in the first place was a more persistent enemy than any outlaw. Through all his adventures, the gambling, the gunfights, the long nights in frontier saloons, the cough remained. The fever came and went. The disease that had already taken his mother was slowly, inexorably, claiming him as well. After the gunfight at the OK Corral, violence followed the Earps and Holliday. Virgil Earp was ambushed and crippled. Morgan Earp was assassinated while playing billiards. Wyatt launched a vendetta ride that left several men dead. Through it all, Doc Holliday rode alongside his friend, coughing between gunfights. Eventually the violence subsided. Wyatt Earp moved on to California, to Alaska, to the various ventures that would occupy his remaining decades. Doc Holliday drifted through the mining towns of Colorado, Leadville, high in the mountains, Denver, with its growing population of health seekers. He moved restlessly, perhaps hoping that one more change of scenery would give him relief. But there was no relief to be found. The disease had progressed too far. The 15 years since his diagnosis had been a gift. Most consumptives died within months, but the gift was running out. By the spring of 1887, the situation was dire. The long winters and high altitude of Leadville, over 10,000 feet above sea level, had taken their toll on his already emaciated body. The thin air that was supposed to heal consumptives was now too thin for his damaged lungs to process. He needed something more. Holliday had heard of the hot springs at Glenwood Springs, a small town in western Colorado nestled in a valley at the confluence of the Colorado and Roaring Fork rivers. The waters were said to have healing properties. Native Americans had bathed in them for generations. The Ute people considered the springs sacred, imbued with the power to cure. Perhaps one more desperate hope. The springs might provide some relief. Perhaps the vapor caves, filled with the steam rising from the hot mineral waters, might ease his tortured lungs. He arrived in Glenwood Springs in the spring of 1887. He checked into the Hotel Glenwood, a modest establishment near the springs. Kate Horney, the woman known as Big Nose Kate, who had been his companion on and off for years, later claimed that she attended to him in his final days. He was 36 years old and he knew he was dying. Holliday spent the last 57 days of his life in that Colorado town. He visited the springs when he could walk. He soaked in the warm mineral waters. He breathed the steam of the vapor caves, hoping that the Indian medicine might accomplish what Western medicine could not. He played cards when he had the strength. Old habits die hard, even when the gambler is dying. He drank whiskey, which at least dulled the pain and the cough that never stopped. As the weeks passed, his condition deteriorated. He grew weaker. The cough became more constant. He spent more and more time in bed, too exhausted to make the walk to the springs. On November the 8th, 1887, the end came. According to the stories that have come down to us, Holliday was lying in bed at the Hotel Glenwood when he asked for a glass of whiskey. Someone, perhaps Kate, perhaps a hotel employee, brought it to him. He drank it, apparently with satisfaction. It may have been his last drink. It was certainly one of thousands he had consumed in his short, violent, remarkable life. Then he looked down at his bare feet sticking out from under the blankets. "This is funny," he said. And he died. The meaning of those last words has been debated ever since. Most historians believe that Doc Holliday, the gunfighter who had faced down outlaws and lawmen, who had walked into the OK Corral expecting death, who had lived for 15 years with a disease that should have killed him in months, had always assumed he would die with his boots on. In a gunfight, probably, or in some violent confrontation at a gambling table, or perhaps on the run from the law, shot down by a deputy in some dusty frontier town. That was how men like Doc Holliday died. To die in bed, of consumption, with bare feet, after all the violence, after all the near misses, after all the times he had cheated death at the hands of men. To be killed not by a bullet, but by a bacillus. It must have seemed absurd. Funny, even. The Glenwood Springs Ute Chief newspaper wrote in its obituary that Holliday had been baptized in the Catholic Church shortly before his death. This was based on correspondence between Holliday and his cousin, Sister Mary Melanie, a Catholic nun. No baptismal record has ever been found, but the story persists. The idea that the notorious gunfighter found religion at the end. Doc Holliday was buried in Linwood Cemetery, on a hillside overlooking the town of Glenwood Springs. The exact location of his grave is unknown. The records were lost or never kept. Somewhere on that hillside, unmarked, lies one more consumptive who came west hoping for a cure. An obelisk now marks the general area. A plaque reads, "This memorial is dedicated to Doc Holliday, who is buried someplace in this cemetery." It is a fittingly uncertain monument to a man whose life was full of legends and whose death was oddly peaceful. Tourists hike up the trail to see where the famous gunfighter rests. They take photographs by the obelisk. They imagine the thin, coughing man looking down at his bare feet and finding it funny. Wyatt Earp did not learn of his friend's death until 2 months after it happened. The news reached him eventually, as news did in those days before telephones. The man who had saved his life in Dodge City, who had stood beside him at the OK Corral, who had ridden with him on the Vendetta ride, that man was gone. Wyatt Earp would live until 1929, dying in his bed in Los Angeles at age 80. He spent his final years consulting on Hollywood westerns, trying to set the record straight, about what had really happened in Tombstone. Doc Holliday had no such opportunity. The disease that had chased him across the West, that had transformed him from a dentist into a legend, had finally caught up with him. He was 36 years old, which was, for a consumptive in the 1880s, a remarkably long life. Not all of Colorado's famous longers died of the disease. Some not only survived but thrived, and left their mark on the very landscape of the state. Robert Walter Speer was born in Pennsylvania in 1855, the son of a farmer. Like so many families of the era, the Speers were touched by tuberculosis, the disease that seemed to spare no household, no social class, no corner of America. In 1877, Robert's sister Margaret fell severely ill with consumption. The family, desperate, made the difficult decision to send her to Colorado for treatment. She was following a path that thousands had already taken, hoping that the mountain air might accomplish what Eastern doctors could not. It soon became clear that Robert himself had also contracted tuberculosis. He was 22 years old when he suffered a severe lung hemorrhage, the terrifying moment when the cough produces not just blood-streaked sputum, but actual blood, bright arterial red, filling the handkerchief, filling the mouth. In 1878, Robert Speer followed his sister westward. But rather than checking into a sanatorium, rather than taking the rest cure that most physicians prescribed, Speer did something different. He went into the mountains, high into the mountains, and found work on a ranch, hard physical labour in the open air at altitude. It was unconventional. Most consumptives were told to rest, to conserve their strength, to avoid exertion. The sanatoria prescribed carefully regulated activity, gentle walks, never too strenuous, always with periods of rest. The idea of a tuberculosis patient doing ranch work, hauling hay, mending fences, riding horses, would have struck most physicians as dangerous. But it worked. Slowly, Robert Speer's health improved. The cough lessened. The hemorrhages stopped. The weight he had lost began to return. Whether it was the altitude, the exercise, the outdoor air, or simply the luck of a constitution strong enough to fight off the disease, he never knew. What he knew was that the mountains had saved his life. Speer always credited that mountain ranch with his survival. For the rest of his life, he advocated for fresh air, outdoor activity, and the healing power of the Colorado climate. He had experienced it himself. He was living proof. With his health restored, Speer moved to Denver. He took a job at the Daniels and Fisher department store, a prestigious position for a young man on the rise. From there, he launched a career in real estate, then in Democratic Party politics. The former invalid was becoming a power broker. In 1904, Robert Speer was elected mayor of Denver. He would serve 2 terms, from 1904 to 1912, and then win election to a 3rd term in 1916. The former longer, the man who had come to Colorado expecting to die, became one of the most consequential mayors in the city's history. Robert Speer had seen the future of American cities, and it looked like Chicago. In 1893, Speer had attended the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, the great World's Fair that introduced millions of Americans to the possibilities of urban planning. The fair's centerpiece was the White City, a collection of neoclassical buildings arranged around grand plazas and reflecting pools. It was elegant, orderly, beautiful, everything that the crowded industrial cities of the era were not. Speer was entranced. He saw in the White City a vision of what Denver might become. Not a dusty frontier town, not a mining camp grown large, but a Paris on the Platte. A city of parks and boulevards, of monuments and fountains, of civic grandeur. When he became mayor, Speer set about making that vision real. The movement he championed was called City Beautiful, a nationwide effort to transform American cities through comprehensive urban planning. City Beautiful advocates believed that beautiful surroundings would produce better citizens, that parks and monuments would inspire civic pride and moral improvement. For Speer, there was also a personal dimension. He knew what fresh air and open spaces had done for his own health. The parks he built were not merely decorative, they were therapeutic. They were the city's lungs, bringing clean air into neighbourhoods that might otherwise have been as congested as the tenements of New York. Under Speer's leadership, Denver doubled its park acreage in just 8 years. He built Civic Center Park, the green heart of downtown Denver, surrounded by the state capitol, the city and county building, and the Denver Art Museum. He cleaned up Cherry Creek, which had become virtually an open sewer, channeling it and creating parkland along its banks. He built the City Auditorium. He planted trees along the major streets. He created the boulevard that today bears his name, Speer Boulevard, running along Cherry Creek through the center of the city. Speer was not without his critics. He was accused of corruption, of awarding contracts to his friends, of running a political machine. Some of the accusations were probably true. He was a product of his era, and urban politics in the early 20th century was rarely clean. But his impact on Denver was undeniable. The city he left behind was fundamentally different from the city he had found. Greener, grander, more beautiful. Robert Speer died on May 14, 1918, during the global influenza pandemic that would kill more people than the recently concluded World War. The cause was double pneumonia, an ironic echo of the tuberculosis that had almost killed him 4 decades earlier. At least 10,000 people attended his funeral. He was the first mayor of Denver to die while serving in office. The city he had helped build mourned the Lunger who had stayed, who had survived, who had transformed a frontier town into a metropolis. Today, if you walk through Civic Center Park, past the fountains and the monuments, you're walking through Robert Speer's vision. The former consumptive who came to Colorado expecting to die left behind a city that will long outlive him. The impact of tuberculosis on Colorado went far beyond the hospitals and sanatoria. It shaped the very architecture of the state, the design of ordinary homes that still stand today. If you walk through certain Denver neighborhoods, Montclair for instance, you will notice something distinctive about the older houses. Many have dual porches on the side, open or only lightly enclosed. The floor plans are unusually open, with good airflow between rooms. The windows are large, designed to let in maximum light and air. These are TB houses. Designed specifically for families with tuberculosis patients, these homes reflected the medical wisdom of the era. Fresh air and sunshine were essential for treatment. A consumptive needed to sleep outdoors, or as close to outdoors as possible. The theory behind this was straightforward. Doctors believed that the tuberculosis bacillus thrived in stagnant humid air, the kind found in the cramped tenements of eastern cities. Fresh, dry air, constantly circulating, would dilute the concentration of bacteria. Cold air in particular was thought to invigorate the lungs and strengthen the body's natural defences. And so the sleeping porch was born. These were not the decorative porches found on southern mansions, designed for afternoon lemonade and social visits. Colorado sleeping porches were utilitarian, screened enclosures, usually on the second floor, equipped with beds and heavy blankets. Patients would sleep there year-round in all weather. In summer, the experience was pleasant enough. Cool mountain breezes, the scent of pine, the stars visible through the screens. But in winter, sleeping outdoors in Colorado took a peculiar kind of courage. The temperatures could drop well below zero. Patients would pile on blankets, 4, 5, 6 layers deep. They would wear woolen caps and mittens to bed. Their breath would freeze in the air above them, and yet they slept there, night after night, because their doctors had told them it was the only way. Some sanatoria took this principle to an extreme. At Glockner Sanatorium in Colorado Springs, patients were wheeled onto open-air porches even during snowstorms. The theory was that if fresh air was good, more fresh air was better, and the freshest air of all was cold winter air laden with snow. The patients wrapped themselves in blankets until only their faces were visible. Snow would accumulate on their blankets while they slept. In the morning, they would brush off the snow and, if they were still able, walk inside for breakfast. It sounds torturous, and yet many patients reported feeling better after sleeping in the cold. Whether this was the effect of the fresh air or simply the psychological benefit of doing something, of taking action against a disease that otherwise left them helpless, is impossible to say. The sleeping porch became a distinctive feature of Colorado architecture. While homes across America had porches for sitting, Colorado homes had porches for sleeping, screened enclosures where patients could spend the night breathing mountain air even in winter. Builders adapted their designs to accommodate the needs of the tuberculosis patients who comprise so much of their clientele. Houses were oriented to maximize southern exposure, ensuring that sleeping porches received the maximum amount of sunshine. Windows were designed to open wide, allowing cross-ventilation. Floor plans were made more open, reducing the number of small enclosed spaces where air might become stagnant. One remarkable structure from this era was the Molkery, built in 1888 by a German immigrant named Baron Walter von Richthofen, a distant relative of the famous Red Baron of World War I. Located in the Montclair neighbourhood, the Molkery served as a dairy barn, restaurant, hotel and tuberculosis treatment facility. The Baron was a remarkable character in his own right. He had served as an officer in the Prussian army before emigrating to America, where he made his fortune in real estate development. He saw in Colorado's tuberculosis trade an opportunity, and he designed the Molkery to capitalize on it. The treatment offered was the traditional German milk cure. Patients, called chasers by the locals because they were chasing the cure, would lounge on sun porches, drink mugs of fresh milk from the Baron's dairy cows, and breathe the supposedly health-restoring air. The idea was that the rich nutrients in fresh milk would help patients regain the weight they had lost to consumption. Combined with the fresh air and sunshine, the milk cure was believed to offer the best chance of recovery. Whether it actually worked is debatable, but the Molkery thrived for several years, attracting patients from across the country. The Baron had created not just a treatment facility but an experience, a taste of old-world elegance in the shadow of the Rockies. The Molkery operated until 1893. Today it houses a civic organisation, but its distinctive architecture, designed around the needs of tuberculosis patients, remains visible. The sleeping porch faded from popularity in the mid-20th century, replaced by air conditioning and antibiotics. But many of the old porches remain, enclosed now for year-round use, their original purpose forgotten. If you look carefully at older homes in Denver's historic neighbourhoods, you can still spot them. Those second-floor additions with their distinctive banks of windows, their odd proportions, their suggestion of outdoor living, they are the architectural fingerprints of an epidemic. Perhaps the most distinctive architectural legacy of the tuberculosis era can be found in Colorado Springs, where strange octagonal structures dot the landscape, in backyards, at hospitals, in parks. These are Gardner huts, named for their designer, Dr. Charles Fox Gardner, and they represent one of the most innovative and poignant approaches to tuberculosis treatment. Dr. Gardner was himself a health seeker. Born in the East, he had contracted tuberculosis and come to Colorado Springs in search of relief. The mountain air served him well. He recovered sufficiently to attend medical school and eventually became a practicing physician in the very city that had saved his life. He understood from personal experience what tuberculosis patients needed. They needed air, they needed isolation, and they needed dignity. Some sense of having their own space, their own home, even as they fought a disease that might well kill them. Dr. Gardner developed his design in the early 1900s, inspired by the shelters used by the Ute tribe, who had lived in the region for centuries. The Utes had survived Colorado winters in shelters that were open to the elements yet surprisingly livable. Gardner adapted their wisdom for a medical purpose. His huts were deceptively simple: an octagonal wooden floor, a canvas tent stretched over a wooden frame, with a conical roof that came to a point at the top. The octagonal shape was not merely decorative, it allowed for efficient airflow from all directions and made the structure more resistant to the high winds that swept down from the mountains. What made the design effective was the ventilation. The canvas walls were fastened 1 inch away from the floor, allowing a constant flow of fresh air at ground level. An opening at the apex let stale air escape. The patient inside was essentially living outdoors, exposed to the elements, breathing the cold mountain air day and night. Each hut was designed for a single patient. They were small, perhaps 10 feet across, but surprisingly well equipped. Many had electric lights, a luxury in the early 20th century. Small wood stoves provided heat for the coldest nights, though patients were encouraged to keep them low. The goal was cold air, not warmth. The huts contained a bed, chairs, a small dresser, and a system for calling nurses, often a bell or a flag that could be raised to signal distress. Patients decorated their huts with photographs, books, letters from home. These tiny shelters became their world. The idea was isolation. The patient was separated from other patients, reducing the risk of spreading the disease. Each cough, each expectoration, each exhaled breath remained within that patient's own space, and the constant exposure to fresh air was believed to be the best treatment available. There was also a psychological element. In the crowded sanatorium wards, patients were constantly reminded of their illness, by the coughs of their neighbours, by the empty beds of those who had died, by the pervasive sense of disease. In a Gardner hut, alone with the wind and the sky, a patient might almost forget that they were sick. Almost. Sanatoria across Colorado adopted the Gardner hut design. The modern woodmen of America Sanatorium, located northwest of Colorado Springs in Woodman Valley, had nearly 250 of these octagonal structures arranged in neat rows, a small city of the dying, each patient in their own canvas shelter. The Modern Woodmen of America was a fraternal organization, a kind of mutual aid society that provided insurance and benefits to its members. When tuberculosis struck the families of woodmen, the organization established its own sanatorium to care for them. At its peak, the facility could accommodate 400 patients. From above, the rows of huts must have looked like a military encampment, or perhaps a village from some strange fairy tale. Each hut had its own small porch, its own patch of ground. Patients might wave to their neighbours across the way, exchange books or newspapers, compare symptoms and treatments. But at night, each patient was alone with the wind and the cold and the stars and the disease that was slowly claiming them. Patients might live in these huts for months or years. Some recovered, others died. The hut was home and hospital, and for many a final resting place. When a patient died, the hut would be cleaned, the bedding burned, and a new patient would move in, hoping for a different outcome. The turnover was constant. New patients arriving, old patients departing. some to resume their lives, most to be buried in the Sanatorium cemetery. When the sanatoria closed in the 1940s and 50s, made obsolete by antibiotics that could actually cure tuberculosis, they faced a practical problem: what to do with hundreds of octagonal huts. The sanatorium buildings themselves could be repurposed. They became hospitals, schools, office buildings. But the huts, those strange little canvas shelters that had housed the dying, seemed to have no obvious use. The answer, in the end, was simple: sell them. Residents and businesses across Colorado Springs purchased the former tuberculosis huts. They were sturdy structures after all. The wooden floors and frames had been built to last, and the octagonal design was charming in its way. People converted them to storage sheds, garden houses, art studios, playhouses for children. The canvas walls, of course, were gone, replaced with more durable materials, but the distinctive octagonal shape remained, unmistakable to anyone who knew what to look for. Today, if you know where to look, you can find these huts scattered across the city. They appear in the most unexpected places, in backyards, in parking lots, alongside hiking trails. They have been painted, decorated, modified beyond recognition, but their bones remain the same. That octagonal floor, that peaked roof, that peculiar geometry of survival. One is on permanent display at the Colorado Springs Pioneers Museum, preserved in something close to its original state. Visitors can step inside and see how patients lived. The small bed, the sparse furnishings, the canvas walls that offered so little protection from the elements. It is a sobering experience, standing in that tiny space and imagining months or years of confinement. Another has been converted into a small visitor centre at Rockledge Ranch, a living history farm on the outskirts of town. Two in Manitou Springs have become storage sheds, their medical history forgotten by their current owners. One, remarkably, has been transformed into a small cafe, serving coffee and pastries in a space that once housed the dying. At Penrose Hospital, itself the successor to the Glockner Tuberculosis Sanatorium, a hut stands in Marjorie Reed Memorial Park, preserved as a memorial to the era. A plaque explains its history to visitors who might otherwise walk past without a second glance. Some huts have been lost entirely, demolished, burned, left to decay. Others survive in such altered form that their origins are unrecognizable. But enough remain that a dedicated explorer can still map the tuberculosis era across the Colorado Springs landscape. It is a strange afterlife for these structures. Built to house the dying, they now hold gardening tools and lawn furniture. The disease that created them has been conquered, but the huts remain, quaint, elfin, oddly cheerful reminders of a time when architecture itself was pressed into service, against an invisible enemy. If walls could speak, these octagonal walls would have stories to tell. Stories of hope and despair, of recovery and death, of human beings fighting for life in tiny canvas shelters under the Colorado sky. The architectural innovations developed for tuberculosis treatment did not remain confined to sanatoria. They spread into mainstream design, influencing the way Americans thought about homes and health. The sleeping porch, developed for consumptives, became a standard feature of American homes in the 1910s and 20s. Real estate advertisements touted sleeping porches as signs of modern, healthful living. Sleep in the open air, the advertisements urged. Your body craves fresh air. Families who had no connection to tuberculosis found themselves sleeping outdoors on screened porches, breathing the night air. The practice was particularly popular in the summer months, when the alternative was suffocating in bedrooms without air conditioning. But some enthusiasts slept outdoors year-round, bundled in blankets, convinced that the fresh air would keep them healthy. This was the tuberculosis treatment, democratized. The same regimen that doctors prescribe for consumptives, fresh air, plenty of rest, exposure to the elements, became a lifestyle choice for the healthy. It was preventive medicine, the logic went. If fresh air could help the sick, surely it could keep the well from becoming sick in the first place. The emphasis on sunlight and ventilation also shaped early modernist architecture. The flat roofs and large windows that became hallmarks of 20th century design had their origins, in part, in the sanatorium, buildings designed to maximize patients' exposure to sun and air. Architects like Le Corbusier explicitly drew on sanatorium design in developing their modernist visions. The Villa Savoy, one of the most famous houses of the 20th century, features a solarium on the roof, a direct descendant of the cure porches where tuberculosis patients had once reclined. The ribbon windows, the open floor plans, the emphasis on light and air, all of these can be traced back to the architectural experiments of the tuberculosis era. The connection was not accidental. Many early modernist architects had personal experience with tuberculosis. Some had been patients themselves. Others had designed sanatoria before moving on to other commissions. The lessons they learned about ventilation, about sunlight, about the relationship between architecture and health informed everything they built afterward. Even the hospital design of today owes something to the tuberculosis era. The spacious patient rooms, the large windows, the attention to air quality, all of these features were pioneered in sanatoria where fresh air was believed to be the only cure. Before the tuberculosis era, hospitals were dark, cramped, poorly ventilated places. The very word hospital carried connotations of death and suffering. Patients avoided them when possible, preferring to be treated and to die at home. The sanatorium changed that. These were light-filled, airy, even beautiful buildings. They were designed not merely to treat disease but to promote healing, to create an environment in which recovery seemed possible. When the antibiotic era arrived and tuberculosis could actually be cured, the lessons of the sanatorium were applied to general hospital design. Walk through any modern hospital. Notice the large windows, the natural light, the attention to airflow. Notice the private or semi-private rooms designed to give patients some sense of personal space. Notice the gardens and courtyards, the outdoor spaces where patients can sit in the sun. All of this traces back, directly or indirectly, to the tuberculosis sanatoria of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The mountain air of Colorado may not have cured tuberculosis, but the architecture that sprang from that desperate hope has shaped the way we design healing spaces to this day. When we walk through a modern hospital surrounded by glass and light, we are walking through a space shaped by the tuberculosis epidemic. The ghosts of the lungers walk with us. At first, Colorado welcomed the lungers. They were, after all, paying customers. They filled the hotels. They patronized the shops. They brought money from the east and spent it in the west. The economics was straightforward. A tuberculosis patient who came to Colorado for treatment might spend months or years in the state, paying for lodging, food, medical care, and entertainment. They were, in a sense, the ideal tourist, one who stayed indefinitely and spent continuously. Early tuberculosis sufferers were among the state's champions. They praised the climate to anyone who would listen. They wrote letters home encouraging others to make the journey. Some, like Robert Speer, recovered and became prominent citizens. Others, even those who did not recover, contributed to the economy until their final days. The boosters were enthusiastic. Colorado had something that no other state could offer: the combination of altitude, dryness, and sunshine that Eastern doctors prescribed for their consumptive patients. This was a natural resource like silver or gold waiting to be exploited. And so the advertisements went out. Colorado, the health paradise, breathe the pure mountain air, nature's cure for consumption. The state marketed itself as a destination for the dying, a place where the hopeless might find hope. The lungers came by the thousands. They filled the hotels, they rented rooms in private homes, they set up tents on the outskirts of town, and Colorado welcomed them, their coughs, their fevers, their money. But by the late 1890s, attitudes were beginning to shift. The turning point was germ theory. Throughout most of the 19th century, tuberculosis was believed to be hereditary, a constitutional weakness that ran in families. This theory, however wrong, at least had the virtue of making patients seem unthreatening. If tuberculosis was inherited, it could not be caught. Then came Robert Koch's discovery in 1882. Tuberculosis was caused by a bacterium. It was contagious. It could be spread from person to person through coughing, through sputum, through the very breath of the infected. Koch demonstrated his findings in Berlin, presenting slides of the rod-shaped bacteria he had isolated from the lungs of tuberculosis patients. Within a year, his discovery was confirmed by laboratories around the world. The truth was undeniable. Tuberculosis was infectious. The news spread slowly at first. Many physicians resisted the new theory, preferring the older explanations they had learned in medical school. But by the 1890s, the implications were becoming clear to both doctors and laypeople. Every cough from a lunger might contain millions of bacteria. Every handkerchief might be a source of infection. Every spittoon, every piece of shared crockery, every common space where consumptives gathered, all of these could be transmission vectors. The health seekers who had seemed harmless, even admirable in their courage, now seemed dangerous. They were not merely sick, they were contagious. They were walking, coughing carriers of a deadly disease. Colorado officials began to worry. What if the state's healthy residents became infected? What if the cure for some became the death sentence for others? The very policy that had built the state's economy, welcoming tuberculosis patients, now seemed like a terrible mistake. By the first decade of the 20th century, the welcome had turned cold. State officials began discouraging tuberculosis patients from coming to Colorado, at least certain kinds of tuberculosis patients. Those with early-stage disease, who had money for treatment and a reasonable chance of recovery, were still tolerated. The wealthy consumptive, the kind who could afford Cragmore or a private sanatorium, remained welcome. Their money still spent the same, regardless of their disease. But those with advanced or incurable forms of tuberculosis were told to stay away. State health officials issued warnings. Do not come to Colorado unless you have sufficient funds for at least 1 year of treatment. Do not come unless you have a letter from an Eastern physician confirming that you are in the early stages of the disease. Do not come if you are already dying. The message was clear. We want your money, but not your corpses. The change was not subtle. Innkeepers who had once competed for the lucrative tuberculosis trade now refused to rent rooms to obviously sick visitors. The cough that had once signalled a paying customer now signalled a dangerous infection. Shop owners asked coughing customers to leave. Landlords included clauses in leases prohibiting consumptive tenants. The hotels were particularly zealous. A tuberculosis patient who died in a hotel room was bad for business. Other guests would hear of it. They would refuse to stay in that room, perhaps refuse to stay in the hotel at all. The value of the property would decline. Better to refuse the consumptive at the door than to deal with the consequences of their death. The stigma extended to the newspapers. "Two brothers are insane," screamed one 1906 headline in the Denver Post, describing two victims of the White Plague who had come from Cincinnati, lived in a tent and grown increasingly ill. The story treated them not as patients deserving sympathy, but as problems to be solved. Other headlines were equally harsh. Dying consumptive found in park. Lunger arrested for begging. Health seekers become public burden. The newspapers that had once celebrated Colorado's healing climate now wrote of tuberculosis patients as if they were criminals. In the Colorado legislature, some representatives proposed a remarkable measure, requiring tuberculosis patients to wear bells around their necks, like lepers in medieval Europe, so that healthy citizens could avoid them. The image is almost medieval. Patients shuffling through the streets of Denver, bells tinkling with every step, warning the healthy to keep their distance. It was public humiliation dressed up as public health. The proposal did not pass, but the fact that it was seriously debated, that elected officials stood before their colleagues and argued for this measure, tells us something about how dramatically attitudes had changed. Other proposals were more successful. Spitting in public places was outlawed in many Colorado cities. This was, in fact, a sensible public health measure. The tuberculosis bacillus could survive for weeks in dried sputum, but the laws were enforced selectively. A healthy businessman who spat on the sidewalk might receive a warning. A consumptive who did the same might be arrested. During the Great Depression, the hostility intensified. The legislature passed a law prohibiting non-residents from receiving public assistance for tuberculosis treatment. If you came to Colorado sick and poor, the state would not help you. You could die in the streets, but you could not claim a dime from the state treasury. The sanatoria themselves were increasingly built on the outskirts of town. Cities wanted the economic benefits of the tuberculosis industry, the jobs for nurses and orderlies and cooks, the money spent on supplies and services, the business generated by visiting family members, but they wanted the actual patients kept at a safe distance, out of sight, out of cough. The modern Woodman of America Sanatorium, with its hundreds of gardener huts, was located miles from downtown Colorado Springs. Cragmore was built on a bluff north of the city, separated from the main population by geography. The message was unmistakable. We will treat you, but we do not want to see you. For the poor Lungers, those who had come west with nothing but hope, the discrimination was devastating. They had sold everything to buy their train tickets. They had liquidated their savings, mortgaged their homes, borrowed from relatives who expected never to see them again. They had said goodbye to families they might never see again, and when they arrived in the promised land, they found that no one wanted them. The advertisements had promised healing, the doctors had promised hope, but no one had mentioned what would happen if they arrived without money. Some ended up in the tent colonies that dotted the outskirts of Denver and Colorado Springs. These were not the orderly rows of gardener huts at the proper sanatoria. They were makeshift camps, canvas tents on wooden platforms, exposed to the elements, with little in the way of medical care or sanitation. The locals called these areas Lunger's Row. They were not hard to find. Just follow the sound of coughing, the sight of emaciated figures wrapped in blankets, the smell of illness. These were the people that the sanatoria would not take, that the hotels would not admit, that the boarding houses would not tolerate. Life in the tent colonies was harsh. The tents leaked in the rain. They provided little protection from the cold. Food was scarce. Medical care was virtually non-existent. Patients who were too weak to care for themselves simply lay in their cots, waiting for someone to bring them water, waiting for death. Some of the tent colonies were organised by charitable organisations which provided at least minimal oversight. Others were entirely informal, just groups of desperate people who had pitched their tents in the same location because there was nowhere else to go. The mortality rate in these camps was high. Without proper nutrition, without medical attention, without even basic sanitation, the consumptives weakened quickly. Some died within weeks of arriving in Colorado. Others lingered for months, their condition worsening steadily, their hopes fading. Others had not even the resources for a tent. They slept in the streets. They slept in parks and under bridges. They begged for money on street corners, their coughs punctuating their pleas. They coughed in public spaces, spreading the disease they had come to cure. The city authorities, unsure what to do with these homeless invalids, often resorted to the only solution they could think of. They put them in jail. Not for crimes, simply for existing. Simply for being sick and poor and having nowhere else to go. The jails were not equipped to handle tuberculosis patients. There was no isolation, no fresh air, no treatment. The consumptives simply coughed in their cells, infecting other prisoners, infecting the guards, spreading the disease through the incarcerated population. It was, in a sense, the worst possible outcome for public health. Instead of treating the sick, Colorado was concentrating them in closed spaces where the disease could spread freely. The jails became incubators for tuberculosis. Some of the jailed lungers died in their cells. Others were released when the authorities realized they were dying, sent back onto the streets to spend their final days wherever they could find shelter. A few were given train tickets back east, a cruel irony for people who had come west to escape death. It was this crisis, the spectacle of dying men and women jailed for the crime of poverty, that had motivated Francis Weisbart Jacobs to found National Jewish Hospital. Someone had to care for those whom everyone else had abandoned. None may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter. That motto was a direct response to the discrimination that the poor lungers faced. It was an acknowledgement that the tuberculosis industry had failed the most vulnerable, that the healing climate had become a death trap for those without means. The pattern established in Colorado would repeat itself across the American West. As germ theory spread, so did discrimination against tuberculosis patients. Cities that had once advertised themselves as health destinations began closing their doors. Phoenix, Arizona, which had marketed itself as aggressively as any Colorado town, began requiring tuberculosis patients to register with the health department. Pasadena, California, banned consumptives from certain public spaces. El Paso, Texas, established zones where tuberculosis patients were forbidden to live. Hotels posted signs refusing to accept consumptive guests. The language was often blunt. No, consumptives. Health seekers not welcome. TB patients must apply elsewhere. These signs hung in the lobbies of establishments that had once profited handsomely from the tuberculosis trade. Towns passed ordinances restricting where tuberculosis patients could live. They could not reside within a certain distance of schools. They could not rent rooms in certain neighborhoods. They could not, in some cases, walk on certain streets. The sick were being zoned out of public life. The irony was profound. The sick, who had been told that their only hope was to go west, found that the West did not want them. Some lungers fought back. They formed patient advocacy groups. They wrote letters to newspapers protesting their treatment. They pointed out that many of Colorado's most prominent citizens, including Mayor Robert Speer, had themselves been health seekers. If tuberculosis patients were good enough to build the state, why were they now being cast out? But the fear was too strong. The healthy majority, convinced that every cough might bring death, were not interested in the rights of the sick. They wanted protection. And if protection meant treating the ill as pariahs, so be it. It is a bitter irony. The states that had been built by tuberculosis patients, that had welcomed them when they brought money and boosted local economies, turned on them when they became too numerous, too visible, too threatening. The disease had not changed. The treatment had not changed. The climate had not changed. What had changed was the understanding that tuberculosis was contagious, and the fear that followed from that understanding. We should not be too quick to judge. Fear of contagion is a natural human response, rooted deep in our evolutionary history. The people of Colorado in 1900 had no way to protect themselves from tuberculosis except through avoidance. There were no antibiotics. There was no vaccine. Masks, if used at all, were primitive and of uncertain effectiveness. Isolation was the only tool they had. And yet we can acknowledge the tragedy of what occurred. We can recognize that the discrimination, however understandable, inflicted real suffering on real people. We can mourn for those who came seeking hope and found only rejection. But we can still mourn for the lungers who came west seeking a cure and found instead rejection, who had given up everything for the hope of another few years of life, only to discover that their disease made them pariahs, who had sold their homes and said goodbye to their families, only to die in tent colonies or jails far from anyone who loved them. They are buried in cemeteries across Colorado. Many of their graves are unmarked, their names forgotten. The stone markers, if there were any, have weathered away. The families who might have tended the graves were 2,000 miles away, unable to visit. They came by the tens of thousands, and many of them never went home. Their bones lie beneath Colorado soil, in plots that no one visits anymore, their stories lost to history. The mountains they came to see still rise on the western horizon. The air they came to breathe still flows down from the peaks, but they are gone. The lingers, the health seekers, the desperate and the hopeful, leaving behind only unmarked graves and the faint echo of a million coughs. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We have travelled to a place built on hope and desperation. A place where the dying came by the thousands, seeking in the mountain air the cure that no medicine could provide. A place that welcomed them when they had money and rejected them when they became too numerous, too sick, too visible. We have met remarkable individuals. William Jackson Palmer, the railroad man who saw in the clear mountain air an opportunity to build an empire. Frances Weisbart Jacobs, the woman who refused to let the poor die in the streets. Doc Holliday, the gunfighter whose legend began with a cough. Robert Speer, the lunger who became a mayor and transformed a city. We have seen remarkable places. Cragmore, the palace for the dying rich, where champagne flowed and consumptives danced. The tent colonies, where the poor coughed their lives away on wooden platforms. The gardener huts, those strange octagonal shelters that now hold garden tools where patients once lay dying. The sleeping porches, still visible on old houses, their original purpose forgotten. Colorado in the tuberculosis era was many things at once. It was a place of genuine healing. Some patients did improve in the high, dry air, their symptoms easing, their lives extending beyond what anyone expected. It was a place of compassion. Frances Weisbart Jacobs and her hospital, treating those who had nothing, asking nothing in return. It was a place of luxury, Cragmore with its orchestras and dinner parties for the dying rich, where patients refused to surrender their dignity, even as the disease consumed them. But it was also a place of exploitation. The boosters who advertised 100% aseptic air knew they were exaggerating, knew that the mountain air could not actually cure tuberculosis, that most patients would die regardless. The sanatoria that charged $50 a week knew that most patients could not afford their services, that the poor would be left to suffer while the wealthy lounged on sun porches. The cities that built their economies on the tuberculosis trade knew that many of their customers would die, that the cemeteries would fill with the bodies of those who had come seeking life. And when the fear of contagion finally overcame the desire for profit, Colorado showed another face entirely. The lungers who had built the state, who had filled its hotels and restaurants, who had funded its hospitals and schools, who had become its mayors and businessmen, were suddenly unwelcome. The sick were stigmatized, marginalized, jailed. This is not a simple story of heroes and villains. The people of Colorado were responding to a disease they did not fully understand using the limited tools available to them. They were capable of both compassion and cruelty, sometimes simultaneously. The same city that founded National Jewish Hospital debated making patients wear bells. History rarely offers us pure heroes or pure villains. What it offers, instead, is the full complexity of human nature, our capacity for both grace and fear, our ability to care deeply and to exclude ruthlessly. We know now what the doctors of the 1890s did not know. The mountain air could not cure tuberculosis. This is not to say that the climate was entirely without benefit. The dry air of Colorado was genuinely healthier than the humid, polluted air of the eastern cities. Patients who left the crowded tenements for the open spaces of the West were removing themselves from constant exposure to the bacillus. They were breathing cleaner air, eating better food, getting more rest. All of these factors could in some cases give the immune system a better chance to fight the infection. And the sunshine, that constant Colorado sunshine, may have had some modest therapeutic effect. We know now that sunlight helps the body produce vitamin D, which plays a role in immune function. We know that ultraviolet light can kill bacteria on surfaces. The doctors of the era did not understand these mechanisms, but they observed that patients seemed to do better in sunny climates. But none of this could cure tuberculosis. The bacillus, once established in the lungs, continued its slow destruction regardless of altitude or climate. A patient might feel better in Colorado, a patient might live longer in Colorado, but the disease remained, biding its time, waiting for the moment when the body's defences would finally fail. The true cure came not from geography, but from science. In 1943, at Rutgers University in New Jersey, a microbiologist named Selman Waxman and his graduate student Albert Schatz isolated a compound from soil bacteria. They called it streptomycin, and when they tested it against tuberculosis, the disease that had killed millions, that had built and destroyed towns, that had sent 20,000 people a year to Colorado, the bacteria died. For the first time in human history, there was an effective treatment for tuberculosis, a drug that could actually kill the bacillus, that could save patients who would otherwise have died, that could end the scourge that had haunted humanity since the dawn of civilization. Streptomycin was not perfect. It had side effects. It did not work for all patients, but it worked often enough and well enough that the sanatorium industry collapsed almost overnight. The patients who had filled the hotels and tent colonies simply stopped coming. Why travel 2,000 miles to breathe mountain air when a pill could actually kill the disease? Why spend years lying on a cure porch when a course of antibiotics could accomplish the same thing in months? By the 1950s, other antibiotics had joined streptomycin in the fight against tuberculosis. Isoniazid, rifampicin, pyrazinamide, a whole arsenal of drugs that could attack the bacillus from multiple angles. The cure rate climbed, the death rate fell, and the sanatoria emptied. By the 1960s, most of the sanatoria had closed. Some were converted to other purposes. Cragmore became a university, Glockner became a hospital, others became resorts or office buildings. Others were simply abandoned, their cure porches empty, their patient registries closed forever. The gardener huts were sold off to become garden sheds and playhouses. The sleeping porches were enclosed and converted to bedrooms. The TB houses of Montclair became ordinary family homes, their original purpose forgotten by the new owners. Tuberculosis, which had shaped the very identity of Colorado, became a historical curiosity, a strange chapter in the state's past, interesting to historians and few others. The disease had not been defeated by the mountain air. It had been defeated by science, by the patient work of researchers in laboratories far from the Rockies. The cure that Colorado had promised for decades was finally delivered, but by Rutgers University, not by Pikes Peak. And yet, the legacy remains. Denver today is a thriving metropolis, one of the fastest growing cities in America, attracting hundreds of thousands of new residents every year. They come for the job opportunities, for the outdoor recreation, for the quality of life. They come, in their way, for the same things that drew the Lungers a century ago: the sunshine, the mountain air, the sense of possibility. The parks and boulevards that a former Lunger named Robert Speer built continue to define the urban landscape. Walk along Speer Boulevard, past Civic Center Park, through the green spaces that wind through the city, and you are walking through the vision of a man who came to Colorado expecting to die, and stayed to transform it. The medical industry that was born in the tuberculosis era remains a major economic driver. Denver is home to some of the nation's leading hospitals and research institutions. The doctors and nurses who work in these modern facilities are the professional descendants of the physicians who once prescribed fresh air and rest. Colorado Springs, the city that William Jackson Palmer founded as a health resort, is now known for other things. Military installations like the Air Force Academy and NORAD technology companies, tourism to Pikes Peak and Garden of the Gods. But the Sanatorium buildings still stand, converted now to other purposes but still recognizable to those who know what to look for. The tuberculosis huts still dot the neighborhoods, octagonal reminders of a vanished era, housing garden tools and holiday decorations where patients once lay dying. They are strange little monuments, these huts. Most people who pass them have no idea what they are. And National Jewish Health, the hospital that Francis Weisbart Jacobs dreamed of, continues to operate on its original campus in East Denver. It is consistently ranked among the best respiratory hospitals in the nation. Its mission has expanded beyond tuberculosis to include asthma, allergies, immune disorders, and heart conditions. But its origins, as a refuge for the dying poor, funded by donations, caring for those who could not pay, remain part of its identity. The hospital's current motto is Breathing Science, but the old motto still resonates: none may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter. The 1/3 of Colorado's population that came seeking the cure left their mark on the state, in ways that persist to this day. They shaped its architecture, the sleeping porches, the open floor plans, the orientation toward the sun. They shaped its economy, the hospitals and research institutions, the tourism industry, the real estate market. They shaped its culture, the outdoor lifestyle, the emphasis on health and wellness, the very identity of Colorado as a place of renewal. They brought their money and their desperate hope, and in exchange they received, sometimes, a few more years of life. Some recovered and became pillars of their new communities. Others died quickly, barely unpacking their trunks before the disease claimed them. Most fell somewhere in between, living out their remaining days in the thin mountain air, watching the peaks change colour with the seasons. Many of them never went home. They are buried in Colorado cemeteries, in Denver and Colorado Springs, in Glenwood Springs and Leadville, in small towns throughout the state. Their names are carved on headstones that weather a little more each year. Their stories are mostly forgotten. They came from everywhere, from the tenements of New York and the row houses of Philadelphia, from the mansions of Boston and the farms of Ohio. Rich and poor, young and old, desperate and hopeful, they ended their journeys here in the shadow of the mountains, and here they remain. What does the tuberculosis migration teach us about ourselves? Perhaps this, that human beings, faced with death, will try almost anything. They will sell their homes, they will leave their families, they will travel thousands of miles into an uncertain future. They will breathe cold mountain air through damaged lungs, hoping that geography might accomplish what medicine cannot. This is not foolish. It is profoundly human. The will to live is the most basic of instincts rooted deep in our biology, and it drives us to extraordinary efforts. We will grasp at straws. We will chase rumours of cures. We will try anything at all if there's even the smallest chance it might work. The lungers who came to Colorado were not naive. Many of them understood that their chances were slim. They had seen friends and family die of the same disease. They knew that the mountain air was no sure cure, that many who made the journey never returned. But slim chances are still chances, and in the face of certain death, even a small hope is better than none. We should also remember the capacity for both generosity and cruelty that the tuberculosis era revealed. Francis Wise Bart Jacobs, walking through the streets of Denver, bringing food and comfort to the dying, refusing to accept that the poor should be abandoned simply because they had no money. The Colorado legislature, seriously debating whether to make patients wear bells around their necks, treating the sick as if they were lepers in medieval Europe. National Jewish Hospital, with its motto of unconditional care, refusing to charge the patients who needed help most. The hotels and boarding houses, posting signs that read, "No consumptives allowed," turning away the desperate because they feared infection. Robert Speer, the lunger who became a mayor dedicating his life to building a more beautiful city. The tent colonies, where the poor coughed their lives away because no institution would take them in. Both impulses, the generous and the fearful, live within us still. They are not separate tendencies but intertwined aspects of our nature. The same person might show compassion in one moment and cruelty in the next. The same society might build hospitals for the dying poor while debating whether to make them wear bells. When the next epidemic comes, as epidemics always do, we will face the same choices that Coloradans faced in the 1890s. How do we balance compassion with self-protection? How do we care for the sick without fearing them? How do we respond to a threat that we cannot see, cannot understand, cannot control? We have already faced these questions in our own lifetimes. The HIV epidemic of the 1980s, the SARS outbreak of 2003, the COVID-19 pandemic of 2020. Each time we saw the same mix of compassion and cruelty, generosity and fear. Each time we discovered that our ancestors were not so different from ourselves. The lungers of Colorado are distant now, a century and more removed from our own lives. But they were people like us, facing choices like ours, responding with the same complex mix of courage and fear that we bring to our own challenges. There are no easy answers. There never were. But perhaps there is wisdom in remembering, wisdom in honouring those who came before, who faced impossible choices with such limited tools, who tried to do their best even when their best was not enough. Let us return one final time to that train rolling westward across the Great Plains. The passengers sit with their one-way tickets, their coughs, their desperate hopes. The sun is setting ahead of them, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. The mountains appear on the horizon, blue and distant and somehow holy. Somewhere ahead lies Denver, the world sanatorium, the place where the air will heal them. Or so they have been told. We know now what they did not know. The mountain air cannot cure tuberculosis. Some of them will improve, perhaps many more than would have survived in the crowded tenements they left behind. Some will linger for years, perhaps decades, in the thin, clear atmosphere, finding in Colorado, if not a cure, then at least a reprieve. But most of them will die. If not in weeks, then in months. If not in months, then in years. They are the lingers, 1/3 of a state's population, 20,000 a year, rolling westward with the desperate faith that geography might save them. The train chugs onward through the gathering dusk. The mountains grow closer, their peaks catching the last light of day. And somewhere in those crowded cars someone is coughing. That deep, rattling cough that speaks of lungs filling with disease. But there is hope in that car as well. There is the hope of the young man from Philadelphia who has read the advertisements and believes that the clear mountain air will restore him. There is the hope of the mother from Chicago who has brought her daughter west, praying that this new land will give her child the years that the doctors back home said she would never have. There is the hope of the businessman who has sold everything he owns to make this journey, betting his entire fortune on the chance that he might live long enough to rebuild it. There is the hope of the elderly woman who has come to Colorado not expecting to survive, but hoping that she might die in a beautiful place, surrounded by mountains and sunshine, rather than in the cramped darkness of her city apartment. Hope. That is what the Lungers carried with them, more precious than any luggage, more sustaining than any medicine. Hope that the air would heal them, hope that tomorrow would be better than today, hope that death, if it came, would be gentle. They came seeking life. They found in the end what we all find, the limited span of years that fortune allows us, spent in whatever place seems kindest. Some found peace in Colorado, some found suffering, most found something in between, a mixture of good days and bad, of sunrises over the mountains and long nights of coughing, of friendships formed in sanatorium wards and losses that could never be replaced. They were, in the end, simply human. They faced their mortality with whatever courage they could muster. They lived their remaining days as fully as they were able, and when the end came, they went gently into whatever lies beyond, their last breaths drawn in the thin, clear air that had drawn them west. And so, as the night deepens and the mountain wind fades into memory, we leave Colorado behind for now. But its legacy remains, in the parks that a Lunger built, in the hospital that compassion created, in the octagonal huts that now hold garden tools where the dying once lay, in the sleeping porches of old houses, in the cemeteries that dot the landscape, in the very soil of this mountain state. The mountains still rise as they have risen for millennia. The air is still thin and clear. The sun still shines 300 days a year. Colorado remains a place of healing, even if the disease it once promised to cure has been conquered by other means. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another dimension of tuberculosis history, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the ghost of mountain air carry you gently into sleep. Imagine yourself on one of those old cure porches, wrapped in blankets, gazing up at the stars that seem so close at this altitude. Feel the cold air on your face. Hear the distant wind in the pines. The peaks stand eternal, their snows unchanged, their promise of healing as old as the hills themselves. They watch the Lungers come, they watch the Lungers die, and they will remain long after we, too, have passed. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like or share it with someone who might need it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for remembering the Lungers with us, those thousands upon thousands of desperate, hopeful souls who came west seeking life. Good night. The man who changed how Americans die kept embalmed bodies in his closets. Preserved heads sat on tables in his Brooklyn parlor. Thomas Holmes had already embalmed 4,000 Civil War soldiers at $100 each when Mary Lincoln summoned him to the White House. Her husband's body would travel 1,700 miles by train, viewed by 1.5 million Americans over 3 weeks. What she didn't know, what none of them knew, was that this single funeral would empty the parlours of every home in America. Until 1910, the room where you watch television was called something else. It was called the parlour, and in that parlour families laid out their dead. They washed the bodies themselves, they dressed them in their finest clothes, they sat with them for days. Then, in a single generation, death left the home forever. The parlour became the living room because the dead no longer lived there. Tonight we trace that transformation. From the women who prepared their neighbours' bodies for half a crown, to the battlefield embalmers who followed the Civil War's carnage, to the professional funeral directors who made death their business. And at the centre of it all, tuberculosis. The disease that killed 1 in 4. The disease that sent the dying far from home. The disease that made shipping bodies back not a luxury, but a necessity. This is the story of how death became a profession. How what was once sacred became commercial. How what was once women's work became men's business. How the parlour became the living room. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're exploring one of the most profound and most overlooked transformations in human history. The moment when death stopped being something families did themselves in their own homes, with their own hands, and became something they paid strangers to handle. It is a transformation so complete that most people today have no idea it ever happened. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. This episode takes us through drawing rooms and battlefield tents, through White House grief and frontier cemeteries. We'll meet the eccentric doctor who displayed corpses in his shop window, the women whose ancient work was swept away, and the entrepreneurs who saw opportunity in sorrow. We'll follow Abraham Lincoln's body on its 1,700-mile journey and watch as a nation learned to see death differently. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through lamplit parlours and gaslit streets, through the smoke of battle and the silence of the grave, through a world where death was intimate and into a world where it became invisible. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a farmhouse in Pennsylvania, 1843. It is February, and the cold has seeped into every corner of the house. In the front parlour, the formal room, the best room, the room where company is received, a woman lies still. She's 37 years old. She's been coughing for 18 months. The consumption has finally taken her. Her husband stands in the doorway, unsure what to do, but the women know. They always know. Within the hour, 2 neighbour women arrive. They have done this before, many times before. They bring basins and clean cloths. They bring herbs to mask the smell of sickness. They ask the husband to leave, gently but firmly, and they close the door. What happens next is ancient. They wash the body with care, with tenderness, with the unhurried attention of women who understand that this is sacred work. They close the eyes, They tie the jaw shut with a strip of cloth so the mouth won't fall open. They dress her in her best dress, the one she wore to church, the one she was married in perhaps. They comb her hair. By evening she lies in the parlour in a simple pine coffin her husband built that morning. Candles burn at her head and feet. The mirrors have been covered with black cloth, an old superstition, to prevent her spirit from becoming trapped. The clock has been stopped at the hour of her death. For the next 3 days the family will keep vigil. Neighbours will come to pay respects, to sit with the living, to bring food. The children will be lifted up to kiss their mother's forehead one last time. And then, on the 3rd day, the men of the community will carry the coffin to the churchyard, and she will be buried in ground her family has owned for generations. No strangers will touch her. No chemicals will be injected into her veins. No one will charge a fee. This is how human beings had handled death for thousands of years. In homes by hands that knew the deceased, surrounded by community. Death was not hidden away. It was not outsourced. It happened in the same rooms where families ate and argued and celebrated. And then, in the space of a single generation, all of it changed. This is that story. To understand the transformation we're about to trace, we must first understand the world that existed before it. In early 19th century America, death was everywhere. It was woven into the fabric of daily life in ways we can scarcely imagine today. A woman might bear 8 children and bury 4 of them before they reach the age of 5. A man in his prime might be felled by typhoid, cholera, or consumption before his 40th birthday. Death was not something that happened in hospitals, behind closed doors, managed by professionals. Death happened at home, in the same bed where you were born, surrounded by the same faces that had surrounded you all your life. And when death came, families knew what to do. The knowledge had been passed down through generations, mother to daughter, neighbour to neighbour. How to close the eyes, how to wash the body, how long to wait before burial. These were not mysteries. They were simply part of life, as natural and necessary as knowing how to bake bread or mend a fence. The women who performed this work were called many things. Layers out, watchers, sometimes simply the women who help. In England they were paid half a crown for their services. In America sometimes they were paid, sometimes they simply came because that was what neighbours did. Often these were the same women who served as midwives, ushering life into the world at one end and ushering it out at the other. Historian Carol Weaver, studying Philadelphia city directories from the early 1800s, found these women listed as professionals, alongside nurses and midwives. They advertised their services. They had reputations to maintain. Death work was women's work, and it was respected work. But there were limitations to what families and neighbours could do. The human body, once life has left it, begins to decay. In summer, this process accelerates rapidly. Funerals had to happen quickly, within 2 or 3 days at most, and burial had to follow immediately. This meant that when someone died, their loved ones had to be nearby. A son working in a distant city might not make it home in time. A daughter married across state lines might never see her mother's face again. The undertaker, as he existed in this era, was not the figure we know today. The word itself simply meant someone who undertook tasks, any tasks. But by the early 19th century it had come to be associated with the men who made coffins. These were carpenters and cabinet makers, furniture builders who added coffin making as a sideline. The oldest funeral home in America, founded in Williamsburg, Virginia, in 1759, was started by a cabinet manufacturer named Anthony Hay, who simply began making coffins in addition to tables and chairs. These men did not handle bodies. They did not perform funerals. They built boxes, simple pine for the poor, polished hardwood for those who could afford it, and families did the rest themselves. And then came the 1860s. And then came the war. And then came a scale of death that would shatter every assumption about how the dead should be handled. Between 1861 and 1865, approximately 620,000 Americans died in the Civil War. To put that number in perspective, it was roughly 2% of the entire population. In today's terms, that would be nearly 7 million deaths. And here was the terrible mathematics that changed everything. Most of these men died far from home. They died in Virginia and Tennessee and Georgia, in places their families had never seen. They died by the thousands in single afternoons. And their families, mothers, wives, children waiting in Massachusetts and Ohio and Pennsylvania, wanted them back. How do you send a body from Gettysburg to Boston in July, across 400 miles of railroad without refrigeration? You don't. Not unless you find a way to stop decay. And so, out of the carnage of war, a new profession would be born. Out of the desperate need to reunite families with their dead, out of the terrible mathematics of 600,000 deaths in places far from home, a transformation would begin that would eventually reach into every home in America. The neighbour women would be displaced. The parlour would be emptied of its dead. The ancient ways of handling death, ways that had persisted for countless generations, would be swept away by the demands of modernity. Death was about to become a business. And business, once established, does not easily relinquish its territory. Before we can understand what was gained, we must understand what was lost. For centuries, the preparation of the dead was women's work. It was intimate work, performed by hands that had often known the deceased in life. And it was work that carried a particular kind of knowledge that was passed from mother to daughter, from experienced neighbour to young bride, in an unbroken chain stretching back beyond memory. The layer-out arrived soon after death. Sometimes she was a relative, sometimes a neighbour, sometimes a woman known throughout the community for her skill and her discretion. She brought her own supplies, basins, cloths, sometimes herbs or oils. She asked the family to give her privacy, and she began. The work followed a ritual order. First, the eyes were closed, gently pressed shut while still pliable, before rigor mortis set in. A coin might be placed on each eyelid to keep them closed. The jaw was tied shut with a strip of cloth wrapped under the chin and over the top of the head. Without this, the mouth would fall open as the muscles relaxed, an indignity no family wanted to see. Then came the washing. The body was undressed and bathed with clean water, sometimes scented with lavender or rosemary. This was not merely practical. It was an act of care, a final service to someone who could no longer care for themselves. The layer-out worked slowly, respectfully, talking softly to the deceased as she worked, as though they might still hear. After washing came dressing. The deceased was clothed in their finest garments. For a woman, this might be her wedding dress, preserved for decades for this very purpose. For a man, his Sunday suit. For a child, and there were so many children, perhaps a christening gown. The hair was combed and arranged. Sometimes a lock was cut and saved, a memento for the living to be woven into jewellery or pressed into a locket. The hands were positioned, often crossed over the chest or clasped as if in prayer. And then the body was placed in the coffin, which had been lined with white fabric, and the coffin was placed in the parlour. For her work, the layer-out was paid a small fee. In England, this was traditionally half a crown, a modest sum but not insignificant for a working-class woman. In America, the payment varied. Sometimes it was money, sometimes it was goods, a chicken, a length of cloth, preserved vegetables from the cellar. Sometimes, among close neighbours, it was nothing at all. The understanding was that when death came to your own house, the favour would be returned. This system worked because communities were small and stable. People lived their whole lives in the same village, knew their neighbours intimately, and understood their obligations to one another. Death was not a private matter. It was a community event, and the community had roles to play. But as the 19th century progressed, those communities began to fracture. Young people left farms for cities. Immigrants arrived from distant countries without the networks of kin and neighbour that had sustained their ancestors. And in the anonymous streets of Boston and New York and Philadelphia, families found themselves facing death without the women who knew what to do. Every respectable home in 19th century America had a parlour. It was the front room, the formal room, the room where guests were received. The furniture was the best the family could afford. Horsehair sofas, velvet chairs, polished tables. The windows were draped in heavy fabric. The mantelpiece held the family's treasures, a clock perhaps, or photographs of stern-faced ancestors. The parlour was not a room for everyday living. Children were not encouraged to play there. The family gathered in the kitchen, in the sitting room, in spaces where spilled milk and muddy boots were expected. The parlour was reserved for occasions, for entertaining the minister when he came to call, for hosting young suitors under watchful parental eyes, and for death. When someone died, the parlour transformed. The mirrors were covered with black cloth, an old European superstition meant to prevent the soul from becoming trapped in its own reflection. The clocks were stopped at the moment of death, marking the transition from one state of being to another. Black crape was hung from the front door to signal to the neighbourhood that this house had been visited by death. The coffin was placed on 2 straight-back chairs, or on a special stand if the family owned one. Candles burned at the head and foot, their flames never allowed to go out. Flowers surrounded the body, not merely decorative, but practical. Their fragrance helped mask the inevitable smell of decay. For the next 2 or 3 days, the family kept vigil. Someone was always in the parlour, always watching. This practice, called sitting up with the dead or waking, had multiple purposes. Officially, it was to guard against premature burial, the nightmare fear that someone might be buried alive. But more practically, it was simply what you did. You did not leave your loved one alone. Neighbours came to pay respects. They sat with the family, sharing memories of the deceased. They brought food, so much food that families sometimes struggled to eat it all. Casseroles and pies and loaves of bread appeared on the kitchen table, left by visitors who slipped in and out without fuss. Grief was not a solitary experience. It was witnessed, accompanied, shared. Children were not shielded from any of this. They were lifted up to kiss grandmother's cold forehead. They were told to say goodbye to the baby brother who had lived only 3 weeks. Death was not hidden from them because death could not be hidden. It was too present, too frequent, too woven into the fabric of ordinary life. And when the wake was complete, when the visiting hours were done, the men of the community gathered. They lifted the coffin onto their shoulders and carried it out of the house, through the streets, to the churchyard. The funeral procession was a public event, a community marking the passage of one of its members. And at the graveside, the family watched as their loved one was lowered into the earth. This was the parlour's purpose. This was why the room existed. Not for entertaining, not for formal visits, but for this, the final dwelling place of the dead, the threshold between one world and the next. The parlour was the death room, and everyone understood this. It was simply how things were, how things had always been, how things would always be, or so it seemed. No one in 1843 keeping vigil in that farmhouse parlour could have imagined that this room would be renamed, that its purpose would be erased, that within a few generations Americans would have no idea what a parlour was for. They would have found it inconceivable that death could happen anywhere but here, in this room, surrounded by family, attended by neighbour, women who knew the ancient rituals. The professionalisation of death was unimaginable, because death was not yet a profession. It was simply life. Of all the diseases that haunted the 19th century, none claimed more lives than tuberculosis. It went by many names. Consumption, because it seemed to consume the body from within. Phthisis, the ancient Greek term. The White Plague. But whatever you called it, the numbers were staggering. At its peak, tuberculosis killed 1 in 4 people in Europe and North America. 1 in 4. To live in the 19th century was to know tuberculosis intimately. Everyone had lost someone, a parent, a sibling, a child, a friend. The coughing was everywhere, in churches and workplaces and crowded tenement rooms. The blood-flecked handkerchiefs. The slow wasting, as the body grew thinner and paler over months or years. But tuberculosis did something else, something that would prove crucial to our story, crucial to the transformation we are tracing tonight. It made people die far from home. It scattered the dying across continent, separated them from their families, their communities, their neighbour women who knew what to do. And when they died, in sanatoriums in the Alps, in boarding houses in Denver, in tent camps in the Arizona desert, their families wanted them back. Because there was no cure, doctors prescribed the only treatment they believed might help: fresh air, rest, and sunshine. This meant sanatoriums, institutions built in the mountains of Switzerland, in the Adirondacks of New York, in the high deserts of the American Southwest. Patients were sent away from their families, away from the miasmas of the city, to spend months or years breathing clean air and hoping for recovery. Many never came back. Not alive, at least. By 1880, Denver had earned a grim nickname: the world's Sanatorium. Health seekers flooded into Colorado by the thousands, drawn by promises of dry air and high altitude. They came from New York and Boston and Philadelphia, leaving behind everything familiar. Some recovered, many did not. And when they died, in Denver, in Colorado Springs, in Tucson, in places their families had never seen, a terrible question arose. How do you bring them home? The traditional system of death, the layer-out, the parlour, the community vigil, assumed that people died where they lived. It assumed that the women who knew what to do were nearby. It assumed that burial would happen quickly, in local ground. Tuberculosis shattered these assumptions. A mother in Massachusetts might receive a telegram telling her that her son had died in a boarding house in Arizona Territory, 3,000 miles away. With summer heat accelerating decay, with no refrigeration, with no way to get his body home before it became unrecognizable. Some families accepted the inevitable. They buried their loved ones where they fell, in frontier cemeteries far from ancestral ground. Lakewood's Golden Hill Cemetery in Colorado became the resting place for hundreds of tuberculosis victims, mostly paupers, mostly young, mostly far from anyone who loved them. But for those with money, there was another option. There were men who claimed they could stop decay. Men who could preserve a body long enough to make the journey home by rail. Men who had learned their trade in a different kind of far-from-home dying. Men who had confronted death on an industrial scale, who had developed techniques to preserve bodies under the worst possible conditions, who had turned the preservation of the dead into a business. Men who had learned their craft on the battlefields of the Civil War. This is where our two stories converge. The story of tuberculosis, scattering the dying across a continent, and the story of the Civil War, teaching men how to preserve the dead. Together, these forces would transform how Americans handle death. The railroad changed everything about American life. It collapsed distances that had once taken weeks to cross. It connected farms to markets, cities to hinterlands, families scattered across a continent. But it also created a new problem, one that previous generations had never faced. When people could travel hundreds of miles from home, they could also die hundreds of miles from home. And the railroad that made such journeys possible was not particularly interested in transporting corpses. Railroads had rules about the dead. An unpreserved body was considered a health hazard, and in an era before germ theory was fully accepted, the smell alone was enough to empty a passenger car. Most rail lines refused to transport bodies unless they were either embalmed or sealed in a Fisk metallic coffin. The Fisk coffin was an ingenious device, a cast-iron case shaped like a human body, with a glass viewing plate over the face, and an airtight seal that prevented gases and odours from escaping. It was also enormously expensive. A Fisk coffin could cost as much as a working man earned in 6 months. And during wartime, with iron being requisitioned for weapons and armour, they were almost impossible to obtain. This left embalming. The practice was ancient. The Egyptians had perfected it thousands of years before, but in America it was virtually unknown. Medical schools used preservation techniques to prepare cadavers for dissection, but ordinary people had no experience with it. The very idea seemed foreign, even macabre. But desperate circumstances create demand for solutions. And as the 19th century progressed, as tuberculosis sent thousands to die in distant places, as the railroad connected a continent but could not transport its dead, a gap opened in the market. The gap would be filled by men who understood chemistry, who had experimented with preservation, who saw opportunity where others saw only tragedy. One such man was Thomas Holmes. Born around 1817 in Brooklyn, Holmes was the son of a wealthy merchant. He studied medicine at Columbia University's College of Physicians and Surgeons, graduating around 1845. But what captured his imagination was not healing the living. It was preserving the dead. As a student, Holmes had been frustrated by the poor preservation of cadavers used for anatomical study. Bodies were either inadequately preserved or not preserved at all. The chemicals used, arsenic, mercury, zinc compounds, were dangerous to the students who handled them. There had to be a better way. Holmes studied the work of Jean-Nicolas Ganel, a French chemist who had developed improved embalming techniques in the 1830s. He examined Egyptian mummies, trying to understand how the ancients had achieved preservation without modern chemicals. And gradually, through years of experimentation, he developed his own arterial embalming fluid, a solution he believed was safer and more effective than anything currently available. By 1860, Holmes was ready. He had his formula refined through years of experimentation. He had his technique perfected on medical school cadavers and unclaimed bodies. He had the confidence of a man who knows he has discovered something important. Time tossed to ones. All he needed was a reason for ordinary Americans, not just medical students, not just anatomists, to want their dead embalmed. He needed the market to come to him. The Civil War would give him that reason. It would create a need so desperate, so widespread, so impossible to ignore, that embalming would cease to be a curiosity and become a necessity. And a single death, a young colonel shot while pulling down a Confederate flag in Alexandria, Virginia, would give Holmes his first great opportunity. The Civil War began on April the 12th, 1861, when Confederate forces opened fire on Fort Sumter in South Carolina. 6 weeks later, on May 24th, the war claimed its first famous victim. And in his death, Colonel Elmer Ellsworth would accidentally launch a revolution in how Americans handle their dead. Ellsworth was 24 years old. He was handsome, charismatic, and one of the most famous young men in America. He had toured the country with his militia unit, the United States Zouave Cadets, performing precision drill routines that drew enormous crowds. He had worked as a law clerk in Abraham Lincoln's Springfield office. He had accompanied the president-elect on the inaugural train to Washington. The Lincolns adored him. He was practically a member of the family, a younger brother to Abraham, a surrogate son to Mary, a playmate to Willie and Tad. When war came, he raised his own regiment, the 11th New York Infantry, recruiting largely from New York City firefighters. They called themselves the Fire Zouaves. On the morning of May 24th, Ellsworth's regiment crossed the Potomac River into Alexandria, Virginia. The city had just voted for secession, but Union forces were moving to secure it. As they entered the town, Ellsworth spotted something that enraged him: a massive Confederate flag flying from the roof of the Marshall House Hotel. The flag was so large it could be seen from the White House, a daily provocation to the president himself. Ellsworth was not the kind of man to let such a thing stand. With a small detachment of soldiers, he entered the hotel and climbed to the roof. He cut down the flag and began descending the stairs, the captured banner in his arms. He never made it to the bottom. James Jackson, the hotel's owner and a fierce Confederate sympathizer, was waiting on the stairway. He levelled a shotgun at Ellsworth's chest and fired. Time 1 to you, the colonel died instantly. A moment later, Corporal Francis Brownell shot and bayoneted Jackson in turn. The first Union officer to die in the Civil War was dead, and Washington went into mourning. Word of Ellsworth's death reached the White House within hours. Lincoln was devastated. My boy, he was heard to cry. Mary Lincoln was equally stricken. They wanted Ellsworth's body returned to them, wanted to honour him as the hero the Northern press was already proclaiming him to be. But there was a problem. A body in late May in Washington's heat would decay rapidly. If Ellsworth was to lie in state, if he was to receive the honours befitting a martyred hero, something had to be done. Thomas Holmes saw his chance. Holmes had connections. Through Secretary of State William Seward, he gained access to the Lincoln White House on the day of Ellsworth's death. There he found the president in tears. Holmes made his offer. He could preserve Ellsworth's body. He could make it possible for the colonel to lie in state, to be viewed by thousands, to be sent home to his family in New York looking not like a corpse but like a man asleep. The process was called embalming. It was safe. It was effective. And Holmes would do it at no charge. Lincoln knew nothing about embalming, but he knew grief, and he knew that Ellsworth deserved better than a hasty burial in the Virginia heat. He agreed. What Holmes did next was a demonstration of his art. Using his proprietary embalming fluid, injected through the arteries, replacing the blood, saturating the tissues, he preserved Ellsworth's body so thoroughly that even close inspection revealed no sign of decay. The colonel's features were peaceful. His skin retained its colour. He looked, as Mary Lincoln would later whisper, like he was asleep. Ellsworth's body lay in state in the White House, the first time a private citizen had been so honoured. Thousands came to pay respects. Then the body was transported to New York City, where it lay in state at City Hall. More thousands came. Finally, Ellsworth was buried in his hometown of Mechanicville, New York. The entire process took more than a week. Without embalming, it would have been impossible. The Lincolns remembered. Less than a year later, when their 11-year-old son Willie fell ill with typhoid fever, probably contracted from contaminated water piped into the White House from the Potomac River, they watched helplessly as he weakened. On February 20th, 1862, Willie died. Mary Lincoln collapsed. She took to her bed and did not emerge for weeks. She never entered the green room again, the room where Willie had been embalmed. She never entered the Prince of Wales room where he had died. The grief would shadow her for the rest of her life. But even in the depths of her anguish, she knew what she wanted for her son. She wanted him preserved, as Ellsworth had been preserved. She wanted to be able to look at his face, to kiss his forehead, to pretend for just a moment that he might wake. Willie Lincoln was embalmed. His body was placed in a temporary vault in Georgetown's Oak Hill Cemetery. And Abraham Lincoln, president of a nation at war, found time to visit that vault again and again, to sit with his son's body, to weep alone. What Holmes had demonstrated with Ellsworth and Willie Lincoln, other men now sought to replicate on an industrial scale. As the war intensified, as battles claimed thousands of lives in single days, embalmers followed the armies like camp followers of a particularly macabre sort. They pitched tents near battlefields. They set up shop in abandoned barns and farmhouses. They posted signs advertising their services, bodies embalmed here, or embalming surgeon, satisfaction guaranteed. Some of these men had medical training. Others had worked as druggists or chemists. Still others were simply opportunists who had learned the basics of arterial injection and saw a chance to profit. The war created a seller's market. Demand was limitless. Families would pay almost anything to have their sons, husbands, and brothers returned to them. The embalmers developed elaborate marketing strategies. They printed business cards and distributed them to soldiers before battles. They offered prepayment plans. A soldier could pay in advance for his own embalming, ensuring that if the worst happened, his body would be preserved and sent home. This was both practical and deeply unsettling. Young men were being asked to plan for their own deaths, to make financial arrangements for the disposition of corpses they still inhabited. The process itself was crude by later standards. A battlefield embalmer worked on a table made from a door balanced on two barrels. He made an incision in the neck or thigh to access a major artery. The carotid or the femoral were preferred. He inserted a tube and pumped in his embalming fluid, usually a mixture containing arsenic, zinc chloride, or mercuric compounds dissolved in water and alcohol. The fluid replaced the blood, saturated the tissues, killed the bacteria that caused decay. The work was messy, malodorous, and dangerous. Blood had to be drained as the embalming fluid was pumped in. The gases of early decomposition had to be released. The cavity, the chest and abdomen, had to be treated separately, aspirated and filled with additional preservatives. All of this happened in field conditions, often within earshot of ongoing combat. The results varied enormously. Some embalmers were skilled, others were barely competent. Some used quality chemicals in proper concentrations, others diluted their mixtures to save money. Some took care with cosmetics and presentation, others delivered bodies that were preserved but barely presentable. But even a mediocre embalming job could preserve a body long enough to survive a railroad journey of several days, and for desperate families, that was enough. The prices were steep. Homes charged $100 per body, roughly $3,000 in today's money, or several months' wages for an ordinary worker. Other embalmers charged similar rates, sometimes more for officers or for expedited service. This meant that embalming was primarily an option for officers and wealthy families. The common soldier, if he died far from home, was likely to be buried where he fell, in a hasty grave on the battlefield, or in a mass trench with dozens of his comrades. The inequality was stark. A wealthy family in Boston could have their captain's son embalmed, dressed in his finest uniform, shipped home by rail, and buried in the family plot. A poor family in the same city might receive only a telegram, a notation that their private son had died at Antietam and been buried on the field. There would be no body to mourn over, no face to see one last time, no grave to visit. The war's death toll was democratic. Bullets did not discriminate by class, but the disposition of the dead very much was not. The numbers were staggering. Over the course of the war, approximately 40,000 bodies were embalmed, a tiny fraction of the 620,000 dead, but still an enormous number by any previous standard. Holmes alone claimed to have embalmed 4,000 men. He sold his embalming fluid to other practitioners at $3 per gallon. He made a fortune. Not everyone approved. The embalmers who followed the armies were widely seen as vultures, profiting from grief. They swarmed around camps after battles, soliciting business from shell-shocked survivors. They offered soldiers the chance to prepay for their own embalming, a morbid transaction that commanders feared was destroying morale. How could a man fight bravely if he was contemplating in advance the disposition of his own corpse? There were other concerns. Some embalmers were accused of price gouging, charging desperate families exorbitant fees in the aftermath of battle when alternatives were non-existent. Others were accused of shoddy work, taking payment and then delivering poorly preserved bodies that deteriorated before reaching their destinations. The industry was entirely unregulated. Anyone could call himself an embalming surgeon. There were no standards, no licenses, no accountability. In January 1865, General Ulysses Grant had had enough. He withdrew embalmers' permits and ordered them beyond the lines. The embalmers protested, but Grant was adamant. The demoralising effect on troops, he believed, outweighed whatever comfort the families might derive. 2 months later, the War Department issued General Order No. 39. This order required that any embalmer operating near military installations be licensed and supervised. It was the first attempt at regulation, a recognition that the trade had grown too large and too important to remain entirely uncontrolled. But by then the essential transformation had occurred. Tens of thousands of families had experienced embalming. They had seen their loved ones return to them looking peaceful, preserved, almost alive. They had learned that death need not mean immediate burial, that a body could travel hundreds of miles, that a son who died in Virginia could be buried in Massachusetts. When the war ended, these families would remember. And the men who'd learned the trade on battlefields would return to civilian life looking for new customers. Time Suthuries. To understand what the embalmers were actually doing, we must briefly consider the chemistry involved. When a person dies, the body immediately begins to break down. Bacteria that normally live in the gut, kept in check by the immune system, begin to multiply unchecked. They digest the tissues from the inside out, producing gases that cause bloating and compounds that cause the characteristic smell of decay. Within hours in warm weather, a body becomes unrecognizable. Within days, it is unviewable. Embalming works by poisoning these bacteria. The chemicals used are, essentially, preservatives, the same class of substances used to prevent food from spoiling. Inject enough of them into the tissues and bacterial growth stops. Decay halts. The body is preserved. The earliest embalming fluids relied heavily on arsenic. Arsenic was cheap, readily available, and devastatingly effective at killing bacteria. A single body might receive up to 12 pounds of the poison. The results were dramatic. Bodies preserved for weeks, even months. But there was a problem. Arsenic is also devastatingly effective at killing humans. Embalmers who worked with arsenic-based fluids developed chronic poisoning. They suffered from skin lesions, digestive problems, nerve damage. Many died young. Medical students who dissected embalmed cadavers were exposed to arsenic residue, leading to illness and occasionally death. And there was another problem, one that would not become apparent for decades. Arsenic does not break down. When an embalmed body is buried, the arsenic remains in the ground forever. Civil War-era cemeteries are now leaching toxic arsenic into the soil and groundwater. A survey in Iowa City in 2002 found arsenic levels near an old cemetery at 3 times the federal safety limit. The search for safer alternatives began almost immediately. In 1855, a Russian chemist named Alexander Butlerow discovered formaldehyde, a compound that would eventually revolutionize embalming. Formaldehyde preserved tissue effectively without the extreme toxicity of arsenic. By the early 1900s, arsenic was banned from embalming fluids, replaced by formaldehyde-based solutions that remain the industry standard today. But in the Civil War era, arsenic was king, and the embalmers who used it were playing a dangerous game, preserving the dead while slowly poisoning themselves. On April 14th, 1865, John Wilkes Booth shot Abraham Lincoln at Ford's Theatre. The president died the following morning, in a boarding house across the street, surrounded by members of his cabinet and his eldest son Robert. Mary Lincoln, shattered by grief for the third time, first Ellsworth, then Willie, now her husband, was not present at the moment of death. She had been led away hours earlier, her wailing unbearable to the men keeping vigil. But even in the depths of her anguish, she knew what she wanted. She wanted Lincoln embalmed, as Ellsworth had been embalmed, as Willie had been embalmed. And she wanted his body taken home to Springfield, Illinois for burial. The journey would be unprecedented in American history. 1,700 miles, 7 states, 13 cities where the body would lie in state, 3 weeks of travel, viewing, mourning. The route would retrace, almost exactly, the journey Lincoln had taken 4 years earlier when he travelled from Springfield to Washington for his inauguration. He would go home the way he had come, but this time he would not be waving from the back of the train. It would be, in effect, a national advertisement for the possibilities of embalming. And every person who filed past that open coffin would carry away a lesson. Death could be delayed, managed, made presentable. The embalmer chosen for this monumental task was not Thomas Holmes, but a man named Charles Brown. Why Holmes was passed over is unclear. Perhaps he was unavailable. Perhaps there were political considerations. Perhaps Brown simply had better connections. Regardless, Brown was confident in his abilities. He declared that Lincoln's body would show no perceptible change over the entire journey. He was wrong, but only just. The funeral train departed Washington on April 21st, 1865. It was dubbed the Lincoln Special, and the president's portrait was fastened to the front of the locomotive. The coffin rode in a specially decorated car draped in black crepe, the interior hung with mourning fabric, and the train carried another coffin, a smaller one. Willie Lincoln's body had been exhumed from his Georgetown vault. Father and son would make the journey home together, 3 years after Willie's death, reunited in the democracy of mortality. At every stop, enormous crowds gathered. In Baltimore, the city where Lincoln had slipped through in disguise 4 years earlier, fearing assassination, thousands now lined the streets to mourn him. In Philadelphia, over 100,000 people viewed the body in Independence Hall. In New York City, the procession stretched for miles, and the waiting time to view the coffin exceeded 5 hours. An estimated 1.5 million Americans viewed Lincoln's body directly, filing past the open coffin in city halls and state houses across the north. Another 7 million, nearly a quarter of the entire population, watched the funeral train pass through their communities. In an era before photography could capture moving images, this was how the nation said goodbye, by seeing the preserved body of their fallen president with their own eyes. 2 future presidents were among the mourners. In New York, 6-year-old Theodore Roosevelt watched from a window as the procession passed below. In Buffalo, 28-year-old Grover Cleveland stood in the crowd. By the time the train reached the western states, there were signs of deterioration. Lincoln's face had darkened. The features had begun to change. The swelling that is natural to death had progressed despite Brown's best efforts. At each stop, the embalmer did what he could. applying chalk-based makeup to lighten the skin, adjusting the features, masking with flowers and perfume. But nature was winning its slow victory. 3 weeks was a long time, even for the best embalming of the era. Still, the body remained viewable, recognizable, dignified, and that was remarkable enough. On May 4th, 1865, Lincoln's body finally reached Springfield. He was buried in Oak Ridge Cemetery, where Willie was laid to rest beside him. The journey was over. The nation had said goodbye. But the story does not quite end there. Decades later, in 1901, Lincoln's body was exhumed for reinterment in a more secure tomb. There had been an attempted grave robbery in 1876, and officials wanted to ensure the president's remains were safe. When the coffin was opened, witnesses reported that Lincoln's body remained in a most excellent state of preservation. The embalming had held for 36 years. Charles Brown's work had stood the test of time. Lincoln's funeral. Train accomplished something no advertising campaign could have achieved. It showed millions of Americans what embalming could do. It demonstrated that death could be delayed, that bodies could be transported, that families separated by hundreds of miles need not be separated from their dead. It planted a seed that would, in the coming decades, transform the entire culture of death in America. When the Civil War ended, thousands of men who had learned embalming on battlefields returned to civilian life. Some went back to their previous trades: carpentry, medicine, general labour. The war had interrupted their lives, and they wanted nothing more than to resume them. But others saw an opportunity. They had a skill that few possessed. They had experience that no one else could claim. And they had witnessed firsthand how desperate families were to have their dead preserved, how much they would pay, how grateful they were for the service. These men did not simply return home and hang out shingles. The transition was gradual, opportunistic, uneven. In the years immediately following the war, home funerals remained the norm for most Americans. Families still laid out their own dead, still held wakes in their parlours, still carried coffins to churchyards on the shoulders of neighbours. The ancient rhythms of death persisted. But around the edges, things were beginning to change. In cities, the old networks of community support had frayed, or never existed in the first place. Immigrants from Ireland, from Germany, from Italy arrived in neighbourhoods where they knew no one. They settled in tenements alongside strangers who spoke different languages, worshipped in different churches, came from different traditions. The women who had always performed laying out, the neighbour women, the church women, the women who knew what to do, were not here. They were an ocean away, in villages the immigrants would never see again. Families who had moved from the country to find factory work faced the same problem. In the village they had left, death was communal. Everyone knew everyone. Help arrived automatically, unbidden. In the city, death was isolating. You died in a rented room surrounded by strangers, and your family, if they were present at all, had no idea what to do next. Into this gap stepped the new undertakers. These men, and they were almost entirely men now, the women who had dominated death work for centuries being pushed aside, offered a package of services. They would provide the coffin, of course, as the old cabinet maker undertakers had always done. But they would also embalm the body. They would wash it, dress it, arrange its features into an expression of peaceful sleep. They would provide a hearse and transportation to the cemetery. They would coordinate with the church, the cemetery, the florist. They would handle everything. For grieving families, especially those without community support, this was immensely appealing. They did not have to learn the rituals their grandmothers had known. They did not have to touch the dead body of their loved one if they did not want to. They did not have to navigate the complex logistics of death in an unfamiliar city. They could pay someone else to manage the unmanageable, to impose order on chaos, to make death into something that could be purchased and scheduled. And so, gradually, death began to professionalize. The undertaker was no longer just a coffin maker. He was becoming something new, a death specialist, a grief manager, a professional handler of the transition from life to burial. He acquired new equipment, embalming tables with drainage channels, hand pumps and later electric pumps for arterial injection, a growing arsenal of chemicals and cosmetics. He developed new skills, arterial injection through various access points, cavity treatment with trocar and aspirator, restoration of features damaged by disease or accident. He built relationships with churches, with cemeteries, with doctors who could provide a steady stream of referrals, with livery stables that could supply horses and hearses. The work was becoming specialised, technical, and capital intensive. A man could not simply decide one day to become an undertaker. He needed equipment. He needed training. He needed a facility, a place to embalm, a place to display coffins, a place for families to gather. By the 1870s and 80s, a new kind of business was emerging. Not just coffin shops, but funeral establishments, places where all the services of death could be obtained under one roof. The undertaker was becoming the funeral director, a title that emphasised coordination and management rather than the manual labour of coffin building or the unsettling work of handling corpses. If we had to pick a single year when the professionalisation of death crystallised, it would be 1882. In that year, 3 things happened that would shape the funeral industry for generations to come. 3 developments, occurring almost simultaneously, that marked the transformation from craft to profession, from individual undertakers to a coordinated industry. That these 3 things happened in the same year was not coincidence. It was the culmination of trends that had been building for 2 decades, since the Civil War had demonstrated both the possibility and the demand for professional death care. The first was the founding of the Cincinnati School of Embalming. Joseph Henry Clark was a casket salesman for the Whitewater Valley Coffin Company. He travelled the roads of Ohio and Indiana, visiting undertakers in small towns and cities, taking orders for wooden coffins and metal burial cases. In his travels, he became increasingly aware of a problem. Embalmers had no standardised training. Some were skilled practitioners who had learned their craft on Civil War battlefields or in medical schools. Others were barely competent amateurs who had picked up the basics from a bottle of embalming fluid and a pamphlet. The quality of preservation varied wildly. And the public, understandably, was sceptical of a profession that seemed to have no standards at all. Clark saw an opportunity and a genuine need. He approached Dr. C. M. Lukens, an anatomy professor at Pult Medical College in Cincinnati. Together, they designed a course of instruction in the principles and practice of embalming. They would teach anatomy, the layout of the arterial system, the structure of the body cavity, the points of access for injection. They would teach chemistry, the composition of embalming fluids, the interaction of preservatives with tissue. They would teach technique, how to make an incision, how to raise an artery, how to pump fluid into a body without it leaking out. and they would grant certificates to those who completed the training, pieces of paper that would distinguish the trained professional from the untrained amateur. The first class assembled on Monday, March 8, 1882, in the amphitheatre of Poulter Medical College. 7 students attended. The training lasted 6 days. It was rudimentary by later standards. 6 days to learn a trade that mortuary schools would eventually teach over months and years, but it was a beginning. It was an assertion that embalming was not something anyone could do, but something that required instruction, practice, and certification. The idea caught fire. Clark organised additional classes in Cincinnati through the summer and fall. Then he took his show on the road. In November, he rented space above a drugstore in Philadelphia and taught 15 students. In December, he secured a society hall in New York City and taught 17 more. By the end of 1882, Clark had trained 106 students in 4 major cities. This ended our first year's effort, Clark later wrote, to convince the people that embalming was a successful way of preserving the human dead. The Cincinnati School of Embalming, later renamed the Cincinnati College of Mortuary Science, remains in operation today. It is the oldest mortuary school in America, the direct descendant of those 7 students in that Cincinnati amphitheatre. Its graduates have scattered across the country and the world, carrying forward the standards that Clark and Lukens first established. The second development of 1882 was the founding of the National Funeral Directors Association. Alan Durfee, a funeral director from Michigan, had been organising since 1879. He understood something that many of his colleagues did not. A fragmented profession is a weak profession. Individual undertakers, competing against each other, undercutting each other's prices, lacking any common standards or shared identity, would never achieve the respectability that doctors and lawyers enjoyed. They needed to band together. They needed to establish standards. They needed to present a unified face to the public. In 1880, Michigan funeral directors held their first state convention. The idea spread to other states. And in 1882, funeral directors from across the country gathered in Rochester, New York for the first national convention. There, in that Rochester meeting hall, they established a national organization. They drafted a constitution. They elected officers. They debated policies and procedures. And they made a decision that would prove symbolically important, perhaps more important than any of the practical matters they discussed. They voted to stop calling themselves undertakers. The word undertaker had accumulated negative connotations over the years. It sounded morbid, unpleasant, vaguely sinister, like something out of a Gothic novel. It evoked images of men in black coats lurking round sickbeds, waiting for death, profiting from tragedy. The assembled professionals wanted something more dignified, more respectable, more suited to the elevated status they were claiming for themselves. They chose funeral director, a title that emphasized management and coordination, rather than the grim business of handling corpses. A funeral director sounded like someone who organized events, who coordinated complex logistics, who provided a service rather than performing a distasteful task. It was a title that could be spoken in polite company without causing discomfort. The rebranding was intentional and deliberate. It was part of a broader effort to elevate the status of the profession, to move it away from its origins in carpentry and battlefield medicine towards something approaching the prestige of doctors and lawyers. If you called yourself a professional, you needed to look like a professional, act like a professional, and speak like a professional. Undertaker did not fit that image. Funeral director did. 13 years later, in 1895, the trade magazine The Embalmer's Monthly would hold a contest to find yet another name, one even further removed from death. The winning entry was mortician, deliberately echoing the respectability of physician. Just as a physician dealt with the body's ailments, a mortician would deal with the body's final disposition. The parallel was flattering, but funeral director had already taken hold, and it remains the standard term today. As undertakers became funeral directors, they needed new spaces to work. The old model, building coffins in a carpentry shop, embalming bodies in the family home, was no longer adequate. Funeral directors needed dedicated facilities. They needed embalming rooms with proper drainage. They needed display areas for coffins. They needed spaces where families could gather. And so the funeral parlour was born. The name was deliberate. Just as families had laid out their dead in the parlour at home, funeral directors would offer a parlour in their establishments. The room would be decorated to feel domestic. Comfortable furniture, softer lighting, flowers, all the accoutrements of the Victorian home. Families could come to this parlour to view their dead, to receive visitors, to hold the wake that had once happened, in their own front room. The transition happened gradually. Through the 1880s and 90s, funerals might take place at home or at the funeral parlour, depending on the family's preference and circumstances. But the trend was clear. More and more families were choosing to hand over the work of death to professionals. There were several reasons for this shift. First, embalming itself required specialised equipment that most homes did not have. The embalming table, the pump, the chemicals, the drainage. All of this worked better in a dedicated facility than in a family kitchen. Second, urbanisation had crowded families into smaller living spaces. A tenement apartment did not have a parlour. It barely had room for the living, let alone the dead. Third, attitudes were changing. The Victorian intimacy with death, the willingness to wash the body, to sit with it for days, to let children kiss the cold forehead, was giving way to a new sensibility. Death was becoming something to be managed at a distance, by professionals, rather than confronted directly. And fourth, there was tuberculosis. The fear of contagion from the bodies of those who had died of infectious disease made families hesitant to bring corpses into their homes. A funeral director's establishment, with its embalming and disinfection, seemed safer. The professionals, it was assumed, knew how to handle dangerous bodies without spreading disease. By the turn of the 20th century, the transformation was nearly complete. Most urban funerals took place in funeral parlours rather than family homes. Most bodies were embalmed by professionals rather than prepared by neighbour women. Death had been outsourced. And this shift had a curious linguistic effect. With death no longer happening in the home parlour, what was that room for? Its original purpose, the formal reception of guests, the laying out of the dead, had been taken over by the funeral establishment. The parlour sat empty, unused, a room without a function. In 1910, Edward Bock, editor of the Ladies' Home Journal, proposed a solution. He suggested renaming the parlour the living room, a name that emphasised life rather than death, activity rather than stillness. The old parlour, he argued, had become dark, gloomy and oppressive in the popular imagination. It was time to reclaim it. The new name caught on immediately. Within a generation, parlour had become old-fashioned, a word your grandmother might use. Living room was modern, cheerful, forward-looking. The dead had been evicted from the house. The living room was for the living. In the transformation we have been tracing, something was lost. The women who had prepared the dead for generations, the layers out, the watchers, the midwives who ushered souls out of the world as well as into it, found their work taken over by men with embalming certificates and business cards. This displacement happened for many reasons. Embalming itself was part of it. The new chemical preservation techniques required equipment and training that the traditional layers out did not possess. They knew how to wash and dress a body, how to arrange features, how to keep vigil. They did not know how to inject arterial fluid or treat a body cavity. But there was also a social shift at work. The professionalization of death was part of a broader 19th century trend that separated professional work from domestic work. Medicine was professionalizing, pushing midwives aside in favor of male obstetricians. Law was professionalizing, creating bar associations and licensing requirements. And death was professionalizing, replacing the informal networks of neighbour women with formal businesses run by men. The rhetoric of professionalization emphasized expertise, training, scientific knowledge. The traditional death workers, with their handed-down wisdom and their half-crown fees, were reframed as amateurs, inadequate to the challenges of modern death. Never mind that they had successfully prepared bodies for centuries. The new funeral directors had certificates. There was also money involved. A layer out charging half a crown was not building a business. A funeral director offering a full package of services, embalming, coffin, transport, parlour facilities, could charge substantially more. Death was becoming an industry, and industries require capital, equipment, and margins. The displacement was not immediate or total. In rural areas, traditional practices persisted well into the 20th century. Some families continued to prefer home funerals, continued to prepare their own dead, continued to rely on the women who knew what to do. Even today, home funerals are legal in most states, though few families choose them. But in the cities, where the future was being made, the layers out faded from view. Their names disappeared from city directories. Their knowledge ceased to be passed down. Within a generation or two, most Americans had no idea that families had ever prepared their own dead. What was lost was not just work. It was a certain kind of intimacy with death itself. When families prepared their own dead, they confronted mortality directly. They saw what death looked like, smelled like, felt like. They performed the last services with their own hands. They could not pretend that death was something that happened elsewhere, to other people, managed by strangers. When death was professionalized, it became possible to avoid this confrontation. The funeral director handled the body. The embalmer made it look peaceful, almost alive. The family viewed the results in a comfortable parlour, surrounded by flowers that masked any odour. Death was packaged, managed, made presentable. This was a comfort to many. It is not easy to wash your mother's body, to close your child's eyes. The professionals offered relief from these terrible intimacies. But something was lost in the transaction. A certain knowledge, a certain acceptance, a certain understanding that death is not a professional matter, not a business transaction, but the most personal of all human experiences. Once the funeral directors had their association and their schools, they set about building barriers to entry. This is the standard pattern of professionalization. An occupation that anyone can practice becomes a profession that requires credentials. The credentials, licenses, certifications, degrees, serve multiple purposes. They genuinely ensure a minimum level of competence. They also limit competition and allow higher prices. In the decades following 1882, funeral directors lobbied state legislatures for licensing requirements. They argued, not unreasonably, that embalming involved dangerous chemicals and public health considerations. An incompetent embalmer could contaminate water supplies, spread disease, or leave families with inadequately preserved bodies. State by state, licensing laws passed. To become a funeral director or embalmer, one would need to complete an approved course of training, pass an examination, and maintain a license in good standing. The days of battlefield embalmers setting up tents and offering their services to anyone with cash were over. The training programs themselves expanded. What had been a 6-day crash course in Cincinnati became a months-long program covering anatomy, chemistry, pathology, embalming technique, and business management. Mortuary schools opened across the country, each competing for students and prestige. By the early 20th century, Charles O'Donoghue, who had purchased Clark's Cincinnati School in 1909, was offering an expanded curriculum that went far beyond basic embalming. His students learned public health principles, human anatomy in detail, and the scientific basis of preservation. The school's full name, Cincinnati College of Embalming, reflected its aspirations to academic respectability. All of this professionalization came at a cost, passed on, inevitably, to the families purchasing funeral services. Where a simple home funeral with a pine coffin and a layer-out might have cost a few dollars, a professional funeral with embalming, a polished casket and parlour facilities could cost a working family's entire savings. Yet families paid. They paid because they believed the professionals offered something they could not provide for themselves. They paid because a respectable funeral had become a marker of social standing. They paid because they no longer knew how to do it any other way. And what of Thomas Holmes, the man who had started it all? After the Civil War, Holmes retired to Brooklyn. He had made his fortune, 4,000 bodies at $100 each, plus sales of embalming fluid at $3 per gallon to the growing army of embalmers who had learned from his example. By any measure, he had succeeded. He had transformed a fringe practice into a mainstream industry. He was ready to step back from the embalming table. But he could not entirely let go of his life's work. Holmes's Brooklyn home became a kind of macabre museum. Visitors reported that embalmed bodies were stored in his closets, corpses of unknown provenance, preserved as demonstrations of his technique. Preserved heads sat on tables in his parlour, displayed like curiosities or trophies. The man who had done more than anyone to normalise embalming in America lived surrounded by the preserved dead. This was not, perhaps, as strange as it sounds to modern ears, time. Ones. Holmes was a scientist, and scientists of his era often surrounded themselves with specimens. Medical museums displayed preserved organs and anomalies. Anatomists kept skulls and skeletons in their studies. The bodies in Holmes's closets were proof of his technique, evidence that his methods worked, advertisements for his embalming fluid. He kept them as other men might keep trophies or certificates of achievement. But it was still a curious way to live, surrounded by the preserved dead in a parlour populated by disembodied heads. Holmes had spent so many years in the company of corpses that perhaps the boundary between the living and the dead had blurred for him. Or perhaps he was simply eccentric, a genius who had never quite fit the mould of ordinary society. In his retirement, Holmes pursued other interests. He sold root beer, a popular beverage in an era before widespread refrigeration made other drinks practical. The same man who had preserved the bodies of Civil War heroes now bottled and sold a temperance drink to Brooklyn housewives. He continued to sell embalming supplies to the funeral directors who had learned from his example, maintaining his connection to the industry he had helped create. He was a businessman to the end, always looking for the next opportunity. There is one final irony in the story of Thomas Holmes. When he died in 1900, at approximately 83 years of age, Holmes left specific instructions regarding the disposition of his remains. His body was not to be embalmed. The father of American embalming, the man who had preserved presidents and colonels, who had made fortunes selling the promise of bodily preservation, who had kept preserved heads on his parlour tables, wanted no part of the process for himself. He wanted his body to return to the earth in the natural way, to decay as bodies had decayed for all of human history before he came along. Why? We can only speculate. Perhaps he'd seen too much, knew too much, understood too well what the chemicals did to human tissue. Perhaps, having spent his life interfering with the natural process of decay, he wanted his own death to follow the ancient pattern. Perhaps he simply did not believe that preservation served any real purpose, that the comfort it provided to the living was illusory, that the dead were dead regardless of what chemicals saturated their tissues. Whatever his reasons, the request was honoured. Thomas Holmes was buried, without embalming, his body allowed to decay naturally in the Brooklyn ground. It was a strange final statement from the man who had done more than anyone to make such natural decay seem shameful, inadequate, unmodern. The father of embalming chose, in the end, not to be embalmed. Throughout this story, tuberculosis has been a constant presence, sometimes explicit, sometimes lurking in the background, always shaping the conditions that made the professionalization of death both possible and necessary. It was tuberculosis that sent patients to die in distant sanatoriums, far from their families, creating the urgent need to transport bodies home across hundreds or thousands of miles. A mother in Boston whose son died at Saranac Lake in the Adirondacks needed embalming. A husband in Philadelphia whose wife died seeking the cure in Colorado needed embalming. Without preservation, these bodies would decay before they could reach home. Without embalming, the railroads would not transport them. Without professional undertakers who knew the process, families would be helpless. It was tuberculosis that drove the great health migration to the American West, filling Denver and Colorado Springs and Tucson with consumptives who would never return to their eastern homes alive. By 1890, more than a third of Colorado Springs' population had come seeking healthier air. Many recovered. Many more did not. When they died, their families faced a terrible choice: bury them in unfamiliar ground, far from ancestral plots, or pay to have them embalmed and shipped home. And it was the sheer scale of tuberculosis mortality, 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, an unrelenting drumbeat of death that touched every family, every community, every social class, that overwhelmed traditional community-based death practices. When death was rare, families could muddle through. When death was constant, when the laying out women were themselves dying, when communities were too fractured and mobile to sustain the old networks of mutual aid, something had to fill the gap. And it was fear of tuberculosis, fear of contagion, fear of the mysterious process by which the disease spread from person to person, that helped drive families to accept professional funeral services. Tuberculosis was known to be contagious, though the mechanism was not fully understood until Robert Koch identified the tubercle bacillus in 1882, the same year, not coincidentally, that funeral directing professionalized, that the first embalming school opened, that the National Funeral Directors Association formed. The timing was not accidental. The scientific discovery that tuberculosis was caused by a specific germ heightened anxieties about handling the bodies of the dead. Families were afraid. They worried about catching the disease from their dead relatives. They wondered whether washing and dressing a consumptive's body might expose them to infection. The intimate contact that the layers out had always practiced, the washing of the body, the dressing of wounds, the closeness of the work, now seemed dangerous. The funeral directors offered reassurance. They promised to handle the body safely, with professional detachment and proper precautions. They claimed that embalming disinfected as well as preserved, that the chemicals killed any lingering bacteria, that the body they returned for viewing was safe to be near. Whether this was scientifically accurate is debatable. Modern research shows that tuberculosis bacteria can survive in embalmed tissue for weeks, and that embalmers themselves face significant occupational risk, but it was psychologically comforting. Families could believe they were protecting themselves by hiring professionals. They could maintain a safe distance from the contaminated dead. There is another way tuberculosis shaped the funeral industry, a subtler influence, operating through aesthetics rather than fear. The disease had a peculiar beauty. Its victims, in the final stages, often retained a certain ethereal quality, pale, thin, translucent, as though they were already half departed from the physical world. This consumptive look had been romanticized throughout the 19th century. Poets and painters celebrated the beautiful death of the consumptive. The dying heroine of La Bohème, the pale heroines of Gothic novels, the consumptive artists whose genius seemed to burn brighter as their bodies failed. These were cultural archetypes of the beautiful death. When funeral directors prepared bodies for viewing, they drew on this aesthetic tradition. They used cosmetics to create a peaceful, sleeping appearance. The pale face, the closed eyes, the serene expression. They arranged features to suggest serenity rather than suffering. They made the dead look, as Mary Lincoln had said of Ellsworth, like they were merely asleep and might wake at any moment. This artifice, making death look peaceful, beautiful, almost like life, became central to the American funeral tradition. It persists today in the language of viewing and visitation, in the expectation that the body will be displayed in an open casket, looking its best. We want our dead to look like they're sleeping. We inherited this desire in part from the aesthetics of tuberculosis, from the beautiful death of the consumptive, translated into cosmetic practice by generations of funeral directors. By the early 20th century, the transformation was essentially complete. Death had become a profession. It had schools that trained practitioners and associations that represented their interests. It had licensing requirements that barred the untrained from practice and ethical codes that governed professional conduct. It had dedicated facilities, funeral homes, no longer called parlours, that name having passed out of fashion, where all the services of death could be purchased in a single transaction from a single provider. The industry grew rapidly in the early decades of the 20th century. Every city, every town of any size had its funeral home, often multiple funeral homes competing for business. The men who ran them were respected members of their communities, serving on school boards and civic organizations, maintaining the dignified demeanor that the profession required. They were often the first call when someone died, before the doctor, before the minister, before anyone else. The home funeral, once universal, became rare, and then almost vanished entirely. Most Americans born after 1920 would never see an unembalmed body. They would never participate in the washing and dressing of their dead. They would never experience death as an intimate family matter, as something that happened in their own homes, handled by their own hands. They would experience it as customers, purchasing services from professionals, receiving a prepared body at a scheduled viewing. This is the world we inherited. When someone dies today, we call a funeral home. We sit in a comfortable office and select a casket from a catalogue or a showroom. We discuss flowers and music and obituary notices. We receive the body, washed and dressed and cosmeticized by strangers we have never met, at a scheduled viewing in a room designed to look like a living room but is not anyone's home. We attend a service planned with professional guidance following rituals that have been standardized across the industry. We are mourners, not participants. We are customers, not caregivers, timed twos. Is this better or worse than what came before? The question admits no simple answer. The professionalization of death relieved families of difficult, sometimes traumatic work. It provided expertise that most people did not possess and did not want to acquire. It spared the bereaved from confronting the raw reality of bodily decay. It allowed for transportation of bodies across great distances, reuniting families separated by geography, the tuberculosis problem that had helped spark the revolution in the first place. But it also created distance between the living and the dead. It made death something that happens elsewhere, in facilities designed to be pleasant but impersonal, managed by strangers who have made mortality their trade. It transformed a universal human experience, perhaps the most universal of all human experiences, into a commercial transaction. And it made the actual reality of death, the coldness of the body, the stillness, the absolute finality, something most Americans never directly encounter. We see the prepared corpse, the sleeping face, the peaceful illusion. We do not see death itself. In recent years, there has been a small but growing movement to reclaim some of what was lost. Home funerals are legal in most states, and a growing number of families are choosing them, washing their own dead, holding vigils in their own living rooms, participating in death rather than delegating it. Natural burial, without embalming, without elaborate caskets, with the body returned directly to the earth, is gaining popularity among those who reject the artifice of conventional funerals. There is a sense, among some, that the professionalization of death went too far, that something essential was lost when we handed our dead over to strangers. But these remain minority practices, chosen by a small fraction of the population. For most Americans, death will continue to be handled by funeral directors in funeral homes according to procedures established over a century ago. The revolution that began on Civil War battlefields, that was broadcast to millions by Lincoln's funeral train, that was institutionalized in Cincinnati and Rochester in 1882, that revolution won. It won so completely that most Americans cannot imagine any alternative. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We began in a Pennsylvania farmhouse in 1843, where neighbour women washed and dressed a body as women had done for centuries beyond counting. Time. Ones. We saw the parlour, the death room, where families kept vigil with their dead, where candles burned at the head and foot of simple pine coffins, where the clock was stopped at the moment of passing. We traced the disruption of this ancient pattern. We saw tuberculosis, the White Plague, killing 1 in 4 people across the Western world, sending patients to die in distant sanatoriums and Western territories, far from home, far from the women who knew what to do. We saw the railroad, connecting a continent but creating new problems, bodies that needed to travel hundreds of miles, decay that would not wait. We saw the Civil War, with its scale of death that overwhelmed every tradition, that created demand for solutions no one had imagined before. We met Thomas Holmes, eccentric genius, coroner's physician turned embalming pioneer, who preserved 4,000 soldiers at $100 each and kept their embalmed heads in his Brooklyn parlor as trophies. We followed him to the Lincoln White House, where he preserved Colonel Ellsworth, the first Union officer killed, and Willie Lincoln, the president's beloved son. We rode the funeral train with Abraham Lincoln's body, 1,700 miles across 7 states, viewed by 1.5 million Americans, a national demonstration of what embalming could achieve. We watched as battlefield embalmers became civilian undertakers, undertakers became funeral directors, and funeral directors built an industry with schools and associations and licenses. We saw the Cincinnati School open its doors in 1882, the National Funeral Directors Association form in Rochester, the profession claim its dignity. This is not a simple story of progress or decline. It is a story of transformation, of an intimate human experience becoming a professional service, of women's work becoming men's business, of death leaving the home and entering the marketplace. It is the story of how we came to handle death the way we do today. What does this transformation tell us about ourselves? What does it reveal about the nature of human beings facing the oldest and most inescapable of all human problems? Perhaps this. We are a species that has always struggled with death, and we will grasp at any means of managing that struggle. We will embrace whatever technologies, whatever institutions, whatever arrangements of society promise to make death more bearable, even if that promise is, in the end, illusory. The promise of embalming was, at its heart, a promise of control. You cannot prevent death. It remains beyond any power, but you can delay its visible effects. You cannot bring back the dead, but you can make them look as though they might wake at any moment. You cannot stop time, but you can freeze a moment, the face at rest, the hands folded, the peaceful appearance that suggests sleep rather than extinction. The promise of professionalization was also a promise of control. If death is handled by experts, then we need not handle it ourselves. If the body is whisked away to a funeral home within hours, we need not see it in its raw state, need not watch the colour drain and the features stiffen. If specialists prepare the viewing, we need not confront the terrible work of making the dead presentable, the washing, the positioning, the cosmetic restoration. Control. That is what we purchased when we professionalized death. Not control over death itself, that remains forever impossible, but control over our experience of death. We arranged matters so that death would come to us filtered, managed, packaged in acceptable forms. We interposed professionals between ourselves and the raw reality of mortality. And yet, death remains. It remains despite our arrangements, despite our professionals, despite our technologies of preservation and presentation. No amount of embalming, no professional preparation, no comfortable funeral home can change the fundamental fact. The people we love will die. We will die. All the management and professionalization in the world cannot alter this by 1 second. Perhaps the question is not whether we gained or lost by professionalizing death. Perhaps the question is what we do with whatever intimacy with death we can still find, how we face the reality that no professional, however skilled, can face for us. What do we carry forward from this history? What echoes of these transformations still sound in our lives today? We carry the living room, the space that was once the death room, now renamed and reclaimed for life. Every time we gather in that room to watch television or entertain friends, we inhabit a space that was once defined by death, where our great-great-grandparents kept vigil over the bodies of their loved ones. The name changed in 1910. The space remains. We carry the expectation of the beautiful dead, the peaceful face, the serene expression, the appearance of sleep that suggests the deceased might wake at any moment. This aesthetic, born in the romanticization of tuberculosis and perfected by generations of embalmers and funeral directors, shapes what we expect to see when we view a body. We would be disturbed to see death as it actually looks. The pallor, the sunkenness, the absolute stillness. We want the illusion. We carry the funeral industry itself, a multi-billion-dollar business that handles nearly 3 million deaths per year in America alone, employing tens of thousands of funeral directors and embalmers, operating tens of thousands of funeral homes in every city and town across the country. The Cincinnati School, the NFDA, the professionalization of death. These have become permanent features of our world, as established and as taken for granted as the medical profession or the legal profession. And we carry the loss of something older. The knowledge that families once possessed, how to prepare a body for burial, how to keep vigil through the night, how to confront death directly rather than through the mediation of professionals, has largely been forgotten. Most of us would not know how to lay out our own dead. Most of us will never try. The skills that were once passed from mother to daughter, from neighbour to neighbour, have been lost. This loss may be acceptable. Perhaps we prefer to have professionals handle death, just as we prefer to have professionals handle our plumbing and our taxes and our illnesses. There is no shame in specialization. Modern life is built on the division of labour, on the delegation of tasks we cannot or will not do ourselves. But there may be something valuable in remembering that it was not always so. That for most of human history, death was handled by families, by communities, by women who knew what to do because they had been taught by women before them. That the professionalization we take for granted is recent, barely a century and a half old. That it is contingent, the product of specific historical circumstances, not an inevitable feature of human society. That it is, in principle, reversible. We need not return to the old ways, but we can remember them. We can honour the layers out and watchers whose work has been forgotten, whose names appear in no history books. And we can ask ourselves, each time death comes into our lives, how much we wish to delegate, and how much we wish to do ourselves. Death comes to everyone. This we know. This is the one certainty in human life, the one fact that unites every person who has ever lived or ever will live. What we have traced tonight is how one society, in one era, chose to respond to that universal fact. How America moved from intimacy to distance, from participation to delegation, from community to commerce. How it transformed a family matter, handled by women in parlours, into a commercial service, handled by men in funeral homes. How it built an industry, a vast, sophisticated, profitable industry, on the unchangeable reality of mortality. Other societies have made other choices. Other cultures handle death in ways that would seem strange to us, and our ways would seem strange to them. Other eras will make choices we cannot imagine, will develop technologies and practices that would be as foreign to us as embalming would have been to our ancestors in that Pennsylvania farmhouse in 1843. The professionalization of death was not inevitable. It was a response to specific circumstances: the Civil War, tuberculosis, urbanization, the railroad. Different circumstances might have produced different outcomes, and circumstances are changing again. The next transformation is already underway. Cremation is rising. Now chosen by more than half of Americans, a complete reversal from a century ago. Natural burial is growing. Burial without embalming, without elaborate caskets, with the body returned directly to the earth. Some families are reclaiming home funerals, washing and dressing their own dead as their great-great-grandmothers did. The industry built by Thomas Holmes and Joseph Henry Clark and Alan Durfee is changing, as all industries must change when the world changes around them. What will remain constant is death itself, and the human need to make sense of it, to honour the dead, to find some way, any way, to say goodbye. Let us return one final time to that Pennsylvania farmhouse. The year is 1843. February. The cold has seeped into every corner of the house, and the fire in the hearth barely holds it at bay. In the parlour, candles burn at the head and foot of a simple pine coffin that the husband built with his own hands this morning, working through his grief with hammer and saw. The neighbour women have done their work and gone home. They washed the body with care and tenderness. They dressed it in the best dress, the one saved for just such an occasion. They arranged the features into peace. The community has come to pay respects, to sit with the living, to share food and memory. Tomorrow the men will carry the coffin on their shoulders to the churchyard, and the minister will speak the words that have been spoken over the dead since time beyond memory. In this moment, death is intimate. It is handled by hands that knew the deceased in life, that held her hand, that braided her hair, that cared for her in sickness. It happens at home, in the same rooms where the family eats and sleeps and lives, where the children play and the fire burns. It is witnessed, not managed. It is confronted, not delegated. It is present, visible, real. This world is about to change. 20 years from now, Civil War battlefields will teach a generation of men to preserve the dead with arsenic and zinc. A president's funeral train will show the nation what embalming can do, will demonstrate that death can be delayed, that bodies can travel. Tuberculosis will kill millions and scatter millions more across a continent, far from home, far from the women who knew what to do, creating desperate demand for the services of the new death professionals. The parlour will become the living room. The undertaker will become the funeral director. Death will leave the home, quietly, gradually, completely, and take up permanent residence in professional facilities handled by strangers who have made mortality their trade, who have certificates on their walls and chemicals in their tanks and showrooms full of caskets in every price range. All of this is coming. But tonight, in 1843, in this farmhouse in the hills of Pennsylvania, none of it has happened yet. Tonight, a family keeps vigil in the old way, as families have kept vigil for countless generations. Tonight, death is still a family matter. Tonight the dead are still at home. And so, as the night deepens and the candles burn low, we leave that parlour behind. Its time is passing. The world is changing, shaped by war and disease and the relentless engine of professionalisation. But the fact of death remains, as it remained for those neighbour women, as it remained for Thomas Holmes and his preserved heads, as it remained for Abraham Lincoln on his funeral train, as it remains for us tonight. We have travelled far tonight, from parlours to battlefields, from neighbour women with their basins and cloths to professional, embalmers with their pumps and chemicals, from a world where death was intimate and present, to a world where death is managed and distant. We have traced the arc of a transformation that shaped the world we live in, that made possible the funeral industry we now take for granted, that renamed the very rooms in our homes. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another corner of tuberculosis history, another way that this singular disease shaped the world we inherited. But that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of candlelight guide you into sleep. Let the soft crackling of distant fire ease you into dreams. Let the knowledge that generations before us faced the same darkness, the same sorrow, the same mysteries of mortality. Let that knowledge offer some comfort. We are not alone in our mortality. We never have been. Every person who has ever lived has faced death, has lost someone they loved, has wondered what happens when the light goes out. We are part of an unbroken chain stretching back to the beginning of humanity. The women who laid out the dead, the layers out and watchers, the neighbour women who came when they were needed, knew something that we have largely forgotten. They knew that death is not an enemy to be defeated, not a failure to be hidden, but a passage to be honoured. They knew that caring for the dead is an act of love, not a transaction, not something to be purchased from strangers in a showroom. They knew that the hands that wash and dress a body, gently, tenderly, with the unhurried attention of those who understand the sacredness of the work, are performing something ancient and necessary and profoundly human. We professionalised death because we had to, because circumstances demanded it, because the old ways could not survive the pressures of war and disease and modernity. But perhaps, in some small way, we can still remember what was lost. Perhaps we can hold on to some thread of connection to those women in their parlours, keeping vigil by candlelight, performing the final acts of care for those they loved. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might find comfort in these stories of how we came to be who we are. This channel exists because people like you choose to listen, to follow, to share. And I am grateful. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for travelling with me through parlours and battlefields and funeral homes. Thank you for sitting with the dead alongside me for a little while in the darkness. Sleep now, if sleep will come. The dead are at rest. The living must follow. Good night. Every January, the most powerful people on Earth gather in a small Swiss town for the World Economic Forum. Presidents, billionaires, prime ministers. They meet in buildings where, a century ago, patients lay dying on open-air porches wrapped in blankets, gasping for breath in the thin mountain air. Davos, the town that tuberculosis built. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight, we're travelling to the Swiss Alps, to a valley nearly a mile above sea level, where the air is thin and cold and supposedly miraculous, a place where thousands of people came to fight for their lives, breathing the mountain air that doctors believed could heal what no medicine could cure. A place that transformed from a quiet farming village into one of the most famous destinations in the world, all because of a single disease. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. It is a disease that changed the way we build buildings, the way we think about health, the way we imagine what it means to be sick. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. There are many more stories to tell, stories of patients and doctors, of scientists and artists, of desperate hope and remarkable transformation. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow, perhaps pull a blanket closer the way the tuberculosis patients once did on those famous cure terraces. We have a long journey ahead, through snow-covered peaks and grand sanatoriums, through the pages of one of literature's greatest novels, through the remarkable transformation of a town that learned to turn death into an industry, and then transformed again when the industry collapsed. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a valley in the Swiss Alps. It is the year 1853, and you have travelled for days to reach this place. From Zurich, you took what roads existed, climbing through forests and across streams, always upward, always toward the peaks that seemed to float above the world like islands in the sky. The final leg of your journey was on foot, or perhaps by mule, climbing steep paths that wind through forests of pine and spruce. The trees grow smaller as you ascend, stunted by the altitude. The meadows give way to rock and snow, and all the while, the air grows thinner with every step. Your breath comes harder, your heart beats faster, labouring to supply oxygen to your body in this rarefied atmosphere. But something else happens too, something you notice almost without realising it. Time, twos. The air tastes different here, cleaner somehow, sharper, cold as spring water even in summer. There is a clarity to it, a purity that you have never experienced in the crowded cities of the lowlands. Each breath seems to fill your lungs more completely than any breath you have taken before. The village that greets you is modest, a few hundred souls perhaps, farmers mostly, and their families. They have lived in this valley for generations, their ancestors having climbed these same paths centuries ago, seeking refuge from wars and plagues and the turmoil of the flatlands. Their lives are hard, alpine winters that last half the year, summers too brief for bountiful harvests. The growing season is short, the cold is relentless, isolation is complete. In winter the passes are blocked by snow, and the village is cut off from the world below. The wooden chalets cluster together as if for warmth, their roofs steeply pitched to shed the heavy snow that can accumulate to depths measured in meters. Smoke rises from chimneys, wood fires burning to keep the cold at bay. This is Davos, and in 1853, no one outside these mountains has any reason to have heard of it. It is not on any major trade routes. It produces nothing of particular value to the outside world. It is simply a village, one of hundreds scattered through the Alps, where hardy people live hard lives and the modern world seems impossibly far away. But a young doctor has just arrived. His name is Alexander Spengler, and he has come here not by choice but by necessity. A political refugee fleeing the failed revolutions that have swept through Germany in 1848. He had been a student of law in Mannheim, caught up in the revolutionary fervour of that hopeful doomed year. when the revolutions failed, when the old order reasserted itself, many of his fellow revolutionaries were imprisoned or executed. Spengler fled across the border to Switzerland, where he started over. He is trained in medicine at the University of Zurich, a second career for a man whose first career was destroyed by politics. And he has accepted a position as the rural physician for this remote community, a job that no one else wanted, in a place that no one else would choose. What Dr. Spengler will observe in this village will change not only Davos, but the entire world's understanding of how to fight the deadliest disease of the age. He will notice something peculiar, something hiding in plain sight, something that his colleagues in the great medical centres of Europe had never thought to look for because they had never visited a place like this. The villagers of Davos do not get tuberculosis. To understand why this observation was so remarkable, we must first understand what tuberculosis meant in the 19th century. It was, quite simply, the greatest killer of the age. In cities across Europe and America, tuberculosis, also called consumption or the White Plague, was everywhere. In some urban centres, 1 in every 7 deaths was caused by tuberculosis. In others, the proportion was even higher. Entire families would be wiped out, one member after another succumbing to the disease. The wealthy died, the poor died, the young and talented seemed to die with particular cruelty, their lives cut short just as they were beginning to flourish. The disease progressed slowly, which made it all the more terrible. A patient might linger for months or years, gradually wasting away. The cough would grow worse, the fevers would come and go, weight would fall away, leaving skeletal figures who had once been robust. And then, eventually, the hemorrhage, the blood coughed up from destroyed lungs, would signal the final act. Tuberculosis had many names. Consumption, because it seemed to consume its victims from within. The White Plague, because of the pallor it brought to the skin. Phthisis, the old Greek term, the captain of all these men of death.